This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The broken straw shed with air leaking everywhere in front of her, and the electronic messages that kept rolling in her field of vision, all reminded her that she had traveled through time. But how could she travel through time? How could she travel through time at such a critical moment? For an ordinary worker like her, isn't her biggest wish to retire? After working hard for 15 years, they accepted the boss's PUA, the sarcasm of their colleagues, and the dangers and hardships of the job without complaint, without resistance or venting their resentment, just to be able to retire smoothly and lie down. As a result, when they were doing their last job, they were ambushed, bombed, and sent to the sky because of the stupid decision of their boss. Huan thought she was dead, and it was all over. As a result, when she opened her eyes, she traveled through time. Is there anything more tragic in the world than this? Yes. For example, now, a burly man with a fat face and big ears grabbed Huan's collar, lifted her up like a little chicken, and smiled at her sinisterly. Take out your supplies, Brother Hua. I will give you a quick death otherwise. While Brother Hua was talking, he looked up and down at Huan with his small triangular eyes. He didn't say the rest, but those who understood understood. Huan's mentality collapsed all of a sudden, and her body collapsed more thoroughly than her mentality. Without waiting for Brother Hua to say the next word, Huan raised her leg and slammed her knee into his chest. Huan's attack was not like the usual casual one when working, but she used all her strength. She clearly heard a crack sound under her knee. This was the sound of Brother Hua's ribs breaking. Brother Hua did not expect that the thin woman in his hand could resist, and this resistance directly made him dizzy, his chest hurt, and his head was covered with cold sweat. He staggered back a few steps and sat down on the ground. His eyes went dark, and he even had difficulty breathing. But the next second, Huan jumped up high and fell heavily, hitting Hua Ji's body. Her fists fell like raindrops, hitting his face and neck hard. What else? What else are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? Come on, get up and kill me. What kind of man are you lying on the ground like? Hurry up and stand up. You're not a man if you don't stand up. Within a few punches, Huan's fist had already made Brother Hua's face look like a pig's head, with blood flowing from the corners of his eyes, nose and mouth. Brother Hua was in so much pain that he kept screaming ouch, ouch. He wanted to resist, but his hands and legs were held down by Huan, and he couldn't move at all. At this moment, Brother Hua knew that he had made a mistake today and met a tough guy. Brother Hua, who was flexible, immediately began to beg bitterly, hoping that Huan would spare his breath. I was wrong, sister, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind to the truth. Please let me live. Huan did not slow down her attack after hearing Brother Hua's plea. Instead, it further stimulated her mental breakdown. Her fists fell faster, more urgently, and more fiercely. Let you live. Who will let me live? I have saved up my pension for 15 years. Who will let my pension live? Why can you admit your mistake, but why can't I get my pension back? Sister, I was wrong. Please let me go. I can give you all my supplies. Just please let me go. The tall and strong Hua Ge was beaten so hard that he had no power to fight back. Not only that, at this moment, a fear he had never experienced before struck his heart. He was going to die. He was going to be beaten to death by the woman in front of him. The extreme fear made Hua Ge wail miserably, and the sound like a pig being slaughtered echoed in the dark night, which was even more terrifying. It was a pity that Huan didn't care what Hua Ge said at all. She was just shrouded in a huge collapse in her heart. The past years of being constantly PUA'd by the boss, being constantly swayed by colleagues, being hurt by the tricky customers, and the dangers and hardships of the working environment, these deeply hidden grievances quickly expanded and exploded, and turned into huge anger that surged into her heart. Of course, the most important thing is that she actually traveled through time at this time, and the pension and leisurely retirement life that she could no longer give became the last straw that broke her back. Huan's original peaceful mentality of getting by completely collapsed, and she fell into madness. She hit Brother Hua as if she was not tired. Instinctively, each time Huan attacked, she did not do it randomly, but hit Brother Hua's vital points. It was unknown how long the fight lasted, but Brother Hua's resistance became weaker and weaker, and even the sound became faint. At this time, an electronic voice suddenly sounded in Huan's ears. Congratulations on killing the invading resident Yang Jianhua and successfully defending your shelter. At the same time as this voice sounded, Brother Hua, who was just pressed to the ground by Huan, disappeared. There were two things left where he disappeared. A small sack-like package, and a card like an ID card. Huan looked at Brother Hua, who suddenly disappeared, and her mind was still not turning. She only felt extreme fatigue in her body, sat down on the ground, and breathed heavily. Huan noticed two things on the ground, and she subconsciously picked up the card. At the same time, a dazzling white light exploded directly in front of her eyes, and she fell into a brief, but extremely strong dizziness. All the memories of this body were also forced into Huan's brain during the dizziness, and merged with her memories. This body is also called Huan, a timid, lonely, and almost unreliable ordinary person, and this person, 3 days ago, fell into a strange survival world with everyone on the blue star. And after entering this world, everyone only needs to do one thing, that is, to survive. The first 7 days from entering this survival world is the so-called novice period. There is only one task in the novice period, which is to upgrade your own shelter once. Anyone who fails to complete this task after 7 days will be ruthlessly wiped out. This task sounds very simple, and the supplies required are not many. But the problem is that this world is full of countless uncertain crises, and you can lose your life if you are not careful. This Huan. At the beginning, she also diligently searched for supplies everywhere, but her luck seemed to be bad. The supplies that she had finally gathered were all robbed. Of course, it wasn't this Brother Hua Yang Jianhua. This Brother Hua was just the second person to rob her shelter. At this time, this Huan had already been exhausted physically and mentally in the process of searching for supplies, and because of the first robbery, he had completely lost the will to survive. So he was killed by him when he broke into the shelter in a gorgeous and low-key manner to rob for the second time. It was also for this reason that Huan traveled through the explosion and directly took over everything that was so bad. After digesting all the memories and causes and consequences of this Huan lay on the ground with her arms and legs spread out. What the hell, she might as well just die there and get closer to her pension. Huan was so tired that she couldn't move her fingers. She stared blankly at the roof and the night sky outside. Yes, that's right, the roof of the shelter she had just protected was blown away the day before. The shelter has 28% of its remaining protection and can only barely last for 14 hours. Please repair it as soon as possible. Just as Huan was staring at the empty roof in a daze, a golden prompt message suddenly appeared in her field of vision, which was very eye-catching. What is this? In the memory of this Huan did not find the existence of this prompt information. Is it because I am too tired that I have hallucinations? It is unlikely. Because Huan clearly remembers that when she just came through and wrestled with Brother Hua, she also saw this golden prompt information in her vision. Before Huan thought about this matter carefully, she was attracted by the bracelet on her wrist that kept emitting a subtle light. As she turned the bracelet, a light screen appeared in front of her eyes, and various information was constantly scrolling on the light screen. Just now, another person died in our area. Just now, since Brother Hua said that he entered a player's shelter, I have been paying attention to the number of people. Just now, one person was reduced. Did Brother Hua succeed? Of course, Brother Hua will never fail when he takes action. Congratulations to Brother Hua. Brother Hua, please eat meat and give your brother some soup. Congratulations, Brother Hua, please give me a shout. Brother, I carry the banner for you. Take me with you next time you hunt. Huan followed the speeches of these areas, and soon found the survival panel, where he clearly saw a bright red prompt. The number of survivors in this area, 8377. According to the received memory, Huan knew that in Dark Night, all people were divided into several areas, and no one knew how many areas there were. But when entering Dark Night, there were 10,000 people in each area. Only 3 days have passed, and nearly 1,700 people have died in the area where Huan lives. This death rate is not slow. However, Huan, who is still immersed in the pain of losing her pension, is no longer interested in these cognitions and speeches. She just wants to die again now. Maybe she can wear it back. Maybe she can be rescued again. Maybe she and her pension can still love each other. However, in the midst of the congratulations from the regional speeches, a rebuttal message suddenly appeared. How can you be sure that Yang Jianhua succeeded? I found his post 2 minutes ago, and his avatar has turned gray. Although this message was quickly deleted, many people still noticed it. So, fuck, really, Brother Hua's avatar has turned gray. Really? It is true, Brother Hua is dead. When more and more people discovered this fact, Huan found that those who had just called Brother Hua brothers and sisters did not feel sad at all, but instead fell into a kind of carnival. Wow, such a good thing actually happened to me. It turns out that living longer has its benefits. If anyone knows the location of Brother Hua's shelter, I will give him a 100 milliliters bottle of drinking water. Brother Hua's legacy. Wow, everyone who sees it gets a share. I offer a piece of bread in exchange for Brother Hua's shelter location. First come first served. Although the following speeches were very chaotic, the meaning was almost the same. That is, everyone should find Yang Jianhua's shelter before the silent night, plunder the supplies in his house, and inherit his legacy. Because it is ownerless. Huan, who was still in a state of collapse, sat up. She stared at the regional speech and sneered. Ownerless legacy? Bullshit. She was the one who killed the man, so of course the legacy belongs to her. As long as it is hers, no one can touch it. No one can. Chapter 2. What experience do you ask? Of course, it is her experience as a mercenary. Before Huan traveled to this damn shitty world, she was a mercenary. If you ask how a mercenary can be considered a worker, Huan will definitely answer you. Why not? They are all in the service industry, living by the client's face, and they all have to solve stupid problems like colorful black anytime and anywhere. So how can they not be considered an ordinary worker? It's just that this job has a high salary, low work frequency, and short working years, which is simply a perfect job. If you say that mercenaries are dangerous, then Huan will answer you that if you feel dangerous, it only means that you are not strong enough. Not being strong enough is your problem. How can it be a problem with the job? In short, when Huan, who is strong enough, found that someone coveted her legacy, she rushed out of the shelter without hesitation. The sharp night wind blew on Huan's body, and she only then understood what it meant to be wary of the night mentioned in the introduction of this world. First of all, it was cold. It was abnormally cold. Although Huan had never seen what this world looked like during the day, based on her simple observations of the wild after leaving the shelter, it should be autumn now, and the coldest would not exceed late autumn. But the night wind now made Huan feel that the temperature would definitely not exceed 5 degrees. The second was the noise. In the dark night, she could sense all kinds of dangers with her sensitive 5 senses, and the direct manifestation of these dangers was different sounds. Whether far or near, big or small, a 360-degree surround sound was formed around Huan. It was so lively. Finally, it was hunger. Although for mercenaries, hunger was commonplace, not to mention 1 or 2 meals. Even 3 to 5 days was no problem. However, for Huan's current feelings, the feeling of hunger in her body was extremely exaggerated. It seemed that she was starving to death. However, Huan was not afraid at all. She had been in the industry for more than 10 years, and had encountered many things that threatened her life and death. What was a mere hunger? Can it compare to her spoils being coveted by others? Of course not. Apart from these 3 points, Huan actually adapted well to this world. She judged the location of Yang Jianhua's shelter based on her observations just now, and kept running towards this location. It was also at this time that Huan found that the golden prompt message appeared in her field of vision again. 12 meters northeast, there is a bronze treasure chest, unattended, but there are 9 voles eyeing it, dangerous. The location information has been recorded for you. There is a long dead corpse 17 meters to the north. You may find something strange. Danger. The location information has been recorded for you. 21 meters to the west, a night cheetah is waking up. It is preparing to go out to find food. Danger. The location information has been recorded for you. The trees around are relatively old. Continuous felling has a chance to get high-density wood. It is recommended to go there. The location information has been recorded for you. The more Huan read this information, the more he felt that this was like cheating with a god's perspective. Could it be that this information is built in this world, but with this information, is it easy to find the supply department in this world? It can't be built in. After a slight hesitation, Huan also posted a message in the previous regional speech. Where are the supplies? It would be great if there was a prompt message that could be directly marked out for me. You might as well take a nap, and you can have everything in your dreams. If there was this thing, I would have been the richest man in the region long ago. You are young, ugly, but you think you are beautiful. Although Huan's speech was full of sarcasm, it also made Huan certain of one thing, that this prompt information was only available to her, and only she could see it. Isn't this cheating? Thinking about her life over the past 30 years, which was as plain as water, and even an ordinary person who couldn't win the lottery, how could she have such a chance to cheat one day? In this way, Huan suddenly felt that her miserable life after losing her pension was slightly comforted. Feeling a little better, she ran faster towards Yang Jianhua's shelter. Although Huan had just entered this world, and although Huan didn't know who Yang Jianhua was or where he lived. But for an excellent mercenary, It was not difficult to find a stranger's hiding place. While trying to remember every piece of information, she moved towards the place she judged. Soon, she entered the middle of a dense forest. Just when Huan stopped and planned to observe the surrounding environment, a low and fragmented conversation came from behind the bushes on her left. She raised her hand and quietly pushed aside the bushes. All she saw was, in the dark night, although there was no moon, there was dim starlight. Under the starlight, the first thing that caught her eye was a wooden house built in the forest. It was located on an extremely flat piece of land, with a clear boundary with the land and the forest bordering this land. Huan understood that this was the so-called refuge land owned by the players. According to the setting of this world, this land is a natural safe zone, which coexists with the refuge. As long as the refuge is not damaged, the dangers lurking in the dark cannot easily enter this safe zone. And Huan's attention was completely focused when he saw the wooden house. It was a log cabin, covering an area of about 12 or 13 square meters, with doors and windows, and even a beautiful chimney. Of course, this house has a roof, which is built with densely packed gray-black stone slabs. It looks solid and can protect against wind and rain. It is definitely not on the same level as Huan's doghouse, that doesn't even have a roof. Tell me, why are there so many differences between people? Why are there so many differences between shelters? No. There is no difference. Huan suddenly realized that she was too narrow-minded. What kind of shelter is this? Isn't this the inheritance she wants to inherit? Then this is her house. It's her shelter. Haha, hers? Faced with such a big house of hers, which is both solid and beautiful, Huan really likes it from the bottom of his heart, and the more he looks at it, the more he likes it. The shelter of the deceased resident, Yang Jianhua, is 87% complete. You can get 60% of the inheritance by plundering, or you can get 100% of the inheritance by using the residence pass. Huan glanced at the prompt that floated up at the right time, his eyes on 87% complete. There was a pause. Then, her eyes fell on the three people surrounding her house. They seemed to be holding tools similar to axes in their hands, and were constantly slashing at the pillars, doors, and windows of the house. Obviously this 87% completeness was all from the work of these three people. And the chattering that Huan just heard came from their mouths. Brother Hua's house is too solid. It hasn't fallen down after being chopped for so long. This must be at least a second or third level wooden house. He is so amazing that he built such a solid shelter so quickly. Tisk, it's just the supplies that he robbed. He has been robbing supplies since the first day. Brothers, you said that Brother Hua is the top person here. How could he be killed so easily? If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. He has been killing people and robbing supplies since the first day. It's not a loss for him to be killed today. It's a pity. I don't know where he died. It would be great if we could get his pass. If we forcibly destroy the shelter, we will lose 40% of the supplies. What's a pity? Brother Hua is at least level 5. Is the person who can kill Brother Hua easy to deal with? Hurry up. Before that person comes to collect the inheritance, let's quickly rob the things and leave. It would be terrible if the other party really came and found that the things were robbed. What if he really finds us? Then kill him. What about the three of us? Right. Kill him. And if we kill him, maybe we can get Brother Hua's pass. Yes, and his share. The guy who can kill Brother Hua must have a lot of supplies. In the silent night, the voices of several people chatting were heard very clearly by Huan, who was standing in the bushes, including their plan to rob the thieves. It was very clear. In the darkness, the smile on Huan's face became brighter and brighter. Isn't this a coincidence? She just thought the same as them. Chapter 3. Of course, this is not because mercenaries are law-abiding citizens, but because casually attacking civilians will cause unnecessary trouble to Party A. However, this rule obviously does not exist in this world. Otherwise, Yang Jianhua would not have died, and these three people would not have planned to rob each other. On the way here, Huan had carefully read the information of the original body. From the data of the character, the physical fitness of the original body is not outstanding, but when entering this world, two more interesting skills were extracted. One is the Eye of Insight, and the other is the Dark Creature. Eye of Insight, passive skill, can see the information of all creatures, which is invalid if it is 10 levels higher than its own level, including 10 levels. Dark Creature, level 1 passive skill. You can walk in the dark without any restrictions. After the night falls, all character attributes increase by 20%, the triggering probability of all active skills increases by 10%, and the chance of encounter increases by 5%. After triggering the appropriate conditions, you can upgrade. Although both skills are passive skills, they are both very useful. For example, now, when Huan's eyes fall on a person, his name, level, combat power and other information will appear above his head. This is the effect of the Eye of Insight. And being able to see the movements of these three people, and the details of this house, so clearly is the effect of the dark creature. After leaving his shelter, Huan found that his night vision ability was much stronger than before, and his speed in the dark was also very fast, all thanks to the passive skill of the dark creature. At least two of the three people not far away were known to Huan. Yeah, I knew them from the regional speech. They were Zhao Yin and Sun Chagang, and there was also a stranger Li Jian. According to the Eye of Insight, the levels of these three people were all level 3. As for Huan's level, it was level 2. Level is equal to the basis of strength, and the suppression of level is applicable to any world. It also applies to this survival world. However, Huan was not afraid at all. Level is indeed the foundation of strength, but it is not the whole of strength. In battle, if you only have the foundation but no experience, skills and courage, even a person as strong as a copper wall will only end up being knocked down. Looking at these three guys who are happily discussing how to divide their inheritance, Huan has only one idea at this moment. Fight if you don't agree. What's wrong with level 3? What's wrong with 3 level 3s? If she kills them, she can inherit 3 more inheritances. If she can't kill them, she will go back to inherit her pension. This deal is a win-win no matter how you calculate it. Li Jian, who was chatting and working hard to destroy the wooden house, suddenly felt a sense of danger. Like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake. He turned his head sharply, and looked into the dark forest around him. However, it was late at night, and Li Jian saw nothing. He could only ask the two companions around him, "Do you feel like someone is watching us?" Zhao Yin and Sun Chagang immediately looked around vigilantly, but still found nothing. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and get back to the shelter," Sun Chagang said. "That's right, it's not late yet. It's not the most dangerous time yet, hurry up," Zhao Yin said. Seeing that Li Jian was still not at peace, Sun Chagang comforted him again. "Don't worry, under normal circumstances, no one will come out after dark. Do you think everyone has the courage, Anne?" Before Sun Chagang finished speaking, he felt a huge impact coming directly at his vest. He couldn't even react, and fell forward heavily, hitting the foundation of the wooden house. Suddenly, a severe pain exploded from his forehead, making him unbearable. Before Sun Chagang could cry out in pain, or look for what had hit him, he found something hitting his back heavily. It was like a mountain pressing down on his back, almost squeezing out his internal organs. Then the urgent and heavy fists kept hitting the most vulnerable part of his neck. All this happened too fast. Zhao Yin, who was closest to Sun Chagang, seemed to only feel a shadow flashing before his eyes. He didn't see anything clearly, but saw Sun Chagang falling to the ground. Zhao Yin looked carefully and found that there was a thin woman sitting on Sun Chagang's back who came out of nowhere, and was swinging her fists to hit Sun Chagang hard. Sun Chagang fell to the ground like this, and it seemed that he had difficulty even struggling. After a brief moment of surprise, the first thought that popped up in the minds of both Zhao Yin and Li Jian was that they were robbed. Or, someone was interested in a low-key and luxurious heritage, so they came to rob. This kind of thing is not new in the dark world. After all, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Zhao Yin and Li Jian came to their senses, and quickly assessed Huan's strength. This was a thin and pale young woman, who was obviously hungry for a long time. She looked shaky, and seemed to be crushed to death, with just a little effort. Even her waving fists seemed weak and limp. Instantly, the two of them felt relieved. Let alone the level, personal strength, etc., just from the current situation, it is a complete crushing. They are 3 adult men, and the other party is a weak chicken woman. Only those with eyes know what the outcome of this battle will be. At that moment, Zhao Yin and Li Jian did not hesitate at all and immediately surrounded Huan. Threatening words kept coming out of their mouths. "Who are you? Get out of here, or we show you what we can do. Want to steal? Why don't you piss yourself to see what you look like? You don't deserve it. Don't say I didn't warn you. Get out of here quickly, or I kill you without you even knowing how. You can have something, but you have to exchange it for something else." In fact, these two people were not only threatening with words, but they were also ready to take action. They were holding stone axes for chopping down wooden houses in their hands, and they surrounded Huan from the front and back, ready to make a move. The stone axe is a tool that everyone will be given after entering this world. The speed of chopping trees with this thing is indeed slow, but it is the best weapon for killing people and robbing goods. Zhao Yan and Li Jian stared at Huan, and murderous intent appeared in their eyes. Even if this woman's inheritance will definitely not be as much as Brother Hua's, it would be a shame not to make money from this dead person who came to the door. Just when the two were about to take action, they saw Huan holding Sun Changdong's ears with his left and right hands, as if holding his head. The next second, Huan's hands seemed to have no strength at all, and he just twisted Sun Changdong's head back lightly. Crack. An extremely crisp snapping sound rang out in the silent night, and it made people's ears shudder unconsciously. Then, a green fluorescent light appeared in the darkness. This means that someone has died. In the dark world, as long as someone dies, no matter where he is, his body will transform into such a green fluorescent light and rush straight into the sky. After 30 seconds, the green fluorescence will disappear, but as long as someone pays attention, they can find the location of the player's death in the first place. It is convenient to find the backpack he left behind. Especially in the dark night, the green fluorescence is more eye-catching. Zhao Yan and Li Jian were stunned when they saw the fluorescence, and then they found that Sun Changdong, who had just fallen to the ground, had disappeared without a trace. Only a card rotating on the ground, and a small pocket were left at his previous position. Sun Changdong died? Huan, who was sitting on the ground, stood up and turned to look at the stunned Zhao Yan. She slowly smiled brightly. Who did you just say wanted to die? At this moment, a huge pressure like a tidal wave rushed towards Zhao Yan. It nailed him firmly in place, making him unable to move at all. Zhao Yan could only hear a trembling sound in his throat, but he could not do anything else. What happened next was both expected and unexpected. Zhao Yan was knocked down, so fast that he could not even breathe, and the world he saw was turned upside down. Nong Fushan Huan Yutian was far away from Huan just now, and was shocked when Sun Changdong died. Now that he saw Zhao Yan was also knocked down, how could he dare to move forward? At that moment, he didn't even think about it, and yelled awe and turned around and ran. If it was someone else, maybe he would have escaped today, but who made him meet Huan today? Huan is a mercenary. For those in their line of work, the most powerful ones are never those who jump to the top of the battle power list because of 1 or 2 wars, but those who can stay on the list for a long time. After all, only by living long enough can you prove that you are strong enough. And Huan is the mercenary who has lived the longest on this list. After all, she is about to get the legendary sky-high pension. For Huan, there are only 2 secrets to living long enough. 1. Act quickly. 2. Act ruthlessly. Of course, there is also a well-known rule, which is to cut the grass and root it out. Therefore, it is obviously impossible to escape from such a Huan. Chapter 4. However, Zhao Yan had never hoped that Li Jian could escape like he did now. It was not that Zhao Yan was a saint, nor that he had selfless love, but at this moment he had already known that he would die today, but he did not want to die in vain. He hoped that Li Jian could run away, find other people, and kill this woman to avenge him. However, he did not expect that the woman who was pressing on him only looked back at Li Jian, who was running away. The next second, Zhao Yan found that the stone axe he had held in his hand had disappeared. It appeared where it shouldn't have appeared. The gray-white stone axe drew a smooth parabola in the night, and hit the back of Li Jian's head as he fled. The next second, he fell directly to the ground without making any sound, and turned into a green beam of light, shining the night sky. What does it feel like to have hope shattered in an instant? This is probably what Zhao Yan feels now. At this moment, he even felt that time was infinitely stretched, and even the last bit of light in his life disappeared, even darker than this long dark night. He lay on his back on the ground, tears rolling down like they were free. In the tear-filled vision, the only thing he could see was the pale and weak woman, and the smile on her face was completely inconsistent with her physical condition. It was an unusually brilliant smile. Please, let me go. Knowing it was useless, Zhao Yan still trembled his lips and uttered a bitter plea. Unfortunately, he didn't even finish the last sentence, and the brilliant smile was annihilated in the endless darkness in his eyes. You have successfully killed the player Zhao Yan. Sin value +1. Within 72 hours, you will be killed by any player without penalty. The cold system prompt sounded in Huan's ears for the 3rd time. Her sin value has increased to 3 points, and the time to be killed has also increased from 24 hours to 72 hours. No matter what these represent, at this moment, they are not important in Huan's eyes. She looked at the solid and beautiful cabin in front of her with a smile, and her inner joy was about to burst out of the sky. Even the system prompt sound that sounded in her ears seemed so pleasant. It has been detected that you have obtained the pass for this building. Excuse me, Do you want to inherit all the inheritance of Yang Jianwen now? Huan's mouth corners were almost grinning. She had worked so hard for so long. Wasn't it just this moment that she was waiting for? Oh, this taste of success is so charming, yes, yes. Then, Huan's smile froze on her face. In the darkness, Huan couldn't wait to confirm that as soon as the voice fell, she saw that beautiful, solid, and happy wooden house emitted a faint silver soft light. As the light disappeared, this beautiful, solid, and happy wooden house also disappeared. At the same time, a series of system prompt sounds that sounded like noise rang in her ears again. Obtain wood *373. Obtain stone *89. Obtain black soil *2. Obtain straw *31. Obtain fur *9. Obtain white bread *11. Obtain drinking water 500 ml *4. Huan stared at the empty land in front of him with his eyes wide open. From the traces left, it was easy to tell that a beautiful, solid wooden house had been built here, which made Huan happy. But why did it disappear? How did her big wooden house disappear? At this moment, her mood was no different from when she just found out that she had lost her pension. She was even more devastated. On the empty ground, there were only 3 cards and 3 small pockets left, proving that the house had existed and was not an illusion of Huan. Huan had no experience in inheriting an estate, and of course the original body had no experience either. She had no idea that this inheritance was just the materials of the house, not the house itself. So, she still only has her own shabby house without a roof. This huge gap almost made Huan cry. What made her feel even worse was that she heard a system prompt. There is still 1 hour before the arrival of the silent night. Residents who have not returned to the shelter, please return as soon as possible. This prompt was played 3 times in a row to show its importance. Huan also got clues about the silent night from the original body's memory. In this world, there are only 4 hours of daylight every day, 8 hours of nightfall, and 12 hours of silence in the night. Daytime is relatively safe, mainly for residents to explore the world and collect supplies. Nightfall is more dangerous, with dangers everywhere, but residents can still explore if they are brave enough. Those players who kill and rob goods and materials all do it during this time period, including Huan, who just killed 3 people at nightfall. As for the silent night, it is extremely dangerous. At least it is extremely dangerous for the current residents, and only by entering the shelter can they ensure safety. And as time goes by, the dangers hidden in the silent night are increasing, and the shelter needs to be constantly upgraded to improve its protection strength. Anyway, in the few days when the original body survived, she had already hidden in her own shelter at nightfall, and never went out during this time. Although Huan almost roared because of the huge gap in her heart, the last bit of reason still allowed her to barely control her emotions. It took her about 40 minutes to get here from her shelter. If she returns the same way, it will take the same amount of time. Huan has not forgotten how many danger signs she saw on her way here, and how many of them were moving creatures. If they make a little trouble, Huan may not be able to return to the shelter within an hour. Although Huan keeps saying that she will die with her pension, it is just an emotional breakdown in venting. No matter who it is, losing their pension will make them emotionally unstable. However, since Huan cherishes her life the most, she has never planned to die casually since she opened her eyes. So, she almost gritted her teeth and picked up the 3 passes and 3 pockets on the ground, and ran towards her shelter without looking back. Although it was dark, Huan had a good night vision ability, and she remembered the way here clearly. Now she returned along the same route, hoping that nothing unexpected would happen, and she could arrive at her shelter safely. Life is often like this, what you fear will come true. As Huan got closer and closer to her shelter, she heard increasingly obvious footsteps approaching her in the dense woods. Just when her shelter was within reach, she felt that the footsteps that were still clear just now suddenly disappeared. This definitely did not mean that the opponent had left, but rather, it meant that the invisible opponent had entered the latent stage of hunting. Huan quickly turned around and looked in the direction where the sound disappeared. Without her having to distinguish carefully, she saw golden prompts rolling rapidly in her field of vision. You have become the target of a dark night cheetah, and the distance between you and it is 12 meters. It is dangerous. Please start the battle with caution. You have become the target of a dark night cheetah, and the distance between you and it is 11 meters. It is dangerous. Please start the battle with caution. You have become the target of a dark night cheetah, and the distance between you and it is 10 meters. It is dangerous. Please start the battle with caution. With the help of the dark creature and the eye of insight, Huan caught the figure of the hidden dark night cheetah in almost an instant. It was crawling in the grass of the forest at this moment, lowering its body and moving forward. Huan believed that as long as the cheetah approached him within 5 meters, it would pounce on him without hesitation and bite his throat. On its head, Huan saw its name, level and combat power. Night Cheetah, level 4, combat power 30. In comparison, Huan was only level 2, and his combat power was only a pitiful 11, so if an ordinary person wanted to confront it head-on, there would be only one way to go. After all, the danger level of such a large beast is absolutely different from that of ordinary humans. But Huan is not an ordinary person. At this time, Huan held a stone axe in her right hand, which she had just picked up when fighting with 3 people. In the dark, she adjusted her standing position calmly, and faced the cheetah in the bushes at a very tricky angle. Her left hand was in her pocket, and it seemed that she was only going to use one hand to face this dangerous beast. As the information kept scrolling in the field of vision, the distance of the dark night cheetah was getting closer and closer. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, it stopped moving slowly, but suddenly jumped out of the bushes and pounced on Huan like a black lightning. Chapter 5. However, unfortunately, the person this beast met today was Huan. She was seen calmly leaping backwards, like a leaf falling in the autumn wind at the moment when the dark night cheetah pounced on her, and she passed by the ferocious beast. She could even smell the bloody smell coming out of the beast's mouth at that moment. Ah! The dark night cheetah realized what this hateful human had done the moment he landed. The stone axe in Huan's hand just now had already hit one of the dark night cheetah's eyes when she passed by it. At this time, the dark night cheetah's eyeball had been smashed directly, and a huge hole was also opened on its head by the stone axe, revealing its white skull. It rolled on the ground in pain, roaring angrily, and raised its head, trying to find Huan and launch its attack. However, what the dark night cheetah didn't expect was that Huan, who had just stood not far away, had disappeared without a trace in a short time, as if he had never appeared there at all. The night cheetah endured the pain, climbed up from the ground, and looked around vigilantly. But in the next second, a sharp wind blew down from its head. The night cheetah raised its head, but had no time to dodge, and was directly covered by a hot and bright light. This time, it couldn't even scream, because, at the moment it raised its head to look for Huan had already jumped on it with a blazing torch, and the burning flame was stuffed right into its throat. At this time, the dark night cheetah was in extreme pain. It began to attack frantically, constantly rushing around. It was a pity. No matter how the dark night cheetah attacked, Huan seemed to be able to get behind it when it paused, and used the stone axe in her hand to hit its back and head fiercely. The man and the leopard kept fighting, and the battlefield gradually got closer and closer to Huan's dilapidated shelter. Huan took a look at the shelter during the break in the battle. The roof was gone, and only 3 of the 4 walls were left. These 3 walls also became crooked because they lost their support, like a candle in the wind, and would fall down completely if touched casually. Huan thought, but I have to pull this dark night cheetah away from my shelter. If it collapses due to an accident, it will be more trouble than gain. As she thought about this, the dark night cheetah, who had been beaten to death by her, suddenly became energetic again, as if he had entered a last gasp. After rolling on the ground, he pounced directly at Huan from the side. Huan's body reacted faster than her brain. She raised her leg and kicked the dark night cheetah in the face. This kick hit the dark night cheetah's neck. Huan used all her strength, and the dark night cheetah was already at the end of its strength. They collided head-on, and neither of them got the upper hand. Huan only felt a sharp pain in her leg. It was obvious that she was scratched. The dark night cheetah was also kicked away by Huan, and flew away like a parabola in the air. It was at the moment when the night cheetah was kicked out that Huan finally reacted. Oh no, I kicked it in the wrong direction. Huan only had time to catch the night cheetah, but her hand didn't even touch a hair of the night cheetah, and she saw a dark shadow smashing towards her house. Crash. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 4 night cheetah. Get a complete for X1. Get fresh leopard meat 500 GX8. As the system prompt sounded in Huan's ears, she saw that the shelter that was originally shaky and erected not far away finally turned into a pile of ruins under the heavy blow of the cheetah. The crash sound made by the shelter at the moment of collapse was no less painful to Huan than knowing that he had lost his pension and could not inherit a complete house. It was like bad news. Standing expressionlessly in front of the pile of ruins, Huan did not even have the energy to feel sad. Believe it or not, I actually had a house just now. There are still 5 minutes before the quiet night falls. Residents who have not returned to the shelter, please return as soon as possible. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. The reality did not even give Huan time to collapse and go crazy, and it had already mercilessly reminded her that the god of death was eyeing her in the dark. Huan opened the building interface almost the moment the voice came to her mind, and directly selected the first-level wooden house with the shortest construction time to start building. First-level wooden house. The most rudimentary shelter, upgraded from the initial shelter. It can provide simple shelter in the middle of the night. Construction time is 5 minutes. Required materials: wood X50, straw X2. Fortunately, the materials needed to build a first-class wooden house were enough in Huan's backpack. Huan looked at the pattern of a saw and a hammer that appeared on the ruins, and there was also a huge dust that refused to approach. It was impossible for her not to be amazed. She had a feeling that this world was not real until now. Here, houses were built like this, and it only took 5 minutes to own a new house. It was so amazing. For the first time, Huan felt that this strange world was not completely useless, and it was not impossible for her to stay. I don't know if it was to make Huan continue to feel more amazed at this world, but when her house was about to be completed, the system prompt sounded again in her ears. The silent night is about to fall. Players who have not returned to the shelter, please return to the shelter as soon as possible. The countdown to the arrival starts now. 59. Huan glanced at the remaining time for the house to be built. 56 seconds. That is to say, after her house was built, she had to enter her shelter in 3 seconds. No, including the wasted time, there were only about 2 seconds. If she couldn't do it, the temperature in the dark night had begun to drop rapidly at a speed that could be clearly felt on the surface of the body. Huan keenly smelled a strange fishy smell in the cold air. She looked back. The place where she could still see the vague outline of the wild had turned into a dark place. What was even more pressing was that she could also see a rolling black fog that was constantly approaching her position as the seconds passed. It was the mysterious and dangerous black fog that carried a strange smell. Huan looked at the black fog carefully, then turned back to look at the first-level shelter she was building. If she could not enter the shelter within 2 seconds, she would probably be swallowed by the thick black fog when the silent night came. Countdown to the silent night, 33. Countdown to the shelter, 30. Countdown to the silent night, 15. Countdown to the shelter, 12. Countdown to the silent night, 10. Countdown to the shelter, 7. As the countdown to the shelter entered 10 seconds, Huan was already standing at the closest place to the door, and she could feel the thick black fog staring at her without looking back. It was as if she was staring at her prey that was about to fall into her mouth. Huan was very calm, and her expression was relaxed. It was impossible to tell that she was in such a tense moment. She just quietly looked at the door that was looming in the construction fog. Just as the countdown to the completion of the shelter entered 0, Huan jumped to the door like a flash of lightning. Silent night countdown. To her fair and slender palm had already grasped the door handle, and the thick black fog had completely swallowed up the place where she had just stood. Countdown to the silent night. 1. Huan pressed the doorknob hard and entered the shelter. The black fog had already surged to the door, sticking to Huan's clothes and spreading. Countdown to the silent night. 0. Huan quickly closed the door and leaned against it. Behind her, she clearly felt a huge force hitting the door of the shelter. The force was so great that the newly built shelter also made a creaking sound, as if it would be crushed into pieces in the next second. Huan didn't know what was in the black fog, but at this moment, she could feel the black fog's anger. The kind of anger that makes the cooked duck fly away. The black fog kept hitting the fragile door, making a whistling sound. However, no matter how angry the darkness was at this first-class wooden house, this seemingly simple wooden house stood firmly in the darkness, motionless. Huan leaned against the door quietly, intuitively feeling the horror of the silent night. After a full minute or two, she confirmed that she was indeed safe in the shelter, and her hanging heart finally settled down. Only at this time did Huan have the mood to look at the first-level wooden house he had just built. Although it was only 12 or 13 square meters in size, it was indeed much better than the initial shelter that had collapsed. The rough wood formed the perimeter and ground of the shelter, and the roof was covered with thick bark. There was a door and window on the west wall, which were tightly closed. Although the night wind was howling outside, nothing leaked in. Because the house was too small, it only took one glance to see it all. There was a 2-foot square depression in the middle of the room, with a small pile of burning wood inside, emitting a warm and bright light, illuminating the entire room and giving people a full sense of security. In the far corner of the room was a rough wooden box, with a small piece of straw on the side of the box. Before Huan opened the box to see what was inside, The bracelet on her wrist made a buzzing sound. The goods you consigned have been sold. Please check as soon as possible. Chapter 6. And she was not selling for money, but for some necessary materials for survival. For example, drinking water and white bread. It can be seen that the original body was a girl who was trying hard to survive. Huan sat by the campfire with the drinking water and white bread she had just received. An unbearable hunger surged up. It was not until this time that she realized that her character state, both physical strength and hunger, had all turned red. And her body also showed typical excessive hunger symptoms of trembling, dizziness, slight convulsions, and black and blurry vision. Huan didn't even think about it. She grabbed the drinking water and white bread she had just received and stuffed them into her mouth. As the drinking water and white bread fell into her stomach, the negative conditions of Huan's body due to hunger began to ease. She sighed and promised this body secretly, "Okay, since I have received your body, I will live well for you in the next few days, don't worry." I don't know if it was because of psychology, but after making this promise, Huan actually felt that this body suddenly became a lot lighter. It was no longer like before, like a rusty old machine, full of sluggishness and clumsiness, and she could not even exert her true strength. Now, she seemed to feel the joy of the integration of body and mind. After eating 3 pieces of white bread and drinking a bottle of 300 milliliters drinking water, Huan's physical strength and hunger were greatly relieved. Huan was a person who loved meat. After her hunger value exceeded the passing line, she took out the leopard meat she had just obtained without hesitation. But a 1-pound piece was too big, and she didn't have a dagger or other tools to cut it, so she could only use an axe. Fortunately, Huan's hand was a ruler, and although she didn't use a knife, she also divided a 1-pound piece of leopard meat into 5 equal parts. She roasted all 5 pieces of leopard meat on the fire, and the strange aroma of the protein roasted by the flames filled the room, which made people feel much better. But it would take some time to roast the meat completely. Taking advantage of this time, Huan first came to her storage box, wanting to see what was left of the original girl who was trying hard to survive. But she never expected that when Huan opened the storage box, she saw nothing in front of her. There was nothing in the storage box with 20 compartments. Huan was stunned for a moment, and then opened her backpack. Then, she was so angry that she laughed. Well, there were quite a lot of things in her backpack, such as 4 pockets, 3 passes, and a pile of materials. But the problem was that these things were either the personal belongings of 4 people or the inheritance of Yang Jianoa. Next was a complete leopard skin and 8 kilograms of leopard meat, but this was what Huan had just picked. Other than that, there was nothing that belonged to the original body. Even the white bread and drinking water that the original body had exchanged for supplies had just gone into Huan's stomach. In other words, this original body left Huan with a poor and messy mess. Well, let's just start over. Huan first opened all the 4 bags he had picked up, and immediately spread all kinds of supplies in this small house. The most abundant are of course wood and stone, because these 2 are the most common and popular resources at this stage. After that, there are straw, moss and other materials for keeping warm. There are also food and drinking water. Of course, in addition to these, Huan also found many unique items in the pockets of these 4 people. For example, a wind lighter, and a can of lighter fuel, an old blanket, 3 stone axes, 3 stone pickaxes, an iron axe, an iron pickaxe, as well as 5 primary blood tonics and 5 antidotes. However, the weapon that Huan was looking forward to the most did not appear. After sorting the contents of the 4 pockets and placing them on the ground, Huan took out Yang Jianoa's legacy. Unfortunately, most of Yang Jianoa's legacy was basic materials such as wood, stone, and straw. Except for 2 pieces of black soil, there was nothing new. Black soil, fine item, blue. Fertile land can shorten the growth time of seeds by 10% to 25% and increase the harvest by 20%. It needs to be placed in a shelter of level 3 or above. Huan raised his eyebrows and showed great interest in the 2 pieces of black soil. As expected, no matter what time it is, Chinese people like to farm. Moreover, these 2 pieces of black soil are quite extraordinary items. Although Huan has not yet understood how the items in this world are ranked, the stone axe in her hand is of rough quality, gray, and the iron axe is of ordinary quality, white. And these 2 pieces of black soil are actually blue, which is more advanced than a little bit. However, to place these 2 pieces of land, you need a level 3 wooden house, and you need seeds after you have land. Farming also requires water, fertilizer and sunlight. With her current family background, it seems that she can't do it for the time being. So Huan only took a second to think, and gave up the idea of upgrading the level 1 wooden house to level 3 immediately. It's not that she won't upgrade, but Huan feels that she needs to know more about this world before deciding whether to upgrade immediately. After all, she now has a lot of supplies, but they are limited, and it is still unknown whether she can get new supplies tomorrow. Besides upgrading the shelter, are there any other places where wood, stone, and straw are needed? The best way to understand these situations is to open her bracelet. The bracelet projects a blue electronic screen in the air, making the situation of this small wooden house look a little weird. This electronic screen is divided into 3 parts. One part is the regional speech, one part is the trading platform, and the last part is something like a forum. As the name implies, everyone in this area can speak on this interface. However, in order to prevent people from spamming and talking nonsense in the regional speech, each person can only speak 10 sentences in the regional speech every day. Huan looked at the number of his speeches, and there were still 4 sentences. It seems that in addition to the trial sentence asking for information prompts, the original body has posted 5 speeches today, and no one knows what she posted. As for the trading platform, everyone in this area can list their materials here for trading, and can choose to use currency or barter. However, all residents now have no money, so all transactions on the trading platform are done through barter. Huan scanned the items for trading. It looked like there were many kinds of things, but in fact, they were divided into 2 categories. One was to exchange basic materials, such as wood, stone, water and food. The other was to exchange special materials, such as clothes, pillows, pots, etc. Huan did not look closely, and directly opened the forum, where all players exchanged information. Through this forum, Huan learned a lot of information. For example, all basic materials are obtained by gathering. For example, wood needs to be cut down trees, stone needs to be excavated from rocks, and ore needs to be found in a mine before being mined. Fur needs to be dropped by killing animals, and moss is obtained randomly when cutting down trees. And so on. In addition, all special items are opened from treasure chests. These special items include daily necessities, weapons, land, seeds, land and various drawings. The life-sustaining supplies such as drinking water and white bread are also obtained from the treasure chest. The rarity of the treasure chest is arranged in the order of wood, bronze, black iron, silver, gold and diamond. The levels of all items are arranged in the order of rough, gray, ordinary, white, excellent, green, fine, blue, rare, purple, and epic, orange. In theory, everything can be opened in the treasure chest, but in reality, I don't know. I can only continue to explore. In addition to the information about supplies, Huan also found a lot of clues about this world in the forum. The first is survival points. Every morning at dawn, the system will uniformly distribute survival points to the survivors, 10 points each time. Although no one knows what this thing is used for, they all regard it as very important. The second is the area. All the people on the entire Blue Star have arrived in this world, and are assigned to countless large areas. Each large area has a small area, and each small area has 10,000 adults. Children under 14 and seniors over 60 will be assigned to their guardians by default. After the 7-day novice period, there will be an extreme cold challenge. As for what will happen after the challenge, no one knows. The third is about the shelter. With the upgrade of the shelter, the house area of the shelter is not only larger, but also has a courtyard. However, if the resources consumed are not enough, don't upgrade rashly. Because the most important thing in this world is fire and light. Especially when night falls, if there is no fire in the shelter to bring light, then darkness will swallow up the shelter in an instant. Finally, it is about survival. In fact, Huan has already understood this point, that is, to store as much supplies and food as possible during the 7-day novice period, and of course, it is also very important to find as many warm things as possible. However, things in the world are ideal and realistic. Judging from the forums, trading platforms and regional chats, everyone's food is just enough, and drinking water is not scarce. As for keeping warm, at most there are some mosses, and animal skins are very rare. So the road is long and arduous. Huan quickly turned the forum upside down. After all, there were only 3 days, and there was not much on the forum. This information seems to be a lot, but in fact it is just some basic survival information, which is not much different from many survival games. At most, you can start over if you die in the game, but if you die here, you are really dead. You can't say it's useless, but it can't create much value. However, Huan is sure that someone will have some good items in their hands within 3 days, but they just don't say anything. It seems that everyone knows how to make a fortune in silence, and Huan really didn't see any of the particularly useful information. After reading the forum, and then looking at the trading platform and regional chat, you can deeply feel that this world is not as easy as novels and movies. At the same time, the information prompt appeared in her vision again. Your campfire can still burn for 44 minutes. Please refuel in time to avoid falling into the darkness of losing light. Chapter 7. When Huan first entered this world, she actually noticed that there was already a bonfire burning in that shabby straw hut. Later, when a new wooden house was built, there was a ready-made bonfire inside. This led to Huan not noticing that the bonfire needed to be refueled. Now that she was reminded, she realized that the flames that were originally burning were now flickering. Huan searched her memory and quickly found a solution. This world is called the Dark Night World. In this world, if the shelter is the most important place for residents to protect themselves, then the bonfire is the most important material that can ensure the survival of residents. In the dark night, as long as the bonfire in the shelter does not go out, there will be no danger entering the shelter. At this stage, the only fuel for the bonfire is firewood. Maybe there will be something else in the future, it is unknown. Firewood comes from wood. One piece of wood can be decomposed into 4 pieces of firewood. One piece of firewood can burn for half an hour, that is, one piece of wood can only burn for 2 hours. To keep the bonfire burning for a day, at least 12 pieces of wood are needed, which is a considerable consumption. After all, 3 to 5 pieces of wood can be exchanged for 300 milliliters of drinking water. Although the bonfire can be extinguished during the day in the Dark Night World, it is very troublesome to light the bonfire, which requires tools such as matches or lighters, and such tools are not available to everyone. Therefore, basically all residents choose not to extinguish the bonfire within 24 hours. Huan took out 30 or 40 pieces of wood, picked up the iron axe, and started chopping. Although she had never chopped wood before, she thought it was not much different from chopping people. It was full of passion, and sawdust flying everywhere. She was chopping wood here, and suddenly, she felt the bracelet on her wrist began to vibrate violently, which was very eye-catching. Huan stopped, picked up the chopped firewood, and threw it into the campfire, while picking up a piece of roasted leopard meat and eating it. At the same time, she casually opened the bracelet, wanting to see what happened, why her bracelet, which had been silent all the time, suddenly vibrated so violently. As soon as he turned on the bracelet, the electronic screen in front of him jumped directly to the regional speech. Then Huan saw a speech at the top position, which kept flashing golden light. It was so dazzling that even a blind person would be able to see immediately. The first activity of Taishan Mutual Aid Association ended successfully, and achieved great success. Welcome everyone to join us. And under this top speech, the regional speeches that were originally full of jokes suddenly became unified. Congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Sean. Congratulations on the complete success of the first event of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Congratulations, Brother Sean. Congratulations to the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Taishan, the hope of this area. Taishan, the light of the world. Huan looked at the string of rainbow farts following the top post, and the twitching of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. These are water troops, they must be water troops. Otherwise, who can make such a scene? After a long period of rainbow farts flooding the screen, the regional speeches became normal again, but even so, it can still be seen that this Taishan Mutual Aid Association has some influence. The main part of the speeches of the residents, afterwards, was also related to this Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Brother Sean, where did you go this time? What activities did Taishan Mutual Aid Association organize? It was a complete success? How complete was it? Is Taishan Mutual Aid Association recruiting people? I'm already level 2, do you want one? Brother Sean, I haven't eaten for 2 days, can you give me something to eat? When I get back, I make sure my dad thanks you. Huan quickly browsed the constantly scrolling speeches, and soon made a preliminary analysis of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. This Taishan Mutual Aid Association should be a large-scale or prestigious society in their area. If I am not mistaken, this society should have been established on the first or second day after the residents entered this world. Otherwise, these residents would not be so familiar with it. However, although this organization was established for a short time, it has some ability. First of all, the golden message that can be pinned in the regional speech must be a special prop. As you can imagine, under normal circumstances, it is not easy to obtain special props. In addition to strength, luck is also required. Second, after sending this pinned message, those unified rainbow farts are definitely not sent by ordinary residents, but by the people of this mutual aid association themselves. So many messages, so unified and different, and they fit in perfectly with the pinned message. It can be seen that the organizer has a strong ability to control. Finally, this organization must not have many people, at least not enough for them to hold any large-scale activities on a regular basis. Otherwise, the Taishan Mutual Aid Association would not advertise so hard in this regional speech that everyone can see. Yes, this behavior, in Huan's opinion, is advertising. Just when the regional speech was in chaos, Huan saw a man named Zhou Yuanshan start to speak. This time, the 41 residents of our Taishan Mutual Aid Association gathered at dawn and explored the 300-meter range of the number 3 mist area together. In this range, we harvested considerable supplies, and most importantly, we found a very important prop. Angel Fountain, broken excellent item, blue. A broken fountain can produce 100 milliliters of dried angel spring water every day. Each 1 milliliter of dried angel spring water can provide a resident with a special effect of increasing defense by 20% and health by 20%, which lasts for 4 hours. As long as you become a resident of our Taishan Mutual Aid Association, you will have the opportunity to get 1 milliliter of dried angel spring water every morning to help you with a whole day of adventure activities. As Zhou Yuanshan spoke, Huan's expression gradually became serious, especially when she saw the properties of the angel fountain, remnant, that Zhou Yuanshan had released. She narrowed her eyes. Increased defense and health by 20% within 4 hours. Wow, it's really eye-catching. And this thing is actually produced every day. It can be said to be inexhaustible. Zhou Yuanshan was right. This is really a very important prop. With this thing, you will be stronger than other ordinary people, and have a better chance of survival. As expected, after Zhou Yuanshan announced the properties of the prop angel fountain, the comments in the area that were originally just watching the fun suddenly exploded. There were all kinds of messages asking for favors, begging, and hoping to join the Mutual Aid Association. It can be seen that Taishan's advertising was really good. Huan was indeed quite tempted by the angel fountain, but she was not tempted enough to join Taishan. What she was more curious about now was where this prop came from. Did he get it from the Misty Area number 3? The regional chat room hadn't finished Yuanshan's speech last week. He seemed to be using up all 10 messages of the day in one go. Our Tarzan Mutual Aid Association is here to help unite more people, so that we can survive in this cruel world. As long as you can meet the requirements, you can join our Tarzan Mutual Aid Association. Of course, please don't be discouraged if you don't meet our requirements. Our request is not to reject you, but to protect you. In order to provide more clues for everyone, our Tarzan Mutual Aid Association has decided to explore deeper places. These places are too dangerous for you. As long as you can meet the requirements of our Taishan Mutual Aid Association in the future, our door will always be open to you. Now I will announce today's clues. There is an 80% chance of opening a green item in the bronze treasure chest, and a 20% chance of opening a blue item. If you have the chance, please don't miss the bronze treasure chest. After saying this, Zhou Yuanshan, the leader of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, was very cool and never spoke again. Of course, it may also be that he did not have enough time to speak. It must be said that Zhou Yuanshan is very skilled in controlling human nature. After sending these messages, they not only recruited the people they wanted, but also comforted the residents who were rejected, and continued to throw out the hook. Most importantly, he also released a piece of information that seemed very useful, which increased a lot of prestige for himself and the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. It really killed several birds with one stone. However, Huan's attention was no longer on the regional chat at this time. Her leopard meat was roasted. She took a bite, and found that the meat was tender and juicy. The roasted protein spread a charming fragrance on her tongue, which greatly comforted Huan's mood of collapse due to the loss of her pension, and the beginning of the tinking in this world. The only drawback is that this piece of leopard meat is not marinated, so it is fragrant in the mouth, but it is a kind of tasteless fragrance, and it always feels like something is missing. However, at this time, what else do you need a bicycle? While eating meat, Huan has been looking at the trading platform. She found that the food on the trading platform is not in short supply, and the price is relatively fixed like drinking water, but the food here specifically refers to white bread. Once other food, such as wild fruits, mushrooms, meat, appears, it will be exchanged by people with special props or items at extremely fast speed. After just observing a few transactions, Huan already had a general idea of the people who could exchange for these other foods. These people were of average material wealth among the residents. They might have been lucky, or opened a few treasure chests. In short, they had some money in their hands, and maybe even their shelters had been upgraded to level 2, so they were willing to buy these foods. Of course, there wouldn't be too many of these people, but it didn't matter, because purchasing power was the key. At that moment, Huan accurately found her customer base. She quickly ate a piece of leopard meat, and she put the remaining 4 roasted pieces in her backpack to use as food for tomorrow. Next, she began to divide the remaining 7 pieces of leopard meat into 100g pieces, and then put 2 pieces on the trading platform. Fresh leopard meat 100gx2, bring the recipe to negotiate. The recipe is a valuable circulation tool on the trading platform. Huan just discovered that the recipe is also divided into different levels, and the highest level is definitely the potion recipe. Huan only saw people buying this recipe on the trading platform, but did not see anyone selling it, which shows that this kind of recipe is something that is priced but not sold. The next level is the recipes for various equipment, such as what you wear on your head, or hold in your hands. They are not expensive, but the repetition rate is high, so it is basically impossible to collect the whole set. The worst is the cooking recipes. These recipes all require a lot of materials without exception. At this stage, everyone has not even solved the problem of food and clothing, so this kind of recipe is obviously a bit useless. And Huan's goal is the equipment recipe. I just don't know if anyone is selling it. When observing the trading platform just now, Huan knew that the meat would definitely not be thrown into her hands, but she completely underestimated the enthusiasm of the residents of this world for meat. Her leopard meat had just been put up, and her private communication had already rang. Chapter 8. Recipe, braised pork porridge? Recipe, spiced potatoes want to exchange? Most of Huan's long list of private communications were such cooking recipes. Huan didn't click on any of them, skipped these transactions, and set his sights on the remaining 3 or 4 equipment recipes. Unfortunately, these equipment recipes were all recipes for clothes and shoes, and there were no recipes for weapons. Huan carefully considered for a while, and finally kept a recipe for a coat and a pair of shoes. The deal was quickly concluded. Huan happily gave 2 pieces of fresh leopard meat to each of the 2 recipe holders, and successfully obtained 2 recipes. The 2 recipes required to learn the level of level 2. Huan had just reached this level, so the moment she received the recipes, she immediately learned the 2 recipes. Animal leather boots. Boots made of animal fur can improve warmth and travel speed. Required materials: fur X2, thick thread X1. For coat, made of animal fur, it can provide a certain degree of warmth and defense. Materials needed: fur X3, thick thread X2. Huan had 9 furs in her hand, but she didn't have any thick thread, which was a bit difficult. After confirming the materials she was missing, Huan planned to take some more leopard meat to the trading platform to exchange for 3 thick threads. But before she opened the trading platform, she received a message. The person who sent the message was Li Chongping, the seller who had just traded animal leather boots with her. "Boss He, do you have any thick thread?" Li Chongping didn't beat around the bush with Huan and asked directly. Huan was quite surprised. She received such a question out of nowhere. And the strange thing was that she really didn't have any thick thread. After looking at the question sent by Li Chongping for a few seconds, Huan slowly sent a question mark. The other party seemed to have been waiting for Huan's reaction, and immediately sent a response. "Boss He, I have 3 thick threads in my hand. If you can help me make a pair of animal leather boots, I can give you all 3 thick threads." Huan looked at Li Chongping's words. "You mean I provide fur and handicrafts, and use one of the 3 thick threads you gave me to make a pair of boots for you? In the end, after I lose so much, I get 2 thick threads from you?" Perhaps because Huan was too straightforward, Li Chongping was embarrassed by his own shamelessness, and he quickly replied, "I know my request is a bit excessive, but, Boss He, I really don't have fur. So, I look like a sucker for charity." Li Chongping, Seeing that Li Chongping didn't respond again, Huan thought that he had given up, so he started looking for sellers of thick lines on the trading platform. Thick lines are rare, after all, they are open from the treasure chest. It's only been 3 days since I entered this place, and there are not many treasure chest residents who can be found. However, fur is even more difficult to obtain, because it can only be obtained from wild animals, and at this stage, there are even fewer residents who can kill wild animals. Huan was planning to exchange 2 or 3 pieces of fresh leopard meat for 3 thick threads, and the remaining leopard meat could be exchanged for some more expensive materials. However, before she found the right materials, Li Chongping sent another message. "Boss He, I know a piece of information about how the angel fountain was obtained. I will use this information and 3 thick threads to exchange for a pair of animal leather boots from you." Do you think it's okay? Angel Fountain? Huan immediately remembered that when she was speaking at the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, the properties of this prop were posted, which was really exciting. Huan had just arrived in this world for a few hours. All her knowledge of this world came from forums and regional speeches, and then she used the items flowing on the trading platform to verify the information of forums and regional speeches. I really didn't get any clues from the original residents. What if Li Chongping really knew about the Angel Fountain? Huan only thought for a few seconds before making a decision. 4 thick threads. Huan said, 4 thick threads plus this message. Deal? Before he finished speaking, Li Chongping, as if he was afraid that Huan would go back on his word, could not wait to send over the 4 thick threads. After Huan received the thick threads, she did not deliberately procrastinate, but immediately made 2 pairs of animal skin boots and a fur coat. While making the fur coat, she actually triggered a flash of inspiration. A flash of inspiration is a special skill that occurs occasionally when residents are making items or props. Once triggered, the properties of the item or prop being made will be specially improved. Sure enough, after finishing it, Huan found that the fur coat he made was of excellent quality. Fur coat, excellent item, green, defense plus 5, warmth plus 5. In battle, there is a 50% chance of rebounding 10% of the damage. I don't know this. A flash of inspiration. What is the triggering probability? Anyway, when Huan made 2 pairs of boots, it didn't trigger again, so she made 2 pairs of ordinary animal leather boots. Animal leather boots, ordinary items, white, defense plus 3, speed plus 2. Huan took a pair to Li Chongping to check the goods. After confirming the properties of the animal leather boots, Li Chongping did not hide anything and told Huan the information he knew. At this stage, the best quality box we can find in the wild is the bronze treasure box. The best props that can be opened in the bronze treasure box are green, and the blue angel fountain that the Taishan Mutual Aid Association took out was not opened from the bronze treasure box. The first thing Li Chongping said made Huan's eyebrows raise. If she remembered correctly, the information Zhou Yuanshan provided to all residents in the regional channel was that there was an 80% chance of getting a green item in a bronze treasure chest, and a 20% chance of getting a blue item. Could this information be false? As if Li Chongping knew what Huan was thinking, he continued, Zhou Yuanshan is lying, but it's not really a lie. Anyway, the probability of finding a bronze treasure chest is small, so the probability of getting green and blue items is even lower, and everyone can't verify what he said. Then how do I know that what you said is true? Li Chongping did not answer Huan directly, but said, this is related to the skills I got from the novice gift pack, so I won't go into details. He then brought the topic back to the origin of the blue props. At this stage, blue props are all produced in the secret realm. There is only one secret realm that has been discovered in our area, which is in the number 3 mist area and is guarded by the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. The secret realm opens at the beginning of the day and closes at night, with only 4 hours to explore. However, up to now, no one from the Taishan Mutual Aid Association has successfully explored this secret realm. This blue item was probably obtained from the secret realm in the number 3 misty area, and I guess they may have more than this item in their hands. Li Chongping stopped talking here. Maybe he had other information, but he didn't say much. Huan also handed him the pair of animal leather boots as agreed. After receiving the animal leather boots, Li Chongping quickly sent another friend invitation. Huan didn't refuse, but he didn't communicate with him anymore. Huan didn't completely believe Li Chongping's information, but she still took it as a very important clue. If she had the chance, she would definitely go to the Misty Area 3, which has a secret realm, to take a look. There was another thing. That was the 2 pieces of black soil. According to Li Chongping, the blue prop shouldn't have come out of the treasure chest. So did the 2 pieces of black soil come out of the secret realm? Huan thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so she simply gave up thinking about it. After that, Huan spent some time on the trading platform and chat area, trying to see if he could come across any good props or materials. But unfortunately, until after 10 o'clock in the evening, Huan only changed some rare materials such as glass and metal, but never came across a suitable formula. Although the chill began to slowly spread in the cabin as time passed, when Huan closed the bracelet, she noticed that the indoor temperature had dropped to almost 0 degrees, and the outdoor temperature was already -7 or 8 degrees. She threw all the remaining chopped firewood into the bonfire, and only stopped after making sure that the bonfire could burn for more than 40 hours. There was a pile of thin straw next to the bonfire, which was the bed that came with the first-level wooden house, but it was obviously unlikely to rely on this straw to provide enough warmth to spend the cold night. Fortunately, There was an old blanket in the inheritance that Huan got, and she also got a cheetah fur when she hunted the dark night cheetah. The fur was large enough for Huan to lie on and sleep. With these two good things, Huan fell asleep almost immediately after lying down beside the bonfire. This sleep was very deep. Because of her job, Huan was always alert when she slept, and would react to any disturbance. She rarely slept so relaxed and deep. So when she woke up, she looked at the straw roof above her head, and it took her a while to realize where she was. Time: 7:37. Time: silent night. This is the most dangerous time of the day. Hiding in the shelter and waiting for dawn is a good choice. Huan raised her hand to open the bracelet, and saw the time and time displayed on it at first glance. What surprised her was that she slept for so long, which had never happened in her original world. But thanks to Huan's sleep, her physical condition has recovered to its best. Huan simply cleaned herself up, took out the leopard meat roasted yesterday, and prepared a hearty breakfast for herself with white bread and drinking water. It was at this time that an AI prompt sounded in her ears. Chapter 9. Obtain survival points. 10. Huan took a look at the survival points that had accumulated to 40, and still didn't know what this thing was for. She stuffed the last bite of food in her hand into her mouth, and took a sip of water. Then she stood up, took out the iron axe that she had packed into her backpack last night, and held it in her right hand. And Huan's left hand grabbed the handle of the wooden door. She stood behind the door, and looked at the bracelet on her wrist with her eyes downcast, waiting for time to pass bit by bit. Finally, when the time on the bracelet jumped to 8 o'clock, she pushed open the door without hesitation. Time: 8 o'clock. Time: dawn. Brave residents, I hope you are used to the charming night. The sky is still dark, but it is already hazy, and the dim light covers the eyes, making everything become shadowy. After a night of precipitation, there is a damp silence in the air, and it seems to be dangerous to refuse, but stay when it falls on the body. Huan clearly felt that the temperature was lower than yesterday. The breath from her mouth and nose immediately turned into snow-white mist after contacting the cold air. Huan stretched out her hand to wrap her fur coat a little tighter, and resolutely plunged into the darkness of the dawn. In this world, there are a total of 3 time periods, namely the safe daytime period, the relatively safe dawn and nightfall, and the dangerous silent night. If divided by time, the period between midnight and 8 o'clock every morning belongs to the silent night period. If the residents do not stay in the shelter during this period, then the residents are likely to die. The period between 8 and 12 is the dawn period. Although this period is still dark, it is not as terrifying as the silent night. Residents with courage or special props can go out to explore during this period. From 12 to 16 is the rare daytime in the dark world. This is the safest time of the day, and the period when all residents can go out. From 16 to 20 is called the nightfall period. Similar to the dawn period, the danger level is between the silent night and the day. As long as the residents have the courage and special props, they can go out. From 2000 hours to 2400 hours, it is the quiet night. Calculated in this way, the safest time of the day is the daytime, which is only 4 hours. The next safest time is the dawn and the night, which is 8 hours in total, and the most dangerous quiet night is 12 hours. At this stage, it seems that the residents can survive by going out during the day, but don't forget that this is the so-called novice period. Therefore, the earlier the residents can explore at dawn and night, the sooner they will master the initiative to survive in this world. Huan was definitely not the only one who realized this. On her way to Zhao Yan's shelter to collect the inheritance, she met 2 residents who came out to explore. One of them was wandering at the edge of the dense forest, swinging an axe in his hand and chopping trees, and the other was met near the stream, holding some tool to draw water. However, these 2 people were far away from Huan. After discovering Huan, they seemed very alert. They did not approach her or say hello, but turned around and left immediately. Huan didn't see the 2 people clearly, but only vaguely saw their backs in the dark. From their body shapes, it can be seen that they are both men. Huan didn't think much about this behavior. She inferred that it should be a rule agreed upon by the residents of this world. So she thought to herself that the next time she met a stranger, it would be best to abide by this rule of only watching from a distance and not playing with them. The pass dropped by the residents after their death can not only open the residents' shelter, but also has a navigation-like function. With Zhao Yan's pass, Huan found his shelter without much effort. On the way, except for the 2 residents who avoided her, Huan did not meet anyone else. She walked along the way, not very fast, mainly because there was a prompt message that kept appearing in Huan's field of vision. When she went to Yang Jianhua's shelter yesterday, Huan was already eager to try the content of the prompt message, but the time yesterday was obviously not suitable. Today, she had plenty of time to verify whether the prompt information was true or how accurate it was. Time, 8:41. Huan came out from between several tall trees with an iron axe. When she just passed by these trees, her prompt information showed that there was a high-quality wood here. After cutting it down, she could obtain high-density hardwood, which could provide basic materials with higher strength. Huan finally found the tree indicated by the prompt information among several trees that looked exactly the same. It took her half an hour to cut it down. As expected, 24 pieces of hardwood were obtained. Ordinary trees can only obtain wood, and the quantity can only be obtained from 12 to 16 pieces. At this point, Huan has already believed in the accuracy of this prompt information. There is a bunch of edible berries under the bushes 20 meters to the left, difficulty of obtaining, easy, recommended to obtain. Huan found 2 kilograms of red berries according to the prompt, which tasted sweet and sour. Edible fungi grow on the rotten tree trunk 17 meters to the west, difficulty of obtaining, easy, recommended to obtain. Huan picked up a dozen fist-sized black mushrooms according to the prompt, which smelled fresh. There is a piece of hard granite under the camphor tree in front of you. Obtaining difficulty, easy, recommended. Huan waved the pickaxe in his hand, and with a ding-dong-dong sound, he successfully obtained 17 pieces of granite. Because of the prompt information, Huan walked for more than 2 hours from his own shelter to Zhao Yan's shelter, which only took 40 minutes. Instead, he cut trees, dug stones, climbed up and down to pick food, and all kinds of basic labor made Huan, a top mercenary, panting. After throwing the 4 pieces of granite she had just dug into her backpack, Huan sat down on a stone by the roadside and took out food and water to replenish her strength and hunger. She checked her backpack and found that it was basically full of hardwood, granite and various ingredients, except for the necessary tools. Now there were only 2 spaces left. Hardwood and granite are also basic materials, but they are secondary materials, one level higher than ordinary wood and stone. In the case of lack of primary materials such as wood and stone, secondary materials can be used as substitutes. Of course, things made with secondary materials are stronger than those made with primary materials. Huan looked at the things in her backpack with a headache. She was reluctant to throw away any of them. The consequence of the small capacity of the backpack was that the time for exploring in the wild would be greatly limited. Looking at a wooden house hidden behind a dense bush in the distance, that was Zhao Yan's shelter. Huan decided to collect Zhao Yan's inheritance and then go back to her own shelter. Huan put the last berry into her mouth, savoring the sweet and sour taste, and stood up with the iron axe. There was still 200 meters to go, and Huan decided that no matter what prompts appeared in the prompt information this time, she would never stop. She really couldn't hold it anymore. However, the facts proved that people should not set this flag casually, otherwise they would be slapped in the face soon. Huan had just walked out less than 30 meters, and she saw a golden font floating in her field of vision again. There is a bronze treasure chest buried under the dead leaves 15 meters to the right. Guardian, red fire ant, obtaining difficulty, medium, recommended to obtain. Huan's steps, which were still moving, suddenly stopped. Even though she had experienced countless storms, when she heard the words bronze treasure chest, her pupils shrank uncontrollably. After browsing the area and chatting all night, Huan knew clearly that treasure chests in this world were very difficult to obtain, let alone bronze treasure chests. At that moment, she immediately walked towards the location indicated by the prompt information. It was an ordinary forest, no different from the forests Huan had walked through. The ground was covered with thick dead leaves, and when she walked on it, it made a rustling sound. Huan lowered her head and searched carefully. Suddenly, she felt her toes kicking something hard under the thick dead leaves, which hurt her toes wrapped in heavy animal skins. At the same time, 17 or 18 peanut-sized red ants suddenly emerged from under the thick leaves. They rushed towards Huan in a very fast speed, raised the sharp pincers on their upper jaws high, and were about to attack. Huan quickly retreated and wanted to fight back with the axe in her hand, but these red fire ants were too small, and there were too many of them. Even Huan had no good way to deal with them. After she killed 2 or 3 of them, she was forced back 7 or 8 meters by these red fire ants. The red fire ants are the guardians of this bronze treasure chest. They will not go too far from the bronze treasure chest. So after driving Huan away for a distance, they all went back and quickly got under the thick fallen leaves and disappeared. Huan looked at the pile of dead leaves that had returned to its original state and frowned slightly. Ants are actually very weak as a single unit, but they are all group creatures. If they attack together, it is actually very difficult to deal with them. Should she go up and kill them one by one? This is obviously unlikely. What if there are hundreds of ants here? Not to mention whether she will get hurt in the battle. Will she be able to do anything else today? However, generally speaking, in nature, there are basically things that counteract living things around them. I just don't know if this rule is applicable in this world. Huan withdrew his gaze from the pile of fallen leaves and looked around. Suddenly. Chapter 10. The thick trunk was mottled and rough, with thick pine resin flowing on it. Even in the dark, one could smell the special fragrance. Huan walked directly to the front of the pine tree, picked up a dry pine branch from the ground, dipped one end of it in the thick pine resin, took out a windproof lighter, and lit it directly. After the pine resin touched the flame, it immediately burned. The blazing flame was extremely dazzling in the dark night. For a moment, Huan even felt that the danger in the dark night was retreating from the flame like a tide. Unfortunately, what she made was just a burning branch, not a torch. It could only burn for about 10 minutes, and could not be carried with her. Otherwise, it would be much safer to walk in the dark with such a torch. Huan looked at the pile of dead leaves not far away, measured the distance, and threw the burning branch in his hand directly towards the pile of dead leaves. The dead leaves piled here were a little damp, but it did not hinder the burning. It was just that thick smoke rose while burning. As the dead leaves pile was ignited, the red fire ants hidden under the dead leaves immediately came out in droves, preparing to attack the blind invaders. Unfortunately, this time they were not confronted by some easy-to-deal-with residents, but their nemesis, the flame. Suddenly, these red fire ants that had just been confronting Huan were in a mess in the burning dead leaves. Some fled in all directions, and some who ran slowly were directly burned to death by the burning dead leaves, making crackling sounds. As the red fire ants died one after another, Huan could feel a mysterious power constantly filling her body. Not long after, she heard the system prompt sound in her ear. Congratulations to Resident Huan for reaching level 3. You have a stronger power to survive in the dark world. Please try to survive. Huan noticed that the moment the prompt sounded, all the negative states on her body disappeared, and her whole body was filled with indescribable strength and vitality. So, this is the upgrade? It must be said that this is a very strange feeling for Huan. However, this feeling is really fascinating, making Huan want to experience it again and again. It didn't take long for the pile of dead leaves to be burned to ashes, and even the red fire ants with bared fangs and claws disappeared without a trace. Huan then walked up and pulled out a dusty box from the ashes. This was the first time Huan saw a treasure chest in this world. Reaching out his hand to wipe off the ashes on the box, a bronze treasure box with a metallic luster appeared in front of Huan. Huan opened the treasure box immediately without any hesitation. Get metal X3. Get recipe. Thick leather hat X1. Attention, the backpack is full. Please sort out the backpack and continue to pick up items. Get fine iron single crossbow X1. Attention, the backpack is full. Please sort out the backpack and continue to pick up items. The 3 pickup information rang in Huan's ears, and when she heard the fine iron single crossbow, she couldn't help but be shocked. Weapons. Although it is not a more commonly used and universal weapon, like a dagger or sword, this is the first weapon Huan got. More importantly, when Huan was still a mercenary, she was very skilled in using cold weapons like crossbows, so as soon as she got this fine iron single crossbow, she turned it into a flower in her palm, and put it firmly on her waist. It must be said that weapons are confidence. After getting this single crossbow, Huan felt that even the night became lovely and charming. The open bronze treasure chest can be used as a storage box with 10 grids. If you don't want to use it as a storage box, you can disassemble it. However, for Huan now, it is definitely more cost-effective to use it as a storage box. She threw all the basic materials in her backpack into the bronze treasure chest, and she could put the bronze treasure chest full of materials into her backpack. After packing up like this, Huan's backpack was empty. Originally, Huan thought that since the bronze treasure chest can also be used as a storage box and can be placed in a backpack, isn't it equivalent to a natural backpack expansion? If the backpack is not enough, it would be nice to just get a few bronze or wooden treasure chests as storage boxes and carry them in the backpack. However, when she put the bronze treasure chest in the backpack, she understood why this would not work. Because of the weight. The things in the backpack are not weighted, but the bronze treasure chest is weighted, although not much. It is just like carrying more than 10 pounds of things on your back. But it is still weight. The residents living in this world are not mercenaries like her. It is okay to carry it for a while, but it is definitely not okay to carry it all day long. Oh no, it's not good enough for Huan now. Although her combat skills can be compensated by her own experience, her strength is really not good enough. Huan couldn't help but repeatedly recall the joy of the upgrade moment. With this joy, Huan walked to Zhao Yan's shelter and took out Zhao Yan's pass. It has been detected that you have obtained the pass for this building. Please ask, do you want to inherit it now? Zhao Yan's entire estate? Yes. As Huan confirmed, she saw the second-level wooden house in front of her begin to be shrouded in smoke, and the various parts on it began to fall to the ground, turning into a pile of materials. The whole process of collecting the estate is actually a bit like a skill that takes about a minute to read, and it cannot be interrupted. Once interrupted, the estate that has not been decomposed will directly disappear. Huan was very smooth in the process of collecting Yang Jianhua's estate, so much so that when she felt a sharp wind coming from behind her, she was actually a little surprised. Reason told Huan that she couldn't interrupt the inheritance collection at this time, but her body, which had been tempered in countless battles, obviously reacted faster than her reason. Huan's body immediately lowered down, and with a nimble turn on the ground, she appeared behind the wind that attacked her like a ghost. It was a person. A man. A tall and burly man. Huan had many advantages, but what she was most proud of was her memory, especially her ability to recognize people, which could be said to be extremely excellent. As long as it was someone she had seen before, even if it was just a side profile, Huan could remember it clearly when she saw it again after 2 or 3 years. Although she had not seen the face of the man who attacked her, Huan remembered his origins instantly just by looking at his back. It was the man who cut down trees that she had met at the edge of the forest in the morning. At that time, he just saw her and avoided her directly. Huan thought that he had to avoid her because of some rules of this world, and that other residents could only be viewed from a distance and not up close, but she did not expect to meet him again in this place. Moreover, this man actually attacked me without hesitation. Is there something written on my body that says easy to be bullied? Huan sneered. She raised her leg and kicked the man in the back. The man immediately rushed out a few steps like a dog chewing shit. However, compared with the few people I met last night, this man is obviously much stronger. Although the attack just now did not hit Huan, and Huan counterattacked, he quickly stabilized his body, and did not let himself fall to the ground. After he stood firm from the inertia, the man turned around and quickly attacked Huan. He was obviously a bit skilled in boxing and kicking. In the process of attacking Huan, every move was very skillful. More importantly, in the night, Huan saw a silver light in his hand that kept sliding with the man's movements. That was the color of the weapon. This was really a case of sleepiness meeting a pillow. Huan stared at the dagger in the man's hand, his eyes widened with excitement. No need to hide. If you know better, hand over all the supplies you got along the way, I will give you a way to live. Wang Yunzhou looked at Huan, who kept dodging under his attack, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. You followed me? Huan was a little surprised. Huan originally thought that this man was also active in this area, so he had the opportunity to meet him again. The other party's attack on him was completely because he found out that he was collecting the inheritance and became greedy. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. Although this body is not very useful, Huan's perception is quite sharp. This man actually followed her all the way, and she didn't notice it. It can be seen that this man must have something extraordinary. Maybe it's a skill, or maybe it's a prop or something. Oh, you didn't notice it. Although the man's tone was frivolous, his action was not weak, but faster. Why are you following me? This is what Huan is most curious about. This is also the reason why Huan did not kill this man directly, but entangled with him until now. She is still in the stage of exploring many things in this world, so she needs to know the reasons for all emergencies. After all, when the strength is not enough, effectively avoiding according to the rules is the only way to survive to the end. For example, the man in front of her, he followed her all the way. What is the reason? Huan has just been promoted to level 3, and the man in front of her is obviously higher than her level, and he has more equipment on him, and most importantly, he has weapons. There must be a reason why such a man spent time on a person who seems to be poor. And Huan needs to know this reason. Chapter 11. When attacking Huan, his eyes were always on Huan, and Huan was very familiar with this kind of eyes. It was a look that looked at a dying ant. He ignored it, and had no interest in answering the ant's questions. Huan sighed. She was obviously a person who loved peace. It was not the first time that Lian attacked the residents. During the 3 days of exploration, it seemed that his bloodthirsty nature was completely aroused. In addition, the skill he drew was stealth tracking, which allowed him to easily hide his figure and breath. Hiding in the bushes to pick up leaks was what he did most often. Failure? Impossible. Since entering this world, he had basically succeeded in picking up leaks. What's more, he not only had blood tonics, but also weapons on him, which made him even more fearless. Today, he was lucky. Not long after he went out, he met a resident with a faint red glow on his body. This means that this resident has also killed someone, and she initiated the attack. In the dark world, attacking other peaceful residents is punished. If you kill other residents, a sin value will be left on your body. And this sin value will leave a faint red circle on the resident's body. It may not be very obvious during the day, but in the night, this red is extremely conspicuous. Therefore, residents who have killed people and have sin values will also be called red names. During the existence of the sin value, once a red-named resident is killed, the resident who killed him will not be punished by the sin value. Not only that, because of the sin value, all the things on the red-named resident are not protected. In other words, after the death of an ordinary resident, he will only drop his backpack, but his skills and equipment will not be dropped. But it is different for the red-named resident. His backpack, equipment, and skills will all be dropped. This means that every red-named resident is actually a moving target. As long as you kill him, you will not be punished, but you can also get a lot of wealth. It has been 3 days since entering the Dark Night world, and this matter is no longer a secret. Therefore, every red-named resident is very careful when going out, and will hide immediately if they encounter any disturbance. Liang was lucky. He met a red name at nightfall yesterday, and that red name seemed to have just fought, and his physical strength and health were not very high. He easily killed that red name, including the sharp long dagger in his hand, which was picked up from the hand of the red name yesterday. Liang was originally planning to go out and collect supplies and upgrade his shelter. Who would have thought? He ran into another red name when he went out this morning. Liang immediately turned on the stealth tracking and began to follow this red name. He originally planned to kill her when she got into a fight. But he didn't expect that this red name didn't fight at all along the way, but just kept collecting. And this red name seemed to have particularly good luck. He got a lot of food along the way. Most importantly, he saw that this red name actually touched a bronze treasure chest. It is undeniable that when the treasure chest appeared, Liang's eyes turned red, making it impossible for him to continue hiding with peace of mind. For Hongming, Liang's original attitude was to kill him if he could. If the opponent was too strong, he would just run away honestly. But today, this Hongming was really a fat sheep. Not to mention what she got along the way. Just say that she stood in front of a house and started to collect the inheritance. Liang knew that he should take action. When collecting the inheritance, there is a reading bar, and it is also the time when the opponent is least prepared. He was originally worried that the red name was higher than him, so it would be more troublesome to deal with him. But once he started fighting, he knew that the red name was only a level 2, so he felt more confident. After a few moves, Liang didn't gain any advantage, but the other party didn't gain any advantage either. But Liang didn't plan to continue to fight with the other party here. He directly threw the combat skill he got yesterday at the red name. Shock. Shout at the target. Let the target be shocked by your strength and fall into a coma for 3 seconds. But Liang didn't expect that just when he opened his mouth and was about to release the shock, the red name in front of him, who had been repeatedly forced back by him, actually smiled at him. Then, what happened next, Liang had no idea. He just vaguely felt that he was kicked into the air by the red-named woman in front of him, and then, he was kicked in the air by this woman for countless times, like a shuttlecock. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. From Liang's perspective, he had no idea how all this happened. The only feeling he had was pain, a pain that could not be described in words. Huan looked at Liang, who had already fallen to the ground with a loud noise, and then he easily retracted his long legs, walked slowly to the side of the man, and looked down at the face that was no longer recognizable. "Why are you following me?" Liang was lying on his back, holding the sharp dagger in his hand, and the face of the red-named woman appeared in his field of vision. Her expression was unusually calm, and the look she gave him was even a hint of indifference. Liang wanted to move his body, wanted to jump up and pierce the woman's body with the dagger in his hand. However, he could only think about it, but he could not do anything. At this moment, Liang realized that in a few seconds, when he was kicked into the air by the red-named woman, most of his bones were broken. Now, he could do nothing except feel the uncontrollable pain. Huan found that this man had no reaction except staring at her, and she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. It seemed that she had hit him too hard just now, and he was so dumbfounded that he couldn't even answer the question. "TSK?" Huan made a slight sound of dissatisfaction, and wanted to give this man a quick death. But she never expected that after she made this sound, this man seemed to have been turned on at once, and he quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong, sister, please forgive me, I didn't mean to attack you. Liang keenly felt the undisguised murderous intent from this famous woman. He couldn't help but lurk under this murderous intent, and instinct made him start to beg for mercy loudly. Huan raised his eyebrows. Liang understood Huan's meaning immediately, and he confessed his purpose of following her like a floodgate. It was not until this time that Huan noticed the existence of the sin value in her character panel. She only heard this reminder last night, but she didn't know the preparations for the red name to be lost, and she herself didn't notice any red light on her body. It is very likely that this red light can be seen by other residents. TSK, this is a pitfall. Liang has never felt that his words are as sharp as today. He dared not look at Huan, fearing that this woman would kill him in the next second. He licked his dry lips and tried to persuade Huan. Sister, I promise that what I said is true. I have no threat to you. I just saw the red name and poked it twice. Sister, I don't have any hatred towards you. It's not worth it for you to kill me. If you kill me, you will increase your sin value. If the sin value increases to a certain level, you will be a red name forever, and you can't wash it off. Sister, I promise not to reveal your whereabouts. Believe me, I promise. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. Under Liang's constant persuasion, he felt that the red-named woman's expression on her face had become more and more relaxed, and even her murderous intent was getting weaker and weaker. Liang felt that the hope of survival was already waving in front of him. As long as he persisted, he would succeed. Huan just drooped his eyes, as if he was really persuaded, really keep it a secret. When Liang heard Huan's words, he knew that his survival today was already secured. He kept assuring, yes, sister, you can remember my name is Liang. If I ever lie to you, you can kill me again. On the other side, Liang secretly sent a private message. There is a red-named woman in the number 4 fog area. She has a lot of food and a bronze treasure chest. Come quickly, bring more people, she is quite powerful, I will stabilize her first. Huan curled her lips, raised her head, and looked at the pile of resources not far away. Not long ago, this was a complete house, and she was happily preparing to receive her inheritance. If nothing unexpected happened, she would receive a lot of basic resources in this inheritance, and it would be a huge pile. It would not be a small pile like this one now. And this pitiful pile of resources now is very much like her retirement funds that should have settled in her bank card. Who knows, something unexpected happened. Huan sighed deeply, her pension. Every time I think about it, my mood is not very good. Sister, my shelter is 700 meters away from here. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see it later. If I betray you, you can come to my shelter to find trouble with me. Sister, believe me, I really don't target you. Huan laughed. Thank you for telling me about Hongming today. Her voice sounded peaceful and quiet, like a harmless girl next door. Liang's heart was relieved, and he forced a gentle smile on his face. No, it's my blessing to help you. Huan nodded. Okay, then I let you go. Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. Liang's eyes were brighter, and the excitement of surviving the disaster made him unable to control his expression, and his facial features were a little distorted. To be fair, I will tell you one thing too. Liang, what's the matter? The smile on Huan's face bloomed even brighter. Next time you see Hongming, stay away from him. Before he finished speaking, Huan's foot had already hooked up the dagger in Liang's hand, and the dagger seemed to have eyes at this moment, and flew up directly. After quickly turning several circles in the air, the dagger fell straight down, and stabbed into the middle of Liang's neck. Liang's eyes widened suddenly, and he didn't say a word, as if he couldn't believe Huan's inconsistency. And Huan had bent down, and easily pulled the dagger out from the middle of his neck. After all, Hongming can kill people. Chapter 12. A small gray bag fell on the edge of the light column, and a long dagger with a shiny luster was held in Huan's hand. As expected, the system's friendly prompt sound rang in Huan's ears again. You have successfully killed the player Liang. Sin value +1. Within 71 hours, you will be killed by any player without penalty. Huan opened her character panel again. Sin value 4. Yesterday she took the initiative to kill 3 people in total, and today she killed another one. Although he was the first to attack, the red name has no human rights. In the red name state, even if the opponent attacks first and is killed, the sin value will be added to himself. However, in the white name state, the sin value will not increase if the opponent kills. It's a very arbitrary way of increasing. According to the settings of this world, every time you kill someone, you will have a sin value, which means the red name state will last for 12 hours. After 12 hours, the red name state will disappear, but the sin value will not disappear. Every time you kill someone, you will have a red name status of 12 hours. This time will accumulate, and as time goes by, this red name status will slowly disappear. However, if you kill a large number of people in a short period of time, this red name status will always exist. As for how many people you have to kill in a short period of time before you can no longer wash away your red name, Huan doesn't know. It has been 13 hours since I killed the last person yesterday, but now I have accumulated another one. Huan looked at his remaining red name time. 71 hours. TSK. Huan glanced at the remaining time again and simply closed the panel. As long as she didn't see it, then this thing didn't exist. Huan put away the bag on the ground, picked up the inheritance again, and looked at the amount of this inheritance. Sure enough, it was interrupted in the middle, resulting in a significant reduction in the amount of this inheritance, and the quality was not very good. There was nothing except wood and stone. There was not even a piece of straw. This result almost gave Huan a heart attack. Fortunately, she still had 3 people's passes in her hand. As long as she was not interrupted again, she could still make up for this loss. After picking up the resources, Huan confirmed again that there were no special clues around the forest before leaving and heading towards the next heritage site. However, what Huan didn't know was that 5 minutes after she left here, a team of 4 arrived here. They were He Liang's teammates, and they also lived in this area. As soon as dawn came, they had agreed to go out to explore resources. Originally, He Liang was going to meet up with them, but before they met, they received a message from He Liang saying a fat sheep was found. In the Dark Night world, the solitary red name residents are always described as fat sheep. Because He Liang had a lot of experience in picking up misread names, he was sent to explore the way first, and the team followed. But what no one expected was that before the 4 people met, they had already received a distress message from He Liang. Because they were very familiar with the nearby area, the 4 people had already arrived here in the shortest time. But unexpectedly, they were still a step late. What awaited them was a silent forest, which seemed so empty that nothing had ever happened. Is this the place? The first person to arrive was a man of medium height, who looked to be in his 30s. He was not outstanding in appearance, but he gave people a feeling that he was not easy to mess with. He was the captain of the team, Yang Tao, and he turned around to ask the other 3 people. Yes, Brother Tao, the coordinates that He Liang gave just now are here. Following behind him was a woman in her 20s wearing glasses. Her name was Wang Ying, who carefully checked the information and nodded to the man leading the team. He Liang has been confirmed to have been killed, right? Yang Tao frowned, and it was obvious that this fact made him very unhappy. Well, his avatar has turned gray, and just now I saw a green beam of light on this coordinate. The one who responded to Yang Tao was a skinny man, who was also the tallest among the 4. Who has the prop that the Taishan Mutual Aid Association gave us yesterday? Suddenly, Yang Tao remembered something, and his originally calm face showed a bit of surprise. The skinny man was called Luo Mingyu, and the other man, with a messy bun called Xiaowang, shook his head. Wang Ying seemed to remember something, and her eyes widened. It seems to be at He Liang's place. This answer was obviously not very good, and the faces of several people became extremely ugly for a while. Finally, Yang Tao spoke to Xiaowang. Use that scroll. We spent 100 pieces of wood to buy that scroll. Wang Ying was the first to disagree. Which one is more important, 100 pieces of wood or fighting against the Taishan Mutual Aid Association? Yang Tao raised his eyes, and the other 3 people all choked. Finally, Wang Ying took out a yellowed cowhide scroll and walked to the place where He Liang died. As the cowhide scroll was crushed, the flashback scene of He Liang's death 1 minute before his death appeared clearly in front of several people. It was only a short 1-minute flashback, but it made several people stunned. Until this flashback turned into a ball of light and fell into Wang Ying's hand, several people did not come back to their senses. Although it was only a 1-minute replay, it clearly recorded what happened 1 minute before He Liang died. In their team, although He Liang was not the captain, he was the strongest one among them, and his stealth tracking skill was really disgusting. So in the past few days, there were at least 18 red names who died at his hands. Before seeing the replay, Yang Tao and his friends always thought that He Liang must have gone through a fierce battle before being killed by the red names, but now it seems that it is not the case at all. He Liang was the one who was completely crushed. For a moment, several people looked at each other, and the coldness silently climbed up their backs. This red name was definitely not something they could deal with. Let's go find Zhou Yuanshan. Yang Tao made a prompt decision. Because of Yi Liang's sneak attack, Huan was on guard, and she didn't encounter anything special in the next day. She successfully got the inheritance of the two yesterday, and with the help of the information, she got a lot of second-level materials. Most importantly, Huan also picked up a bronze treasure chest and 2 wooden treasure chests. However, because her backpack was too small, she didn't do much that day, as she spent all her time running. Huan had a very good control of time, and she didn't step into her shelter until 1 minute before the quiet night came. Sitting by the campfire, Huan counted her gains that day. 113 pieces of hardwood, 34 pieces of granite, more than 400 pieces of wood, and more than 200 pieces of stone. In addition to these basic materials, she also got some straw, fur, metal, glass, thick wire and other manufacturing materials from the inheritance, but the quantity was not too much. Then, there is food. With the prompt information, Huan can now pick up food everywhere: wild fruits, mushrooms, wild grass, honey. Although the quantity is not too much, the variety is considerable. Finally, there are 2 wooden treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest. Huan took out the roasted leopard meat as dinner, and opened the 2 wooden treasure chests carelessly. The wooden treasure chests seemed to have a pattern, only producing 3 things: 1 basic material, 1 crafting material, and another random item. Huan had good luck in opening the 2 wooden treasure chests. The basic materials were the same as usual, with a dozen pieces of wood and 7 or 8 stones, but the manufacturing materials were a piece of metal and a large piece of plastic, especially plastic, which was the first time Huan had seen it. As for other items, a bottle of Lao Bygone and a pair of non-slip gloves appeared in the 2 treasure chests respectively. They were all things that Huan stored and used. Huan was in a good mood after opening the 2 treasure chests. She sorted out the things she opened and set her sights on the bronze treasure chest. This is the second bronze treasure chest Huan found today. The first one gave her a fine iron crossbow. I wonder if this one will bring her another surprise. Get glass X2. Get plastic X2. Get formula, lasting torch. Get formula, primary blood tonic. Following the system prompt, for things appeared in front of Huan. In addition to 2 materials, the other 2 were recipes. When Huan heard the names of these 2 recipes, her pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Recipe, long-lasting torch. As we all know, in the dark world, light is the most precious thing, which can dispel cold and danger. The recipe can teach you to make a torch that can burn continuously for 4 hours and can be stacked. Requires wood X2, straw X1, grease X1. Recipe, primary blood tonic. As long as you bring enough blood bottles, you can survive anywhere. The recipe can teach you to make a bottle of primary blood tonic. Requires hemostatic grass X1, primary life essence X1. Good stuff. Both are good stuff. Let's not talk about the primary blood tonic. There are dangers everywhere in the dark world. If you carry a few more blood bottles in your pocket when you go out, your chances of survival will be much higher. This is a consensus among everyone, which can be seen from the number of people seeking to buy blood tonics on the trading platform, and the fact that blood tonics are sold out in seconds as soon as someone puts them on the shelves. It's just that she doesn't have the materials for this primary blood tonic, especially the primary life essence, which she has never even seen. And the long-lasting torch is even better. It's not that no one sells torches on the current trading platform, but in addition to the fact that the duration is not as long as this one, there is another problem. It cannot be stacked. It cannot be stacked means that if you bring 4 torches with you, they will take up 4 grids, which is simply adding insult to injury for the residents' backpacks that are already limited. And the fact that this long-lasting torch can be stacked is enough to surpass all the torches on the world, not to mention that it can last for 4 hours. At that moment, Huan learned both recipes. Although she couldn't make the primary blood tonic for the time being, she had enough materials to make torches. Huan opened the crafting book in her character panel and immediately found the long-lasting torch in it. Under this long-lasting torch, Huan also saw a proficiency progress bar. Will there be other effects after this progress bar is full? When she thought of this, Huan couldn't wait to make it, but when Huan clicked to make it now, she heard a system prompt. Failed to make. The crafting props you have are not complete. The crafting props are not complete. Huan slowly asked a question mark. What crafting props are not complete? Chapter 13. Huan's eyes turned over these things, and soon an idea popped up in her mind. And now she needs someone to make samples. Huan's friend list is empty, and the only one is Li Chongping, whom she added when she bought the recipe for animal leather boots yesterday. This person is very cunning. Although Huan doesn't know this person, she felt it when she did business with him yesterday. However, who made the other party the only person in her friend list, and the other party was lucky he was still alive after a day. I still need to add a few more friends in the future, otherwise it will be inconvenient to get the wool. Huan secretly made up his mind. As for now, Huan stared at Li Chumping's name. It's you. Boss Li, do you know what it means that the props are not complete? Boss He, what formula did you get? Li Chumping did not answer Huan's question directly, but asked excitedly first. Huan was not surprised at Li Chumping's question, and it was something Huan expected. I found a torch recipe. Can I see the properties? Huan sent the properties of the long-lasting torch to Li Chumping, and Li Chumping sent a message back almost at the same time. Boss He, please make me a few torches. I don't have the materials. I only have 1 grease and 3 straws. Huan looked at the 4 greases he had harvested today, and the 39 straws he had accumulated, and refused without a guilty conscience. I have straw and grease. I send them to you. Can you make a few for me? Li Chumping was very anxious. He had already sent 20 pieces of wood, 10 pieces of straw and 10 pieces of grease. Can we make 10 pieces first? Grease is dropped by chance when fighting with animals. Straw is a byproduct of collecting plants. Although the production rate of these 2 materials is not too high, it is not too low. Li Chumping entered this world 3 days earlier than Huan. I think he would not have too few materials on him, otherwise he would not have asked for 10 torches. You know, in this damn world, who knows how long you can live, and it is not cost-effective to buy so many consumables on your body. But now, Huan's torch is unique in the market. It is foreseeable that as long as there is no second person to grab the market, she can make a fortune with this torch. Therefore, Li Chumping plans to stock up a batch of Huan's torches before they are put on the market. Whether it is for personal use or resale, it will not lose money. If it were not for what, Huan looked at the materials waiting to be received and did not move. He just squinted his eyes and raised the price calmly. 20 wood, 11 straw and 11 grease. Li Chumping, I don't have that much grease and straw. Oh so, then 10 woods, 6 straws and 6 greases can make 5 torches. You have enough materials now, I return the rest to you later. Huan responded while collecting the materials sent by the other party. Li Chumping was shocked and secretly blamed himself for being too excited and sending the materials so quickly, which put him in a passive situation all of a sudden. He didn't care about anything else and immediately gave Huan another straw and grease, unusually fast and flattering, for fear that Huan would really only make 5 torches for him. Boss He, I have a bad memory. How could I forget to pay for the labor? I give you the materials 10 torches. Huan took the materials with a blank expression. He took advantage of me. After talking about business, the topic returned to the beginning. This time, Li Chumping's mood was much calmer. The production props are not complete. Boss He, is your shelter only level 1? Production of items requires a manufacturing table, which requires the shelter to be upgraded to level 2. So that's it. After Huan understood, he told Li Chumping to upgrade the shelter first and give him something later. And Li Chumping didn't know whether it was to ease the awkward atmosphere just now or simply worried about Huan, but he didn't hang up the private chat. Instead, he took advantage of Huan's time to upgrade the shelter and started chatting with her. Boss He, give me an internal price for your torch. You see, we are so familiar with each other. My torch will sell well in the market. Just say that the stackable attribute will make many people like it. Look, 10 torches cost 1 straw and 1 grease as handling fee. Isn't that a bit too expensive? After all, these 2 things are not cheap. Take out the long-lasting torches, and you can prolong your survival time between dawn and nightfall. As long as you live long enough, you can see everything. Li Chumping and Huan, you asked me to lower the price, and I talked about the advantages of torches, and I would not give in even a little bit. Huan perfunctorily responded to Li Chumping while upgrading his own shelter. Upgrading from a level 1 cabin to a level 2 shelter requires 50 woods, 20 stones, 5 straws, and 2 glasses. Because glass is a necessary material for upgrading a level 2 cabin, the price of glass on the trading platform is high, and it is in short supply. When Huan was about to upgrade without thinking, he suddenly found that the wood and stone used for upgrading can be replaced with hardwood and granite. What effect will it have if I change it? I don't know. Huan only thought about it for a second and decided to change it. What if I give her a surprise? Even if there is no surprise, it doesn't matter. Isn't it just a few dozen second-level materials? she could afford it. People who pick up the inheritance are so willful. Huan chose to replace the advanced materials before upgrading the shelter. It takes 5 minutes to upgrade from the first level wooden house to the second level. In these 5 minutes, Huan couldn't do anything. She could only stay by the campfire in the middle of the shelter and continue to fight with Li Changping. Boss don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. We are so predestined. Can you give it a discount? We see each other soon. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't give you the same price. Then give me one more, and I tell you another piece of news about Zhou Yuanshan of Taishan Mutual Aid Association. I'm not Zhou Yuanshan's ex-girlfriend. I don't need to know his every move. If you keep talking nonsense, I give you 9. There's an old saying in Xia country, speak of the devil, and he will appear. While Huan was talking to Li Changping, Huan's bracelet began to buzz again. Huan switched to the regional chat interface, and as expected, she saw the pinned message of Taishan Mutual Aid Association again. She didn't know what props the other party used to create this effect, but she felt that it was very useful just to have a pinned message once a day and vibrate to remind people in the entire area. After all, this is a good opportunity to greatly increase the influence of her organization. The Taishan Mutual Aid Association continued to explore the number 3 fog area today and made effective progress. Up to this point, 769 people have joined us. We continue to welcome more residents to join us and work hard to survive in this world together. The top post of Taishan Mutual Aid Association is an advertisement as usual. This top post can last for 12 hours, just covering the entire quiet late-night stage. It is impossible for people to ignore it. Then, there are the usual rainbow farts from residents, and some specious remarks from Zhou Yuanshan, the boss of Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Today Zhou Yuanshan did not release any information about props. It is not known whether he did not get it, or simply did not want to release it. He stuck to the 10-sentence limit, and said that every word between the lines was promoting the Taishan Mutual Aid Association and boasting about himself. Only when he got to the last sentence he said, "It's time for today's friendly reminder." Today's reminder is a safety warning for all residents in our area. A very dangerous red name resident appeared in our area. She would attack ordinary residents without reason. At dawn today, she killed a team of our Taishan Mutual Aid Association for no reason, a total of 5 people, and looted some of our Taishan Mutual Aid Association's property. Taishan Mutual Aid Association is a responsible organization. We are doing our best to maintain peace in the E7 area. We will never allow any illegal person to disrupt our hard-earned peace, and we will never let any member sacrifice in vain. Now we have issued a wanted order for this red-named resident. This red-named resident is a woman with a weak appearance. She is likely to appear in the dense forest of the number 4 fog area. She is extremely dangerous. If you find her trace, please contact our Taishan Mutual Aid Association immediately. We will reward her with generous gifts. Finally, our Taishan Mutual Aid Association will spare no effort to maintain the peace of Area E7 and strive to live with every resident in this strange world. After Zhou Yuanshan finished his long speech, he disappeared in the vast area speech channel. However, his words were like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan, which immediately turned the E7 area speech channel into a pot of porridge. Wow, red name. And killed the 5-member team of Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Awesome. Fog area number 4. Fortunately, I live in area number 8, which is not far from fog area number 4. What did this red name take from Taishan Mutual Aid Association? Brother Shan directly put her on the wanted list. The girl above, could it be because she killed too many people that she was put on the wanted list? Is Brother Shan the kind of person who puts people on the wanted list just for that little thing? Just putting up a wanted list without saying what red name is or what she looks like, it's useless to put her on the wanted list. Huanza looked at the wanted list and felt a strange feeling in his mind. Could the red name mentioned in this wanted order be her? No, she did go to the number 4 fog area today and did kill someone there. She is a red name, but the number of people doesn't match. So it can't be her? Just when Huan was confused and didn't know whether to identify the person in this wanted order, Li Changping sent another message. Zhou Yuanshan doesn't tell a single truth. The red name didn't kill a team of 5 people for no reason. He was ambushed and killed 1 person. I just don't know what the red name got. If she is put on the wanted order like this, her life is probably hanging. Huan, So, is this wanted order really for her? Chapter 14. Really? You know all this gossip. Are you a member of Taishan Mutual Aid Society? I'm not. But I have a relative who is a member of the Mutual Aid Society, and he told me that this is no secret in the Mutual Aid Society. The Mutual Aid Society is very supportive of its own people, and there is revenge. Why don't you join? Li Chongping seemed to be very disdainful of this topic. He sneered contemptuously. Is life hard or the meat not tasty? I have to go to such trouble. However, I admire that red name. What do you mean? Not many people can fight against the Taishan Mutual Aid Society. She is so tough. If she were in front of me, I would definitely call her sister with all my heart. She dared to kill the people of the Mutual Aid Society and rob the things of the Mutual Aid Society. She is so strong, so strong. Huan, yes, I have heard it. Li Chongping's topic jumped quickly. He didn't realize that he was just chatting with the red name wanted by Zhou Yuanshan. Instead, he dropped the topic and started asking, Boss, my relatives and friends in the Mutual Aid Society also want 10 torches. Can you give me an internal price? This is the internal price. You are such a heartless and stingy woman. Thank you for the compliment. While talking, Huan's second-level wooden house has been upgraded. Compared with the first-level wooden house, the area of this second-level wooden house has more than doubled, and now it looks like more than 30 square meters. Huan first took a look at the current state of the wooden house. Exceptionally strong second-level wooden house. Since you chose more advanced materials to build your shelter now has a stronger defense. Defense value, 3,000. When resting in the shelter, your energy and physical strength recovery speed increases by 50%. Huan doesn't know what the status of other people's second-level wooden houses is, but she knows what the status of her first-level wooden house is. The defense value of the first-level wooden house is 1,000. If the second level is doubled, then the defense value is only 2,000. Now it has reached 3,000, which shows the effect of using hardwood and granite. What's more surprising is that this second-level wooden house also has an attribute bonus that increases the energy and physical strength recovery speed by 50%. It seems that she guessed right. When making any item, using higher-grade materials will get higher attribute bonuses. The second-level wooden house built with granite and hardwood has thicker walls and floors than the first-level wooden house, and even the color looks more advanced. A window appeared next to the wide wooden door, with glass, transparent and bright. Looking out of the window, you can see the thick fog rising in the dark night, surrounding the shelter. The cold wind outside the house was still raging, but it did not affect Huan inside at all. The solid stone half-wall blocked the whistling wind and improved the warmth of the house. Huan noticed that the bonfire could burn for a longer time in the second-level wooden house. After upgrading to the second-level wooden house, a sub-option manufacturing table appeared in the building panel of the shelter. Manufacturing table, a medium that allows you to manufacture various items. Each use consumes a little energy. Required materials, 15 wood, 5 metal. Huan chose to replace wood with hardwood without any hesitation. If she didn't have higher grade metal, she would have replaced ordinary metal. It only took 1 minute to build a manufacturing table. In the blink of an eye, Huan saw a ruddy manufacturing table in the corner of the shelter. Clicking on the manufacturing panel, Huan saw 5 recipes in it, 4 of which were learned by himself using the recipe scroll, namely fur coat, animal skin boots, long-lasting torch and primary blood tonic. The last recipe is a bonus for the manufacturing table after using advanced materials to build it. Synthesis. You can use 2 identical materials to synthesize higher-level materials. Huan stared at the synthesis and chose 2 ordinary woods to synthesize. Consume wood X2. Get hardwood X1. Consume 1 energy point IC. Energy is used for manufacturing and has no other functions. However, if your energy is too low when you go out, there will be a lack of energy. The negative state has a 50% chance of reducing combat power and hit rate. So if you want to go out to explore, it is best to keep your energy at more than half. Huan, who is level 3, has 100 energy points. In a normal level 2 wooden house, she can recover 1 energy point every 2 minutes, but the wooden house she is in now can recover 1 energy point every minute. In this way, in the same time and level, she can have twice the manufacturing capacity of other residents. TSK, it is indeed higher, stronger and more satisfying. Although Li Chongping bargained with Huan, he was still very happy when giving the materials. When Huan traded 10 long-lasting torches to him, he had already traded the torch materials that his relatives and friends wanted to Huan. Huan earned 2 straws and 2 greases from making 20 torches, which is not low according to the market price. However, her torch is unique, and she put in a lot of effort, so she doesn't want to earn just a little bit. So after trading the torches of Li Chongping's relatives and friends, Huan refused to accept Li Chongping's trading orders. While Li Chongping was crying and accusing her of breaking the rules, Huan posted her own order on the trading platform. Long-lasting torch. A must-have item when going out at night. It reduces the chance of encountering a crisis in the dark by 30%, lasts for 4 hours, and can be stacked. Materials: 14 wood, 7 straws, 7 greases for 5 torches, minimum order of 5, no bargaining. Number of torches remaining: 80, since an ordinary torch that can burn for 2 hours also requires 1 wood and 1 straw. Although the price of Huan's torch seems expensive, there are still many people willing to pay for it. Just as Huan expected, after she posted the order, although some people still came to bargain, more residents directly bought torches under her order. But in the blink of an eye, her 80 torches were completely ordered. Huan immediately took down the order and began to work hard to make torches, but even if she took down the order, many people still came to her. They either continued to haggle over the price, which Huan ignored, or some residents who heard that Huan had already ordered all the torches for today directly ordered tomorrow's. However, Huan was more cautious about these pre-orders. After all, you don't know when you will die in this world, so do the things of today and tomorrow first. We talk about it if we can live until tomorrow. So she didn't promise anything, but added all the residents who had reservation intentions as friends. Huan kept rubbing the torches, and the palms of his hands were about to spark. But hard work pays off. After rubbing the 100 torches, his proficiency in lasting torches has reached the intermediate level. Now she only needs 1 energy to make 2 torches. It seems that if she reaches advanced or expert level of proficiency, she may not need energy to make torches. When making 80 torches for the order, Huan triggered 6 consecutive times. Flash of inspiration, and the closer she is to the intermediate level of proficiency, the higher the chance of triggering it. It is not difficult to conclude that flash of inspiration is a thing that leads to qualitative change due to quantitative change. The higher the proficiency, the easier it is for this special passive skill to appear. These flashes of inspiration gave Huan's lasting torches a special attribute. Long-lasting torch. A must-have item when going out at night. It reduces the chance of encountering crises in the dark by 30%, lasts for 4 hours, and can be stacked. A flash of inspiration. When fighting with a torch, your highest attribute will increase by 10% until your torch goes out. 10% of the highest attribute may not be high for low-level residents, but it is different for higher-level residents, and it will be a level leap. Huan had 6 torches like this, and she kept them all for herself. Good things should be used by herself now. It took nearly 2 hours to make them. Huan delivered the goods one by one, counted the material she got, and felt that she had made a good deal this time. Although she made 100 torches, her energy has recovered to more than 40 points with the energy recovery bonus of her house. Huan did not place any more orders. Things are valuable when they are scarce. She understood this principle. More importantly, if she placed an order now, it would be easy for someone to figure out that she had spare energy, and she might even be targeted. Huan, who was already wanted, thought it was better to keep a low profile. She took out the supplies in her hand, and used the remaining energy to synthesize them directly. The speed of synthesis was very slow at first, but after more than a dozen syntheses, Huan's speed of material synthesis increased a little. She was planning to synthesize all the materials in one go and upgrade her wooden house to level 3, when her private chat channel rang again. "Excuse me, is this Ms. Huan?" The person who sent the private message was a person named Kiki, and you can tell from her name that she is a girl. Generally speaking, Huan would be more patient with girls. "Yes." "Did you make the long-lasting torch?" "Yes." "Can I order some?" As mentioned before, Huan was very cautious about booking business, even for a girl, and she used the same words she used to reply to other people to get rid of her. "Sorry, I don't accept bookings. We can add a friend. If I am still alive tomorrow, you can come to me tomorrow. There are already many people ahead of you, so you may have to wait in line." After saying this, Huan wanted to add a friend directly and end the conversation, just like everyone she had sent away before. However, Kiki's next words stopped Huan from closing the conversation. Chapter 15. My name is Kiki. I am the Logistics Director of Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Our Taishan Mutual Aid Association wants to do a deal with you. We need to order some torches, and the quantity will be relatively large. Can you see if you can let us cut in line? Although Kiki's words were asking, Huan clearly felt the other party's strong will that could not be refused. Kiki was sure that she would not refuse her. Or it should be said that Taishan Mutual Aid Association was sure that no one in District E7 would refuse them. The Taishan Mutual Aid Association seems to be a glittering golden signboard. As long as it is taken out, it can blind people's eyes, and then kneel down. I don't know who gave them such self-confidence that is almost conceited. Huan rubbed his eyes and ears. Finally, Huan confirmed that he did not read the information wrongly, nor did he hear the words of this person named Chio Kiki wrongly. She did say that she was a member of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. So now the people of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association are looking for him to do business? Don't they know that they are the red-named person who has just been put on the wanted list? No matter in which time and space, this world is a huge makeshift team. Chio Kiki didn't notice Huan's silence at all. Maybe she noticed it, but she didn't care whether Huan responded or not, and said directly, "We want 300 torches, and we need them in 2 days. You should try to make them tomorrow, and the night after tomorrow. I come to pick them up at this time the night after tomorrow." Huan narrowed her eyes, her voice sounded a little panic. "But I don't have that much energy, I only have 100 points of energy every day. Then you can go to the shelter late at night to make torches, then go to bed quickly, and do another 50 in the morning. This way you won't be late for going out. Isn't that enough energy?" Huan suddenly understood Li Chumping's disdain when he mentioned Taishan Mutual Aid Association. This Chio Kiki really deserves a beating, and similarly Taishan Mutual Aid Association, which can get such a person who deserves a beating to the logistics department, also deserves a beating. No, I can't do it. I need to be full of energy to go out. After Huan sent out the last order, he opened his backpack. "We have 300 torches here, and I won't bargain with you. I will go completely according to your bid. There are not many opportunities like this." Chio Kiki's tone was calm, but she could still feel the anger under this calmness. Huan just looked at her backpack. If she remembered correctly, one thing was mentioned in Zhou Yuanshan's wanted order and Li Chumping's gossip, that is, she, a red name, took things from the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Although they didn't emphasize this matter, Huan confirmed that this was the only reason why the Taishan Mutual Aid Association wanted him. He Liang, whom he killed, had something in his hand that the Taishan Mutual Aid Association was very concerned about. He Liang's backpack was taken out by Huan and casually spread out on the ground. Probably because he had just left the house in the morning, He Liang's backpack was very tidy, with only the necessary tools, food, water, and a compass. Huan's silence made Chio Kiki feel that she was wavering, so she persuaded him again. "I am not doing business for myself, but for the Mutual Aid Association. You see, I am not lowering the price, I just asked for a little more time. You helped us, and our Mutual Aid Association will also remember your friendship. As I said, it is not easy to do business with our Mutual Aid Association, and it is even more difficult to do business with us with friendship. Ms. Huan, will you think about it again?" Huan picked up the compass and took a look at it, and suddenly laughed. She threw the old compass into the air, caught it, and then threw it up again, and so on. The dim bonfire covered the outer shell of the compass, casting a hazy light. "Actually, it's not impossible for you to come to get the torch at this time the day after tomorrow, but I have a condition." "Chio Kiki, what condition?" "Take me to the secret place in the number 3 fog area." After this sentence came out, Chio Kiki's chattering mouth suddenly closed. Huan was not in a hurry. Chio Kiki could not make the decision anyway. She would definitely need someone above her, so she just waited. Anyway, judging from the current situation, the initiative was in Huan's hands. She was not afraid of Chio Kiki's paper tiger-like threat. Even if Taishan Mutual Aid Association was the largest organization in the entire E7 area, it would only have more than 700 people. You have to know that there are still 8,000 people alive in their area. Without them, their business can still be done. As for whether the Taishan Mutual Aid Association would retaliate against her, Huan had never considered it. After all, she had already been put on a wanted list by the other party, so it didn't matter if there was another wanted list. Moreover, the Taishan Mutual Aid Association wanted so many torches at one time, and the delivery time was so tight. Huan didn't think they were giving out some kind of organizational welfare. For an organization that advertises and recruits people every day, will they focus all their attention on exploring the ordinary world? Absolutely not. In addition, Huan was wanted by this organization because of what he had in his hands. All the clues actually showed one thing, that the Taishan Mutual Aid Association had a secret realm in its hands. And it was not just one secret realm. Huan deduced that they had at least 2 or more clues to secret realms in their hands. So, her request was not excessive, right? During the time when Chio Kiki suddenly fell silent, Huan was not idle either. She continued to synthesize the primary materials in her hands. Since she reaped the benefits of high-grade materials when upgrading the wooden house, Huan planned to replace all the things made of primary materials with high-grade materials. She was synthesizing it here, And Xiao Kik's reply came, but compared with the arrogance just now, her tone was much gentler this time. How do you know we have a secret realm? Just tell me if it's okay. Huan didn't want to chat with Xiao Kiki in such a meaningless place. Xiao Kiki was so angry at Huan's impatient tone. You know, Xiao Kiki was a popular star before she entered this world. Later, she became the logistics of Taishan Mutual Aid Association, and more people were polite to her. It was the first time she met someone who spoke so impolitely to her since she entered this world. She was about to say something to Huan, but she heard him speak again. If it's okay, it's okay. If it's not okay, forget it. E7 District is not the only business that can be done by you. Yes, this sentence was not said by Huan to scare Xiao Kiki. The largest organization in E7 District is Taishan Mutual Aid Association, but there are more than just their own guilds of all sizes. Xiao Kiki thought of what Zhou Yuanshan had said just now, and didn't care about the anger that Huan had blocked in her heart. She could only pinch her nose and say, the requirement for us to enter the secret realm is level 5. If you can reach level 5 by the day after tomorrow, we can take you. Okay, then let's make an order contract. The order contract is the most binding contract on the trading platform. As long as the terms written in the contract will be automatically recognized by this world, and people will be forced to execute it. If you want to protect the interests of both parties, then making an order contract is the most reassuring, including the order posted by Huan, which is actually a kind of order contract. Moreover, the more people who can abide by the agreement and complete the order contract many times, the better reputation they will have on the trading platform, and the more preferential treatment they will receive. Xiao Kiki naturally wanted to sign a contract. After all, compared to bringing a burden to make torches into the secret realm, they had to pay for the materials of 300 torches, which was much more valuable than this burden. After both parties signed the contract, Huan immediately heard the system prompt ringing in his ears. Party A has received the materials for the long-lasting torch X300 that Party B has commissioned Party A to make. Please complete the order as soon as possible within the time specified in the contract. Good luck. Xiao Kiki was upset after paying such a large amount of materials, and being treated rudely by Huan. She thought about it, and sent another message. Huan, you better do your work honestly. I warn you, if you make something shoddy, don't even think about following us into the secret realm. We at Taishan Mutual Aid will teach you a lesson. The next second, she received an automatic reply. The other party has turned on the do not disturb mode. Please contact them in another way. Xiao Kiki was so angry. The trading platform in this world is so good. Huan was not afraid that the other party would do anything with the materials. She put the materials she received in the bronze treasure chest as a storage box. She lay down beside the campfire and prepared to sleep. In her current house, she could recover her energy in an hour and a half. Sleeping could also increase the recovery speed of this energy. It took her about an hour to recover her energy. If she wanted, she could get all 300 torches tonight. Although Huan didn't want to work so hard, she planned to get 200 torches before dawn tomorrow. Some things need to be prepared in advance. This way she would not only have enough energy to explore tomorrow, but more importantly, Huan looked at the old compass in her hand, and a happy arc appeared at the corner of her lips. How could a law-abiding citizen like her be put on a wanted list so easily? She had an obligation to teach these people about the dangers of the world, didn't she? Chapter 16. Day 5. Dawn. Fog Zone Number 4. At the edge of the forest, the tall trees have slowly become shorter. There are scattered stones everywhere, and the gaps between the stones are covered with withered weeds and coarse gravel. Even at dawn, it is still very desolate. Perhaps there is really no material in this place, and even few residents come to search for materials in this area. Huan took out the compass again, looked at the shaking needle carefully, and then adjusted the direction again. As Huan moved, the needle in her hand, which was originally shaking, suddenly began to jump rapidly as if stimulated by something. Huan immediately stopped and carefully observed the surroundings where she was standing. This was an extremely empty wilderness. Not to mention trees, there were not even large rocks. Naturally, there were no air fluctuations or suspicious shadows. It is obviously unlikely that there will be any treasure hidden in such a place, let alone the entrance to the secret realm. However, the compass in Huan's hand, with its needle jumping wildly, clearly indicates that there must be a secret realm here. Secret realm compass, excellent item, blue. It can accurately find the entrance to unexplored secret realms below level 10. It can be turned once every 24 hours, and the search function will continue until the entrance to the secret realm is found. The remaining number of uses, 3. Yes, this compass was found in Liang's pocket. Don't think that the Taishan Mutual Aid Association talks better than singing, saying that they want to protect the safety of the residents of District E7, so they issued a wanted order for her, a red-named person who kills people indiscriminately. But in fact, they only issued the wanted order after they knew that this thing was lost. In this world, the surging love for a person may not be true, but the hatred for a person, no matter how well it is hidden, is definitely true. The Taishan Mutual Aid Association did not say a word of hatred for herself, but every word was full of fear and hatred. Huan had reason to believe that the thing in his hand must be real. More importantly, the compass still had 3 uses left. When he got it yesterday, it had 4 uses left, and when Huan left his shelter at dawn today, it had 3 uses left. Under normal circumstances, the number of uses for a prop is either an odd number of 3 or 5, or an even number of 10. In short, it is definitely impossible to be 4 times. However, when she got it, the compass only had 4 uses left. Adding the information she got, there is another secret place in the number 3 fog area of Taishan Mutual Aid Association, so it is very easy to infer the result. This compass is the secret prop used by Taishan Mutual Aid Association to find the secret place, and they have already used it once. As for why this thing was given to Liang, Huan didn't know. She only knew that the Taishan Mutual Aid Association was extremely anxious after losing this thing. Time passed by minute, but Huan still could not find any clues of the entrance to the secret realm in this area. Instead, the compass needle was shaking as if it was about to break. 10 o'clock. A strange light suddenly flashed in the sky, and it was the morning star. It was also at this time that Huan suddenly saw a thin line appearing in front of him. This line emitted a very weak light. If Huan had not been a mercenary for many years, and had already observed the environment in detail, he would not have noticed its existence. Huan adjusted a few steps horizontally, and the view in front of her suddenly became clear. She saw a dim silver crack appear in front of her eyes, and the thin line she saw just now was actually the side of this crack. If the distance was not so close, if she did not have the secret realm compass in her hand, Huan would have missed this crack. So, is this the entrance to the secret realm? Huan did not hesitate at all, and walked directly to the entrance of the secret realm. She raised her hand and gently touched the crack. The next second, a huge force pulled her into the crack. As if it was a change of position, in just a blink of an eye, the scenery in front of Huan changed. Unlike the darkness outside the secret realm at dawn, the sun was already rising inside this secret realm. Although the time period inside the secret realm is different from the time period outside the secret realm, the environment of the secret realm itself is not much different. In other words, the place where the secret realm appeared in the number 4 fog area was a wilderness with many stones and weeds, and the same was true inside the secret realm. Huan looked back behind her. Unlike when she entered the secret realm and couldn't find the entrance even if she tried to die, the exit of this secret realm was quite obvious. Because, behind her was a door. Yes, it was a door that looked out of place with the surrounding environment. If you ask Huan why she knew this door was the exit, it was because there were 2 large golden characters hanging above the door. Exit. You couldn't ignore it even if you wanted to. There was a bare wilderness in front of Huan, but at the end of her vision, she could see a patch of green. This patch of green seemed so tempting in this wilderness, yet so dangerous at the same time. Huan retracted her gaze, and at the same time, a piece of news had already rolled out in her vision. There are 3 sand scorpions 11 meters in front of her, guarding a bronze treasure chest, danger level 3 stars. There is a hungry man-eating plant under the gravel 7 meters to the left, and killing it has a chance to drop medicine, weapons, and equipment. Danger level 3 stars. There is a dry corpse under the rock at 45 degrees to the right front. The package he left behind is worth searching. Danger level 4 stars. There are 4 clumps of dry grass growing at 60 degrees to the left front. Killing them will give you drinking water with a high probability. Danger level 4 stars. Since entering the secret realm, Huan has scanned the surrounding environment according to the prompt information and found that all the results she got were dangerous, basically more than 3 stars. She touched her nose and chose again and again. She finally found a prompt information marked as 2 stars and moved carefully along the route. Question: why would a world-class mercenary choose a 2-star difficulty level? It's just what I want to do. Huan's industry is definitely a high-cost, high-risk industry, but she has been able to stay in this industry for 15 years in peace and even almost get a pension, all because of what she wants to do. After all, she doesn't know what the reference for the danger level of this information prompt is, and she doesn't know if she can handle these dangers. If you don't know what dangers are nearby, or what the level of danger is, then forget it. You can fight whatever you encounter, and it depends on whether you are lucky enough to survive. But now that I am so powerful, it doesn't matter if I am a little timid. In life, the most important thing is to survive. The 2-star danger is a tumbleweed. Before Huan came to it, it had already sensed Huan, and it was rolling happily. From a distance, it looked like a huge ball was running towards Huan. Huan wanted to rush over, and do a smooth close combat combo to knock it down directly. But looking at the current posture, Huan just raised the crossbow in his hand, and fired an arrowhead at the tumbleweed, watching the sharp arrowhead easily pass through the fast-rolling tumbleweed, leaving a beautiful miss in the air. Huan turned and ran. It was a huge plant, and the middle was completely empty, so it was basically impossible for weapons to cause any substantial damage. Although Huan fled in panic the first time she attacked, she definitely did not run around randomly, but returned along the route she had just walked. You know, this seemingly peaceful wilderness is full of pits and dangers. A slight deviation will attract other monsters. A tumbleweed was already a headache for Huan, not to mention another monster. The tumbleweed was obviously very angry because of Huan's attack, and also seemed more excited because of her escape. In short, during Huan's escape, it rolled faster and faster, and kept wrapping up other dead grass and thorns along the way, becoming bigger and bigger. The tumbleweed had already chased Huan to the exit gate, and it made a hissing sound, which seemed to be unusually excited. Huan suddenly stopped. She looked back at the tumbleweed that was getting closer and closer to her, and at the same time, she could clearly see that there were many shadows hanging in the middle of the tumbleweed. That was a human corpse, probably swallowed by the tumbleweed. When Huan thought of this, she saw that the tumbleweed was less than 10 meters away from her, and its originally huge spherical body also opened up, revealing several black and shrunken corpses inside. If it rolled forward one more circle, Huan would be swallowed by this huge mouth, and become a companion of these shrunken corpses. It was said that it was too late, and Huan's hands, which had been placed on both sides of her body, were raised up at once, and something was thrown out at the moment she raised her hands. The thing drew a long arc in the dry air, landing squarely in the mouth of the tumbleweed. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the dry and thin withered grass began to burn, and almost instantly, the sparks on them passed the heat to the thorns around them. The great man said, "A single spark can start a prairie fire." The tumbleweed, which looked like a huge truck, began to burn, and the flame shot up into the sky. Chapter 17. Huan originally thought that she had many years of combat experience, and that she would be able to at least thrive in this secret realm, if not to crush the enemy. However, this was not the case. All the monsters in this world really rely on combat experience. Her previous experience of fighting in danger and passion was indeed useful, but it was not the key to victory. The key to victory in the secret realm was actually very simple, which was to find the monster's weakness. Just like the tumbleweeds encountered when entering the secret realm, although it is only a 2-star dangerous monster, if you just use a crossbow and a dagger to keep killing it, it is estimated that the tumbleweed will not die until you are exhausted. However, tumbleweeds are plants, and they are made of dry thorns and dead grass. As long as you throw a fire on it, it will burn itself to death without Huan even doing it himself. Therefore, fear of fire is actually the weakness of tumbleweeds, and it is also the key to victory. In fact, most of the monsters in this secret realm are afraid of fire, probably because the environment is a dry wilderness and can be easily ignited. That is why within an hour after Huan entered the secret realm, Huan used the method of ignition to deal with 17 waves of 3-star monsters, 4 waves of 2-star monsters, and 1 wave of 4-star monsters. All the monsters between her and the oasis were cleaned up. Among these monsters, if they are plant monsters, they can lie flat and fall as long as they are ignited. If they are animal monsters, it is a little tricky, and needs to be attacked with daggers and crossbows after ignition. However, this battle was only a warm-up for Huan. The only thing that made Huan feel a little distressed was the long-lasting torches used to light the fire against these monsters. That is not to use one all the time, but to consume one whenever lighting a fire. Huan was heartbroken when he threw away the torches from the beginning. Were they torches? They were all money. It was not until Huan picked up the dropped items from these monsters that his heartache was finally relieved. There was no other reason, it was just that the drops from the monsters in the secret realm were really too generous. Let alone the treasure chests with extremely high yields, even the basic materials dropped are level 2. Huan looked at the various level 2 materials in his bag, and instantly felt that his hard work synthesizing outside was not worth it. Before entering the oasis, Huan counted the treasure chests he had picked up in more than an hour. 5 bronze treasure chests, and 9 wooden treasure chests. Because he was afraid that the treasure chests would take up too much space in his backpack after opening, Huan did not open any of them. They were all neatly placed in his backpack, giving a sense of golden nobility. With such a rich harvest, it's no wonder that the Taishan Mutual Aid Association wants to put up a wanted order for her. If it were her, she would have to chase the other party to the ends of the earth. Taking money from others is like digging up their ancestral graves. After using the dagger to give a fatal blow to the 2 sand ants in front of him, it brought Huan 4 pieces of delicate meat and 3 pieces of recommended shells. Huan bent down to pick up the fallen items on the ground and looked up at the nearby oasis. This is an oasis that looks extremely quiet and beautiful. A clear spring bends in the middle of the oasis, and you can even hear the sound of it flowing, which is really refreshing. There are many coconut trees growing around this pool of clear water, and under the trees is green grass, and you can even see many butterflies flying around these wild grasses and flowers. The scenery here may not be the most beautiful, but after marching and fighting in the dry wilderness for several hours, seeing such an oasis will give you the urge to walk in and enjoy the coolness. However, now, Huan was completely numb as he watched the numerous prompts scrolling rapidly across his field of vision. The topography of the secret realm that Huan entered was actually very simple, just a large undulating wilderness with a small oasis at the end of the wilderness. Everyone knew that there must be a fierce battle hidden in this seemingly harmless oasis, the so-called boss battle. However, no one would ever imagine what kind of boss battle was in this oasis. Attention! You have entered the edge of the wilderness oasis. Please move carefully. The number of monsters in the wilderness oasis is being calculated. Please wait. The number of monsters in the wilderness oasis has been counted, a total of 199 monsters. Among them, there are 52 star monsters, 73 star monsters, 64 star monsters, 16 5-star monsters, and 3 rare elites. The difficulty of passing the wilderness oasis, the monsters here are linked monsters, which need to be eliminated in a fixed order. Once the order is broken, all monsters will attack together. The distribution map of the monsters in the wilderness oasis has been generated. Do you need to copy it? A series of golden prompts made Huan dizzy. She looked at the green and harmonious picture, and now she felt goosebumps all over her body. In such an area that looked less than the size of a football field, there were actually 199 monsters distributed. She swallowed her saliva, need. The next second, a sheepskin scroll appeared from midair and fell directly into Huan's hands. Huan boasted that she had seen big scenes in her more than 10 years of professional career, but when she unfolded the sheepskin scroll in her hand, she felt that her intensive phobia was about to act up. The topographic map of the wilderness oasis was drawn on the parchment scroll, which was extremely detailed, and on this detailed topographic map there were dense dots of various colors. Each color represented the level of the monster. Not only that, there were numbers next to these dots, and these numbers represented the order of attack. It was a level 4 monster in an inconspicuous corner. If it weren't for this monster distribution map, even if a Daluo Jinxian came, he probably wouldn't have thought that the order of opening such a large number of monsters was actually in that position. Looking at the countless dots on the map, one can imagine what would happen if one of them was touched. The picture was so beautiful that it was scary to think about it. Huan was not the kind of person who would not listen to advice. She took the map and retreated a long way. She took the trouble to go around and finally came to the vicinity of the 4-star monster marked on the map. In fact, even now, the picture that Huan could see with her naked eyes was still the beautiful oasis that could be used as a desktop. There is a scorpion perched 5 meters in front of you. Its defense is extremely high, and its weakness is Section 3 under the shell. It is afraid of fire. After killing it, it has a 100% chance of dropping observation glasses. Danger level, 4 stars. The prompt message in Huan's vision seemed to be afraid that she couldn't find it, and it kept scrolling. Huan took out a stone from her pocket. This was just picked up in the wilderness, specially used to attract monsters. She estimated the distance and threw it towards the seemingly empty sand 5 meters in front of her without hesitation. After throwing the stone, Huan didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around and ran. It wasn't that Huan didn't believe the prompt information. After all, it was related to her life. She was better to be cautious. After all, according to the distribution map, there were several monsters near this scorpion. What if the prompt information was confusing? What if she threw the stone wrong because of shaking hands? Just 2 seconds after Huan ran out, she heard a series of click-click-click sounds coming from behind her. Huan ran and looked back, only to see a scorpion as big as a car coming out from under the sand, revealing a large hole. The scorching sun made its brown shell shine in a different way. Especially its big tail that was raised high, and its huge pincers were constantly opening and closing. The click-click-click sound that Huan just heard was made by these pincers. It really deserves to be a 4-star monster. This car-sized scorpion really doesn't look easy to deal with. Fortunately, the prompt information was correct, and her hand did not shake when she threw the stone. There was no extra monster behind the huge scorpion. After confirming that she had hit the monster of Order 1, Huan immediately slowed down and began to move along the S-shaped route. While running, she calculated the distance between the scorpion and herself. At the closest moment, she threw a torch without hesitation. The scorpion with a shiny shell was immediately ignited by the torch and burned fiercely. The scorpion crawled faster because of the pain, making a hissing sound while running, and Huan circled around it while attacking it with a crossbow. For Huan, moving and shooting was a piece of cake. If she didn't have too few arrowheads in her hand, and had to use them sparingly, she could have used the crossbow to shoot the scorpion into a target. Under the double attack of the fire and the crossbow, the scorpion was soon defeated, its speed began to slow down, and its attack began to become weak. At this time, the prompt message lit up again. Please note that the 4-star monster scorpion has entered a seriously injured state, and is about to activate the skill Rage, which will increase the attack strength, defense and speed by 150% and last for 20 seconds. It was also at this time that Huan and the scorpion had entered the close combat distance. Huan rushed towards the scorpion and rushed to the scorpion's abdomen with one step. At this time, she heard a whoosh from her ear. The sound of the wind was mixed with a fishy smell. Huan didn't even stop for half a second. She grabbed a piece of the raised carapace on the scorpion's back with her backhand, then leaned back softly and jumped onto the scorpion's back like a nimble snake. Bang! Then a muffled sound came from where Huan had just stood. She lowered her head and saw that it was the huge pincer on the scorpion's tail that pierced the ground. If she had just stood there, I'm afraid she would have been pierced by the pincer. Even though the scene was extremely dangerous, Huan only took a glance and turned his eyes away, raised the sharp dagger in his hand, and inserted it straight into the gap of the shell. The scorpion's body suddenly stiffened, and then began to shake wildly, and its huge tail stabbed towards Huan on its body. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit off every time. After Huan quickly stabbed the scorpion's vital points a few times, it fell heavily to the ground and lost its life. Chapter 18. Get Hard Shell X6. Get Hard with X5. Get Sweet Spring Water X1. Get Observation Glasses Fake. As expected, it is a 4-star monster, and it is a 4-star monster close to the boss. The drop alone is very exciting. Huan grabbed the sweet spring water and poured it into his mouth, and immediately felt a refreshing pleasure. Sweet spring water is a special drinking water produced in the secret realm. In addition to replenishing the body's thirst, it also has the effect of restoring energy. It can be said that this thing is a good auxiliary product for crafting, but the drop rate of this thing is not very high. Since entering the secret realm, Huan has only picked up a dozen or so. After collecting other supplies, Huan picked up this observation glasses and looked at the properties. Observation glasses, fake fine items, blue. A low-quality counterfeit of the troll wizard Logix's glasses, which can see the truth of the world and can observe the properties of all creatures in the secret realm, including but not limited to life, defense, attack direction, weaknesses, etc. It occupies one equipment slot, and can only be used in the secret realm. It will be destroyed immediately after leaving the secret realm. Good stuff. This thing is like a cheating tool. As long as you wear it, you will know the information of all the monsters in the secret realm. The only drawback is that it can only be used once. But it is understandable. If such a heaven-defying prop can be used outside the secret realm, isn't it like carrying a cheat? No wonder it can only be used once, but it is classified as a blue item. Huan put on this observation glasses, and immediately saw something different. The beautiful and cool oasis in front of him, just now, has completely changed. There was indeed water, but it was not cool and clear, but green as if it was poisoned, constantly rolling. The trees growing by the water turned into dead tree stumps, and the originally green grass turned into dry, cracked, and smoking land. In addition to these changed scenery, Huan also saw countless monsters scattered around the pool in groups of 3 or 5. They either stayed where they were, or wandered around. In short, they all looked very difficult to deal with. Huan took off his glasses. There was no monster in front of him. It was still sunny and peaceful. But he looked different with glasses on. TSK. A small secret place actually has 2 faces. Huan couldn't help but become interested in the person in the description of this item, Troll Master Legixi. He didn't know if there was really such a race and such a person, or if he was just a showman. Huan threw the dagger in his hand up and down in the air twice, and then began to clean up the pile of monsters that looked extremely scary according to the monster distribution map in his hand. Although the difficulty level of these monsters is not low, Huan has two cheating tools in her hand, the prompt information and the observation glasses, so she can kill them very quickly. After more than an hour, she has cleared the 199 monsters, and only about 40 are left. These more than 40 monsters are all around the pool, and don't move much. Moreover, their levels are very high, all 4 stars and 5 stars. In the center of the pool, it is incredible. From time to time, something like a tentacle emerges from the dirty water. It seems that the same monsters appear every time, but if you observe carefully, you can find that there are actually 3 such monsters in the pond. They look very similar, and even their names are very similar. These 3 tentacle monsters are the rare elites of this secret realm, that is, the boss. Huan sat on a stone not far from the pond, eating barbecue, while drinking cool spring water to restore her energy, physical strength and fatigue. Just when Huan was still thinking about how to start the next attack, the prompt information in her vision scrolled again. Attention! A stranger has entered the secret realm. Attention! There are 7 strangers entering the secret realm, with an average level of 5. Attention! The stranger is approaching at a very fast speed. Please be prepared to fight. Has anyone else entered the secret realm? Huan calculated the time. According to the information provided by the Taishan Mutual Aid Association to all residents, the secret realm can only be entered during the day. But Huan herself entered at dawn, so she always felt that the Taishan Mutual Aid Association was not telling the truth. However, if other people believe in the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, then it is natural to enter the secret realm at this time, because according to the time, it is now daytime outside the secret realm. Huan looked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Because the location of the pool is at the lowest point in the entire secret realm, sitting here and looking around, you can only see the desolate wilderness. However, Huan has observation glasses, and she has discovered that 7 orange dots have walked in from the entrance of the secret realm almost at the same time as the prompt message appeared. As soon as they entered the gate of the secret realm, they did not rush to walk, but stood together, as if discussing something. After a few minutes, they began to wander around the entrance cautiously. It seemed that they were looking for monsters. However, they were destined to be in vain. In a secret realm, the monsters killed in it will not appear again unless the secret realm is refreshed. Therefore, after searching for a few minutes and finding nothing, this group of people began to try to get closer to the wilderness oasis. Huan stuffed the last bite of barbecue into her mouth and stood up calmly. She slowly walked to a pile of rocks close to the route of these people. There was a gap there, which was just enough for Huan to hide in. She had just killed several monsters through this gap, and was quite familiar with this place. Huan had just hidden herself when she saw the fastest figure rushing to the top of the sand dune in front of the oasis. He was obviously surprised too. He turned around and shouted something to the people behind him. However, because he was not facing Huan, the voice Huan heard was intermittent. He probably meant to ask the people behind him to come quickly. Just as Huan thought, such an oasis suddenly appeared in such a large and desolate wilderness. Everyone would think it was abnormal. These 7 people were also very cautious. They walked slowly from the sand dunes to the oasis. As they walked, they threw stones everywhere, as if they were testing something. Unfortunately, the places they were exploring had already been cleared by Huan, so they were wasting their efforts in vain. As these people kept approaching, Huan also saw them clearly. This was a team of 4 men and 3 women. They were no longer wearing clothes and shoes from their original world. They all changed into clothes that were very characteristic of the dark world. Not only that, each of them had a weapon in his hand, which showed that they were a relatively strong team. Moreover, the average level of this team is level 5. As for Huan, he has only reached level 4 after being in the secret realm for such a long time. If he wants to face this group of people directly, he will definitely not be able to defeat them. However, it is impossible for Huan to give up the secret realm that he is about to conquer. However, Huan is not in a hurry. After all, there are so many monsters in this wilderness oasis, and they are all 4-star, 5-star and boss. Huan also needs 2 plugins to deal with them. If there is no plugin prompt, it is very painful to fight these monsters. Moreover, if you don't know the order, if you move one, there will be a bunch of them, and you can't run away. The most important thing is that if you don't wear observation glasses, you can't see any of these monsters. If you accidentally encounter one, the taste, Huan feels sour just thinking about it. Kindness has always been a very rare treasure. It's a pity that Huan has never had this treasure. Therefore, for this team that is obviously going to die, the greatest kindness Huan can have is not to take the initiative to add insult to injury. Well, of course, she will also help them pick up their dropped heritage so that these things will not be covered in dust. As the group of people got closer, Huan could see the patterns on their clothes clearly. She suddenly found that everyone in the group had the same pattern on their chests. It was 3 small peaks. This pattern looked familiar. Huan rubbed her chin and remembered where she had seen this pattern without much effort. It was on the shoulder of the man named He Liang who attacked her yesterday. However, the pattern on He Liang's clothes was very similar to the color of his clothes, so Huan always thought it was the pattern on his equipment. And now, Huan raised his eyebrows slightly, watching the 7-member team quietly discussing the situation in the secret realm while walking past him in a dignified manner. After he killed He Liang yesterday, he got the secret realm compass and was wanted by the Taishan Mutual Aid Association at night. So, He Liang is actually a member of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. And these people also have the same patterns on their bodies as He Liang, and they can accurately enter this secret realm, which means that they are also the Taishan Mutual Aid Association? Isn't this a coincidence? Old acquaintances. In this case, she has to take back her words of not taking the initiative to add insult to injury, and now she is going to take the initiative to do so. The 7-member team did not know that there was another person in this secret realm at this moment, and they were still discussing the abnormality of this secret realm. Why is this secret realm so strange? We have been here for so long and walked so far, but why haven't we seen any monsters? Did we go the wrong way? This isn't a secret realm, is it? How could it not be a secret realm? The location was submitted by He Liang before he died yesterday, and the entrance just now is obviously the entrance to the secret realm. I mean, maybe He Liang made a mistake. No, if this second space that is different from the outside isn't a secret realm, what is it? Then why haven't I encountered any monsters yet? Could it be that the red-named person came in yesterday? Kill all the monsters. No way, I've been searching since just now, and I didn't see anyone else. No, the monsters in the secret realm can't be dealt with by one person. I think this is probably because we haven't triggered the mechanism for encountering monsters yet. Let's search again, and record the situation along the way, and send it to the higher-ups. Several people were discussing, when they suddenly heard a low sound. They all stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. It was a round stone that rolled down and headed for the pool in the middle of the oasis. It was just a small incident in the secret realm, nothing special. The hearts of several people were relieved again. I was scared to death. A female resident patted her chest, and before she finished speaking, a strange wind blew violently. Chapter 19. At this moment, in such a quiet and desolate scenery, a series of screams suddenly sounded. Looking in the direction of the sound, it is easy to find the source of the sound without looking for it. It is a group of humans running wildly. Ah! The shrill scream came out of their mouths. Behind them was a cloud of smoke and dust, and in the middle of the smoke and dust were dozens of monsters of various shapes chasing them. They rushed out of the oasis at a very fast speed, and ran towards the steep slope with a small arc but piled with soft yellow sand. If these people could only barely avoid the monsters behind them on flat ground, then they would definitely not be able to avoid them when climbing a slope. After all, they had to slow down, but the monsters not only did not slow down, but even ran a few points faster. In the next few minutes, we saw this group of people fall into the ugly manifestation of human nature. The people who ran in front wanted to step on the teammates behind to climb up quickly, while the people behind were unwilling to let the teammates in front run away like this, and hurriedly reached out to pull the people in front. Suddenly, I saw a group of people climbing the slope, kicking each other and pulling each other. It was so lively. However, even if everyone was busy framing each other, the result was not much better. After just a few minutes, screams were heard one after another, and then they turned into green beams of light. Of course, not all people were so miserable. One person avoided such a tragedy by kicking his teammates and pushing them to the monster. Huan stood on the pile of rocks, watching everything that had just happened quietly. Time went back a few minutes. When these people were close to the center of the oasis, just one step away from the nearest monster, Huan, who was hiding in the cracks of the rocks, crawled out. She had a round stone in her hand. Then, Huan threw the stone in her hand towards the monster closest to these people. Then, she took out an invisibility scroll and crushed it. The invisibility scroll is dropped by monsters in the oasis. Its properties are very simple. It can make you invisible for 30 seconds. When you are invisible, the hatred on you will be cleared or transferred. However, you cannot move during the invisibility period. Once you move, you will be exposed from the invisible state. The drop rate of this thing is quite high. Huan has killed more than 100 monsters here, and has accumulated nearly 30. Several times, she encountered patrolling monsters while fighting monsters and escaped with this thing. The target of the stone that Huan had just thrown was not in order, so the moment the stone hit the monsters that were originally dormant at the edge of the oasis rushed out like chicken blood. Their target was of course Huan. Unfortunately, Huan, who was shameless, crushed the invisibility scroll and disappeared from the monster sight. And the hatred attached to her naturally shifted to the 7-member team closest to the monster. Then came the scenes of chasing and being chased, and the twisted struggle of human nature. It was so lively. Unfortunately, this excitement was not thorough enough. But one person escaped, and he seemed to have escaped from the pursuit range of the monsters, and stood at the top of the sand dune. Wang Beirong was a member of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, and an elite member. After all, those who could enter the secret realm to explore and open up the wasteland were not only strong enough, well equipped, but also had a close relationship with the top leaders of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Wang Beirong is such a member who excels in everything. In fact, the Taishan Mutual Aid Association has already mastered 2 secret realms, but they have not yet completely conquered these 2 secret realms. The monsters in them are too powerful, and they can't make much progress in just 4 hours during the day. More importantly, they haven't figured out the operating mechanism of the 2 secret realms yet. And after a day, the secret realm will automatically refresh and reset. So, now these 2 secret realms are just for high-level members to accumulate equipment. Originally, I thought that according to the exploration of the E7 area by the Taishan Mutual Aid Association and the control of the secret realm, after the 7-day novice period, they would be able to pull away from other residents and survive smoothly. But what I never expected was that the idiot He Liang was killed in order to pick up a red name leak, and also lost the secret realm compass. The top leaders of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association were afraid that the secret realm of the number 4 fog area would be leaked by the red name, attracting a large number of residents to rob, so they could only issue a wanted order while preparing for a full staff attack. Wang Beirong and his team were actually here to make a forerunner move, to see if they could find the entrance to the secret realm according to He Liang's last words. If they found it, they would come in to see what the secret realm was like. However, Wang Beirong never expected that things would turn out so shockingly. Their team had only been in the dungeon for half an hour when they were chased by a group of monsters, and he was the only one left. So many elite players, so much equipment, Wang Beirong was heartbroken just thinking about it. While sending a message to the higher-ups to explain the situation in the secret realm, he accepted the command and tried to pick up the legacy of the 6 people. However, Wang Beirong just turned around and was about to wait for the monster to go back before going to the place where his teammates had just died to pick up the legacy, but he didn't expect that he saw a person on a pile of rocks near the oasis. A woman! The wind blew her long hair up. What made Wang Beirong's pupil shrink was that there was a layer of red light on the woman's body. She is a red-named woman. Red-named, secret realm He Liang. When these words merged together, Wang Beirong immediately understood the identity of the woman not far away, and also understood why he and his teammates were being hunted down like this. For a moment, all kinds of anger rushed to his heart. Wang Beirong used several insight skills on the red-named woman in front of him in succession, trying to get her specific information, but unfortunately, he didn't know what props the red-named woman had on her, and he failed several times. So up to now, he only knew that this woman was a red-named one, and most likely the one who killed He Liang and got the secret compass. Other than that, he knew nothing. I saw the red-named woman in the secret realm. Wang Beirong's words blew up Zhou Yuanshan, who was always very cool, and didn't talk much. He asked in the guild channel, "Is it the woman who killed He Liang?" "I don't know, but it's most likely her." "What is her personal information?" "I don't know." Wang Beirong's answer surprised Zhou Yuanshan, but he soon realized that this famous person was carrying some special props. "Can you remember the other person's appearance?" Zhou Yuanshan asked again. Wang Beirong didn't say anything. He looked at the woman standing on the rock. She was showing him an extremely presumptuous smile, which made Wang Beirong angry. However, he did not act rashly. "I try." Wang Beirong answered Zhou Yuanshan like this, but he had no intention of getting close to Huan. If we summarize the strange things just now, we can analyze a lot of useful information. For example, why are there no monsters in this secret realm? Why do so many monsters appear as soon as we get close to this oasis? But these monsters don't attack this woman, but only attack their team. It must be related to this woman. She must be strong enough, and she must understand the operating mechanism of this secret realm. Under such circumstances, let alone going to this woman for a life and death battle, even getting close to her to explore her information would not be a wise choice. Huang Beirong only thought for a second and made a decision. He wanted to leave here. Zhou Yuanshan didn't know the situation inside anyway, so he could just perfunctorily say a few words to him. However, there was only one thing. He must not get close to this woman. Let Zhou Yuanshan deal with her. At that moment, Huang Beirong turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Huan was also looking at Huang Beirong, and she was sure that Huang Beirong had also seen her. She thought that Huang Beirong would rush over, but she didn't expect that he just looked at her twice and turned around and left. Well, I have to say that this person is quite smart. If he goes out today, he must go to find other people from the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Huan is certainly not afraid of him throwing a tantrum and looking for his parents. But she is going to go to the secret realm with the Taishan Mutual Aid Association tomorrow. If she lets this person go, won't it mean that she will cut off the possibility of going to the secret realm of the number 3 fog area? Moreover, Huan's character is to take revenge immediately, and he firmly believes that if the grass is not uprooted, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Therefore, this person must not leave today. Hey, I have already taken a video. Huan said to Huang Beirong, who had turned around with a smile. Huang Beirong's steps that had already taken a step forward stopped abruptly. He turned his head and looked at Huan vigilantly without speaking. Huan did not need him to answer. He raised his wrist and shook his bracelet towards Huang Beirong. The next second, a light screen appeared in front of Huan, and the screen showed how Huang Beirong kicked his teammates in front of the monster to attract hatred, or pushed his teammates behind him to block the monster. Because this video was not too long, Huan played it over and over again. She even showed Huang Beirong a very harmless smile. Look, isn't it a particularly interesting video? Huang Beirong's face has become more and more pale from the shock when he saw the video just now. It can be imagined that if this video is spread, how will he explain it to Zhou Yuanshan? You know, their team are all elite members of the Mutual Aid Association. Huang Beirong's eyes darkened. He stared at Huan standing on the rock, and a long sword appeared in his palm. Chapter 20. Although he didn't make it into the top 10, he was still quite strong. Before entering the Dark Night world, he was a sprinter, so his physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary people. In addition, he was lucky. On the first day of entering the Dark Night world, he picked up 2 bronze treasure chests and opened 2 equipment at once. This made him much stronger than others, not to mention that he later joined the Taishan Mutual Aid Association and deliberately acted nice to Zhou Yuanshan. In just a few days, he had upgraded his equipment inside and out. He also became one of the captains of the team that specialized in opening up the wasteland. Who doesn't know the benefits of this team? The treasure chests and equipment in the new maps and secret realms are much more than those in the refreshed maps and secret realms. There is a rule for the team that opens up the wasteland, that is, they can take a commission and freely choose the materials in the treasure chests they obtain. It is for this reason that the people who can join the team that opens up the wasteland are basically powerful people in the guild, or they are relatives of the high-level people. For example, Huang Beirong's team, although he is the captain, he cannot afford to offend any member of the team. Just now, because there were too many monsters, and the incident happened too quickly, these people had no chance to ask for help from the people in the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. So Huang Beirong was relieved to do the dirty work and pushed all these people to take the blame. However, once the video in Huan's hand is exposed, regardless of the empty talk of European public opinion, the senior executives in the Mutual Aid Association will not let him go. Therefore, this red-named woman must die. Huang Beirong recalled He Liang's situation. He was only level 4, and his equipment was not very complete. If he hadn't been lucky enough to get the secret compass, this thing would not have stayed on him. The woman who could kill He Liang should be about the same level as him. After all, the best maps and secret realms for leveling up are in the hands of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, and the level of ordinary residents will not be higher than level 4. Even if it is higher, reaching level 5, it doesn't matter. After all, Huang Beirong himself is about to reach level 7. Although the Dark Night world is a brand new world, as long as a world uses level as one of the criteria for measuring a person's strength, then no matter how strong a person is, he must abide by this rule. In front of this woman, his level is absolutely suppressed, and he doesn't need to be afraid of her. As long as he kills her quickly enough, maybe he can make a fortune from her. Huang Beirong licked his cracked lips with his tongue and squinted at Huan. Then he entered the stealth state and began to quietly walk towards Huan. Huang Beirong is known for his speed, and his two skills are both related to assassination. Generally speaking, anyone he targets, even if they are one level higher than him, cannot avoid his attack from behind. And now, he is circling around Huan's back, just to get close to her and give her a sneak attack. As long as he can cut a knife on her throat, it will be a 100% fatal blow. Huan pushed the observation glasses stuck on his nose with his fingers, thinking that this thing is really a very useful prop. Not only can he observe the whereabouts and weaknesses of monsters, but also the whereabouts and weaknesses of other residents. Through the observation glasses, Huan opened the Eye of Insight again, and directly dug up all the information about Huang Beirong. She didn't expect that this person's level was almost level 7, 2 levels higher than hers. Although Huan could easily kill him in normal state, it was a little difficult to deal with him when he entered the stealth state. The most important thing is that Huan plans to go to the secret realm of the number 3 fog area of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association tomorrow, so she must wash off all the red on her body before the gathering. It is not convenient for her to kill Huang Beirong directly. Huan stood on the rock, looking around, as if he really couldn't see Huang Beirong. So, he was ready to leave the rock. But at this time, Huang Beirong was already standing under the rock. He also realized that Huan was about to jump off the rock, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After all, this red-named woman stood still in one place, and it was easy for him to attack her while stealth. Once she started running aimlessly, he was passive. So Huang Beirong climbed up the rock, taking the risk of being discovered from stealth. Huan looked coldly at Huang Beirong's effortless climbing of the rock, and felt that acting was also a very hard thing. She had to pretend not to see him, and also had to hold back her smile at his clumsy climbing of the rock, which was really not easy. After a lot of effort, Huang Beirong climbed up the rock and stood behind Huan. He raised the long sword in his hand and prepared to assassinate. It was said that it was too late, and Huan bent down and jumped off the rock. Huang Beirong, who had just used the assassination action, was exposed from the stealth state in an instant. Huang Beirong was so scared that he forgot to breathe. He stared at Huan's back, afraid that she would turn around and find him. He waited for the stealth CD to cool down and immediately entered the stealth state again. Standing on the rock, Huang Beirong carefully observed Huan's movements and found that she jumped off the rock to fight monsters. She easily lured a monster out from the empty oasis, and this monster was one of the ones who had just attacked their team. Huang Beirong only saw the red-named woman waving the dagger in her hand easily, and in just a few seconds, she killed the monster. That movement was smooth and flowing, and that speed was like a flash of lightning. This red-named woman really understood the operating mechanism of this secret realm very well, and her strength was not bad. The more Huang Beirong understood Huan, the more determined he was to kill her. He carefully studied Huan's battle route, and then tried to kill Huan twice, but unfortunately he still failed. Every time, she barely avoided it. Fortunately, the woman with the red name still didn't seem to notice that he had been following her. Huang Beirong was sure that he couldn't continue like this. He was going to organize a final offensive. This time, no matter if the woman would find out or not, he would kill her. Huang Beirong once again touched behind Huan. He waved the long sword in his hand, ready to stab Huan from behind, but, as expected, this time, Huan actually dodged again. Huang Beirong was angry and furious. He no longer hit his figure, nor did he seek to kill with one blow. He started the battle. This time, he met Huan's face, and he saw the appearance of the red-named woman in front of him clearly. However, before he could describe this appearance to Zhou Yuanshan, Huang Beirong suddenly saw the red-named woman curling her eyes at him. It's over, I've been fooled. When a thought flashed through his subconscious mind, Huang Beirong had already heard the roar of a complex monster behind him. Huang Beirong was very familiar with this sound, because not long ago, he and his teammates were also trapped in such a terrifying roar of a monster. That time, he had teammates who took his place, but this time, Huang Beirong looked at Huan's increasingly bright smile in horror, and felt terrified. After entering the dark night world for a few days, he had never been so scared as he was now. He wanted to run, but for some reason, his body was frozen at this moment, and he couldn't move at all. It turned out that Huang Beirong's understanding of this world was not thorough enough. There are many things in this world that are more terrifying than what he thinks. For example, he suddenly saw that Huan, who had been smiling brightly at him, disappeared in the next second. Behind him, there were countless roars of monsters. He didn't even make a shrill scream before he was swallowed by the huge number of monsters. A few seconds later, Huan, who was in stealth mode, saw a green beam of light rising in front of her. She squinted her eyes and smiled. Green means hope. It was so beautiful. At the same time, Fog Zone number 3. Zhou Yuanshan, who was resting in the secret realm and discussing the matter of the red-named woman with other senior executives, suddenly received a system message. Your member Huang Beirong died in an accident and survived in the dark world for 5 days. Within 24 hours, you can use skills or scrolls to revive him. Zhou Yuanshan stood up almost immediately, and the hand-drawn map placed on the ground fell to the ground because of his action. Several other senior executives also received the same news. They looked at each other with extremely ugly faces. Did he die in an accident? Several of the senior executives noticed the prompt of the system message. In the Dark Knight world, if a resident is killed by another resident, the system prompt in the guild will be that he was assassinated. Apart from being killed by a resident, all other ways of death will be uniformly prompted as accidental assassination. How could he be killed by a monster? Huang Beirong is very strong, and he is fast enough and can sneak. The possibility of him being killed by a monster in the wild is 0. Maybe not in the wild, but in the secret realm. He just said that all his team members died in the secret realm, and they also met the red-named woman. So, it is very likely that he was killed by that red-named woman. Just as everyone was talking about this, Zhou Yuanshan finally calmed down. There are only more than 700 people in their guild, and there are only about 80 people above level 5. They rely on these people to open up the secret realm, so the death of these people is really a loss. Today, 7 people have died. Zhou Yuanshan only felt that his chest was blocked, and he couldn't spit it out. He turned around and said to Chiokiki, "Where are the people? Didn't I ask everyone in the number 4 fog area to go there? Why is there still no news?" Chiokiki swallowed nervously. "I have already notified them, but the one closest to the secret realm takes nearly an hour to walk to, so we have to wait a little longer. Send more people over. Stop that red name for me." "Yes." Several high-level people who were named immediately took the order. However, less than 2 minutes after they walked out, another system message exploded in everyone's ears. Congratulations to Resident for being the first to successfully explore the secret realm number 4 in the E7 area, the Wilderness Oasis. Reward 50 survival points and a first pass gift box. Chapter 21. The expressions of the people from the Taishan Mutual Aid Association present were not very good. Chiokiki carefully glanced at Zhou Yuanshan standing beside her, and took 2 steps back without making a sound. As expected, just after Chiokiki took 2 steps back, Zhou Yuanshan, who seemed to be calm at first, suddenly raised his foot and kicked hard on the dead tree he had just sat on. Obviously, Zhou Yuanshan used a huge force in this kick, which directly cracked the dead tree that seemed to be solid into several pieces. Where is the person who was asked to check this red name? How come there is still no news about this red name? Zhou Yuanshan's face turned blue, and his chest rose and fell violently. It can be seen that he was in extreme anger. Just a red name who killed He Liang in the number 4 fog area. A woman, a red-named woman. I just want to know the name of this woman. Is it so difficult? Several senior executives, whose names were mentioned by Zhou Yuanshan, also had dry throats. "Boss, the order was issued yesterday. We have sent people to check all the number 4 fog areas, and no one who meets the requirements was found. Then continue to investigate. Do I need to say more? After such a big incident, do you still have the energy to continue exploring today?" Zhou Yuanshan said, as he opened his bracelet, and looked through the system message carefully. The name of the first person in the message was hidden, and no clues could be found. The only thing we know is that the name of this secret realm is Wilderness Oasis. Apart from that, the system message did not provide any valuable information. Before Huang Beirong died, did he contact anyone of yours privately? Zhou Yuanshan lost his temper, and the anger in his heart finally dissipated a little. No. Everyone shook their heads. He must be the last person to see this woman's face. Do you know any special information about her appearance? I don't know. Everyone's answers made Zhou Yuanshan, who had calmed down a little, angry again. I don't know, no. Can you give any other answers? How many people has this woman killed me? She also stole our secret realm, and the first pass. She took so many things. Aren't you uncomfortable at all? Are you going to continue to be numb and wait until the other party steps on our faces before you are happy? Everyone in the secret realm was sprayed and tightened their necks, fearing that they would be swept by the tail of the typhoon. Continue to send more people to search the number 4 fog area. Go to the secret realm, go immediately, and surround it. I don't believe this woman can grow wings and fly. Zhou Yuanshan gave the order again. Chiokiki moved her lips, actually wanting to remind Zhou Yuanshan that the red-named woman had already passed through the secret realm, while their people had not yet reached it. So when their people arrived outside the secret realm, it would be a miracle if they could meet someone. But Kiki didn't dare to say anything, so she could only shrink her neck and send a message to Huan, asking how her torch was prepared. Now that their guild had such a big thing going on, she had to find a way to keep herself busy, otherwise it would be miserable if she was caught. In fact, everyone who was not named thought the same as her. Unfortunately, some things, if they are about to happen, you can't avoid them even if you try to hide. Kiki. Zhou Yuanshan called her name. Kiki trembled in fear. She knew that Zhou Yuanshan was a ruthless person. She should not cause trouble for her now. Boss, I'm here. You? Before Zhou Yuanshan could finish what he wanted to say, the system prompt sounded again in his ear. Congratulations to Resident for clearing all the monsters in the secret wilderness oasis, and receiving 30 survival points as a reward, a diligence gift pack, and opening the first public secret wilderness oasis for the entire E7 server. All residents can obtain the location of the secret by checking the map. The wilderness oasis secret is open from 8 to 2000 hours every day, and all residents are welcome to explore. Opened as a public secret, everyone can explore. Several entries were thrown down continuously, directly hitting Zhou Yuanshan so hard that his head was swollen, his eyes were black, and he sat on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. Time went back 20 minutes. Huan squatted on the yellow sand in a cowardly manner, surrounded by activated monsters. They howled and tore Huang Beirong apart, but it could not calm their anger. They wandered around for a few minutes before finally returning to where they were originally. During this time, Huan could only survive by constantly crushing the invisibility scroll. Fortunately, these monsters left quickly, and did not drag on for more than 10 minutes, otherwise, her invisibility scroll would not be able to withstand such consumption. Finally, after the monsters returned to their original positions, Huan let out a long sigh. Oh, this kind of work of attracting monsters to kill people is still very difficult. This is only Huan. You see, if it were someone else, it would not be so smooth. Huan praised herself without hesitation. It was also at this time that her attention was on Huang Beirong's green light column, and there was a red pocket under the light column. Whether from the color or the fineness of the production, the pocket was a high-end product at first glance, which was not comparable to the gray linen bag she was still using. Before Huan could collect Huang Beirong's inheritance, she saw another prompt appear in her vision. There is a special blue item in this backpack. Please check it as soon as possible. Special blue item? What special blue item? Although the prompt information would refresh the screen in Huan's vision anytime and anywhere, there has never been a separate one for a prop. It seems that this prop must be very important. Huan picked up the backpack without hesitation and reached out to touch it. There were several things in the backpack. The first one was Huang Beirong's equipment packed up. If it was not opened, these equipment would be a small package, occupying a space in the backpack. Huan didn't want to open it. She didn't have enough space in her backpack, so she wouldn't do such a stupid thing. The rest were 2 bottles of primary blood tonic, drinking water, and a few slices of white bread. In addition, there were 5 black iron lumps. When Huan saw these 5 things, her eyebrows couldn't help but tremble. Most people might not know about these things, but who is Huan? She is a mercenary, and her job is to deal with these things. How could she not know what these things are? Thermobaric grenade, excellent item, blue. A product of the old times, it has an extremely powerful explosion effect. Please use with caution. It is actually a thermobaric grenade. This is known as one of the most powerful grenades in the world, especially in a specific space. It can even cause 2 explosions. It is a good thing for killing people and robbing goods. Huan originally thought that she would never encounter such a thing again in this strange world, so when she saw this thing again, she was really surprised. It seems that she still knows too little about this world. Huan stroked the 5 thermobaric grenades in her hands one by one, just like stroking her comrades, and suddenly her heart was filled with a huge sense of security. Huang Beirong probably regarded this thing as a good thing in the bottom of the box, and perhaps even other people in the Taishan Mutual Aid Association didn't know that he had this good thing. In other words, Huan shamelessly tricked him, and made him not prepare at all. Otherwise, if he had taken this thing out just now, Huang Beirong would have died without a doubt, but it is hard to say whether Huan could escape. After stroking the 5 grenades for a while, Huan suddenly had an idea in her mind. She collected 4 of them, and took the last one to the periphery of the monster pile. She stood in a position closest to the monster pile, but not attracting the monsters, then pulled the grenade, and threw it directly into the big pool in the middle of the oasis. After throwing the thing, Huan turned around and ran. After running a few meters, she pinched an invisibility scroll and lay on the ground. Before Huan completely laid down, a huge explosion came. Huan only had time to bury her face in her arms, and then she felt all kinds of small stones stabbing at her, hitting her, and causing her severe pain. After a while, Huan raised her head, and in front of her was a cloud of smoke and dust, which was foggy and not very clear. She spat several times before she could spit out the sand in her mouth. Slowly standing up, Huan wiped her observation glasses, and when she looked through the glasses, she saw a mess near the pool. Monster corpses were everywhere. No matter what 3-star, 4-star, or 5-star monsters, they were as weak as dregs in front of gunpowder. Huan walked carefully towards the center of the pool, and along the way, she did not forget to collect all the spoils of the dead monsters into her backpack. Fortunately, she had just picked up Huang Bairong's silk backpack and put it on without hesitation. Now there are 4 more grids, otherwise she might not have enough to carry today. When standing by the pool, there were only 3 spaces left in Huan's backpack, and the legacy of the 7 people including Huang Bairong occupied 7 grids, otherwise she would not be so nervous. There were 3 tentacles of different colors in the pool, 2 of which were dead, and the remaining purple one was wriggling there lifelessly. Although it was not dead, it was just hanging on to its last breath. Huan went over with a dagger and stabbed it several times in a row, giving it a quick death. Then, a silver light appeared under its body. Silver treasure chest. Huan felt that her breathing stopped for a moment. At the same time, a prompt sound rang in her ears. Congratulations on becoming the first resident of the Dark Night world to pass through the wilderness oasis. Would you like to publish your name? Huan was stunned for a moment. The first to pass? There is actually such a program. After a little thought, Huan refused to publish her name. She was not thinking about keeping a low profile, but that she had offended the Taishan Mutual Aid Association so badly today. If she published her name, what would she do if they did not allow her to go to the secret realm of the number 3 fog zone tomorrow? Between fame and profit, Huan chose the latter without hesitation. As soon as she answered, the system prompt sounded, and anyone who was not deaf could hear it. At the same time, the information on the bracelet was also pinned to the top with golden light to ensure that even the deaf could see it. Congratulations to Resident for being the first to successfully explore the secret realm number 4 in the E7 area, the Wilderness Oasis. Reward: 50 survival points and a first pass gift box. Chapter 22. Huan looked at a very gaudy purple gift box that had just appeared in her backpack. Her eyes widened. If it weren't for the fact that her backpack couldn't hold it, Huan would have opened it right here. Since she had already received the first pass reward and had looted so many things in treasure chests in this secret realm, Huan couldn't stay here for even a minute. She now wished she could go back to her room and open the treasure chest to see what good things she had obtained today. However, before Huan took a few steps out, a prompt appeared in her vision again. Eliminating all creatures in the secret realm is a basic respect for entering the secret realm for the first time. There are still 4 creatures left in the secret realm. Are you sure you want to leave? If someone else said this, Huan would ignore it, but this was said by this special prompt, and Huan immediately stopped in her tracks to show her respect. After all, this special prompt of hers is a bit of a skill. When there is nothing going on, it is so quiet that Huan forgets its existence. But once something happens, it will output so much, as if he has come here and cannot return empty-handed. Huan really likes this feeling of scraping the ground 3 feet deep. Since even the prompts say that clearing all monsters is the basic respect for the first pass of the secret realm, Huan turns around and looks for the remaining 4 monsters. The main attack is to listen to advice. With observation glasses, it is still easy to kill 4 monsters. Just after clearing the monsters, the system prompts another message. Congratulations to Resident for clearing all the monsters in the secret wilderness oasis and receiving 30 survival points as a reward, a diligence gift pack, and opening the first public secret wilderness oasis for the entire E7 server. All residents can obtain the location of the secret by checking the map. The wilderness oasis secret is open from 8 to 2000 hours every day. All residents are welcome to come and explore. TSK. This means that now anyone can come to the secret realm. Is it no longer a certain organization or guild that has reserved the venue? At once, many thoughts popped up in Huan's mind, but none of them was as strong as going home to open the box. Huan has always been a person who follows her heart. At this time, the only thing that can prevent her from going home is that there are still loot that has not been put into her backpack. That is the loot left by the last 5-star monster she defeated. The resources have been put into the backpack, but there is still a black treasure chest on the yellow sand in front of Huan. It was a black iron treasure chest. It was the only black iron treasure chest that Huan dropped in this secret realm, and it was as precious as the silver treasure chest dropped by the boss. If Huan was asked to throw away this treasure chest, she couldn't do it, but her backpack was already completely full, and every grid inside was filled with useful things. Asking Huan to throw away any of them would be like asking her to die. This is not it. She was stuck in such a tangle. What on earth should she throw away? If it is not valuable, it must be resources. But what she collected this time are all second-level resources, each of which has been collected more than 200, and all accumulated in one grid. If you want to free up a grid, it means you have to throw away more than 200 secondary resources. No, she will be heartbroken. After looking around, Huan's eyes fell on a scroll. In this secret realm, Huan obtained 3 kinds of scrolls. The most was the invisibility scroll, of which there were 19 left. The second was the fog scroll, of which there were 8. Both of them were good for escaping. The last one was the return scroll, of which there was only 1. The default return point for this thing was your own shelter, which meant that with this thing, you could hang out outside until the last second of the quiet night, and then open a scroll to return to your own shelter. This is the real good stuff. Even if Huan is extremely eager to go home now, but you let her use this thing in broad daylight, it is better to kill her directly. Yes, Huan is the kind of hamster character who is stingy and likes to save things. If she uses everything she saves, she will lose her sense of security. It is also for this reason that she lived so long in the original world. After all, there are too many things to save her life, and it is not easy to die. Just when Huan was still struggling with what to throw away in order to take this black iron treasure chest out, he suddenly heard a noisy sound from a distance. Is the red-named woman confirmed to be in this secret realm? Did you see the blue gathering stone outside the secret realm? Yes, it shows that there is still someone in this secret realm, and it has not been refreshed, so she must still be in this secret realm. Hurry up and find her. If you find her, the president will give you a special reward today. Yes, this reward is not superimposed with the wanted order reward. This woman should be quite powerful. We should be careful. It's okay, everyone outside is ours. This woman can't fly out today even if she has wings. Yes, I heard that there are not only 10 of us, but also more than 20 people outside, and dozens of people are still coming. We must not let such a vicious person hang around in front of our Taishan Mutual Aid Association. That's right. The last 5-star monster killed by Huan was not near the oasis, but on the sand dunes, relatively close to the door, so Huan could hear the ambitious speeches of these people clearly without much effort. She touched her nose. With this calculation, there were 50 or 60 people surrounding her. The treatment given to her by the Taishan Mutual Aid Association was really high. Also, why didn't this special prompt appear? Huan thought about it for a while and figured it out. When Huang Bairong's team entered the secret realm, they had already occupied the secret realm and were in battle, so the special prompt directly defined Huang Bairong and his team as enemies, so the alarm was issued. But now it's different. Now the battle is completely over. Even if there are 10 or 100 people coming in, the special prompts will default to a peaceful state, unless they attack me first, then the special prompts will be triggered again. Good guy, this thing seems to have intelligence, but not much. There. At this time, a member of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association suddenly found Huan on the sand dune. After all, her red light is still quite eye-catching among the yellow sand and gravel. Suddenly everyone looked towards Huan. Huan just kept hearing the system prompts ringing in his ears. Zhang Haoran tried to see through your information, but was successfully exempted by the observation glasses. Li Xiao tried to see through your information, but was successfully exempted by the observation glasses. Xian Xiaoman tried to see through your information, but was successfully exempted by the observation glasses. Ah! The observation glasses are so useful, but it's a pity that hers is a fake, and can only be used once. Otherwise, if she takes this thing out, it will be a good thing to hide herself and see through others. In an era when everyone wants to hide something, what's the difference between having this and opening the third eye? Huan's prompts here have always shown that insight is exempted, while the prompts received by the people of Taishan Mutual Aid Association over there have always been insight failures. Such a failure made Zhou Yuanshan, who was listening to the broadcast at the same time, a little frustrated. Don't insight anymore, she must have some props on her body to prevent you from insight. You guys hurry up and get closer to her to see if there are any special features on her, especially in her appearance. It's best to record a video. President, we can't record a video at this distance. Then come closer and show me with your eyes. 10 of you can't see clearly a woman. Okay, boss. The reminder of insight immunity in Huan's ear suddenly disappeared, And then she saw the 10 members of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association in the distance slowly moving towards her. Especially the 3 people walking in the front holding a wooden shield in their hands, covering half of their faces, revealing only a pair of eyes, staring at her intently, as if they wanted to find a hole in her body. Boss, we are getting close to her. Boss, we have entered her attack range. We dare not go any further. It is too dangerous. Zhou Yuanshan also wanted to get closer, but this was a real life after all. If it died, it would really die. No one wanted to get close to danger. He could only hold back the breath in his heart and said, "What does she look like? Can you see it clearly?" "I can't see her detailed appearance, but I can see her general characteristics clearly." Female, long black hair. About 1.6 meters tall, maybe a little taller. Not fat, long legs. Zhou Yuanshan was really angry when he heard the description of the red-named woman. I said it's the characteristics. Are there any characteristics? The people here were actually in a difficult situation. Everyone knew how dangerous this woman was, so they didn't dare to get close. It was impossible to see her eyes and eyebrows clearly at this distance. What they described now was already detailed enough. This woman with a red name looks like an ordinary person. Who can describe an ordinary person as a flower? She wears glasses. Someone suddenly provided a very obvious feature. This was immediately agreed by several other people. Let's get closer and take a look. Zhou Yuanshan wrote down this characteristic and encouraged this spirit. Okay, you are very brave. Seeing that the people from the Taishan Mutual Aid Association were getting closer and closer to him, Huan stopped worrying about what he was going to take out and throw away. She directly held the scroll back to the city and put the black iron treasure chest into her backpack. She waved at us. Zhou Yuanshan's alarm bells rang. Waving? What did she wave? Be careful when you get close. The next second, Huan crushed the scroll back to the city, and her whole body turned into a white light and disappeared in front of several people. Disappeared? What disappeared? Zhou Yuanshan felt that things were out of control. The red-named woman disappeared in front of us. Zhou Yuanshan immediately understood what the red-named woman meant by waving at several members just now. Provocation. This is a naked provocation. He suddenly felt dizzy and his eyes went black. He raised his head and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 23. The first thing she did was to touch the glasses on her face. Oh, the observation glasses that helped her a lot in the secret realm were gone. What a pity. Huan carefully recalled the properties of the observation glasses. It seemed to be a replica of the glasses of the troll wizard Lejixi. If, of course, she just said if. If this troll wizard really exists, this kind of thing is still the original one. Aha, forget it. Forget it. She was just thinking about it. Huan rubbed her hands and quickly put the matter behind her. She was now thinking about the spoils in her backpack. I wonder what she will get this time. I am still looking forward to it. Huan quickly dumped all the things in her backpack on the ground. Suddenly, she saw that the space in the shelter, which was not very large to begin with, was full of light of different colors from various treasure chests. Extravagant, simply too extravagant. There are more than 20 wooden treasure chests on the left, more than 40 bronze treasure chests on the right, and in front of her is a black iron and a silver treasure chest, and 2 gift boxes, one for the first pass and one for diligence. This number is simply too exaggerated. Think about it, she caused trouble for Taishan Mutual Aid Association yesterday in order to get a bronze treasure chest. Suddenly, she felt that the wild exploration outside this secret realm was not so attractive. In addition to these treasure chests, there are also 7 people's heritage backpacks, casually thrown behind Huan. Huan temporarily put the numerous materials in the storage box. Just when Huan was about to open her box and enjoy the feeling of getting rich overnight, her private message rang at an inopportune time. Huan took a look and saw that the sender was Chio Kiki. Hey, did she poke the nest of Taishan Mutual Aid Association today? Why are all the people coming in and out their people? Huan, are you ready for the fire we need? Now is not the delivery time. I will deliver it to you when the time comes. Huan answered Chio Kiki confidently, while subconsciously counting the long-lasting torches he made. To be honest, when his proficiency in making long-lasting torches reached a high level, making torches was something he could do with his eyes closed. It basically did not take up any energy, and naturally the speed of making them was much faster. So when he went to the wilderness oasis this morning, Huan actually brought nearly 300 long-lasting torches with him. Anyway, they only took up 1 grid, so it didn't matter how many he brought. She originally planned to sell it on the platform after she came back, and when Chio Kiki came to find her, she asked to go into the secret realm of the number 3 fog zone in advance. After all, It was so tempting to go into the secret realm. In addition to the fact that there were so many things that you could get them, the more important thing was that the speed of leveling up in the secret realm was like riding a rocket, especially the experience of killing the boss, so it was easy to give others a level up. Huan had just passed level 3 before entering the secret realm, and now she was halfway to level 5. However, after this morning's exploration of the secret realm, the number of long-lasting torches in Huan's hand has been reduced sharply, and there are less than 70 left. As a result, all the plans that Huan had made were aborted. Can you deliver the goods in advance? Kiki seemed to be a human being today, and her voice was much gentler. The order contract we can sign is to deliver the goods tomorrow night, and you have to take me to the secret realm during the day. This is written in black and white, and I must abide by the contract. Huan looked at the less than 70 torches he had left and righteously rejected the unreasonable request of Party A. Huan, it's not that we don't have craftsmen in our guild. I know how this manufacturing industry works. When your proficiency improves, not only will the production time be reduced, but even your energy will not be wasted. Kiki was like a Sichuan opera master, putting away her gentleness just now and becoming aggressive. We gave you the materials for 300 torches. These things can not only make you money, but also improve your proficiency for free. All the profits are yours. So what's wrong with us asking for early delivery? Huan didn't care about Ki's argument and dismissed her with one sentence. Then why do you outsource it to me? Huan said, and returned the materials sent to her by Taishan Mutual Aid Association to Kiki intact. What a joke. Why did she work so hard in her previous life? Just so that others would speak politely to her. Want to blackmail her morally? Haha, sorry. She has no morals. Kiki stared at the materials sent back. Her eyes were red like rabbits. Do you know what you are doing? You are tearing up the order. You will be punished. Huan sneered. It's just a 10% reduction in revenue and a 30% reduction in trading credit for one day. Do you think I am afraid of this as a seller of long-lasting torches? Yes, I am not afraid. Because now in the entire E7 area, only Huan has the ability to make this thing. This is the confidence of monopolizing goods. Kiki looked at Huan's reply and almost fell backwards in anger. If she really wanted to tell Huan, she would try to tear up the order. But she didn't dare. There were too many things going on in the guild today, so Zhou Yuanshan decided to take over the secret realm they were in tomorrow, and the most needed thing in this secret realm was a torch. If Kiki dared to give up now, she could guarantee that according to Zhou Yuanshan's temper, the grass on her grave would be 2 feet high by this time next year. But what to do now? Kiki looked at the materials returned by Huan and thought for several seconds before going to Zhou Yuanshan to tell him about this matter. Of course, it was all Huan's fault. She was not wrong at all. Zhou Yuanshan looked at Kiki speechlessly and sighed helplessly. He must have met some idiots. He asked others to buy things, but they messed it up for him. He messed up and didn't know how to deal with it. He came here to make trouble for others. It's really. Tell her to hand over the torch tonight, and we will take her into the secret realm of the number 3 fog area tomorrow. Kiki was very shocked by Zhou Yuanshan's good talk. Was he mad at that famous woman today? He was so tolerant of a torch maker. Boss, are you going to let her change the contract? Isn't it too easy for her? Zhou Yuanshan was already powerless by Ki's college student-like clarity and stupidity. He waved his hand to signal Kiki to do the work. He was too lazy to explain to her. What if the other party was disobedient and a troublemaker? As long as they followed them into the secret realm, whether they recruited them or directly eliminated them, wouldn't the initiative be in the hands of their own guild? Is it necessary to stand there and fight with her like a cockfight? After Kiki told Huan what Zhou Yuanshan said, Huan immediately took advantage of the situation. No problem, I give you half tonight. And the other half tomorrow, after we enter the secret realm. No, you must give me all of it today. What if you don't give it to me after you enter the secret realm with us tomorrow? The other party has turned on the do not disturb mode. Please contact the other party in another way. Kiki, I'm really pissed off. In order to avoid someone sending her a private message while she was opening a treasure chest, Huan closed her private chat after sending Kiki away. No matter how urgent the order from the Taishan Mutual Aid Association was, the most important thing for her now was to open a treasure chest. The secret realm was good. Even the materials opened from the wooden treasure chests produced in the secret realm were most likely to be second-level materials. Huan. Opened more than 10 wooden treasure chests in a row and obtained a large amount of second-level materials and various potions. The production rate of the items was not much different from that of the wooden chests outside. Huan only got 3 items from the dozen wooden boxes, and they were all white. They were an iron pot, a fluffy cotton mattress, and an oil painting that could be appreciated. Not to mention the iron pot and the cotton mattress. When the oil painting was just opened, Huan thought it had no effect, but after a closer look, he found that it was not the case. An oil painting that can be appreciated, ordinary item, white. An oil painting hanging on the wall, which can be used for appreciation and improve your good mood. And behind this oil painting, there are 3 big words written, identifiable. As long as it is something that can be used to strengthen, there is definitely a chance that good things will come out. Huan immediately stopped disliking the oil painting for being flashy, and put it aside happily. He just didn't know how to identify it. He would try to find it when he had a chance. So, opening the box is the happiest thing. Just when Huan thought her happiness could continue, suddenly, the system prompt sound rang in her ears again. The storage space of your shelter is full. Please throw away some items or upgrade the shelter. Huan, So, such a big wooden house is full. How can this setting be reasonable and unreasonable? The rigid rules forced Huan to temporarily give up opening the box and upgrade the house first. In order to avoid this situation again, in the process of opening the box, Huan did not choose to upgrade only once. Anyway, she had a lot of materials in her hands, so she could upgrade as many times as possible. Not only that, when upgrading, as long as it can be replaced by secondary materials, use secondary materials. Huan didn't know how the upgrade stages of the shelter in the Dark Night world were arranged. In short, above the initial shelter was the wooden house, which could be upgraded to 3 levels in a row. After the 3rd level wooden house, the next level would be the stone house. She had no idea how many levels the stone house had. Because she had upgraded to the 1st level of the stone house, and chose to upgrade the level again, she got a system prompt. Your level is not enough. Please continue to upgrade the level before you can upgrade the shelter. Chapter 24. The first 7 days, after entering the Dark Night world are the novice period. During these 7 days, the shelter level that must be reached is the 1st level of the wooden house. Otherwise, the resident will not be able to survive the cold winter that comes after the 7-day novice period. According to this condition, Huan feels that his current 1st level stone house can be said to be very safe. First of all, the area inside the house has expanded from more than 30 square meters to about 100 square meters. Not only the area of the house has increased, but also the various facilities inside the house. Even though the original wooden house had become bigger and stronger, it was only 1 room at best. But now that it had been upgraded to a stone house, she could see a clear difference. Although she was still standing in an empty house of 100 square meters, as her vision moved, she could see prompts popping up continuously. Dividing the functional areas of the house as quickly as possible can improve the overall properties of the house. The house panel in her bracelet also saw a huge change. The original house could only see 1 defense value, but now there are several different values in the house attributes. For example, safety value, comfort, beauty, and majesty. The safety value and defense value are different. The defense value actually represents how much damage can be resisted from the outside, while the safety value represents the ability of the house to fight back against damage. Comfort and beauty are easy to understand. These 2 attributes will increase the recovery speed of the residents. As for the explanation of majesty, there is only 1 sentence, which is the majesty of the appearance of your shelter. There is nothing else, and I don't know what it is used for. How should I put it? How is this not nonsense? In addition to these general overviews, there is also a sub-panel of buildings under the house panel. Opening this panel, she can see other houses that she can add under the stone house. For example, bedroom, living room, study, bathroom, kitchen, storage room, etc. However, her wooden house can only build 4 functional rooms at the 1st level, and each functional room requires different materials. Huan thought about it, and decided to build a bathroom first. Although she had only been in this world for 2 days, Huan had had enough of not having a proper bathroom. She could still wash her face and brush her teeth, but she couldn't take a shower. The most important thing was that she had to poop outdoors. Even when she was a mercenary, she had never been so embarrassed. So the bathroom must be built first. Building a bathroom requires 20 wood, 20 ceramics, 3 metals, and 1 glass. Looking at the materials needed, Huan had a feeling that these functional rooms were designed based on the inventory in her backpack. Otherwise, why would they ask for the inventory 1 by 1? Ceramic is a secondary material, which Huan got from the wilderness oasis. She has never seen it in other places. So this kind of material is likely to drop in secret realms and high-level maps. Huan fought in such a large secret realm, but only got 40 of them. Now, in order to build a bathroom, she used up 20 of them at once. Heartbroken. The bathroom takes 20 minutes to build, during which time Huan built the warehouse and kitchen. The study and the materials needed are quite standard, all of which are 10 pieces of wood and 10 pieces of stone. Huan replaced them with secondary materials as usual. Finally, Huan chose to build a living room. Huan chose these 4 functional rooms after careful consideration. In fact, for her personally, she now has too many items. No matter how many storage boxes there are, it seems a bit insufficient, so this warehouse is the most important functional room. Moreover, the warehouse has a very special property, that is, it can be locked, which is equivalent to a very important insurance for her things. You know, there is actually a very cruel design in the Dark Knight world. That is, the safety of the shelter is against the disasters and monsters of this world. As long as the residents hide in the shelter, they can't get in. However, this rule is useless for other residents. As long as the residents leave the shelter, her house can be robbed. As long as the defense value of the shelter can be destroyed before the residents come back, they can enter the shelter to rob. The only function of the storage box is to store things. It has no defense. In other words, as long as someone can open the door of the shelter, everything in the shelter can be taken at will. Otherwise, Huan's original body would not be robbed. But the warehouse is different. Once it is locked, it cannot be opened unless the key is obtained. Even if the owner of the shelter dies, the people who come to pick up the inheritance cannot take away the things in the warehouse. Anyway, Huan is not a generous person. She has this mentality: even if I die, you can't take my most valuable thing. Otherwise, she can't even die with a smile on her face. As for the rest, the bathroom is a must. As for the kitchen, it's not that Huan loves food, but she found that cooking food in a specific kitchen has a chance to increase other properties of the food. Finally, there is only one room left, which can only be the living room. Anyway, when she was in the second-level wooden house, it was the same. Eating, making and sleeping are all done together, which makes it so lively. Among the 4 functional rooms, the living room takes the shortest time to build, only 5 minutes, and the other 3 take 20 minutes. So, after Huan built the living room, she and her husband also built the fireplace in the living room. Because the fireplace can provide more warmth than a bonfire, the same firewood can burn longer, and it occupies a wall, leaving the original ground empty. In this way, the living room suddenly became much larger. As usual, Huan placed the crafting table on the other side of the wall, next to the window, and placed 2 storage boxes next to the crafting table, which contained basic materials, and all high-level materials were put into the warehouse. Next to the fireplace, Huan made a sturdy wooden bed, spread the fluffy mattress she had just made underneath, and covered it with cheetah fur. As for the quilt, she still only had an old blanket. It was a little thin at night, but by the fireplace, there was fire all night, so it didn't feel cold. After finishing these facilities, Huan had basically used up all the basic materials he had brought back from the secret realm today. After upgrading to a stone house, not only did the house change, but even the outside of the house changed. Not to mention the appearance, it certainly looks much more solid than a wooden house, and the exterior wall built with the unique patterns and colors of granite does have a majestic feel. However, this is not the point. The point is that when the shelter entered the stone house era, it had a yard. It was a real yard, not a flat open space outside the house in the wooden house era. In the stone house era, the yard could be built with a wall, which also increased the defense value of the shelter, but Huan no longer had any materials. She could only put the construction of the wall and yard aside for the time being and open the treasure chests in the house first. The treasure chests that were originally piled up in the house were still spread on the floor of the living room, and they really looked blinding. Continue opening the boxes. Huan gradually discovered a pattern. The items produced in the wooden treasure chest are almost all things from the old times, that is, things that appeared in the time and space where the residents originally lived. For example, the things that Huan opened: 1 ell of shower gel, 2 packs of snail noodles, a long thick down jacket, a pair of sunglasses, a set of 4 famous classics, a floor lamp. These things are full of the style of the old times, but they still have some special properties of the Dark Knight time. For example, the long thick down jacket that Huan was holding in his hand, because it was too thick and had good warmth retention properties, it could be used as outerwear, worn outside other equipment, and equipped with its own equipment. Huan stared at the down jacket, and had already decided that he would wear the down jacket outside when he went to the Taishan Mutual Aid Association tomorrow, pretending to be a burden without any equipment. Compared to wooden treasure chests, the items produced in bronze treasure chests are more diverse, including formulas, items from the dark world, and items from the old times. However, compared to the touching explosion rate of props in wooden treasure chests, the production rate of props in bronze treasure chests is much higher, basically 50% to 60%. And even if props are not produced, other materials given will be particularly rich and high quality. In short, when Huan opened the wooden and bronze treasure chests, she was no longer excited about opening treasure chests. Because there were so many things that she was numb. Of course, most of them were various materials, piled up in the living room in a mess. In order to consume these materials, Huan did not care about opening the last 4 highest level treasure chests, but went to the yard first to build the yard first. There are 2 options for the courtyard wall. One is to simply increase the defense value, while the other can increase the safety value in addition to the defense value. The difference between these 2 types of walls is only the amount of materials used. Huan can be said to have become rich overnight. She has nothing but a lot of materials in her hands. So Huan didn't even think about it, and directly maxed out the level and safety value of her own wall. The speed of building the wall is very fast, and it was built in just 1 minute. All she saw was a stone wall over 2 meters high surrounding Huan's stone house. Outside the wall were wooden chevaux de frise, and each of the wooden spikes on the chevaux de frise was sharpened to make it look ferocious. The door was made of solid wood, airtight, and covered with door nails. With this arrangement, the sense of security of the stone house in her heart suddenly rose several levels. This time, even if she ran out and was robbed, she could rush back before they pried open her door. There is a nearly 100 square meter yard inside the wall, which looks like it can be decorated. Just as Huan was standing in the yard, stroking her chin and thinking about which of the props she had just opened could be placed outside, she suddenly heard a woman's voice coming from outside the yard. My God, when did this dead girl have a wall here? Chapter 25. I haven't heard it before. However, Huan instinctively felt that this voice was very familiar. She carefully searched the memories of the original body, and soon found the owner of this voice. This voice turned out to be the mother of the original body, who seemed to be called Lu Kaiping. Huan didn't know what rules were used to divide this area when the people of the old world entered the dark night world, but it seemed quite sloppy. Were relatives and friends actually divided into the same area? While Huan was still recalling the relationship between the original body and the original body's mother, she heard a man's voice again. Oh yeah, it's only been 2 days since I came here. How come there is a wall inside? This voice was also very familiar. It was the original body's younger brother, named Tianci. Did we remember the wrong place? This can't be someone else's shelter. It shouldn't be. I remember that I came here along this road last time. I can't remember it wrong. The man's voice was getting closer and closer, and he was actually at the edge of the wall. But can that little girl build such a high wall? And what level of shelter does it take to build a wall? I don't know, but our level 2 wooden house can't build it anyway. Did that little girl get rich? Where did she get the materials to upgrade the wooden house and build a wall? Could it be that she was favored by a rich man? Tianci obviously sneered at Lu Kaiping's words. Mom, what are you thinking? With Huan's character, no man would be attracted to her, let alone a rich man. Rich men have brains. They are not fools. Okay. Then how come this house and yard are in the location of the dead girl's shelter? Did she hide something good secretly, and we didn't find it last time? That's easy, Mom. You climb up and take a look. Tianci was obviously standing outside the fence, and said to Lu Kaiping. Lu Kaiping looked at the high fence, and the ferocious fence in front of the fence, and felt timid. Baby, Mom may not be able to climb this wall. Mom is old and her legs are not convenient. Oh Mom, what are you talking about? You are always the youngest in my heart. How can you get old? You will have to take care of my son in the future. What's the big deal about such a small wall? Huan stood in the yard, and listened to the 2 people hesitating for a while. Finally, Lu Kaiping was ready to climb the wall, and she turned around and went into the house. Huan remembered that when she opened the bronze treasure chest just now, she opened another crossbow machine, which had much better properties than the one she had now. It not only increased the damage, but also increased the attack speed. She hadn't had time to test the effect of the crossbow, so now was the perfect opportunity, wasn't it? The wall was 2.5 meters high, the barricades were 1.5 meters high, and 1 meter wide. There were sharpened wooden spikes everywhere within this range, and one could get stabbed if one wasn't careful. Lu Kaiping carefully grasped the wooden spikes on the barricades, trying to step on them to climb over the barricades and then climb onto the wall. But this was not an easy task, because if she wasn't careful, she could fall off the barricades. After trying several times, Lu Kaiping finally found a trick. She climbed over the barricade and could stand on the horizontal barricade to climb over the wall. Unfortunately, she was not tall enough, so it was not easy for her to climb such a high wall with her bare hands. He Tianxi stood behind and watched Lu Kaiping's clumsy movements. He was so anxious that he couldn't help scolding her. "Why are you so stupid? You can't even climb a wall. How can you be such a stupid mother?" Lu Kaiping was not angry when He Tianxi scolded her, but kept apologizing. Seeing that she still couldn't climb the wall, He Tianxi simply started to climb the barricades himself. He was young, and although he was fat, he was still flexible. He just followed Lu Kaiping's method and climbed over the barricades in no time, and also stood on the horizontal railing of the barricades. Although He Tianxi was not yet an adult, he was very tall. Standing on the horizontal railing, he could barely see what was behind the wall. He only saw a solid and spacious stone house standing behind the wall, which was extremely beautiful. Looking at the stone house, He Tianxi's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help licking his lips. Such a large and luxurious shelter must have a lot of good things. No matter whether this house belongs to Huan or not, he will make a fortune today. He Tianxi started to climb the wall when he thought of this, and Lu Kaiping also helped him. The two of them pulled each other, and sat on the wall in a short time. Lu Kaiping sat on the wall, and looked at the stone house in the yard. Her mouth couldn't close. My goodness, such a beautiful shelter, how much materials would it cost? The people in this house must be very rich. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and go down. This is a good opportunity for the two of us to empty the house. He Tianxi urged Lu Kaiping to jump down from the wall quickly. Lu Kaiping was not very brave. After all, it was a 2.5-meter high wall. If she jumped down, she would break her legs. Just when the two of them were hesitating to find a way to get down the wall, suddenly, a sharp wind shot out from somewhere and went straight to Lu Kaiping's face. Lu Kaiping's body instinctively turned sideways, but she was unable to avoid the fierce wind. The next second, she felt a sharp pain exploding on her shoulder. "Ah!" Lu Kaiping screamed, turned around and asked He Tianxi for help, while covering her shoulder. "It hurts, something hit me." He Tianxi also looked at Lu Kaiping, and saw the arrow on her shoulder. There is someone in the house, and the person in the house has a weapon. This thought suddenly popped up, and He Tianxi was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't care about Lu Kaiping anymore, and turned around to go back along the same route. "Baby, where are you going?" Lu Kaiping also noticed He Tianxi's move and hurried to pull him. The next moment, another sharp arrowhead shot towards the two of them. He Tianxi was so scared that his legs went weak when he heard the sound of the wind, but Lu Kaiping was still holding him, so he could only jump onto the horizontal barricade regardless of anything. Lu Kaiping had just been shot by an arrow. Although she was not killed, she was in great pain. Now she was holding He Tianxi with one hand and covering her wound with the other hand. She was not able to sit firmly on the wall. She was pulled down by the force of He Tianxi when he jumped off the wall. Under this high wall was a barricade, and the wooden spikes were so sharp that they were terrifying. And Lu Kaiping fell right on the barricade. In just a blink of an eye, she was pierced by the wooden spikes on the barricade. He Tianxi also heard the muffled groan from Lu Kaiping, and subconsciously turned his head to look. He was immediately frightened by the scene in front of him. Lu Kaiping was hung on the barricade like a hedgehog, with more than a dozen sharp wooden thorns piercing through various parts of her body, and her flesh and blood were blurred. Her eyes were wide open, looking at He Tianxi. The severe pain made her expression extremely distorted. She raised her hand towards He Tianxi with all her strength, and begged intermittently, "Baby, help your mother." But at this time, He Tianxi heard the sound of a door opening in the yard. The owner of this house came out. He has a weapon. This thought made He Tianxi not care about Lu Kaiping at all. He shook off Lu Kaiping, who was trying to pull his hand. "Don't pull me. Get out of here. You can die by yourself. Why are you still holding me, old bitch?" He Tianxi cursed Lu Kaiping while nimbly climbing over the high barricades, and ran away without caring whether the wooden thorns left deep or shallow wounds on his body. When Huan opened the gate, she only saw He Tianxi's tall, strong and fat body rushing into the woods. Chasing is not advisable. Huan didn't have the time to spare for him, but she wouldn't let him go so easily. She would settle accounts with this fat man when she had the chance. Huan walked out of the yard and found Lu Kaiping. The woman in front of her was not dead yet, but she was only breathing in and not out. She only looked at He Tianxi's back with disbelief in her eyes. This person is the original body's mother. Huan originally thought that she had come to a world of fighting and killing, but she never expected that such a bloody script would happen to the original body. The original body was called Huan, but her original name was Huandi. You can tell what family she was born in, and what kind of life she lived by listening to her name. There are too many bloody social news about her, and they are all similar. However, the original body worked hard, and finally left the original family that suffocated her, and had a new life. She even changed her name to Huan. But she didn't expect that the whole old world would come here, and what she didn't expect was that she was actually assigned to the same area as her original family that she had finally gotten rid of. What's even more tragic is that Huan's shelter is very close to Lu Caiping's shelter. After Lu Caiping found Huan, she took her minor brother He Tianxi, who lived with her, to rob her shelter. This caused Yang Jianhua to easily enter the original body's shelter and kill the original body, which led to the arrival of Huan. Huan is not the original one. The word bearing humiliation has never appeared in her dictionary. She would take revenge immediately if there was any grudge. Just like now. Huan greeted Lu Caiping with a smile. "Oh, you were abandoned by your son." Lu Caiping turned her eyes to Huan reluctantly at this time. When she realized who was talking to her, hope appeared in her eyes again. "How about this new barricade I made? Do you like it?" "Save me. Enjoy it, Mom." The smile on Huan's face became brighter and brighter. The hope in Lu Caiping's eyes was gradually replaced by fear. Huan looked up. The sky had turned gray, and the green beam of light that shot up into the sky was particularly dazzling under this gray sky. Did she say that the green beam of light was really beautiful? Chapter 26. According to the rules of the old world, after entering the dark night world, he lived with his guardian, that is, Lu Caiping. As for the father of the original body, that is, the father of He Tianxi, Huan did not know where he was. Anyway, there was no such person who came to harass the original body 2 days ago. Unfortunately, even if Lu Caiping died, she did not drop the pass, because He Tianxi, who lived with her, was not dead yet, so their shelter still had an owner, and they could not go to collect the inheritance. In fact, after visiting the wilderness oasis, Huan no longer thought much of collecting inheritance and making money from the dead. After all, there was nothing good in the homes of ordinary residents, and powerful residents were not so easy to deal with. If you have that much energy, you might as well go to the secret realm to fight. However, others are others, and He Tianxi is He Tianxi. Not only for the original body, but also for herself. In this world, there are not many people who can still be alive and kicking after offending her. However, none of them was called He Tianxi. Huan bent down and picked up Lu Caiping's backpack. Maybe she was used to serving He Tianxi, so even if the backpack in the dark night world was not heavy, Lu Caiping was reluctant to let He Tianxi carry it. No matter what she ate or used, she carried it all on her back. Now Huan got a chance, but it was a pity that there was nothing in her backpack that Huan liked. Standing at the gate of her yard, looking at the ferocious barricades on both sides, she was very dissatisfied with this thing. This wall, and this chevaux de frise cost her a lot of materials. She originally wanted it to help her guard the house when she was away. However, the result was also seen. Lu Caiping and her son almost fell over. If she hadn't shot that arrow, these things would have been just decorations. Standing by the wall, Huan carefully observed the wall and chevaux de frise for a while, and soon realized that these two things were best used in conjunction with an arrow tower. However, Huan did not see the arrow tower in the construction panel of the first level of the stone house, so she didn't know whether it would be available after the upgrade. Even if it wasn't available, Huan felt that she had to find a way to get it, so that she could completely eliminate her worries. The sky got darker. Huan turned and went into the house to pick up the down jacket. Don't think that this down jacket was opened from a wooden treasure chest, and is a product of the old times. In addition to keeping warm, this down jacket has an advantage that Huan values most. That is, it can hide the equipment and level of residence. Although it cannot hide the red name, it can greatly reduce the risk of being spied on by. Inside, Huan put on his down jacket and walked towards the northwest of his shelter. Among the few memories left by the original body, there is one about the location of Lu Caiping's shelter. It is not difficult to find He Tianxi's hiding place. After half an hour's journey, Huan had already seen the wooden house hidden in a dense bush. The houses in the dark world are not of uniform style. They will be upgraded to different appearances according to the external environment. Just like Lu Caiping's shelter, because the location is low and humid, with dense bushes, the wooden house is covered with thick dead leaves. Dear residents, as night falls, without the sunlight, the hidden dangers in the world begin to stir. Please pay attention to safety or return to your shelter as soon as possible. As the last ray of light disappeared from the horizon, the system prompt sounded in my ears at the right time. Huan raised his wrist to check the time. It was quite accurate. The wooden house not far away was filled with warm, dim light. As night fell, the not-so-bright light became unusually dazzling in the damp and dim environment. Compared with Huan's stone house, the second-level wooden house seemed too thin. Moreover, in order to blend in with the surrounding bushes, this wooden house was very low and looked like an inconspicuous stone. Huan walked to the side of the wooden house and found that there was a window on the side of the supplies. Through the small window, she easily saw a young man in the house. He was sitting on a log bed. She couldn't tell his height, but from his flabby and fat body, it was not difficult to tell that this person was Etienne. He kept fiddling with the bracelet on his wrist. Huan couldn't see his expression, but from his irritable body movements, it was not difficult to guess that he was in a very anxious state. Indeed, Etienne was very anxious now. Especially after returning to his shelter, this anxiety surrounded him all the time. He wanted to find Lu Kaiping, but when he remembered that Lu Kaiping had been stabbed to death by the barricade, he became even more terrified. He sat in the shelter, cold and hungry, and then he remembered that there was nothing in his backpack, and all the things in the house were with Lu Kaiping. But Lu Kaiping was dead. Etienne was furious, smashing things around in the house, cursing Lu Kaiping for not leaving him anything, and now he had nothing to eat. After losing his temper, he had no choice but to beg in the regional chat. Anyway, there were so many people begging in the regional chat every day, so he didn't feel ashamed. Although Huan never paid attention to beggars who asked for things in the regional chat, there were still a few who would be kind. Etienne was lucky, and he met one. The other party gave him a piece of white bread and planned to end the transaction. Lu Kaiping's fighting ability was good. After killing a few relatively small animals, Etienne had already eaten meat. He actually didn't think much of white bread. But now, he was so hungry that he took the white bread and stuffed it into his mouth, while he called the man he was trading with, "Brother, I tell you a secret." "What secret?" "There is a stone house in the number 5 fog area, and the owner is often not there." After Etienne calmed down, he thought that the shelter might be Huan's, but he didn't dare to confirm it. After all, when he went there to rob things 2 days ago, Huan's shelter was still the original house. He and Lu Kaiping not only took away everything, but also demolished one of her walls, so that they had enough materials to upgrade the second-level wooden house. Logically, Huan couldn't upgrade the house to such a high level so quickly. However, regardless of whether it was Huan's refuge, Etienne suffered a great loss in this stone house today, and he must take revenge. Since he couldn't deal with the owner of the house himself, he didn't mind finding some people to deal with him. This was not the benefactor who gave him a piece of bread, and he certainly couldn't let him down. Unexpectedly, after hearing what he said, the other party just sneered. "Such a good thing, you can go by yourself." After that, no matter what Etienne said, he blocked him. Etienne couldn't help but curse a few times, and he was even more angry in his heart. He wanted to put this matter in the regional speech directly. However, before he had time to do so, he heard his door suddenly knocked. Etienne was startled, and he walked to the window carefully and looked out the window. It was completely dark. It seemed that nothing could be seen through the window. Etienne was about to leave from the window, when he suddenly found something flashing brightly at the edge of the house. The light was not obvious, but it was still possible to tell that it was the light of a treasure chest. Treasure chest. As soon as this word popped up in Etienne's mind, he couldn't help but get excited. In the dark world, treasure chests can be refreshed anywhere and at any time, but Etienne has never found a treasure chest refreshed at his door. Is this a lucky chance? Etienne didn't hesitate at all. He walked to the door and planned to open it to get the treasure chest. However, when his hand was on the door handle, Etienne hesitated again. It was already night time, and it was more dangerous than during the day. When Lu Kaiping was alive, she would never let Etienne go out at this time, but now that Lu Kaiping was dead, no one would take Etienne's place to get the treasure chest. It would definitely be dangerous to go out now, but if he didn't go to get it now, there would still be several hours before the quiet night, and it was hard to guarantee that someone would pick up the treasure chest. Etienne hesitated for several seconds, and finally decided to take the risk and go out. After all, it was right at his door. He only needed to go out and get it and come back. There shouldn't be any problem. Having made up his mind, Etienne opened the door, sneaked out, and moved towards the treasure chest. Huan stood in the shadow on the side of the house. She watched Etienne go out and carefully ran towards the black iron treasure chest she had put down. She directly took out a thermobaric grenade and threw it towards the shelter. Tianzi didn't even touch the treasure chest when he felt a strong airflow and a deafening explosion behind him. Then, he was blown away by the airflow. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, Tianzi coughed and raised his head. His ears were still buzzing. Where did the explosion come from? Before Tianzi went to find the source of the explosion, he first remembered the treasure chest he hadn't touched yet, and immediately turned around to look for it again. However, as soon as he turned around, he was stunned. He saw a man in a thick black down jacket walking in front of the treasure chest and bending down to pick it up. Tianzi was anxious and angry, and shouted, "I found the treasure chest first, put it down." Huan heard Tianzi's voice, paused slightly, looked at him, and then unceremoniously picked up the treasure chest and put it in his backpack. "Yours? Do you deserve it?" Tianzi, who was sitting on the ground, raised his eyes little by little, but in the end, he still couldn't see the face of the person standing in front of him clearly. However, the voice of this person was very familiar, a bit like Huan. However, his eyes suddenly fell on the back of this person, which was supposed to be a shelter. Now there were only ruins, and there was even a lot of smoke coming out of it. Where is his house? Tianzi didn't care about the treasure chest, let alone Huan. He rushed a few steps, rushed to his house, and rubbed his eyes hard. Sure enough, there was only a mess. In the dark world, no shelter means nothing, everyone knows it. At this moment, Tianzi only felt a bone-chilling coldness attacking him. At this moment, he seemed to react, that person had done all this. Tianzi was angry and scared. He turned around suddenly, and wanted to find the person just now to argue. However, when he turned around, he didn't see anyone. But in the silent night, he saw countless green spots of light. Chapter 27. Huan came out of her invisible state, and killed a group of wild wolves with almost no effort. Then, she bent down and picked up the small ball on the ground that was emitting a blue-gray light. This was the only item she got out of so many bronze treasure chests. Although almost every treasure chest in the Dark Knight world will produce equipment, the probability of getting an item is not very high, but each one has a special effect. Just like the item in Huan's hand. Monster Trap. Excellent item, blue. After opening, it can trap all monsters within a 50-meter radius of the device. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Huan still has a red name on her body, but it will disappear in a few hours. According to Huan's calculations, she must get rid of the red name before going to the secret realm of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association tomorrow. This requires that she cannot kill people, at least not by her own hands. This is also the reason why Huan went to so much trouble to lure Tianzi out and kill him. If it weren't for the red name, Tianzi wouldn't have said so much nonsense. However, this monster trap combined with the invisibility scroll is really a good thing for killing people and robbing. Huan did not stay in the woods any longer. Her use of the grenade just now must have attracted the attention of many residents. She did not want to cause herself any unnecessary trouble at this time. So she quickly picked up everything that could be collected on the ground and left quickly. Her long black down jacket became the best camouflage in the dark night, and she turned around and disappeared. Just as Huan expected, almost as soon as she left, residents came over following the sound. However, the mess that was obviously caused by the explosion made everyone confused. A new round of discussion started in the regional chat. However, Huan did not catch up with this round of discussion. She came back from the woods and found a vole's nest under the guidance of special prompts on the way, and found a lot of nuts and a strange seed in it. After returning to the shelter, Huan first took out his 2 pieces of black soil and placed them directly in the bare yard. A piece of black soil is about 1 meter x 1 meter in area, and the soil is dark and oily in color. It is indeed different from the other soils in the yard, but it blends together very uniformly, and is quite harmonious. Huan planted the seed he had just obtained into one of the pieces of black soil without hesitation, and watered it carefully. Checking the black soil again, the state has changed. Black soil. There are seeds growing. Seeds, unknown. We will know what it is after it matures. Remaining time for growth, 72 hours. Okay, let's wait for 3 days. Huan patted the dirt on his hands, and turned to go into the house. After being out for so long, the various divisions in the shelter have been completely built. Huan simply packed up the existing supplies and things, put everything related to eating in the kitchen, and put resources, materials, and some unused props in the warehouse. In this way, the originally messy living room immediately became tidy. As soon as you enter the door, you can see the quaint stone fireplace, The fire inside is burning brightly, dispelling the cold outside. Next to the fireplace is a fluffy, neat, and warm wooden bed, and opposite the bed is a crafting table. Huan still has 4 most important boxes to open, but before opening the boxes, she feels that she should take a bath, bathe and burn incense, etc., to appear more sincere and have better luck. Huan's shelter has no water source, so the water supply and drainage system in her bathroom is the original one in the house, and the amount of service it can provide every day is limited. Simply put, Huan's current bathroom can only be used for 15 minutes a day, and it is refreshed every day when day comes. Therefore, this requires Huan to use the bathroom only within these 15 minutes every day before she has her own water source. After 7 minutes, Huan, who was covered in water, sat on the bed in the living room again. There were only 3 treasure chests in front of him, and one was in Huan's backpack, which she had just taken out as bait to trick Tianxi out of the house. Huan took out the black iron treasure chest, and placed the 4 treasure chests neatly in front of him, and then put his hands together and muttered, "I don't care who lives in the sky, you brought me to this place and made me unable to get my pension, so you have to be responsible for me, and it's not too much to give me some good things." After muttering to himself, Huan didn't do the kind of thing of cutting meat with a blunt knife, opening the boxes one by one, and directly. Pa 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 pa. For boxes were opened in succession. Her ears immediately rang with a bunch of system notification sounds. Huan scratched her ears, and a large pile of things appeared in front of her. Against the backdrop of the warm firelight, it looked really rich and impressive. However, most of these things were resources. Unlike the bronze treasure chest and the wooden treasure chest, the resources in these 4 treasure chests were all level 3 resources. More importantly, a very special resource began to appear among the level 3 resources: cooking seasoning. There are 3 types of cooking condiments. Only with these condiments can all cooking recipes be used. Now that Huan has a kitchen, he naturally puts all these things away. After all, food is something that you can eat after cooking, and you can sell it if you can't finish it. It is an item that will never lose money. The cooking condiments Huan opened this time were not too many, only 20 pieces. After collecting all these things, there were not many things produced in the 4 treasure chests, and all of them were placed on the smooth wooden floor. First, there are 2 tools. One is a black iron axe and the other is a black iron hoe, which are produced in the diligent treasure box. Although Huan has only been in this world for 2 days, he also knows that there is such a saying in the Dark Night world. There are only dead Dark Night residents, but no dead axes and hoes. It can be seen that these 2 tools are important to the Dark Night world. And the 2 tools that have just been opened are more than a little better than the tools in Huan's hand. Not only are they sharper and more durable, they even have an additional green attribute. Increase the probability of obtaining rare resources by 5%. In the Dark Night world, the higher the rarity of resources, the higher the level of the shelter built, and the more attributes it can have. So don't underestimate the 5% probability. Everything in the world is just a matter of accumulation. The second is 3 recipes. One of these 3 recipes is a cooking recipe, and 2 are equipment recipes. They are not outstanding recipes. After walking around in the secret realm today, Huan is not very interested in making equipment himself. Obviously, the equipment produced in the secret realm is much better than the recipe, and it is easier to obtain. Well, at least it is more convenient for her. If it doesn't work, it is more convenient to go to the members of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association to pick up the bargains than to make equipment by herself. I didn't see her collect all her equipment in just 1 day. It would be unthinkable for others. But Huan was quite interested in the cooking recipe. Smoked hamburger, provides satiety, increases health by 10%, defense by 5%, and randomly increases any attribute by 6 points, lasting for 2 hours. Materials required: smoked ham, white bread, fruit. This is a green recipe. Before this, all the cooking recipes that Huan had seen were white. And its properties are also quite good. It directly improves 3 properties. Although it only lasts for 2 hours, it can also sweep a large area of equipment. However, what caught Huan's attention was not only its properties, but also the smoked ham in the recipe material. She also has a recipe. That's right, the smoked hamburger is the so-called secondary recipe. It requires a finished product as a material. No wonder the properties are good. Of course, the most important thing is that she has the ingredients to make smoked ham. It is the cooking seasoning that was just opened. Huan did not hesitate at all, and directly learned all these recipes. She planned to wait until she finished reading the rest of these things, and then she would make a few smoked hamburgers, and take them to the secret realm to eat tomorrow. After all, Huan knew with her eyes closed that the angel fountain that made her so greedy would never be allowed to be used by the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, so as a second choice, it would be good for her to make this herself. There are 5 items left. One of them is a backpack with 30 slots. Traveler's backpack. The backpack has a capacity of 30 slots, and one of the backpack's load slots can be automatically opened after wearing it. This is a very good item. Not only does it have more slots, but the most important thing is that it can automatically open a backpack's load slot on the next day. In the Dark Knight world, each resident has 8 load slots, but at the beginning, only 1 is opened, and there is only one ordinary backpack with 20 slots. After the back load compartment is opened, more backpacks can be worn inside, but opening this compartment requires different props or conditions. Huan couldn't wait to replace Huang Bairong's 24-compartment backpack with this traveler backpack. Sure enough, her originally gray backpack load compartment opened one at a time. She put on Huang Bairong's 24-compartment backpack, and now Huan had a 54-compartment backpack. This made her feel safe all of a sudden. In addition to this backpack, there is also a plum-sized gemstone. The colorful colors look very valuable, and its attributes also look valuable. Random professional gemstone, rare item, purple. You can randomly upgrade a manufacturing profession to the master level. When Huan saw this attribute introduction, her pupils shrank suddenly. Manufacturing is a general term, but it is actually divided into many categories, such as cooking, pharmacy, tailoring, forging, etc. The levels of these professions are elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and grandmaster from low to high, and the upgrade of these professions requires not only full-level proficiency, but also a certain number of recipes. Now using this gem, can you directly obtain a random profession to the grandmaster level? Even if Huan has seen a lot of the world, when she saw this thing, her heart couldn't help but pounding. Almost without any hesitation, Huan used this gem. When the gem cracked in her palm, Huan only felt the light bursting out from it, which made her eyes soar. Chapter 28. Your scroll making has reached the elementary level. Your scroll making has reached the intermediate level. Your scroll making has reached the advanced level. Your scroll making has reached the master level. Your scroll making has reached the grandmaster level. Then, a series of system prompts sounded in Huan's ears, and it was no exaggeration to say that she was stunned. She still felt a buzzing in her ears, until the system prompt sound stopped for a long time. Huan opened the manufacturing interface. As expected, there was a new profession for scroll manufacturing, and below this profession, she saw a long list of recipe names. However, most of the recipes seemed great to her, and without exception, it showed that her level was not high enough to make them. The only recipes that were lit were the 4 below the primary scroll manufacturing. They were the primary random movement scroll, the primary return scroll, the primary invisibility scroll, and the primary blank skill scroll. Primary random move scroll. Consumable, can move randomly in a designated area. Preparation time is 1 second. Primary return to city scroll. Consumable, can return to one's own shelter, requires a distance of less than 20 kilometers. Preparation time is 1 second. Primary invisibility scroll. Consumable, can be invisible for 20 seconds. When the invisibility takes effect, the state disappears after moving, no preparation time. Primary blank skill scroll. Consumable, can copy a target's D-level skill, no preparation time. Of these 4 scrolls, the first 3 are very common, and the most special one is the last one, the primary blank skill scroll. If Huan is not mistaken immediately, that is, once she sees a good skill, she can copy this skill by throwing out this scroll. As for the copied skill scroll, as long as you need it, you can throw it out, and then you can summon this skill. This is like a strength-based profession can use spell skills at will, and a spell-based profession can use healing skills at will. Now this blank skill scroll is elementary, which means there are more advanced ones. Huan flipped through the recipes of other levels again, and sure enough, he saw intermediate, advanced and master levels, and the master level blank skill scroll can actually copy S-level skills. Oh, it's exciting just thinking about it. However, I don't know if Huan's luck is bad or the materials are too rare. Anyway, Huan doesn't have any materials to make scrolls. She searched on the trading platform and found that it was purely because of her bad luck that she had never opened or obtained these materials in the 2 days since entering this world. These materials are relatively common on the trading platform, and the price is not expensive. Huan simply put all his extra resources and equipment on the trading platform to exchange for these materials. Of course, the legacy and equipment of Huang Bairong's team also need to be exchanged for these materials. However, in order to avoid being discovered by the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, Huan went through an extra procedure. She first posted the things of Huang Bairong's team anonymously, and only exchanged ordinary resources, materials, food, water and other consumables. Then she used these things to buy materials for making scrolls. Although the procedure seemed a little troublesome, she actually did not lose any money. The fundamental reason is that the equipment of Huang Bairong and others that Huan put up for auction was all auctioned, and the auction time was only half an hour. Now everyone has only been in the dark night world for 5 or 6 days, and most people don't have any equipment, let alone good equipment. And Huang Bairong's team is the elite team of Taishan Mutual Aid Association, and the equipment they have is definitely not ordinary. Therefore, these equipments immediately aroused the enthusiasm of the residents, and the things that Huan wanted to exchange were all some ordinary resources and materials, which further expanded the trading surface. So, since she put the items up for sale, the price has been rising. In the regional chat, these equipments also caused a heated discussion. Residents who could afford them kept raising the price, and residents who could not afford them also watched the excitement. Quick, quick, quick! There are long swords. Do you see long swords? I just need a weapon. And coats. These clothes are all good. I want every one of them. Oh, there are shoes, pants, and hats. Oh my god, what luxury goods sale is this? I never thought that I would see so many equipment sold together on the trading platform in my lifetime. This is mine, this is also mine, this, all mine. Have you woken up above? Oh, the speed of placing orders in this auction is too fast. I just participated in 3 rounds, but I can't afford the rest. Rich guys, keep going. I want to bid more, but my backpack tells me I don't want to. Amid the heated discussions among the residents, the Taishan Mutual Aid Association was also busy. In order to grasp the latest information, there is actually a team of members in the Taishan Mutual Aid Association who monitors the price fluctuations of items in the trading platform at all times. They also discovered the appearance of this batch of equipment and reported it immediately. Zhou Yuanshan felt that he was in the Mercury retrograde today, and nothing went smoothly. Yesterday, the wanted order for Red Name was posted, but there is no news today, not to mention that even the secret realm of the 4th fog zone was discovered by Red Name. The team sent out to seize the secret realm came into direct contact with this Red Name woman, not to mention understanding the other party's information, and was even completely taken away by her. And the secret realm of the 3rd fog zone on my side, not to mention clearing it, has not even made any progress, and the first pass of the 4th fog zone was taken by that Red Name. Now, this Red Name actually auctioned all the equipment of Huang Bairong and his team openly, and this Red Name is extremely cunning. Not only did he choose to auction anonymously, but the items exchanged in the auction were all the most common resources and materials. This directly put an end to Zhou Yuanshan's plan to trace the source of the Red Name through the exchanged items. Xiaokiki looked at Zhou Yuanshan's face, which was almost as black as the bottom of a pot, swallowed his saliva, and said cautiously, "President, should we participate in the auction of these equipment? The price doesn't seem to be very cost-effective." Zhou Yuanshan, who had been angry but silent all the time, finally exploded. He turned his head and sprayed Xiaokiki. "Is your head on your heel? Can't you see that the things you exchanged are just some ordinary resources? What are the resources for if they are not used to exchange for things? Are you going to keep those resources to lay eggs? Is the value of equipment comparable to resources? What is in your head? If you don't need it, you can watch us play football." Yes, President, I will arrange someone to take pictures immediately." Xiaokiki was scolded so much that she didn't dare to raise her head, and turned to leave again. Zhou Yuanshan stopped her again. "Hurry up and contact Huan, and ask her to ensure that all 300 torches will be in place tomorrow." But, speaking of this Xiaokiki, she was indignant. "Huan is too much. I just urged her a few times, and she directly closed my private chat. Now I can't contact her." Zhou Yuanshan was almost mad at Xiaokiki's stupidity. "Don't think I don't know your virtue. You are arrogant to everyone. You should understand that the other party has a monopoly on materials. Be polite to me when you speak and do things. If you make Huan's torch yellow, I will let you taste what it means to be worse than death." Xiaokiki couldn't control herself and shuddered, then rolled away immediately. In just half an hour, this wave of equipment auctions directly became the biggest topic of conversation among the residents of E7 district today. No matter who these equipments ended up with, in short, after half an hour, Huan made a lot of money. Of the remaining 3 items, one was equipment, one was a dagger, and the other was a ring. Black iron dagger, Excellent item, blue. Attack 10 to 18, attack strength +2, critical hit +2. Assassination ring, excellent item, blue. Agility +2, attack speed +2, additional skills. Deadly sting, releases a highly toxic sting, with a 50% chance of killing the target, cooling time of 1 hour. These two items are much better than Huan's existing equipment, especially the assassination ring. This kind of jewelry equipment is very rare. Anyway, Huan has killed so many people, but he has never seen this type of equipment on anyone. As for the last item, it is an egg-sized crystal bottle, which contains a liquid like starlight. When it is gently shaken, it is as beautiful as the galaxy shaking. Intermediate city reputation bottle, can increase the reputation of any city by 500 points. City, since entering this dark night world, all the houses Huan has seen are shelters, and these shelters are all distributed without any rules. She doesn't even have a few more residents gathered, let alone cities. Is there still a city in this world? Huan couldn't help but think of the troll wizard Legixi. So, if there are cities, there are different races, right? It seems that this world is much bigger and more interesting than I thought. With this thought in mind, Huan put all the material she got tonight into the training of scroll making. It was the first time for Huan to be involved in this production profession, and it was very difficult for him to do it. Moreover, the production of this scroll was obviously more energy consuming than the production of torches or food. In the initial stage, Huan basically needed 5 points of energy to make a primary scroll. If it weren't for the stone house she built with high quality materials, Huan might not be able to bear it at all. However, even so, after making 20 primary random scrolls, 20 primary invisibility scrolls, 10 primary return scrolls, and 10 blank skill scrolls, she was already exhausted like a dehydrated fish. She insisted on making the 150 torches of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, and after giving them to Chiokiki, she fell directly on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 29. She opened her eyes and looked at the time. It was only 1:30 in the morning, and it was already a quiet night. It turned out that she had just fallen on the bed and fell asleep without covering herself with anything because she was exhausted. But even so, Huan still felt that the temperature drop was a bit exaggerated. She turned her head and looked out the window. She was surprised to find that there was a thin layer of white on the windowsill. It's snowing, no wonder the temperature is so low now. Huan got up and stood by the window for 2 minutes admiring the falling snowflakes in the dark night. Then she returned to the manufacturing table and continued while she was still energetic. First, she made all the remaining 150 torches of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association and separated them from her own torches that had special properties due to a flash of inspiration. Then she started making scrolls again. However, this time, Huan did not dare to overdraw her energy at once. She stopped after making dozens of them. Now her proficiency in each scroll has passed the primary level, and she only needs 4 points of energy to make one. As long as the materials and energy are sufficient, she believes that she can practice her proficiency soon. Before falling asleep again, Huan looked at the trading platform again, collected a wave of materials, and took a look at the regional chat. No matter what time, no matter which world, there will always be creatures like night owls. Even at 2 o'clock in the morning, the regional chat is still in full swing. However, their topic has shifted from the exaggerated equipment option to the newly released secret wilderness oasis in the number 4 fog area. I'm not in the number 4 fog area. Excuse me, does the wilderness oasis really exist? Same question. Same question +1. Yes, I'm in the number 4 fog area. I went to see it today. It's very conspicuous. Can we find it? I plan to go and see it tomorrow with my relatives and friends. Yes, you can see the instructions on the small map as soon as you enter the number 4 fog area. Are there any friends who will explore together tomorrow? Thanks to the big guy who made the first visit today. Thanks to the big guy who made the first visit today. Of course, in addition to the chat about the secret realm, more messages were about buying thermal insulation materials, and the screen was full of begging sounds. It can be seen that this sudden drop in temperature made many residents unbearable. Huan glanced at it for a few times, but didn't find much useful information, so she went to sleep directly. The energy she used every day made her work and rest schedule unusually healthy and regular. Before going to bed, Huan lit the fire a little brighter, and put a long down jacket on the outside of the old blanket. Finally she no longer felt cold. Perhaps it was because she had a good dinner, took a hot bath, and even wrapped herself tightly in a long down jacket, so when Huan woke up again, she actually missed the distribution of survival points every morning. She stared at the ceiling with a pair of confused eyes, and for a moment, she couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. Until she saw golden characters with special tips floating across her vision. Your survival points can be used to extract skills. Please extract as soon as possible to improve your personal strength and increase your chances of survival in the dark night world. Use survival points to extract skills, so this survival point is used for this. Huan opened her character panel, and saw that her survival points had indeed become 140 points. For every day of survival, the dark night world will give 10 survival points, and every 100 points can extract a skill. As for whether there is an upper limit to the number of skills, it is not known yet. However, it is certain that the more skills one has, the stronger one is. The 140 survival points on Huan are 60 points given by the world, 50 points are the first pass reward, and 30 points are the reward for clearing all secret realms. In addition, the treasure chest given for the first pass also gives a backpack, a random professional gem, and a mid-level city reputation bottle. It seems that the benefits of playing in secret realms are far less than the rewards for the first pass, which also encourages Huan to find more secret realms for the first pass. According to the survival points, you can extract skills as long as you have 100 survival points. However, you need to have 10 guaranteed survival points to enter the dark night world. So, to be precise, residents can only extract skills when they reach 110 survival points. There are many skills used in the dark night world, some of which are strength-oriented, some are agility-oriented, some are magic-oriented, and some are passive skills. The extraction of skills is not completely random. The appearance of the skill pool is arranged according to the personal attributes of the residents. In simple terms, if a resident's personal attribute strength is dominant, then his skill pool will prioritize, and have a high probability of extracting strength-type skills. Of course, the dark night world is still quite humane. Randomly extracting skills does not mean extracting just one, but 2 or 3 skills, but residents can only choose one skill from the middle. Generally speaking, the skills that appear in the skill pool are most likely to be D-level or C-level skills. A-level and B-level skills are also common. S-level skills are relatively rare, and skills above that are basically impossible to appear in the skill pool. Huan opened the skill pool and chose to extract skills, and 2 skills appeared in front of her. Huan's luck has always been average, and this time she extracted skills. One of the 2 skills she extracted was a B-level skill plucking feathers from a passing goose, and the other was an A-level skill backstab. Plucking feathers from a passing goose, B-level. High agility makes your movements light and traceless. Even if a wild goose flies by, you can easily take its feathers without being noticed. It can be released on all targets, and a random item on the target is obtained. The probability of obtaining a low-level or equal-level item is 100%. The higher the target's level is, the lower the probability of obtaining it. Backstab, A-level. A unique assassination skill with high agility. Attacking from behind the target has a 33% chance of causing a critical hit, and a 100% chance of increasing the attack strength by 10%. One is an attack skill, and the other is a skill for plucking wool. Huan subconsciously wanted to choose backstab, but when she made the decision, she suddenly stopped. She was very curious. Can this skill of plucking feathers from a passing goose be used on all targets? Monsters? The same residents? What about other races that may exist? The matter of plucking wool has always been beyond Huan's cognition. Since she has already arrived in a new world, why doesn't she try something new? With this mentality, Huan hesitated for a second, and she chose plucking feathers from a passing goose. After choosing, this skill appeared in Huan's active skill column. Huan couldn't find a suitable target for the time being, so she casually released it on her warehouse. What she didn't expect was that she received a system prompt the next second. The target is my property, and the release failed. Wait. This prompt is very interesting. It doesn't say that the target is wrong, but that the target is my property, so the release failed. The implication is that this skill is not only released on living targets, but also on houses. This kind of target can also be released. Huan suddenly became excited and rubbed his hands. Now all he needed to do was find someone else's warehouse to try it out. Just when Huan was eager to try this skill, she suddenly received a friend request from a stranger. In fact, he was not a stranger. Huan could see this person every day in the regional speech. He was Zhou Yuanshan. Boss, we are ready to go to the secret realm. Have you gone out yet? I can go out at any time. What are the coordinates? Zhou Yuanshan was obviously much more polite than Chiu Kiki. He sent a coordinate to Huan and said, our guild will arrive in front of the secret realm in half an hour. There are 5 teams entering the secret realm today. You will be with the 5th team. Okay. I will wait for you at the entrance of the secret realm. Zhou Yuanshan repeated it again. Although he said it very implicitly, Huan knew that Zhou Yuanshan was reminding him not to forget to bring a torch. Don't worry, President Zhou. After Huan gave Zhou Yuanshan a reassurance, she went out. The equipment she was wearing was what she got from the box yesterday. It was not top-notch, but it was also acceptable. It was the combination that could maximize her own attributes at her level. Of course, she did not forget to wear the long down jacket on the outside. The cold was one reason, but the more important reason was that this down jacket could prevent the equipment from being seen through. Huan had 2 blue equipment on her, and she did not want the Taishan Mutual Aid Association to know about it. Before setting off, Huan looked at her sin value, which was still 4 points, but the red light on her body had completely disappeared. Very good, the time is just right. Huan lived in the number 5 fog area. It was actually quite difficult to reach the number 3 fog area from her shelter within half an hour, but with the help of the primary random scroll, Huan still arrived within 10 minutes. When she arrived at the designated location, Huan saw from a distance that there were more than a dozen people sitting together. A bonfire was lit in the middle of them, which dispersed nearby creatures that wanted to approach. In the dark night, footsteps sounded. Zhou Yuanshan, who was sitting by the campfire, looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was a strange woman. Ever since he suffered losses repeatedly at the hands of the red-named woman in the past 2 days, whenever he met a strange female resident, Zhou Yuanshan would subconsciously check whether she was a red-named woman. She was not a red-named woman. She was wearing bulky clothes, had no glasses, and had no special equipment. She should be an ordinary resident, who came to the wild to explore and collect. Zhou Yuanshan had already made a judgment on the woman who tried to approach him. Since she was not the target, he turned his eyes away. The people around him immediately stepped forward to try to drive away the passing female resident. This is the territory of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. No one is allowed to disturb us. If you want to find resources, go somewhere else. Huan raised his eyebrows. He was indeed quite overbearing. I'm not looking for resources, I'm looking for people. Huan raised a torch. It was a bright and exquisitely designed torch, exactly the same as the torches held by several members of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Chapter 30. Because the shape of this torch was obviously different from the ones made by people in his own guild, it was very unique. Zhou Yuanshan immediately confirmed the identity of this woman after taking a look. It was not until this time that Zhou Yuanshan refocused his attention on this bloated and ordinary woman. Generally speaking, people who can do this kind of monopoly business are not rich enough to rival a country, but they are definitely not too tight on money. However, the woman in front of him seemed to be different from what Zhou Yuanshan had guessed. He looked at her carefully. She was wearing a thick down jacket that was obviously only worn in the north. The length reached below her knees, and the black color blended perfectly with the surrounding environment. Zhou Yuanshan immediately used the skill of insight on Huan, but the result disappointed him greatly. He originally thought that such a down jacket, even if it was a product of the old times, must have some special properties for Huan to wear it. However, this down jacket really only has the function of keeping warm. What's more exaggerated is that Zhou Yuanshan didn't see any trace of equipment under this down jacket. Except for the very sloppy dog skin hat on her head, and the pair of animal skin boots on her feet, this woman is no different from ordinary residents who survive in the dark night world. It's really a bit shabby. Zhou Yuanshan secretly calculated that this lasting torch only appeared the night before, and their Taishan Mutual Aid Association immediately placed a large order. According to the energy of one person, Huan should not be able to do business with other people except for the orders of his own guild. In this way, even if her business is a monopoly, she has not accumulated any wealth because she has only been around for a short time, let alone equipment. After analyzing Huan's current shabbiness, Zhou Yuanshan subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. No president would be willing to find a strong resident to strengthen his first pass during the critical period of land reclamation. First pass? When he realized what he was thinking, Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help but sneer. He was really troubled by the red-named woman. How could such a person who was obviously a burden be connected to the first pass? After getting rid of the last bit of doubt in his heart about Huan's identity, Zhou Yuanshan stood up, pretended to be very surprised, and walked quickly to Huan's side. Boss he? I'm not a boss at all. I'm just a small handicraft maker. I can only make a living by relying on the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. I also want to thank President Zhou for taking me with him at such a critical moment. Huan smiled and stretched out her hands to Zhou Yuanshan in excitement. After the other party also politely stretched out his hand, she held it tightly, and shook it up and down. Zhou Yuanshan saw this action, as an ordinary person flattering the president of a large guild. Although he didn't take it seriously, he enjoyed it. Especially after hearing Huan's modest answer, he felt that this person was very sensible, and couldn't help but become more friendly to Huan. However, from Huan's perspective, it was a completely different scene. When she approached the bonfire of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, special prompts kept flashing in front of her eyes. Huan also discovered in the secret realm yesterday that this special tip of hers combined with the passive skill Eye of Insight doubled its power. Just like now, the basic information of these people in front of her was clearly seen in front of her. Zhou Yuanshan, Level 8. Relationship, Neutral, Power-type resident, can use the skill Plucking Feathers from Passing Geese, with a success rate of 70%. Yujiame, Level 7. Relationship, Neutral, Magic-type resident, can use the skill Plucking Feathers from Passing Geese, with a success rate of 80%. Lu Xiaong, Level 7. Relationship, Neutral, Agile resident, can use the skill Plucking Feathers from Passing Geese, with a success rate of 80%. Ha! I'm rich. Huan's mood, which was already good, became even better at this time. She was in a better mood, and her expression was also better. She ran towards Zhou Yuanshan. Light and excited. Level 8. Although because he was 3 levels higher than her own level, her Plucking Feathers from Passing Geese had only a 70% success rate, but he was the president of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. It's obvious that all the good things in this guild are going to him, right? This is not a guild leader at all. In Huan's eyes, he is just a mobile dog owner. When her hands were successfully clasped with Zhou Yuanshan, Huan immediately activated Plucking Feathers from Passing Geese, and then she heard the system prompt. Release skill. Plucking Feathers from Passing Geese, the opponent's level resists, resistance fails, and the skill. Iron Skin, Level 1, copy version is obtained, which can be used for 1 hour. Skill, Huan was slightly stunned. Can even skills be taken away? Huan didn't have time to check for the time being, but according to the system prompt, it was not really stealing the opponent's skills, but copying one, and there was a time limit, so it should be unusable after the time is up. For Huan, who has not had an active attack skill so far, even a copy skill that will disappear after an hour is very awesome. So, without hesitation, Huan shook Zhou Yuanshan's hand up and down a few times, and the smile on her face became brighter. The free good words kept coming out, and by the way, she threw out another. Plucking Feathers from a Passing Goose. The skill of Plucking Feathers from a Passing Goose has no cooldown time, but each time it is used, it consumes 10 points of energy. As long as the energy drops below 50 points, there is a high probability that the negative state of lack of energy will be triggered. Therefore, Huan planned to use it on these people 5 times at the beginning. However, she did not expect Zhou Yuanshan to be a good person. The first time she stole his skills, he had a skill. How could she let such a fat sheep go? Of course, I need to take more care of her. Unfortunately, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Before she could release any skills this time, Huan heard the system prompt start to ring again. You could only use the skill Plucking the Feathers of a Passing Goose once within 5 minutes on the same target. Please change the target. The realistic snob, Huan immediately froze the smile on her face. She restrained her flattering expression, took back her hand very naturally, and spoke again. President Zhou, I brought all the torches. Do you think I should give them all to you, or give it to others? Zhou Yuanshan didn't know if it was his illusion. He actually felt a slight disdain from Huan in front of him just now. However, Huan's words immediately caught his attention again, making him completely ignore his subconscious feeling. He looked back at the people around him, pointed a few people up, and asked Huan to share the torches with the other people. These people were the team leaders, who came to open up the wasteland today. Zhou Yuanshan bought the torches with the intention of passing today, so he was very generous in this regard. He watched Huan making deals with a few people, shaking hands with a few team leaders with a smile, and chatting with her casually. Which fog area did boss he come from? The E7 area is divided into 5 areas. Because there is mist even during the day, these 5 areas are called 5 fog areas. Initially, each fog area has about 2,000 residents. Zhou Yuanshan and his Taishan Mutual Aid Association are in the number 3 fog area in the center of the E7 area. In the E7 area, the number 3 fog area has the most concentrated resources. At that time, Zhou Yuanshan chose this place as the guild's camp because it was convenient to get anywhere, and there was a secret realm near their camp that they could completely control, which gave them an advantage in terms of upgrading and obtaining equipment. In order to maintain this advantage, Zhou Yuanshan naturally asked his guild members to check all the residents in the number 3 fog area, hoping that they would not threaten the strength of his guild. The woman in front of him was obviously not within the scope of their investigation, that is, she was not from the number 3 fog area. A fog zone is very large. Even in fog zone number 3, members who do not live in the guild camp need to spend a lot of time to reach the secret realm. So how did Huan arrive at the secret realm shortly after dawn? Was there any prop, or did she have any special skills to be able to walk in the dead of night? Fog zone number 1. Huan seemed to have no ulterior motives at all and answered honestly. Zhou Yuanshan narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, "When did you go out? You're here so soon." "Of course I left at dawn." "Is there any need to ask? Who would dare to open the door in the dead of night?" Huan shook hands with the last team leader and successfully took a blood tonic from him. She smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed. "She lives in the number 1 fog area and leaves at dawn, but she's here now. That means she has props in her hand." Zhou Yuanshan originally wanted to continue asking to see if he could get more from this deadweight. What valuable information can be extracted from the mouth of this obviously sexy woman? But at this time, the members who participated in the guild's land reclamation had already arrived one after another. Zhou Yuanshan had lost the best opportunity, and could only give up the idea of continuing to ask questions. He pointed to a few people, and said to Huan, "This is the 5th and 6th team of our guild entering the secret realm today. They are just short of 1 person. You will follow them in a while." Huan's eyes quickly turned around the 2 teams. Through the eye of insight, Huan saw their basic information above their heads. The levels were all level 5 or 6, with only 2 people at level 7, one of whom was the captain of the 30-year-old torch team that she had just traded away from. His name was Yang Tao. The other level 7 was a woman with short hair and a plain appearance named Wang Fong. The 9 of them had one thing in common, which was that they were equipped with complete equipment, which was completely different from Huan, a burden, who was still wearing clothes from the old era. Huan nodded to a few people as a greeting, but after hearing what Zhou Yuanshan said, the faces of these people were obviously not very good. Zhou Yuanshan laughed and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Boss, the secret realm is dangerous. You must pay attention to safety. I don't want our cooperation to be just this one time." Huan blinked, pretending not to understand Zhou Yuanshan's not-so-kind implication, and laughed too. "Okay. You bastard." Chapter 31. However, with just one glance, Yang Tao's eyes collided with Huan's. The 2 of them were not very close, but Yang Tao still keenly felt a cold murderous intent. He shuddered involuntarily. When he wanted to take a closer look, he found that Huan was just smiling and talking to Chiu Kiki. "Well, I know." Yang Tao retracted his gaze and nodded at Zhou Yuanshan. At the same time, Huan was patting Chiu Kiki's shoulder to end the meaningless greetings, looking at the young girl, who was blue in the face but dared not get angry, and then looking at the healing skill level 1 he had just stolen from her. Copying skill, Huan's expression became much more sincere. It was also at this time that Huan finally understood why Zhou Yuanshan, who seemed so shrewd, would repeatedly tolerate Chiu Kiki, who was not very good at business. It turned out that the skill she drew when she entered the Dark Night world was healing, which is a very valuable skill. Chiu Kiki is indeed a rich and lovely girl. Huan vowed to treat her better in the future. Of course, the prerequisite is that she has a future. This is a completely different secret realm. If the wilderness oasis is a secret realm that can be seen at a glance, then the secret realm we are entering now is much more complicated. It is not that the terrain is complicated, but the vegetation in this secret realm is very dense, resulting in poor vision. More importantly, this secret realm is full of thick night. No wonder Zhou Yuanshan immediately bought 300 of the long-lasting torches he was selling after discovering them. There are more crises in the dark than in the day, but torches can greatly reduce the chance of crisis. Yang Tao and Wang Fong stood at the entrance of the secret realm, with their respective teammates standing behind them, but behind Wang Fong there were 4 people, while behind Yang Tao there were only 3 people. It seemed that their team was missing 1 person for some reason. Yang Tao was distributing torches, and everyone could get 3, of course, excluding Huan. Then continue to follow yesterday's plan? Although Wang Fong was asking, her tone was affirmative. Her meaning was very clear. She had her own team to go, so she would not go with Yang Tao, and naturally Huan, the burden, would not be left to her. Yang Tao's face was not good, but he didn't say anything. He nodded as a reply. Wang Fang immediately turned around and led his men into the dense woods, leaving only one sentence. If you have any problems that you can't handle, come to us again. Yang Tao didn't say a word, but the skinny man on the side snorted coldly. Virtue. Yang Tao glanced at him, and then said to Huan, Boss the monsters inside are quite fierce. Do you want to go with us or wait here? As he spoke, he pointed to the nearby trees and said, the resources produced by the plants here are basically secondary resources, and there are also minerals. The income in 4 hours is not bad. Besides, we are a team. Even if we are not together, you will have experience if you fight monsters. This statement couldn't be more straightforward, just to let Huan know what's good for him, and not to be a burden to them. Huan raised her eyebrows almost imperceptibly. She was still smiling and easy to talk to. She nodded and followed his arrangement. Okay, I'm not familiar with this place either, so I collect resources here. Yang Tao didn't expect Huan to be so easy to talk to. His expression softened a little, and he led a few people into the dense forest on the other side. Huan could still hear their unobstructed conversation coming from the back door of the dense branches. Is this the guild's arrangement? Just give us a burden? I think Zhou Yuanshan is just taking revenge on our team, taking revenge on Yi Liang for losing the secret realm compass. But it's none of our business. It's not us who are provoking the red name. Speaking of which, the woman in the retrospective ball appeared in front of you. Can you recognize her? I don't know. The retrospective ball didn't record her face, but I know her skills. She's awesome. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's find the monster quickly. Yi Liang? Secret realm compass? Huan's eyebrows raised again. So there is such a relationship between him and the others? Huan smiled silently, feeling a little embarrassed. Attention! You have entered the edge of the jungle camp. Please move carefully. The number of monsters in the jungle camp has been counted. A total of 478 monsters. Among them, there are 151 2-star monsters, 124 3-star monsters, 194 4-star monsters, and 8 5-star monsters, 1 rare elite. The jungle camp is difficult to pass. The monsters here have high IQs and can use tools. Please treat them with caution. The distribution map of the monsters in the jungle camp has been generated. Do you need to copy it? A special prompt appeared in Huan's vision as soon as she entered the secret realm, but she didn't have a chance to respond at that time. Now, when Yang Tao's team walked away and couldn't hear their voices, Huan responded. Need. Then a parchment scroll appeared from midair and landed right in Huan's hand. This is the map of the jungle camp. Huan also has another map in his hand, which is the map of the wilderness oasis. Huan originally thought that this secret map would disappear after leaving the secret realm, just like the observation glasses, but unexpectedly, it would be preserved forever. Huan thought this was good. She could use it again and make another fortune. She unfolded the map and immediately saw dense red dots, 4 green and 5 blue light dots on the map. From the map of this dense forest camp, the area of this secret realm is indeed much larger than the wilderness oasis, and there are more monsters distributed, and many of them are patrolling. The small green light on the map represents Yang Tao's team, and the other blue light is Wang Fang's team. From the map, their team soon encountered monsters, but because they were already familiar with this secret realm, they did not panic at all when they met a few monsters, and they were able to finish the battle quickly. Huan was not in a hurry to do anything. Instead, she closed the map and planned to clean up the things she had just picked up. At first, she stole 5 people including Zhou Yuanshan, and later, she stole Qiu Kiki. In total, she stole 6 times, which cost her 60 points of energy. Fortunately, her belt had an attribute of restoring energy, otherwise she would not dare to attack Qiu Kiki before entering the secret realm. After all, lack of energy is fatal in battle. There were 5 things in the backpack, 2 primary blood supplements, a primary smoke bomb, and 2 copy skills. In fact, there were still a few life points, but the attribute was not displayed in the backpack, but directly added dozens of blood points to Huan. Huan focused his attention on the 2 copy skills. They are both in the form of scrolls, with countdowns for the skills on each. Steel Skin, level 1. Cover your skin with powerful force, making your skin as hard as steel, increasing your defense by 50, lasting for 25 seconds, and restoring 30% of your health after the skill ends. Wow, Zhou Yuanshan is really a big fat sheep. This skill is great. The total defense of Huan's equipment is only 48 points, but this skill can add 50 points of defense, which can be said to be a life-saving skill. Healing, level 1. Increase the target's health by 197 points in 2 seconds. What a simple skill. yet so charming and lovely. It seems that there are more than just Zhou Yuanshan in the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, but it's a pity. Huan looked at the 2 skill scrolls in his hand with some regret. They could only be used once, and within the specified time. It would be great if they could be copied again. Suddenly, Huan had an idea. Copy? Didn't she have a primary blank skill scroll? It can copy D-level skills. Although the 2 skills did not show what level they were, she could give it a try. At this moment, Huan felt as if she had seen some great secrets. She, who had always been calm in the face of storms, actually became a little nervous. Even the palm of her hand holding the blank skill scroll was slightly sweaty. Excuse me, do you want to? Skin of Steel, level 1. Use the primary blank skill scroll? Yes. A progress bar immediately appeared in front of Huan's eyes. Huan stared at it intently, his heart in his throat, fearing that it would be cut off halfway. Time passed second by second, and although the progress bar moved slowly, 10 seconds later, a brand new scroll appeared in Huan's backpack. She couldn't wait to take a look, and she even felt that she held her breath for a second. Iron Skin, level 1, scroll, can release a skill once, consumable, can be copied. Huan just glanced at it, and she was attracted by the last 3 words. Replicable. Doesn't that mean that as long as she has enough scrolls, she will have enough skills? It's so exciting. Although the huge excitement rushed towards her, it didn't make Huan dizzy. She took a deep breath and calmed down her excited heart quickly. She counted the blank skill scrolls in her hand. There were only a dozen or so, not many, but enough for this secret realm. Huan copied 6 or 7 of each for Iron Skin and Healing without hesitation, and then approached the area with 4 small green dots on the map. Chapter 32. After Wang Ying and Luo Mingyu knocked down a goblin warrior together, they let out a long breath, and Xiao Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Today is really smooth. Yang Tao also moved his wrist, and shook off the goblin green blood on the long sword. He looked at the time. They had only been in for less than 20 minutes, but they had already walked nearly 40 minutes to the sky. It took twice as long as before. If they continue at this time, they should be able to reach the center of the secret realm today. Thinking of this, Yang Tao couldn't help but smile. Yes, let's advance quickly while the torches are burning, and it would be best if we could arrive before Wang Fang and his team reached the central area. Several people agreed, but Wang Ying casually said, just leave that burden there and forget about it. There are a lot of monsters in that place. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Yang Tao walked out first, waving the long sword in his hand and cutting off the branches blocking the road. But that was planted by Zhou Yuanshan. Are we really just going to ignore it? Wang Ying frowned as she remembered Huan's easygoing smile. She can make torches if she dies. How do you know Zhou Yuanshan doesn't want her dead? Yang Tao didn't look back, but just said coldly, it's just a torch manufacturer, what's the big deal? Wang Ying looked at the backs of the men who had left and didn't say anything. Although this matter was not directed at her, she felt a little sad. Shaking her head, Wang Ying shook off the depressed mood and followed her teammates. Now is not the time to think about this kind of problem. The most important thing is to clear the secret realm first. As the 4 people went deeper into the bushes, they didn't notice that after they left, a black figure came out of the dense bushes. Huan kicked the corpse of a goblin at his feet, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. The biggest difference between the secret realm of the dense forest camp and the wilderness oasis is the distribution of monsters. In the wilderness oasis, the monsters are basically plant or beast monsters, but in the dense forest camp, the monsters here become humanoid monsters. This is the first time Huan has seen a humanoid monster since entering the Dark Night world. Compared with plant or beast monsters, humanoid monsters are obviously more difficult to deal with. They are intelligent and will avoid being alone. Especially when they kill the last monster, they will run away and call more of their kind to come over, bringing the spirit of group fighting to the extreme. More importantly, humanoid monsters can use weapons, and they are much harder to deal with than plants or animals with bare hands. Of course, this difficulty varies from person to person, and Huan is not one of them. Although she entered the secret realm later than Yang Tao's team, with special tips and her own super combat strength, these goblins came 1 by 1, 2 by 2, and did not give them a chance to breathe. The reason why she just arrived near Yang Tao's team was mainly because she found that the primary life essence would drop from this goblin. This thing is a necessary material for making a primary blood replenishing potion. Huan was busy collecting this thing, so his speed slowed down a lot. Huan took out the map and confirmed the location where Yang Tao's team would go next. He took a shortcut and arrived at a rest point earlier than them. This is a relatively open space. It was originally a place for goblins to stay, but there are not many goblins in this place, only 5, and 2 of them are patrol monsters. They were killed by Yang Tao and his team on the way here. The remaining 3 will be much easier to deal with. In no time, Yang Tao and his team dealt with the remaining 3 goblins and sat down, some recovering their strength and some bandaging their wounds. Yang Tao sharpened his sword, and a rare smile of joy appeared on his face. At this rate, in another half an hour, we will be able to enter the central camp. Luo Mingyu and his friends were also very happy. Since entering the secret realm today, they have been very smooth all the way, and they just picked up 2 pieces of equipment. These are not equipment from the treasure chest, so they don't have to hand them in to the guild and can keep them for themselves. While they were resting, Zhou Yuanshan's team had also entered the rest area and sent a message to Yang Tao. Is he Huan dead? No, I haven't received any news yet. Yang Tao has also been paying close attention to this matter. It's been an hour. Why isn't she dead yet? Where did you put her? Zhou Yuanshan looked at the time. Although all the information showed that He Huan was just an ordinary craftsman. But when Zhou Yuanshan faced He Huan, he always felt uneasy, which made him particularly concerned. Therefore, before entering the secret realm, he instructed Yang Tao to kill He Huan without leaving any trace. Who is the safest person in this world? Of course, the dead. But Zhou Yuanshan didn't expect that after more than an hour in the secret realm, He Huan was still alive. She just entered the woods where 4 patrols would spawn. I asked her to collect resources there. She is only level 5. She will definitely die if 4 goblins spawn. I guess she staggered with the spawning monsters. TSK. Zhou Yuanshan was dissatisfied and said, what good luck. Although Zhou Yuanshan was a little concerned about the fact that He Huan had not died yet, he was the president of a guild after all, and knew what was most important. So he let this matter go for the time being. He believed that with the difficulty of the dense forest camp, it was almost impossible for He Huan, a craftsman with no equipment, to walk out alone. Death or life is just a matter of time. So Zhou Yuanshan began to ask Yang Tao about the secret realm, but before he could ask a few questions, he heard a few panic calls from Yang Tao. Yang Tao heard the voices of Wang Ying and Xiao Wang, looked up, and didn't see anything, but heard the familiar footsteps of the goblins. He could only hang up with Zhou Yuanshan first and concentrate on dealing with the goblins that had just appeared in front of him. The location they were in was not a very remote resting spot. Apart from a few patrolling goblins, no other monsters would come here. Therefore, before Yang Tao hung up the call, he had always thought that this time it was just a patrolling monster. He even impatiently scolded the 2 people who exclaimed, "Why are you so loud? Aren't they just a few patrol soldiers? Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" Yang Tao stood up while speaking, waving the long sword in his hand, and walked towards the direction of the exclamation with Luo Mingyu. However, before Yang Tao and Luo Mingyu walked out of the range illuminated by the campfire, he saw Wang Ying and Xiao Wang, who were responsible for keeping watch, crawling out of the bushes. Behind them, dense goblins followed one after another, staggering, rubbing shoulders with each other, and shouting incomprehensible languages. At a glance, there were dozens of goblins. Yang Tao's scalp was numb all of a sudden. For a team with an average level of 6, goblins were indeed very weak, but that was when targeting 2 or 3. When the number accumulated to 6 or 7, it was already very difficult to deal with. Not to mention that there are so many of them now. Yang Tao didn't even think about it. He turned around and ran. Luo Mingyu followed behind him, because he was a resident of the agility system and ran faster than Yang Tao. "Boss, wait for us." Wang Ying and Xiao Wang were one step behind them. At this moment, looking at the back of their heads, they wished they could grow wings and fly. They ran very fast, but these goblins followed closely, and there were more and more of them, and they didn't know where they came from. Yang Tao felt his hands and feet shaking, and his whole body was cold. He ran while sending a message to Wang Feng. "Wang Feng, we have encountered a large group of goblins here. Come over to support me." Wang Feng was fighting a 4-star goblin at this time, and was about to kill him. He was very impatient with this sudden request for help. "Wait a minute, I have a monster here. I will go over after I kill it." "Hurry up, we can't hold on any longer." Wang Feng sighed, agreed verbally, and asked about the place, but he had no intention of moving at all, and continued to fight the 4-star monster in front of him. He Huan picked up the false trap near the campfire, and started her journey. She followed the goblin team easily all the way. When she met a lone goblin, she would go forward to pick up some things. When she met a lone goblin, she would go forward to gather the goblins, and pull them behind Yang Tao's team, turn invisible, and continue to pick up the lone goblin. This seemingly extremely dangerous tide of goblins formed two completely different scenes. Yang Tao's team ran and attacked at the same time, trying to fight their way out, but they couldn't get away at all. The more anxious they are, the more mistakes they make. In this panic run, the number of goblins following them did not decrease, but several 4-star monsters appeared. Yang Tao and his team were completely trapped in a hopeless escape. Several people rushed forward and backward, fearing that they would fall behind. Yang Tao is a resident of the power system. His speed is not too fast. At this time, it is easy to be overtaken. Seeing that he was about to fall to the back of the team, he was very anxious. At this time, his arm was unexpectedly grabbed by someone. Yang Tao turned back suddenly, and saw that it was Xiao Wang who was following behind him who pulled him. He shouted breathlessly, "Boss, I can't run anymore, please take me with you." Yang Tao looked at Xiao Wang, and his eyes were involuntarily attracted by the tall goblins behind him. The next second, he pushed Xiao Wang hard and pushed him into the monster pile. Then don't run. Chapter 33. Given that goblins are usually only half as tall as humans, Huan could see clearly what was happening in front of her, as long as she was not blind. She stood in the bushes, and saw Xiao Wang's fate after she dealt with a 4-star goblin neatly. Yang Tao was very flustered. After he pushed Xiao Wang into the monster pile, he didn't have time to see whether Xiao Wang was dead or not, and continued to run forward. The screams of Xiao Wang coming from behind him attracted the attention of Luo Mingyu and Wang Ying. They ran and looked back, and naturally saw Xiao Wang's miserable condition. What happened to Xiao Wang? The two asked almost in unison. He was held by a monster. Yang Tao's face turned pale, but he answered very confidently. Run. Although they were teammates, at this time, everyone seemed to have tacitly agreed not to mention rescue. Everyone knew that Xiao Wang's death was the best chance to escape. They no longer paid attention to Xiao Wang, but ran faster. Although the secret realm was quite large, it was full of forests, which was not easy to walk. In addition, with the help of Huan's monster attracting and monster traps, more and more monsters ran behind Yang Tao and his team, and they all ran to the entrance of the secret realm. Unexpectedly, the monsters did not decrease, but became more and more. About 2 minutes after Yang Tao and his team left Xiao Wang behind, he finally couldn't hold on, and died in a fight between a group of goblins. At the same time, Yang Tao, the captain, and Zhou Yuanshan, the guild president, received system messages at the same time. Your teammate Wang Hui died in an accident and survived in the dark world for 6 days. Within 24 hours, you can use skills or scrolls to revive him. Your member Wang Hui died in an accident and survived in the dark world for 6 days. Within 24 hours, you can use skills or scrolls to revive him. When Yang Tao received this news, his heart was finally at ease. He took a long breath and said to Luo Mingyu and Wang Ying beside him, Xiao Wang is dead. What? The other two were shocked, but they were just shocked. After all, they saw the situation just now. It was almost impossible to survive in this situation. Before Yang Tao could continue talking to the two people, Zhou Yuanshan sent a message. Xiao Wang is dead. What happened? For some reason, a lot of goblins suddenly appeared in our secret realm. They kept chasing us. Xiao Wang was slower, and then, the more you tell a lie, the more it sounds like the truth. Zhou Yuanshan pinched his temples with a headache. Although Taishan Mutual Aid Association is the largest guild in E7 district, there are less than 1,000 people in their guild. Among these 1,000 people, there are not many who have good combat power above level 5, and there are only about 200 in total. There are 80 people who can come here to participate in the secret realm activities today. All of them are elites in the guild. If one of these residents is missing, Zhou Yuanshan will feel like he is digging meat. Aren't the monsters in this secret realm fixed? Which inn did you go to? Why did a large number of goblins suddenly appear? Yang Tao answered Zhou Yuanshan's questions one by one. He actually didn't understand why so many monsters appeared when he was walking on the same path he had walked before. Zhou Yuanshan and Yang Tao were not in the same secret realm, so he could only analyze the current situation through Yang Tao's description. In the end, he could only conclude that there were many unknown mechanisms in this secret realm. In short, you should be careful next time and don't lose any more people. Xiao Wang was only level 6. Although Zhou Yuanshan felt sorry for the loss of people, he didn't want to do anything for his death. He could only give Yang Tao instructions. Yang Tao ran with Luo Mingyu and Wang Ying while looking for a place to hide, and planned to organize another attack. He responded to Zhou Yuanshan, and also tried to please Wang Feng. I have asked Wang Feng for help, but she hasn't come yet. I don't think I can hold on any longer. Zhou Yuanshan hummed, I help you urge her. Then he seemed to remember something. Is Huan dead? No, I haven't received any news of her death. Huan was not a member of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. If she died, only Yang Tao, the team leader, would receive the news, and Zhou Yuanshan would not know. Is the area where you dropped her off near here? Yes, it's near here. We are all in the same team. Such a big thing happened. Why is she running around? Let her come and help. If Zhou Yuanshan hadn't mentioned Huan, Yang Tao would never have thought of this person in such a tense situation, but now that he remembered it, he immediately understood what Zhou Yuanshan meant. Huan should indeed come and help. Even if she was sent into the monster pile to help them pull a wave of monsters, it would be her honor to buy them a few minutes to escape. I know. Huan picked high-level goblins to kill. These monsters gave more experience and dropped better items. By the way, she watched Yang Tao and his men gradually die in the boiling water. She was in a good mood. It was a pity that her good mood did not last long. Soon, she received a message from Yang Tao. Huan, where are you? I'm in the woods, Huan said. Yang Tao, He was too lazy to beat around the bush with Huan and said directly, we encountered a lot of monsters, and we can't deal with them. Come and help us. Then he reported the coordinates and emphasized, hurry up, otherwise we won't take you into the secret realm again. Huan looked at the three people who were surrounded by goblins, and were in a panic less than 50 meters away from him, and grinned silently. You want me to help? Are you sure? Yes. Hurry up. Okay, some people just ask for kindness. Huan took out the monster trap from her body. The cooling time was up. She looked at the map again, and confirmed that there was a 4-star monster team composed of 8 goblins in the vicinity, and their captain was a 5-star monster. So, she approached Yang Tao's team without hesitation. The secret place of the dense forest camp is always dark, and there are trees everywhere. It is actually a good place for natural sneaking. Huan, wearing a long black down jacket, approached Yang Tao's team quietly. Yang Tao and his team had climbed to a relatively high branch. The three of them climbed up and occupied the highest point. Although there was still a risk of being dragged down by the goblins, they could get a chance to breathe. They began to attack point by point. At the same time, Wang Fang's team, who had been scolded by Zhou Yuanshan, also rushed to the entrance of the secret realm. Wang Fang and Yang Tao were originally in a competitive relationship. Now she was asked to help Yang Tao. Wang Fang was indignant in her heart, thinking that Yang Tao was a man with no ability and a chatterbox, and actually went to Zhou Yuanshan to complain. As a last resort, she gave up her progress and marched towards the entrance of the secret realm. Along the way, Wang Fang found that there seemed to be not many goblins on this road, and the anger in her heart was gradually rising. Is Yang Tao a pig? He can't even deal with these few monsters? The members of Wang Fang's team thought so too. When they went around the last big circle with anger, they saw Yang Tao's team standing on the tree branch from a distance. The three of them held a torch and kept attacking the goblins under the tree. Although it was a bit difficult, it was not a critical situation. Wang Fang's anger finally erupted like a volcano, and she cursed at Yang Tao on the tree. Yang Tao, if you don't have the ability, don't just sit there and do nothing. You can't even handle these monsters, and you actually asked me to come and help you. Why didn't you call me when you were eating? If the thing between your legs is useless, you can cut it off and feed it to the dog. Yang Tao's face turned black. However, he didn't have time to quarrel with Wang Fang the bitch. If he saw it correctly, many of the goblins, who had just surrounded him, were lurking in the woods, not disappearing. These goblins have intelligence. What are they lurking for? Yang Tao felt his scalp tingling when he thought about it. He could only shout to Wang Fang, "Come over and help me quickly." "What help? You can't even handle these monsters, so you die here," Wang Fang said, and turned to leave without even trying to get close. And at this moment, in this not-so-quiet night, a slight tremor accompanied by a sound of hum. The faint sound spread quickly. Unfortunately, no one noticed it. Huan straightened up and looked at the monster trap that had just been activated. He was very satisfied with its performance. Almost immediately after the buzzing sound was made, the dense leaves in the woods began to shake. Then, the sound of paw-paw footsteps sounded in the night. It was the unique footsteps of goblins. Wang Fang stopped sharply and looked in the direction of the footsteps. Something seemed to be shaking in the deep leaves. But after a few seconds, the shaking became more and more intense, and the paw-paw footsteps became more and more frequent and noisy. After such a long time in the secret area of the dense forest camp, if Wang Fang still didn't know what it meant, Then there was no point in staying there. Her face suddenly became extremely ugly. Originally, she wanted to go back along the original route with her team, but the noise came from this side, so she had to turn around and run towards the direction where Yang Tao and the others were. Yang Tao stood on the tree branch. He found something wrong earlier than Wang Fang. The goblin tide came again, and there were more of them than before. What was even more terrifying was that he saw Wang Fang's team running towards him, and behind her were the goblins like a tide. It seemed that the goblins that had just dispersed under their efforts gathered together again, and called more companions. Under the leadership of Wang Fang and others, they ran straight towards him. Yang Tao's eyes turned red for a moment, and he cursed, "Wang Fang, don't you want to get out? You bitch." Before he finished speaking, a sharp wind came straight to his face. Chapter 34. It is thought that it was created to gather those scattered monsters, which can increase the speed of killing monsters and leveling up. However, Huan thinks it is more useful in the secret realm. In particular, this item has a feature that is not mentioned in the attributes, that is, it can be charged. Every time it is used, this item will be charged once. After 3 charges, a new skill will be activated, that is, Frenzy. Not only will the range of trapping monsters become wider, but even the trapped monsters will become more likely to become violent. More importantly, this skill of Mania does not require waiting for the CD of the monster trap to cool down. You can activate it at any time as long as you want. Of course, if you do not activate this skill, you can continue to use the props without any other impact. However, Huan thought that since the props come with this skill, it would be a waste if she did not use it. So, after the 3 chargings were completed, she clicked on this skill without hesitation. Skill, and suddenly, she saw a faint white halo appear with the monster trap as the center, and quickly spread out to the surroundings. In the area covered by the halo, all the monsters seemed to be summoned at once, with their ears erected, rushing towards the monster trap like crazy. Yang Tao barely dodged an arrow shot by a goblin scout, and hugged a thick branch on the side, finally stabilizing his body, so that he would not fall off the tree and fall directly into the circle. Wang Fang's team took advantage of this time, and arrived under the tree. They climbed up the tree with their hands and feet. Yang Tao was furious and swung his long sword at Wang Fang. "There is no room here, you guys move away." If she had a choice, Wang Fang would not want to squeeze on the same tree with Yang Tao, a greasy man, but now there is no place, right? She shrank her neck to avoid Yang Tao's sword, only to find that the other party was actually going to attack her. She was so angry that she drew her long sword and stabbed Yang Tao. Just like that, the two of them actually started fighting on the tree at this time. The tree, which was not very thick to begin with, seemed to be broken by the shaking of the two of them. The other 6 members, who were climbing on the tree, were so scared that they screamed and begged for mercy, and tried to persuade them to stop fighting. The goblins had gathered under the tree. They waved their weapons, and continuously attacked the tree, which was not very thick. Yang Tao and Wang Fang were forced to stop fighting at this time. Yang Tao even reached out, and pulled Wang Fang up to the tree. Looking around, hundreds of goblins emerged from the bushes and surrounded them. This was not the first time Yang Tao encountered this, but it was the first time for Wang Fang. She looked at the goblins surrounding her, her scalp tingling, and her voice trembling. "What's going on? Why are there so many goblins all of a sudden?" Yang Tao's eyes turned red. "I don't know." Wang Fang asked again, "What should we do now?" "Wait," Yang Tao said while asking Zhou Yuanshan for help. Indeed, they had no other options now, except to wait until the goblins calmed down and dispersed automatically. Wang Fang also began to ask Zhou Yuanshan for help, with an urgent tone, while the other team members trembled while hugging the trees, hoping that the goblins would disperse quickly. At this moment, they found that a light circle emitting a faint white light appeared in the night, which quickly spread out and soon disappeared. Before Yang Tao and Wang Fang could figure out what this thing was, they found that the goblins, who had already gathered here excitedly, seemed to become even more irritable. Not only that, more goblins rushed over here. They made a humming sound while running, and at this moment, the entrance of the secret realm seemed to have turned into a place for goblin carnival. Among the goblins that were only more than 1 meter tall, there were even 3 or 4 giant goblins that were nearly 2 meters tall. They were 5-star goblins. Crazy! These goblins are crazy! Wang Fang's scalp was not only numb now, she felt numb all over her body. Standing on the branch, she was so cold that her teeth were chattering. Suddenly, she noticed that Wang Ying was still holding a torch in her hand, and quickly told her to extinguish it. When there were few goblins, the torch could indeed drive them away very well, but when a large number of goblins appeared, the torch not only failed to drive away or intimidate them, but became a target instead. It was only at this time that Wang Ying reacted, and she hurriedly threw the torch in her hand towards the goblins that were constantly gathering under the tree. The torch drew a long arc in the night sky and landed directly in the densest group of goblins. In just a moment, it set several goblins on fire. The goblins that were set on fire screamed loudly and ran around frantically, setting more goblins on fire, completely enraging the goblins that were originally just gathered under the tree. The maces, daggers, and spears in their hands began to attack the people in the tree. After receiving the call for help from Yang Tao and Wang Feng, Zhou Yuanshan felt puzzled as to why there were so many monsters gathering in that secret realm. According to his plan, each team has its own progress, but now that Yang Tao's team has encountered this situation, Zhou Yuanshan cannot ignore it, and can only dispatch people to enter Yang Tao's secret realm to help. This matter has just been settled. Yang Tao exhaled a long breath and felt that the big tree under his feet was shaking wildly. Looking closely, it turned out that the goblins were hitting the tree crazily with their weapons. The tree, which was not too thick, was about to be pushed down, and Wang Feng and the others seemed to have discovered that torches could ignite these goblins and cause collateral damage, so they were constantly throwing the torches in their hands under the tree. Yang Tao yelled, "What are you doing? Are you looking for death?" At the same time, a system prompt sounded in the secret realm. The adventurer's extreme behavior finally angered the goblin general, and he will take his revenge. Adventurers, good luck to you. Before the prompt sound fell, Huan heard a shocking roar. Ah, coming from a distance. And in her field of vision, new information began to appear in the special prompt. Attention, because you repeatedly trapped goblins and tried to disrupt the balance in the secret realm, you completely angered the hidden boss in the secret realm, and it will attack you as the first target. Please quickly get rid of the hatred. Huan, ? What? Hidden boss? And it is coming for me. Huan immediately opened the map and saw that, as expected, in the map of red dots, a particularly large and dark red light spot suddenly appeared and quickly approached my position. However, because I and Yang Tao and Wang Feng were very close, it seemed that the hidden boss goblin general was approaching them. Hidden boss. This is different from the rare elite. Huan immediately followed her heart, and immediately activated the invisibility scroll. In addition to being invisible, the most important function of the invisibility scroll is to clear hatred. Unfortunately, this goblin general hated Huan so much that Huan used 7 invisibility scrolls in a row and withdrew from the monster gathering circle before he could barely clear the hatred to 15%. 15% hatred is a relatively safe threshold. As long as she does not do anything extreme to attack this goblin general, she can always be in a safe situation. However, Huan did not accept this threshold. She glanced at the few people still climbing on the tree. They were trembling. They had just tried to resist, but now they had completely turned into koalas, hugging the tree tightly and constantly saying something. As for the tree, it was already shaky under the efforts of the goblins. It is certain that as long as the tree falls, the people on the tree will die in an instant. But if Huan cannot clear the hatred in himself before this, once these people die, the hatred will return to him again. Then these goblins will definitely find me under the guidance of the hidden boss, and I will be the one being besieged. Huan understood the relationship almost instantly, and she didn't care about Yang Tao and Wang Feng's situation. Instead, she prayed that they could hold on for a few more seconds. She quickly found a lush tree with a good view, and climbed up in no time. After climbing the tree, Huan opened 3 invisibility scrolls in succession, and finally heard the prompt that her hatred was cleared. Until this moment, Huan exhaled and focused his attention on the big tree in the distance again. Crack! Thanks to the efforts of the goblins, the big tree fell down successfully. As the tree fell, several people on the tree fell down like dumplings, screaming. At the same time, not far from this crazy farce, at the entrance of the secret realm, many rays of light flashed. The reinforcements sent by Zhou Yuanshan arrived. However, when they entered the secret realm, the first thing they saw was several green lights shooting straight into the sky. Green light? Green light. Before the dozen people could react to what was happening, they found that a dense crowd of goblins was blocking the entrance to the secret realm. They didn't even understand what happened here, and were completely swallowed up by the wave of goblins. Chapter 35. After a lot of research and deduction, Zhou Yuanshan felt that it would not be a problem to get the first kill in this secret realm today. Today, in order to prepare for this first kill, Zhou Yuanshan and his right and left arms have done a lot of work, just waiting for this moment to come. Of course, he did not put all the eggs in one basket, but led more than a dozen teams to enter together. No matter which of these teams entered, as long as they kept this first pass in their guild, it would be fine. Of course, it would be best if this first pass was brought by their own team. Everything went very smoothly along the way, at least their team's progress was very smooth. Except for Yang Tao's team. Yang Tao's team was also unlucky. One of their core members was killed by a red-named woman 2 days ago, and they also lost an important prop, which caused their progress to decline all of a sudden. Since yesterday, they have merged with Wang Fang's team to become a 10-man team, but the original captains of the two teams, Yang Tao and Wang Fang, are very incompatible, so there have been constant conflicts since yesterday. Today, they didn't know what happened in the secret realm, which led to the loss of members. Zhou Yuanshan could only mediate for a long time before he persuaded Wang Fang to assist Yang Tao. Originally, they thought that the matter of Yang Tao's team was over here, and Zhou Yuanshan could still accept the loss of one member. But they never expected that they didn't know what happened in their secret realm, and a strange tide suddenly appeared, causing the remaining 8 people to be unable to solve the problem, and once again came to Zhou Yuanshan for help. Zhou Yuanshan couldn't abandon the 8 core members, so he had to find another 15 people to support. After doing all this, Zhou Yuanshan and his team could finally head towards the camp. While marching, Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help but complain to his good brother, Lu Xiaoyang, the vice president of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. I don't know how this could happen. Wasn't everything fine yesterday? Did people become stupid overnight? Lu Xiaoyang also smiled. Yang Tao and Wang Fang are not convinced by each other. Problems will arise sooner or later. It's much better to have them now than later. I can find an excuse to deal with them both today. Zhou Yuanshan had the same idea. He nodded, and was about to say something when a series of system notification sounds suddenly appeared in his ears, like a screen refresh. Your member Yang Tao died in an accident, and survived in the dark world for 6 days. Within 24 hours, you can use skills or scrolls to revive him. Your member Wang Fang died in an accident, and survived in the dark world for 6 days. Within 24 hours, you can use skills or scrolls to revive him. Your member Wang Ying died in an accident, and survived in the dark world for 6 days. Within 24 hours, you can use skills or scrolls to revive him. Your member Luo Mingyu died in an accident, and survived in the dark world for 6 days. Within 24 hours, you can use skills or scrolls to revive him. In addition to the captain of a guild, the president and several vice presidents can also see the death information of a guild. In Zhou Yuanshan's team, in addition to him as the president, there are 2 vice presidents. So when this series of system prompts sounded, they were all stunned. As the system information became longer and longer, the faces of these people could no longer be described as ugly. Lu Xiaoyang's eyes widened. He, Zhou Yuanshan and another vice president Li Wei looked at each other. What are you doing? Li Wei was obviously more out of control than Lu Xiaoyang. He couldn't even close his mouth. Is the system broken? The eyes of both of them finally fell on Zhou Yuanshan, hoping that he could say something. But Zhou Yuanshan couldn't say a word now. He felt like he was struck by a huge thunderbolt. He was in a state of blankness and trance. Is it fake? It must be fake. How could they lose more than 20 people in just a dozen seconds, and they were all core members? You have to know that any one of these people would be an excellent resident in the Dark Knight world, and their fighting power and survival ability should not be underestimated. Putting so many people together would make a powerful team that could hold up half the sky. How could such a team, such a group of more than 20 people, die within a dozen seconds? Is this fake? What happened in that secret realm? It's unscientific that so many people were killed all at once. Li Wei shouted. Are all the people in the secret realm wiped out? Didn't the 15 people behind just enter the secret realm? How could they die as soon as they entered? Lu Xiaoyang also found it incredible. All wiped out. A drop of sweat slowly slid down Zhou Yuanshan's forehead. At this moment, he only felt an indescribable coldness that instantly enveloped his whole body, making even his breathing icy. Are they all wiped out? A few seconds later, Zhou Yuanshan's brain, which had been blanked by the news, slowly recovered its original function. He suddenly realized that there seemed to be another person in that secret realm. Is that person dead too? Is he almost impatient to open his friend list? In fact, before opening the friend list, he was a little nervous. He hoped that Huan's avatar was still lit. After all, only in this way could he know what happened in that secret realm, and why so many core members died in such a short time. But he also hoped that Huan's avatar would be gray. After all, so many of his guild members had died. If she, a burden who had come here to make ends meet, didn't die with them, it would be too unreasonable. When Zhou Yuanshan saw Huan's bright avatar in the friend list, his mentality collapsed all of a sudden, and he sent a message to Huan directly. Huan sat on a big tree. What happened just now was so fast that she felt a little shocked. Just when Huan spent more than a dozen invisibility scrolls to finally clear the hatred on her body, she saw a tall goblin suddenly appear in the night. Among a group of ordinary goblins, who were only 1 meter tall, he stood out. Not only is it tall, it is also wearing a wine-red armor, which is very special in the dark night, and it is dragging a huge mace in its hand. This is the hidden boss goblin general that the system just prompted. Although this goblin general seems to be very clumsy, in fact, his speed is not slow, and he ran all the way to the entrance of the secret realm. At this time, the big tree where Yang Tao and his group were standing just fell down, and they were surrounded by the tide of goblins, and turned into green light. All the people in the secret realm died. Huan was still worried that the hatred on Yang Tao and the others would be transferred to himself. He quickly monitored his hatred and found that it was always stable at 0. He was completely relieved. Otherwise, how can we say that there is no coincidence in the world? At the same time, Huan also saw a group of people entering the secret realm again. When they entered, white light flashed at the entrance of the secret realm, which was very eye-catching. However, in the next second, Huan saw that the goblin general, who had lost his target and entered a wandering state, seemed to be in high spirits all of a sudden. He immediately raised his mace high and rushed towards the dozen people. TSK. Huan just watched the dozen people who entered the dungeon standing at the entrance of the secret realm. Without even moving a step, the goblin general used the mace in his hand to turn it into a green beam of light. This speed. Huan sat on the tree and carefully estimated that there were at least 170 or 180 goblins gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, plus 4 or 5 5-star monsters and a hidden boss. This is basically a death cradle. No matter who comes, they will die. Of course, if you want to go out, don't even think about going out from here. The exit of this secret realm is not here, but at the other end of the dungeon. Of course, you can also use the return scroll. However, Huan doesn't plan to leave at this time. The secret realm is deserted, and there is a hidden boss. Experience, treasure chest, and first pass, all of these are hers. Why should she leave? Huan opened the map in his hand and began to think about how to deal with this group of goblins that looked very exaggerated. It was also at this time that she received a message from Zhou Yuanshan. Huan, how are you still alive? Huan narrowed his eyes. Hey, this is really interesting. What does how are you still alive mean? Is it possible that in Zhou Yuanshan's mind, he should have died? Some things cannot be thought about in detail. For example, now, Huan immediately reviewed Yang Tao's arrangements after entering the secret realm. Also, when he was surrounded by monsters, he gave her a message and asked her to go back for support. The most important thing is that Huan remembered what Zhou Yuanshan told Yang Tao before entering the secret realm. So can she reasonably infer that Zhou Yuanshan did not intend to let her out alive when entering the secret realm today? It's a pity that she was quick and acted first. Thinking of this, a thin layer of coldness appeared on Huan's face. President Zhou, what you said? I want to die instead of living? Chapter 36. In Zhou Yuanshan, Huan saw another interpretation of this sentence. It was as if their current topic would be awkward if it was about anyone else, and it would be difficult to continue the conversation. However, Zhou Yuanshan only paused for a second or two, as if the topic just now had never existed. Instead, he said, Boss, it would be best if you were not injured. Otherwise, if it gets out, it will be unsafe for our guild to come to the secret realm, which would be too embarrassing. Then he asked again, Boss, if it's convenient, can you tell me what's going on in the secret realm you're in now? Huan was almost pissed off by Zhou Yuanshan's shameless change of topic, but she immediately responded smoothly, as if Zhou Yuanshan hadn't asked her whether she was dead or not. After all, Huan felt that she was also a big shot, so how could she not be as thick-skinned as Zhou Yuanshan? The current situation is not good. A hidden boss has been refreshed in our secret realm. Huan killed the goblins around him, while observing the entrance to the secret realm, and answered casually. It must be said that Huan knows how to whet people's appetite and stimulate their nerves. Her seemingly unintentional answer immediately made Zhou Yuanshan's nerves tense. Although the Taishan Mutual Aid Association was established only a few days ago, it has grown to 700 to 800 people in these few days, which shows that they must have something outstanding. In the entire guild, it can't be said that there are many talents, but at least it can be said that it is comprehensive. After they discovered the secret realm of the dense forest camp, Zhou Yuanshan and several other senior officials immediately sent residents with stealth skills to search inside and investigate the general situation. He Liang, who was killed by Huan, was actually one of them. Therefore, although Zhou Yuanshan did not have a detailed map of the secret realm like Huan, they also knew the general situation of the secret realm. Naturally, they knew how many monsters and elites were distributed in this secret realm. Zhou Yuanshan also knew that there was no boss in the secret realm. However, at first, Zhou Yuanshan and the senior members of Taishan Mutual Aid Association did not believe this. After all, this world looked very similar to the game in the previous world. How could there be no boss in a secret realm? In any case, there is no such setting in ordinary games. It was also because of the disbelief in their hearts that the people of Taishan Mutual Aid Association had repeatedly confirmed when exploring this secret realm that the highest level monsters in this secret realm were only rare elites, and there were no bosses. After confirming this, Zhou Yuanshan was actually very discouraged for a while before he finally accepted this reality. It was for this reason that when Zhou Yuanshan heard from Huan that there was a boss in the secret realm, and it was a hidden boss, he was shocked. This shock was even more exaggerated than hearing about the deaths of more than 20 people in a row. He couldn't control his voice at all and raised it all at once. "What did you say? Is there a boss in your secret realm?" Huan laughed, as ignorant as a burden should be. "Is there no boss in your secret realm?" Zhou Yuanshan stopped talking. He didn't want to answer Huan's question, and there was no need to answer Huan's question. He was silent for a while before saying, "Do you know how other people in the secret realm died?" Huan's voice suddenly became tense, as if he was frightened. "What did you say? Who died? What do you mean others died?" In the dark world, if you are too far away from the team members, you can't see the status of other team members. Even if they are dead, only the team leader can see it, and other members know nothing. This is why Zhou Yuanshan repeatedly asked Yang Tao whether Huan was dead. If he asked other people, they didn't know and couldn't detect it. Zhou Yuanshan was also testing Huan to see if she had done anything wrong in the death of her guild members. Although Huan acted as if she really knew nothing, Zhou Yuanshan didn't really trust her, but it had to be said that Huan's behavior really made Zhou Yuanshan unable to get any handle. Zhou Yuanshan secretly sighed and continued to ask questions. "Yes, they all died in this secret realm just now. Do you know anything about it? All dead? How could it be? Is this secret realm so unsafe? Then I'm leaving. I don't want to stay in it." Huan continued to be ignorant, and even showed an urgency to run away. Zhou Yuanshan certainly couldn't let Huan run away so quickly. Not to mention that he hadn't learned about the situation in the secret realm yet. Just to say that so many people from his guild had died in this secret realm, and Huan was still alive. So Zhou Yuanshan absolutely couldn't let Huan run away. Even if he sacrificed to the heaven, he had to find someone to take the blame. Of course, the most important thing was that the secret realm where Huan was located had the only boss that Zhou Yuanshan knew. In this case, if Huan ran away, the secret realm would be refreshed. Of course, she couldn't run away. Similarly, because there was a boss in the secret realm, Huan would not run away. However, she had to act as she should. Huan had been showing her helplessness in the conversation with Zhou Yuanshan, and constantly pointed out her fear of being left here by Yang Tao, and repeatedly emphasized that she had to get away. At this moment, Huan heard a system message, prompting her that she had received an email. She opened it, and saw a blue equipment. It is a pair of blue animal leather boots. Animal leather boots, fine item, blue. Defense +8, speed +3, warmth +2. Additional skill, gallop. After opening, it can increase running speed by 80%, lasting for 9 seconds, and the cooling time is 3 minutes. I see that Mr. He doesn't have suitable shoes. I just happen to have a pair of good shoes here, so I sent them to you. Do you think they are suitable? Huan raised his eyebrows and looked at the equipment he had just received. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No matter what grudge Zhou Yuanshan had with him, and whether it was a life and death struggle, this person really understood the ways of the world. Look at this pair of shoes. If you say how good it is, it's not. Even the basic attributes are at the level of a green item. But it has a very useful escape skill, which directly raises its quality to a higher level. Huan believes that there must be a lot of equipment in Zhou Yuanshan's guild. However, when most residents are fighting for a piece of equipment, he can be so generous to give himself such a good piece of equipment. It can be seen that this person's means of winning people's hearts are indeed very clever. If Huan had not been sure that this person wanted to kill him, He might have praised his loyalty. This is our guild's compensation for Boss He's lack of gains today, and it is also my personal apology. Please stay in the secret realm for a while, so that we can prepare to go in and rescue people. Rescue people? Huan's eyebrows, which were already raised, suddenly raised higher. Can the dead still be saved? Huan was curious and asked. Zhou Yuanshan smiled. Yes, if you know the resurrection technique, you can save people within 24 hours. Zhou Yuanshan didn't mind telling Huan about this, nor did he mind giving the equipment to Huan. In his opinion, Huan was already dead, and the only reason he could keep Huan alive was to let her guard the secret realm for him. When he led people into the secret realm later, it would be easy to deal with Huan. As long as she died, the equipment she gave away would still be hers, and her secret would be kept forever. Of course, Zhou Yuanshan told Huan that his guild had the resurrection technique in order to shock her, and to tell her how powerful his guild was, and not to try to go against him. Resurrection technique. Huan narrowed her eyes, wanting it very much, but what should she do? Her lips curled up. Okay, I stay in the secret realm, and you guys should come in quickly. I don't dare to walk around now. No problem, then I trouble Boss He. Okay. After hanging up the conversation, Lu Xiaoyang and Li Wei both asked about Zhou Yuanshan's situation. Except for not commenting on Huan, the three people speculated about the situation in the secret realm. The person who just entered died immediately, which means that most of the monsters are piled up at the entrance of the secret realm. And if there is a hidden boss, if nothing unexpected happens, this boss should also be at the entrance of the secret realm. If we want to go in, it may be dangerous. Under normal circumstances, if there is no target to attack, monsters will not gather in the same place for too long. We can wait for a while before going in. When we go in, let the tank profession go in first, followed by the healing profession, and finally the attack profession. Wait until the tank has attracted hatred, and the healing profession has stabilized the bloodline, then we can go in. I think there will be no problem. Several people discussed the countermeasures one after another. At the same time, Huan was not idle either. Although she didn't know Zhou Yuanshan, she knew human nature. Human nature is greedy, and human nature is to want more and more. Huan knew clearly that Zhou Yuanshan wanted to make the Taishan Mutual Aid Association bigger and stronger, so he didn't want to see such a large-scale loss of members just now. Now that the Taishan Mutual Aid Association has the resurrection technique, they will definitely enter this secret realm to save people, and they will definitely not let this hidden boss go. More importantly, Huan felt that since Zhou Yuanshan had shown his murderous intentions towards her, if he was not a fool, he would not let her leave safely today. And when the main members of their guild entered this secret realm to rescue people and kill the boss, wouldn't it be a matter of cleaning herself up? What a coincidence. She was also a greedy person, and she was also a person who wanted more and more. Killing monsters, and killing the boss to get the first kill, and kill Zhou Yuanshan was also what she wanted. Chapter 37. He wanted to wait for time to pass, and the monsters to disperse. In fact, it was just as Zhou Yuanshan and his team had expected. After all the living people in the secret realm died, the monsters that had originally gathered at the entrance began to gradually disperse. Huan guessed that Zhou Yuanshan and his team would have to wait for more than an hour before entering the secret realm again. At that time, the monsters gathered at the entrance would be even fewer than now. They would definitely send the main force in. At that time, the remaining monsters would not pose too much risk to them. When they can get through the first wave of monsters, they will be able to handle the following situations with ease. In addition, since there are many people coming in, it is not difficult to deal with a hidden boss. In the end, they got experience, treasure chests, boss drops and first kills, and they can also collect their own heads. Haha, the beads of this abacus have collapsed on Huan's face. She must not let their abacus work. In fact, Huan's method of dealing with them is also very simple, that is, the monster C tactic. Although this tactic is simple, has no technical content, and is very old-fashioned, it is really useful. Huan is very familiar with gathering monsters. She feels that the most common thing she has done in the past 2 days is to gather monsters. However, the difficulty of gathering monsters today has obviously increased. The largest number of monsters in this secret realm is 4-star monsters, followed by 2-star and 3-star monsters. But because 2-star and 3-star monsters are distributed in the dense forest outside the secret realm, 4-star monsters gather in and outside the camp in the center of the secret realm. Therefore, after entering the secret realm, most people are actually fighting 2-star and 3-star monsters, and only a few 4-star monsters are encountered sporadically. However, due to Huan's previous tricks in the secret realm, The monsters piled up at the entrance of the secret realm now include not only 2-star and 3-star monsters, but also a large number of 4-star monsters, and occasionally there is a 5-star monster among them. Now what Huan has to do is to separate the 4-star and 5-star monsters from the 2-star and 3-star monsters, and then take them away and hide. Then gather the scattered 2-star and 3-star monsters again, and let them stay at the entrance of the secret realm honestly, waiting for their destined people. Finally, when Zhou Yuanshan and his team came in to control these 2-star and 3-star monsters, and then fought the hidden boss, she brought out 4-star and 5-star monsters. A family should be neat and tidy. The idea is good, but the first step is very difficult. After all, the goblins don't listen to Yuan's command. If you tell the 2-star and 3-star monsters to stay where they are, they really won't move. On the contrary, when Huan approaches a 4-star monster, a bunch of them will follow, of all levels. In short, Huan was exhausted from gathering monsters. After she was hit by a 4-star goblin again, she poured a blood tonic into her mouth while secretly complaining in her heart. It is very hard to hurt people. It is more fun to go up and fight directly. But it is not without benefits. Huan gathered monsters while killing disobedient monsters, and occasionally used the skills on her shoes. In just half an hour, her skills in moving in the dark world have improved a little bit, and she even upgraded a level and officially entered the 6th level. Boss He, are you okay? Zhou Yuanshan sent a message. Not bad, still chopping trees. There are so many level 2 resources in this secret realm, and the experience given is more than outside. Huan has once again gathered a bunch of 4-star monsters in the dense forest, and is running towards the entrance of the secret realm. We are going over there, you have to hide well, and I will help you level up when the time comes. Zhou Yuanshan was wondering how Huan leveled up, but now, after hearing her explanation, he was relieved and didn't care. Thank you in advance. I wait for you. When will you come? Huan has already reached the entrance and started to gallop to attract the attention of the 2-star and 3-star monsters. Soon, we are at the entrance of the secret realm. We will go in after replenishing our status. Zhou Yuanshan said, What is the situation at the entrance of the secret realm? I went to see it 15 minutes ago. The monsters there are densely packed, a little more than when I came in. They are all wandering around. Huan has already started to circle with the monsters, just waiting to reach the entrance and become invisible. Okay, take care of yourself. Zhou Yuanshan seemed to care about Huan, and his sincerity was like a man's oath when he proposed to her. You too, I wait for you. Huan pinched an invisibility scroll and another random scroll, and disappeared from the monster pile and appeared in the dense forest, leaving only a large number of 2-star and 3-star monsters at the entrance of the secret realm. Zhou Yuanshan said to the members around him, Wait another 15 minutes, and then we will go in. Huan was running fast, and there was another group of monsters behind her. This group was the last 2-star and 3-star monsters she could find. She felt that the number was not enough, so she also brought some 4-star monsters. At the end of this group of monsters was the hidden boss Goblin General, who was swaying behind Huan, afraid that he would lose her whereabouts again this time. Raised her hand and looked at her bracelet. 13 minutes had passed. The Taishan Mutual Aid Association still did not come in. Huan sneered. She knew that Zhou Yuanshan, the dogman, could not be trusted. He had joined her team and added a bunch of people when they were talking just now. Huan counted and found that there were 49 people entering the secret realm this time, including herself, which was 50 people. Huan felt that this should be the upper limit of the number of people in the secret realm. Otherwise, Zhou Yuanshan would have to bring more people in. Because of the Goblin General, this group of monsters were faster and stronger than the 2-star and 3-star monsters in front. Huan used 2 steel skin scrolls to successfully bring them to the entrance of the secret realm. Just when Huan was wondering how long it would take Zhou Yuanshan and his men to enter the secret realm, she noticed from the corner of her eye that many white beams of light were lit up at the entrance of the secret realm. This was a sign that someone had entered the secret realm. Huan didn't care whether the monsters behind her had entered the range of the secret realm entrance or not. She directly crushed an invisibility scroll. Zhou Yuanshan was a tank and the president, so naturally he would be the first to enter the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, Zhou Yuanshan thought of countless situations inside, but none of them was what he saw when he just entered the secret realm. Monsters, lots of monsters, lots and lots of monsters. So many that the word lots cannot be used to describe them. The densely packed goblins rushed towards him as soon as he entered, and their mouths made squeaking sounds, drowning Zhou Yuanshan and his tank formation like noise. Huan, who was standing not far away, was in stealth mode, watching the situation ahead quietly. She originally thought that the few people who came in this time would be killed instantly like the people who entered the secret realm last time. However, what Huan didn't expect was that after just 2 or 3 seconds, she saw a transparent cover that looked like an upside-down bowl suddenly appear at the entrance. Then, the goblins that had just pounced were suddenly isolated outside the cover. Their attacks hit the white transparent protective cover, making a muffled sound, just like beating a drum. The people behind, hurry up and enter immediately, don't wait for the second and third batches of people, they can't hold out for long. Zhou Yuanshan immediately shouted in the guild's command channel. He took a look at the protective shield he had just erected. This thing can be said to be one of the most valuable props in the guild. Level 1 Light Protective Shield. Use the power of light to prop up a protective shield in the dark world, which can block 80% of the attack strength, lasting for 90 seconds, cooling time, 24 hours, remaining number of uses, 2 times. Since getting this thing, it has been placed in Zhou Yuanshan's backpack, and he regards it as a last resort to save his life. After all, this prop can only be used 3 times, and each time is very precious. Zhou Yuanshan never thought that he would use it under such circumstances. He felt distressed, and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he had such a thing on him, otherwise, he would definitely die here today. After issuing the command, Zhou Yuanshan checked the situation of the people around him. Fortunately, his protective shield was supported in time, and there was no loss of personnel for the time being. By the way, he also took the time to observe the surrounding situation. It didn't matter if he saw it, his scalp was numb. Zhou Yuanshan originally thought that there were enough monsters gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, but he never expected that when he looked up, he saw more goblins running towards them. Among these monsters, the most conspicuous one was a giant goblin over 2 meters tall. It was wearing wine-red armor and holding a huge mace in its hand, looking extremely ferocious. With just one glance, Zhou Yuanshan was able to confirm that this giant goblin was the hidden boss that had been refreshed in the secret realm. At this moment, Zhou Yuanshan's heart skipped a beat. He shouted even louder in the command channel, "The boss has appeared. Today we must not only take the first kill, but also take down this boss. After returning, the guild will not keep any of the equipment we got today, and will distribute them all." This sentence undoubtedly gave a shot of confidence to all the guild members, who entered and did not enter the secret realm. They shouted and entered the secret realm faster. It must be said that Taishan Mutual Aid Association is the largest guild in E7 area, and its strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Although they were facing a vast tide of monsters, within a few minutes, they retreated from panic and the attack entered a normal rhythm. After observing quietly for a while, Huan crushed a random scroll. Chapter 38. But the people in front of him seemed to have adjusted from the initial panic. The rhythm of their battle changed from the initial one-on-one attack to the current unified and harmonious attack and defense. Zhou Yuanshan let out a long breath and finally got into the state. Although a few members were reduced when the protective shield just disappeared at the beginning, everything went very smoothly afterwards. After the main members entered the combat state, Zhou Yuanshan finally took some time to observe the surrounding situation. Now most of the goblins surrounding them were 2-star and 3-star monsters. The dense number of them made Zhou Yuanshan feel that all the 2-star and 3-star monsters in the entire secret realm were gathered here. Zhou Yuanshan didn't know how this happened, but the only thing he could be thankful for was that there were not many 4-star monsters among the monsters surrounding them, and there was only one 5-star monster. As long as they maintained this battle rhythm, it would not be difficult to deal with these goblins and push down the goblin general, who was still trying to squeeze towards them. As long as there are no accidents. Speaking of accidents, Zhou Yuanshan suddenly thought of Huan. This woman has been in this secret realm, but has not shown up yet, and he doesn't know where she is. He can't let her continue to wander around in this secret realm. In particular, there are bosses and first kills in this secret realm, and he wants all of them. After Liang was killed by a red-named woman, Zhou Yuanshan learned the most important point, that before the dust settles, no hidden dangers can be left. Huan is the hidden danger, the uncertain factor that destroys his control. Boss where are you now? Huan is fighting with a 5-star goblin. Although the 5-star goblin's attack is very high, and its IQ is relatively good, its movements are a little slow, and speed is Huan's strong point. However, after a few dozen seconds, this fierce-looking 5-star goblin is already at a disadvantage in the battle. When Zhou Yuanshan's message came, it was when Huan made the last attack. She had just released a goose plucking feathers on this 5-star goblin, and stole a small purse from him. With a swipe of his hand, the mace that was close to Huan's head stopped, and then the mace and its owner fell to the ground, smashing the thick fallen leaves in the forest with a rustling sound. Huan first raised his wrist to check his battle time, which was 17 seconds longer than when he killed the last 4-star goblin. Then he reviewed the battle situation in his mind, and found areas that could be improved, and then implemented them in the next battle. This was Huan's habit, after being a mercenary for many years. It was also because of this that Huan's combat level was constantly improving and never stagnated. After reviewing the situation, Huan calmly replied to Zhou Yuanshan's message. "I don't know where I am. There are trees all around me. See if you can find the direction to the entrance of the secret realm." Zhou Yuanshan said. "The entrance of the secret realm? I won't go there. There are too many monsters there. I've been there before. I don't have any equipment and can't withstand the attacks of these goblins. Our team is now at the entrance of the secret realm. Don't worry, we have controlled the situation. It's safer for you to come and stay with us." At this point, Zhou Yuanshan was like a witch chanting a spell, tempting. "Come here, when we collect the spoils, you can pick 2 pieces of equipment as a token of my gratitude for you occupying the secret realm for me." Huan almost laughed out loud. Zhou Yuanshan was really amazing. Not only was he ruthless, but he was also humble and not stingy. More importantly, he would not give up until he achieved his goal. No wonder he had built such a big guild in just 6 days after entering the Dark Night. His only shortcoming was that he was a little impatient. Otherwise, he would not have shown such an urgent and strong killing intention towards Huan at this time. Either he underestimated Huan too much, or he overestimated his ability to control the situation. Huan's eyes were curved, like crescents, revealing her good mood at the moment. She climbed up a big tree in a few steps. This was the position she had found long ago. It was hidden, and could clearly see the situation at the entrance of the secret realm. Zhou Yuanshan and his team had been in the secret realm for more than 15 minutes. Compared to when Huan left the entrance of the secret realm, the Taishan Mutual Aid Association was now much more skilled in fighting and coordinating. Huan saw that the goblins in front of them fell one after another, but they did not lose much personnel, which showed that they had completely controlled this area of 2-star and 3-star monsters. Moreover, they seemed unwilling to attack only these 2-star and 3-star monsters. Huan noticed that some people had already started to attack the Goblin General. Before this, the Goblin General had always been following the monsters. His hatred was all attracted by the people of the Taishan Mutual Aid Society. However, there were many goblins in front of him. Even if he was eager, he couldn't squeeze in. Now that the goblins in front of him had finally died, someone attacked him again. The Goblin General raised his hands, swung the huge mace vigorously, and rushed into the front line of the battle. Why can boss be called boss? More blood, thicker skin, sharper knife, stronger monster, and it has a skill, not just one skill. Huan saw the Goblin General smash down with a mace, and a huge fan-shaped dust surface appeared in front of it. The next second, everyone in this fan surface suffered huge damage. However, the nurse of their guild was really powerful, and immediately began to chant the healing skill. Although it didn't seem to have any group healing skills, thanks to the large number of nurses, this attack was still resisted. However, the 2-star and 3-star goblins following the Goblin General also aimed at this time and immediately pounced on it, dealing another blow to this immature team. Immediately, several green beams of light lit up. Huan's curved eyes widened a little more, and she said, "Okay, I come to you, but can you give me 3 pieces of equipment? I only need 3 pieces to complete a set of equipment." Zhou Yuanshan had just reduced a few members, and was busy arranging people to treat the remaining people. He took out a few scrolls, and threw them to the nurses, asking them to revive the dead core members. At this time, Zhou Yuanshan received Huan's message. He just took a look and felt a heart attack. This woman is too greedy, and too good at taking advantage of others. She dares to ask for anything. Zhou Yuanshan took a deep breath, and wanted to kill Huan immediately. He replied, "No problem, come over." Huan had been standing on the tree observing Zhou Yuanshan and the others, waiting for them to lose control of the situation, and then he would take the 4-star and 5-star monsters nearby to kill them. At this time, Huan discovered that several golden beams of light had appeared where the green beam of light had just appeared, and then those who had just died stood up again. The smile froze on Huan's face. Zhou Yuanshan had told her that he had a resurrection technique that could revive members who died in the secret realm. Huan also wanted this skill from the bottom of her heart. She had even made plans. That was, when she counterattacked, she would get close to several nurses of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association and use the plucking the feathers of the passing goose one by one. In this way, she has a high probability of obtaining this skill. After all, she doesn't know which nurse has this amazing skill, so she can only cast a wide net. Of course, Zhou Yuanshan may be lying to her. In fact, they don't have it. He said this just to warn her how strong their guild is, and not to do any tricks. And from the situation of the resurrection beam just now, Zhou Yuanshan is not lying. They do have the resurrection technique. However, the problem is that these people were resurrected almost at the same time, with a difference of less than 1 second. What does this mean? This indicates at least one of 3 situations. First, there is a nurse in the Taishan Mutual Aid Association who can perform group resurrection. Second, all the nurses in the Taishan Mutual Aid Association can perform resurrection. Third, the nurses in the Taishan Mutual Aid Association do not know resurrection, but they have props that can be used for resurrection. If it is the first 2 situations, then this guild is against the will of heaven. And now it has only been 6 days since they entered this world. Huan thinks that no matter how lucky Zhou Yuanshan and his friends are, they should not be against the will of heaven to this extent. Then there is only one possibility left. The Taishan Mutual Aid Association has a prop that can be used for resurrection, and based on Huan's shallow understanding of Zhou Yuanshan, she thinks that this thing is likely in Zhou Yuanshan's hands. So, Huan lowered her eyes. She couldn't let Zhou Yuanshan die so easily. She had to empty all the valuables on this person. Having made up her mind, Huan raised her eyes again to look at the entrance to the secret realm. The resurrected members immediately joined the battle, and the chaotic battle situation just now was barely stabilized. It seemed that a group of people had entered a stable period again. The rhythm of the battle was controlled again. Huan curled his lips. It must be said that Zhou Yuanshan's luck was really good. However, his good luck ended here. Huan turned around and jumped off the tree, plunged into the monster pile, and began to attract monsters. She sent a message to Zhou Yuanshan. President Zhou, I come over then. Chapter 39. At this moment, he couldn't help but regret that he was too anxious to kill this hidden boss. Mainly, when they were cleaning up the 2-star and 3-star goblins, their guild's firepower concentrated on destroying 2 4-star goblins and 1 5-star goblin. It looked very easy, which made Zhou Yuanshan misjudge the strength of the hidden boss. However, it was too late to say this now. He could only focus on solving the troubles in front of him. Zhou Yuanshan took a deep breath and made himself highly focused. He gave up the open fighting style and played steadily. After experiencing the boss's skills twice, he regained the rhythm of the battle. It was not until this time that Zhou Yuanshan was busy enough to reach out and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Taking advantage of this time, he said to Li Wei, who was also playing the tank next to him, "When Huan arrives, we should draw hatred to her first and kill her." Li Wei glanced at Zhou Yuanshan and did not raise any objection. Okay. However, he did make another suggestion. First arrange for someone with the stealing skill to touch her a few times. I think she should have good things on her. This is also Zhou Yuanshan's idea. A resident who can monopolize resources in the entire region, even if he has not gathered a set of equipment due to equipment shortage, must have other things. You know, if the other party is not a red name, the things on her body will not drop 100% of the items, but only 70% to 80% of the items. In order to give more things, it is safest to steal a few more before she dies. While the two were talking, they saw the goblin general raise the mace again, and a fan-shaped smoke appeared in front of it. Zhou Yuanshan shouted, "Disperse." The members who had just gathered together immediately scattered. After scattering, they could avoid the goblin general's fatal skill, but they separated the originally gathered fighting team, giving those scattered 3-star and 2-star goblins an opportunity to take advantage. They immediately rushed towards the separated brother members and started a fight. Compared with the last battle, this time the members were more skilled. Although they were beaten to death, they held on. No casualties this time. Zhou Yuanshan finally let go of his worry. No casualties actually means that everyone's cooperation has been improved, which means that their battle rhythm has been controlled, and that their tactics are feasible. The most important thing is that there is no consumption of the few resurrection scrolls. The Goblin General's HP has dropped below 20%, and the dawn of victory is just around the corner. Zhou Yuanshan took a deep breath and said loudly, "Hold on, it can only release one more skill at most, and we will win, and the monsters are almost wiped out. We are about to win. After defeating the boss, the guild will not take any of the equipment on the ground, and everyone can take it." Zhou Yuanshan's words cheered everyone up, and their bodies, which had been tired after a long battle, were refreshed again, and their combat effectiveness seemed to have improved a lot. Just when the dawn was about to come, the members standing on the periphery suddenly heard a noisy movement that was not the sound of fighting. Taking a moment to look in the direction where the sound came from, they saw a cloud of dust in the dense forest. In the dust appeared a human figure. After seeing it clearly, the residents who discovered this situation all felt a piercing cold. Goblins, many goblins. No one knew how many goblins were rushing out of the dense forest like crazy and rushed towards them. "Another monster is coming!" someone shouted immediately. The voice was sharp and filled with indescribable panic, spreading like a plague. Suddenly, the team that had just found cooperation began to stir. Although everyone was still doing what they were doing, they were still retreating, looking for a way to survive. Zhou Yuanshan was also confused by this sudden situation, but he instinctively began to control the situation, releasing skills to attract hatred while shouting loudly, trying to calm the fluctuating hearts. "Don't be anxious, don't be afraid. Let's follow the original rhythm first. Everyone gather together. So many monsters can't squeeze in. We just need to deal with the monsters in front of us. Gather together quickly, focus on the boss first, and then we will deal with the monsters." Zhou Yuanshan still has a lot of prestige in the minds of the members of Taishan Mutual Aid Association. His appeasement soon took effect, and the members began to fight according to his instructions. It seems that the situation is temporarily under control. But Zhou Yuanshan still had goosebumps all over his body as he watched the goblins approaching. Due to the concentration of firepower, the boss's health began to drop rapidly, and this once again forced the boss into a violent state. It slowly raised the mace in its hand again, and the fan-shaped area appeared in front of it again. Fuck! Zhou Yuanshan couldn't help but curse in his heart. There was only less than 5% of the health left, and such a skill appeared. Couldn't he just go over? Although he kept complaining in his heart, Zhou Yuanshan's tone was still very stable. He continued to command everyone to separate to avoid this skill. The members had never cooperated so well as they did now. They quickly separated and left a fan-shaped area. This was also the time when Zhou Yuanshan had the widest vision after entering this secret realm. It was at this time that Zhou Yuanshan saw a group of goblins rushing towards their team like warriors. From the decorations on their bodies and the weapons in their hands, it was not difficult to find that these goblins were not 2-star or 3-star, but 4-star. Zhou Yuanshan's scalp was not only numb, but his whole body was numb. But this was not the most devastating part. What devastated him the most was that he saw a figure in front of the group of 4-star goblins. A bloated figure in a black down jacket was moving towards him quickly. It was Huan. Zhou Yuanshan wanted to curse for a moment, and he yelled at Huan, "Huan, get out of here quickly! Take these monsters away from here to the side! Did you hear me? Get out of the way!" Zhou Yuanshan's voice was loud. At this not-so-far distance, he firmly believed that Huan could hear his words clearly. However, Huan did not walk away, but sped up even faster. Zhou Yuanshan was immediately furious and cursed Huan. Huan's figure was getting closer and closer, so close that he was only 10 meters away. After the Goblin General's skills were released, the people on both sides hurriedly wanted to get together again. Naturally, they also saw the monster brought by Huan. A huge wave of monsters was about to hit them. The originally stable attack rhythm was disrupted again. Everyone present couldn't help but start to curse Huan, and some people even wanted to attack Huan, who was already close. As for Huan, she kept looking at Zhou Yuanshan, just as Zhou Yuanshan was looking at her while cursing. Suddenly, Zhou Yuanshan saw a very bright smile on Huan's fair face. The next second, she stopped, and the monsters following her were about to pounce on her. But she disappeared. Just like that, she disappeared less than 5 meters away from Zhou Yuanshan, with a bright smile on her face. Zhou Yuanshan paused in his curse, staring at the place where Huan disappeared with wide eyes. There was no one there. In the blink of an eye, the strange tide rushed towards the gathered members of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, completely submerging the place where Huan just appeared, as if she had never appeared. At this moment, Zhou Yuanshan understood a lot of things as if he had suddenly realized something. For example, the destruction of Yang Tao's team. For example, the ending where the support team was wiped out upon entering the secret realm. For example, after so much time has passed, why are there still so many monsters piled up at the entrance of this secret realm? For example, the 4-star monsters that are running over one after another now. All of this is related to Huan. It was all caused by her alone. Zhou Yuanshan had a lot of extreme emotions surging, but at this moment all the emotions were suppressed and controlled by an emotion called terror. The members around him resisted the monsters frantically, but they could not avoid hearing screams and seeing green beams of light. In order to protect themselves, the residents of the output profession began to turn their attacks to the monsters chasing them. But the slower the attack, the slower the bloodline of the boss decreases, and in this low bloodline situation, it is easy to stimulate him to start reading skills. Reading the attack skills will cause more deaths, and the monsters attracted will become more ferocious. This is like a closed loop of misunderstanding. No matter which one you choose, it is a mistake, a desperate situation, and death. Don't divert your firepower. Just kill the boss first, and then think about other things. Zhou Yuanshan almost screamed at the people who were still alive, but it was too late. The boss raised his mace again. And this time, what awaited them was the end. After the skill, the field was empty for a while. Many of the densely packed monsters died, and only 2 or 3 kittens were left in the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Zhou Yuanshan looked at the green light beams around him, his heart filled with indescribable despair, and in front of him, the boss was still standing. Zhou Yuanshan opened his mouth and let out a nearly shrill scream. Ah! The boss raised the mace in his hand again, and the target was Zhou Yuanshan. But at this time, Zhou Yuanshan had completely lost the ability and will to resist. He looked at the mace coming down on his head, and closed his eyes in despair. The wind brought by the mace whistled and enveloped him, and Zhou Yuanshan seemed to be able to imagine his brain flowing. Suddenly, the wind stopped. Chapter 40. Zhou Yuanshan had already prepared for death, but when death did not come, a sense of loss appeared in his heart. Subconsciously raising his head, he looked at the goblin general standing in front of him. It still stood straight in front of him, its hand still raised high, and the mace in its hand was in front of his face. Looking up again, Zhou Yuanshan saw a familiar yet unfamiliar person. It was Huan, who was hanging on the back of the goblin general. She held a black dagger in her hand, and stabbed it deep into the goblin's chest. Looking at the goblin general's health bar again, it was completely empty. Zhou Yuanshan's mind was blank, and he just looked at Huan straight, even forgetting what he was doing. The next second, Huan pulled the dagger out of the goblin general's chest, and jumped down from behind it lightly. At the moment her feet landed on the ground, the goblin general's tall and burly figure fell to the ground like a collapsed mountain. Congratulations to Resident Huan. Zhou Yuanshan successfully found and killed the hidden boss goblin general in the secret forest camp, and was awarded 10 survival points for the first kill. The system prompt rang happily in my ears, but unfortunately, it did not relieve the tense and depressing atmosphere at all. Zhou Yuanshan just wanted to open his mouth to say something, but what greeted him was a heavy kick on his chest. Zhou Yuanshan, who was completely unprepared, was kicked away by Huan. The moment he landed heavily on the ground, it was as if a line was connected in his mind, and he finally realized who Huan was. Her skills, her movements. Isn't she the woman in the retrospective light ball that Yang Tao gave him at that time? So, Huan is the red-named woman. After thinking this through, everything that happened today was explained. Zhou Yuanshan felt an itch in his throat, opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He struggled twice, but he didn't get up from the ground. In the end, he could only sit there, staring at Huan viciously. You are the red name who killed He Liang. Huan did not answer. Because at this moment, a 5-star goblin suddenly rushed in front of Huan from the side, screaming and about to attack her. Huan's eyes were always on Zhou Yuanshan, but she seemed to have many eyes, and knew all the movements of this 5-star goblin. It seemed that she only made a few very light attacks, and the 5-star goblin fell at her feet. Zhou Yuanshan also looked at Huan, watching how she attacked the 5-star goblin. Fast, too fast. Zhou Yuanshan was a fighting coach in the old world. He claimed that he was stronger than 90% of people, but at this moment, he felt a kind of crushing strength. A 5-star monster was knocked down in just a dozen seconds, or even less. Zhou Yuanshan couldn't do it by himself, even if he added a few people, but Huan in front of him did it so easily. The more effortlessly she did it, the more she dealt Zhou Yuanshan an irresistible blow. It was over. Zhou Yuanshan had never been so aware of this matter in his mind as he was now. He seemed to have provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Zhou Yuanshan swallowed his saliva, huddled around and looked around, trying to see how many people were left in his guild. However, the more he looked, the more desolate he felt in his heart. There was no one. The empty space, that was bustling with people not long ago, was now filled with goblin corpses, and there were many green light beams flashing among these corpses. It won't be long before these beams of light disappear. I am the only one left. In the secret realm, besides Huan, There is only Zhou Yuanshan. With an almost desperate mood, Zhou Yuanshan retracted his gaze. He looked at Huan not far away, and felt that even the front was dark. Huan, our guild is your big customer. Why are you doing this? We gave you business, and promised to take you into the secret realm, and I also gave you so many pieces of equipment. Why are you hurting us like this? Don't you have a heart? Are you an antisocial personality? The huge despair made Zhou Yuanshan no longer afraid. He started to curse at Huan, as if only in this way could he completely vent his bursting emotions. There is indeed strength in numbers. Although there were so many monsters just now, with the efforts of the 49 people in the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, most of them have been eliminated. The remaining few, Huan just took care of them all with a knife. Because she has been teaming up with the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, she has also gained a lot of experience from these monsters. She is almost at level 7. I think as long as she finishes dealing with all the goblins in this secret realm, she will be able to reach level 7 smoothly. After dealing with the last goblin in front of her, Huan walked to Zhou Yuanshan, who was still cursing, looked down at him, and smiled disdainfully. Do you think you are innocent? Aren't we innocent? Did you kill so many of us just because of your greed? Before Zhou Yuanshan could finish his words, Huan kicked him down. Then, she stepped hard on Zhou Yuanshan's face. Her eyes were cold. She bent down, and used a plucking feathers from a passing goose on him. Give light protection shield X1, Huan looked at the properties of this item, and finally understood what the bowl-shaped transparent shield that was propped up when they came in was. Although it was not the resurrection item that Huan expected, this thing was also very good. After Huan accepted the thing generously, he once again focused on Zhou Yuanshan. Perhaps knowing that Huan would not let him go today, Zhou Yuanshan became tough. He did not beg for mercy from Huan at all, but kept cursing Huan. Huan had heard too many such dirty words, and did not take them to heart. She just smiled lightly. When you asked Yang Tao to kill me, why didn't you feel innocent? Zhou Yuanshan paused, but became even crazier. I am just too kind. If I had known that you were the red name, I would have killed you long ago. Huan was too lazy to argue with him. She let go of her foot, and stepped on Zhou Yuanshan, who cursed even harder. The next second, Huan hooked Zhou Yuanshan, who was still lying on the ground, like a football. She kicked him again, and he flew out. It just happened to hit a 4-star goblin, who was running towards Huan. The goblin staggered 2 steps after being hit by Zhou Yuanshan, and then found Zhou Yuanshan on the ground. It raised the weapon in its hand without hesitation, and smashed it hard on Zhou Yuanshan. In just a few moves, Zhou Yuanshan, who was already at low health, turned into a green beam of light and was silent. The rest of the matter was simple. It was just to deal with some goblins. Even if they were of high level, with the help of the secret map and special tips, it was no longer difficult for Huan. The only thing that was wasted was time. At nightfall, 1743, the last goblin fell to the ground under Huan's dagger. At the same time, the system's inquiry sounded in Huan's ears. You have obtained the first pass of this secret realm. Do you want to publish your name? Even if Zhou Yuanshan was gone, Huan never wanted to be in the limelight in such matters. After all, her long professional experience told her that people who are too famous would not die with much regret. No. As Huan refused, the reminder that resounded throughout the area rang in everyone's ears. Congratulations to Resident for being the first to successfully explore the secret realm number 3 in the E7 area, the dense forest camp. Reward 50 survival points and a first pass gift box. Congratulations to Resident for clearing all monsters in the secret realm dense forest camp, receiving 30 survival points, a diligence gift pack, and opening the secret realm dense forest camp for the E7 area. All residents can obtain the location of the secret realm by checking the public map. The secret realm of the dense forest camp is open from 8 to 2000 hours every day. All residents are welcome to come and explore. It's over. Huan rubbed her extremely sore arms, and felt that it was much more tiring to brush the secret realm like this than to perform tasks when she was a mercenary. Fortunately, today's harvest was very rich. In addition to the inheritance of these dozens of people, there were also a lot of output drops. These rich materials were enough to make Huan ignore her own hard work. Looking at the unique light of materials flashing everywhere in this secret realm, Huan felt a kind of happiness, like a mouse falling into a rice jar. Fortunately, the secret realm is refreshed once a day. Even if Huan leaves this secret realm, the things inside will not be brushed away. Moreover, there are no people from the Taishan Mutual Aid Association outside the secret realm. Huan can boldly enter the secret realm many times to transport. But even so, Huan had to carry all the things in the secret realm back home 3 times. When she collected the remaining things in the jungle camp for the last time, her hand pressed on the return scroll, but the next second, Huan stopped. She squinted her eyes, and suddenly remembered something. Huan took out her backpack, took out Zhou Yuanshan's backpack from it, and took out a card from his backpack. This is the pass to Zhou Yuanshan's shelter. Huan looked down at the small pass, and she felt that she had a great idea. Chapter 41. During these days, all residents have gained a preliminary understanding of this strange world. In this world, you must be brave and get more supplies and treasure chests. If you want to survive smoothly in this world, it is obviously not enough to rely on the 4 hours of daytime to explore and collect supplies. 3 days after entering the secret realm, most of the residents have walked out of the shelter since dawn, and they will not return to their own shelter until the end of the hard work at night. This is true for ordinary residents, and even more so for a tightly organized guild like the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. So, when Huan stood outside the Taishan Mutual Aid Association camp, the camp was empty except for 2 residents guarding the gate. Huan raised her hand and looked at the time. 1801. It took her less than 10 minutes to come out of the secret realm and find her way here. It can be seen that the dense forest camp is indeed very close to the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, so close that they already think that this secret realm is their private property. Huan had been living in a corner of the world since entering the dark night. Even if she received inheritance from several people, they were all lone wolves, and the inheritance was a separate shelter. This was the first time she saw a residential camp, and she couldn't help but be curious during the exploration. This was a large camp, with about 100 or 200 shelters of different levels arranged in a scattered manner, covering an area that was about the size of 2 standard football fields. Outside the camp where residents gathered, there was a stone more than half a person tall, with 5 large characters on it, Taishan Mutual Aid Association. As Huan's eyes fell on the stone, a prompt appeared in his vision. The foundation stone is the camp mark of a guild or group. It can be attacked. After attacking, it is assumed that you are the enemy of this guild and group. Attacking is not recommended. Huan reached out and gently touched the black stone. Unlike the rough touch of ordinary stones, this stone actually has a special smooth feeling. After satisfying his curiosity, Huan withdrew his hand and turned on the stealth mode. This is the second skill she just extracted. Today, Huan got a total of 50 survival points in the secret realm for first kill, 30 for clearing all enemies, and 10 for killing the boss. With the remaining 40 points, she has 130 survival points. Huan extracted a skill without hesitation, and this time she got 2 agility skills. One is stealth, and the other is backstab. The backstab skill appeared in the 2 consecutive extractions, which means that this skill is a necessary skill in the agility system. As long as you don't choose it, it will appear next time with a high probability. Moreover, this is a combat attack skill. Huan felt that her combat power was not weak, and the battle she encountered now was not to the point where she had to use combat skills to win. So, between combat skills and a survival skill, stealth, she chose stealth without hesitation. Look, isn't the stealth skill used now? Huan quietly sneaked past the 2 residents guarding the gate, and the other party was unaware and was still chatting. According to the instructions on the pass, Huan soon arrived near Zhou Yuanshan's shelter, and his eyes lit up. Zhou Yuanshan's shelter was right in the middle of the guild camp. Although the shape was slightly different due to the different grades of materials used, Huan was very familiar with the shelter style. It was a first-level stone house. However, this was not the reason why Huan's eyes lit up when he saw his shelter. After all, Zhou Yuanshan's was not the only first-level stone house in this camp. After all, there were houses like this on his left and right. However, Zhou Yuanshan's shelter also made Huan look up to it. That is, there is a fountain right in front of Zhou Yuanshan's house. This fountain is not big, 2 meters high, and occupies only about 1 square meter. However, the shape on it is an exquisite Roman sculpture. There is a chubby little angel on the top, holding a bottle in his hand. And from the inside of the bottle, spring water is slowly dripping into the tray below. The white marble fountain presents a fluorescent light blue, which radiates a certain range around it, and the biggest beneficiary of this range is Zhou Yuanshan's shelter. This is what Huan coveted on his first day in the dark world, the angel fountain, remaining. Just as Huan was admiring this fountain that seemed to have some problems with water flow, a special prompt appeared in his vision. Resident relics, with a pass response, can be picked up. Huan took out Zhou Yuanshan's pass, and sure enough, his pass emitted light, which meant that this fountain belonged to Zhou Yuanshan, but after his death, this thing became ownerless. Those who have a past can pick up this item first. If the person who has a past does not pick up this item within 24 hours, then after 24 hours, it becomes an ownerless item and anyone can pick it up. Huan did not hide her love for this item. She did not even give a special prompt or ask a question. She picked it up directly. Although this angel fountain occupies a large area, it only occupies a backpack grid after picking it up. After getting the thing that he had been longing for, the following procedures were completely streamlined. It was already 1810. Unless they were desperate criminals or particularly powerful bosses, most residents would not stay outside until the last minute and would return to their shelters in the dead of night. They would leave some flexible time for occasional accidents, that is, the residents in this camp would return before 1930 at the latest. Huan didn't have much time to harvest the inheritance. Huan took out a handful of passes from her backpack and began to collect the inheritance one by one without any hurry. Her backpack had limited space, so she didn't want all the passes. Those that were too close to the camp's perimeter, and those whose shelters were too low were excluded by Huan. The rest, especially those around the fountain, were her harvesting range. The whole process was very smooth and silky. 1928. Huan received the inheritance of the last shelter. While reading the note, she heard a faint voice coming from the entrance of the camp in the distance. The audio and tone were quite chaotic, and there should be several people. The residents who had left began to return to the camp one after another. For them, it was another ordinary day. As they got closer and closer, Huan could even hear what they were saying. She finally received the last shelter. Huan had no intention of conflicting with these ordinary members. She was just a person who would not offend others if they did not offend her, not a murderer. The camp is so quiet today. Have the president and his friends not returned yet? They should still be clearing the secret realm. I see that the secret realm number 3 has been cleared for the first time today. It must be the president and his friends who did it. I am looking forward to the benefits tonight. Me too. Huan listened to their voices clearly coming in the night, and she took out the random scroll and crushed it. At the moment when she crushed the scroll and was teleported away, Huan seemed to hear the surprised shouts of those ordinary members. After Huan used the random scroll several times in a row, she finally reached the range where she could use the first level return scroll. She crushed the first level return scroll and returned to her shelter. She looked at the time, and it was already 1945. There was no need to go out at this time. Huan sat in the shelter and counted her income this time. The most important thing, of course, was her level. The large amount of experience points allowed her to successfully enter the 7th level from the 5th level before entering the secret realm. The level is directly related to the upgrade of your shelter. For the first 5 levels of a newbie, it seems that you can upgrade the shelter once every level, but after level 5, it is no longer possible, and you need to upgrade multiple levels to upgrade once. However, correspondingly, after upgrading once, there are also many changes that can be brought to the shelter. Huan did not hesitate at all, and directly upgraded his shelter to the 2nd level of the stone house, while the 3rd level of the stone house needs to be upgraded to level 10 before it can be upgraded again. It obviously takes much longer to upgrade from stone house level 1 to stone house level 2 than from wooden house to stone house level 1. It takes a full 40 minutes. Huan took advantage of this time to pack up his things and open his bracelet to see if there was anything special in the regional chat today. The regional chat in E7 area today can be said to be like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The first explosive news is of course the death of Zhou Yuanshan and the senior and backbone members of Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Zhou Yuanshan and his companions died during the day, but at that time, most residents were busy outside collecting, leveling up, and looking for treasure chests, so they had no time to pay attention to the lives of others. Even the remaining members of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, who did not participate in today's secret exploration, were the same. It was probably because Huan got the first kill in the wilderness oasis yesterday, which brought great excitement to Zhou Yuanshan and the elite members of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Before they went to the secret realm today, everyone was ambitious and must get the first pass of the secret realm of the dense forest camp. Everyone in the guild knew their goal today, and the members who couldn't go were just like ordinary people, collecting outside honestly. They couldn't go to the secret realm to cause trouble. Ordinary members couldn't know the death of guild members, because only the president and vice president had the right to do so. The president and 3 vice presidents of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association all followed into the secret realm. The entire guild didn't leave a single high-level person outside, only a few middle-level people who were not involved in the guild secrets. So these people knew the news of the death of their guild president Zhou Yuanshan not much earlier than other ordinary residents. Chapter 42. Thanks to the fact that the people of Taishan Mutual Aid Association are too high profile on weekdays, Zhou Yuanshan is really famous in E7 district. When this news was revealed, no matter who it was, they all felt incredible. Is the news wrong? How could Zhou Yuanshan die? He must be level 8. This level is not the highest in our E7 district, but it is ranked in the first echelon. How could such a person die so easily? Not only Zhou Yuanshan, but the senior and backbone members of Taishan Mutual Aid Association seem to be dead? Is this true? It's absolutely true. I have several friends who are high-ranking officials, and they have all disappeared. Oh my god, what happened? Unlike the majority of the shocked onlookers, there are also some people who are reasoning, and they want to find the truth from the clues. Does the Taishan Mutual Aid Association have any special activities today? Is it an important activity that requires senior executives and backbones to go together? I don't know, but they should be working on the secret realm of the number 3 fog zone recently. Number 3 fog zone? Hasn't that secret realm been cleared today? Does it have anything to do with them? I don't know if it has anything to do with them. The first person to clear it didn't reveal his name, but there was only one person who cleared it first. Wait, I think there's a conspiracy. Is this first person to clear it a member of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association? Definitely. Their guild keeps a tight watch on the secret realm in number 3 fog zone. They can shoot down a bird that flies over there. How could they let anyone else in? So, when the Taishan Mutual Aid Association went to this secret realm, they encountered some special incident, and then the whole army was wiped out, leaving only the last guild member who picked up a big leak. Oh, after analyzing it this way, it feels like there is really a huge melon. Is there anyone from the Taishan Mutual Aid Association who is still breathing? Quickly, someone come out and tell us what is going on. However, no matter how noisy the regional speech section is, the people from the Taishan Mutual Aid Association really seem to be dead, and no one speaks. It's not that they were all quiet and didn't talk nonsense, but that, unknown to all the residents, a chaotic fight was taking place in the camp of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. As soon as Huan left, the first group of people who returned from the Taishan Mutual Aid Association had already discovered something unusual about the guild. The standard object of their guild camp, an angel fountain standing in the middle of the guild camp, was gone. Not only that, they also found that many high-rise shelters had disappeared, leaving only the marks of the original houses when they were built, bare. Where are the people? Where did they go? Did they run away with the bucket? At the very beginning, the members who returned to the camp first thought so. Once the news was posted in the guild chat, the remaining guild members ignored everything else and ran to the guild camp. Even the few remaining mid-level managers were questioned. However, this stage lasted only a very short time. After only 7 or 8 minutes, they discovered the truth. Zhou Yuanshan was dead. Not only Zhou Yuanshan died, but also dozens of guild leaders and core elite members who went out with Zhou Yuanshan died. This news made all the remaining members of Taishan Mutual Aid Association dumbfounded. How could a living person who said to everyone, "I will do my best today," when he went out in the morning die without saying a word when he came back at night? The point is, they went to the secret land to open up Wasteland today. Although it was a little dangerous, it was not much, right? After all, after so many days of opening up Wasteland, none of the core members of their guild died? What happened today? They died, however. Not many people paid attention to the truth. The Taishan Mutual Aid Association was established only a few days ago, and most of the people were recruited into the guild in the last 2 or 3 days. For them, the Taishan Mutual Aid Association is just an ordinary organization, and they have no sense of belonging at all. Even if the president Zhou Yuanshan and the senior and backbone members are dead, it is nothing to these members. They are more concerned about what benefits they can get in the guild. As for why they died, no one cared. Revenge was even less likely to be mentioned. The remaining members set their sights on the remaining resources of the guild, and the inheritance that Huan had not collected became their target of plunder. Obviously, there were many people who had such thoughts, and everyone was targeting the remaining inheritance. It didn't take long for it to develop into a fight. In this case, who cares what is said in the regional chat? The truth is not important at all. What matters is how much benefit you have in your pocket. And the end of this farce is the arrival of the Silent Night. While stuffing food into her mouth, Huan boredly flipped through the information in the regional chat, but after flipping through it, there seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy. Just when Huan was about to switch to the trading platform to take a look, She suddenly saw a striking message flashing on the regional chat, and it was pinned. The Guild Taishan Mutual Aid Association failed to withstand the disaster of life, completely collapsed and fell apart. This message was pinned for about 5 minutes, and then disappeared. Although it existed for a short time, it added fuel to the already extremely lively discussion, making the topic even more popular. Everyone was sighing. They watched him build a tall building, watched him entertain guests, and watched his building collapse. The Taishan Mutual Aid Association was originally a newly established guild organization. Most of them didn't know each other. The entire guild was like a tall building built on yellow sand. Without Zhou Yuanshan as the backbone, it was only a matter of time before it collapsed. It's just that Huan didn't expect them to be able to get it so fast. However, these have nothing to do with Huan. Her attention has been focused on the spoil she got today. The warehouse, kitchen and the whole house are being upgraded, and Huan's things are now all piled up in the living room. Fortunately, she can sort them with one click, so that she can intuitively see how much assets she has. The piles of supplies are neatly arranged in every corner of the living room. Huan sits in the middle, like a full hamster. It's true that the more she opens, the happier she is. In addition to these basic supplies, Huan also got dozens of wooden treasure chests and bronze treasure chests, 7 or 8 black iron treasure chests, and 2 silver treasure chests. One was dropped by the Goblin General, and the other was dropped by the rare elite in the Secret Realm. In addition to the output of the Secret Realm, Huan also had a lot of backpacks and legacy bags in his hands. This time, there were a total of 80 people who went out of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, all of whom died. They left a lot of backpacks. Except for the last one, Zhou Yuanshan, who died, Huan himself couldn't tell whose they were, so he picked them all up. Then Huan also went to the Taishan Mutual Aid Association to collect their inheritance. Although he only collected the inheritance of high-level guild members, there were dozens of them. Now they are all piled on the floor of the living room, which is quite spectacular. The last ones are the 2 gift boxes given by the system that Huan values the most. One is the First Pass gift box, and the other is the Diligence gift box. Although today is indeed hard, looking at the harvest of this day, Huan feels that it is worth it. With such a large pile of things, it will take a long time to open them one by one, so Huan simply opened the 2 most important gift boxes first. 2 rays of light flashed, and several things appeared in front of Huan. In addition to giving a few level 3 and level 4 resources, there were actually only 2 important things produced in these 2 gift boxes. One was a recipe. Arrow Tower Cannon can produce level 1 defensive cannons, greatly improving the lethality of your arrow tower. Another one was a magic anti-aircraft gun. Magic anti-aircraft gun can be installed high up in the shelter to attack enemies coming from high altitudes, and needs to be charged with magic crystals. At the beginning, Huan thought that the gift box would open up like the last time, and something like a professional crystal would appear. She had never expected that both gift boxes would contain things related to defense. Especially the magic anti-aircraft gun, which she had actually seen in the jungle camp today. In the camp area in the middle of the Secret Realm, when she was preparing to attack the rare elite, she did not expect that 2 purple light cannons would fly from somewhere. If she had not dodged quickly, the thing would have landed on her. The purple light cannon landed on the ground and immediately blew out a huge hole. You can imagine the power of this thing. Later, Huan observed for a long time before she found 2 turrets hidden in the dense forest. She went over and killed the goblin gunners on the 2 turrets, which eliminated the hidden danger. It was also at that time that Huan discovered this magic cannon. When she saw the thing for the first time, she was moved. She wanted to take it back and put it on the wall of her yard, so that she would no longer be afraid of any invaders. Unfortunately, the system prompted that this thing could not be brought with her, so Huan reluctantly gave it up. At that time, Huan had never thought that this thing would appear again, and appeared in front of her in this way. Suddenly, Huan felt that today was really worth it. It's just that the thing in her hand is called a magic anti-aircraft gun, and what she saw in the Secret Realm is a magic cannon. Since this magic anti-aircraft gun can only be installed outdoors, it is still like a light ball now. Huan can only observe her through the light ball. She doesn't know what the difference is between the 2 things for the time being. However, Huan believes that her thing is much more advanced. Chapter 43. Congratulations, you have upgraded your shelter to Stone House Level 2, which increases your chances of survival in the Dark Night world. Please keep working hard. The stone house has been upgraded to Level 2. Huan stood up. The first thing she felt was that the space had become much larger, especially the warehouse space. It was indeed a space that she had upgraded with the highest grade materials. Both the capacity and the sturdiness were incomparable to ordinary houses. It can be said that even if all her houses were blown up, the only thing that could survive to the end would definitely be her warehouse. Not only is it stronger and more skilled, Huan also discovered that, after the warehouse was upgraded, a blue light appeared on the top of the house. This is a magic device that needs magic crystals to drive. With this thing, as long as it is something in Huan's house, she can choose to store it in one click. Similarly, when she needs to extract these items placed in the warehouse, she can also choose to extract them with one click, and these things will also appear in her living room. In this way, she no longer needs to pack up these supplies manually. But in the blink of an eye, Huan put all the things piled in the living room into the warehouse. The warehouse is very smart to classify these things. Basic supplies, treasure chests, heritage and backpacks are installed with their own attributes and placed on different shelves, which is extremely convenient to find. In addition to the warehouse, the biggest change is the kitchen. The overall function of the kitchen has not changed, but there is an area next to the kitchen. It is a large room where 2 rough wooden beds can be placed. There is also a bathroom in the room. And this room is actually a servant's room, which is a byproduct of the kitchen upgrade. Huan really didn't expect that upgrading a house would actually result in a class upgrade. Unfortunately, Huan didn't know what kind of person was going to be placed in this servant's room, because when Huan was about to use this room, the system kept reminding Huan that he had not hired a servant, and the system didn't say where to hire the servant. Finally, Huan had to put this place aside for the time being, and wait until it was explored clearly in the future. During the entire process of upgrading the shelter, what Huan was most looking forward to was her yard. Stone House Level 2 is the highest level of shelter that residents can upgrade to within Level 10, and this level of shelter also opens up a unique place. That is, the protection range of the shelter covers the yard. When the stone house is at Level 1, although there is an extra yard in the shelter, the yard is not protected during the quiet nighttime period. That is to say, when the silent night comes, although residents can see things in the yard through the windows in the room, they cannot go into the yard. However, the items and props placed in the yard will not be affected by the silent night. In the era of the second-level stone house, residents are no longer subject to this restriction. Even in the silent night period, they can enter the yard for activities. Although this effect sounds very moving, it is not easy to build this second-level stone house. There are strict restrictions on both the level of residents and materials. Even the number of shelters built by residents is an important indicator of whether they can upgrade to a second-level stone house. In a nutshell, to upgrade to a second-level stone house, first you have to be alive, second you have to be alive at a relatively high level, and finally you have to have a large amount of materials to upgrade and decorate your shelter. None of them can be missing. Fortunately, Huan has fully met the conditions, and now she can walk into her yard in the quiet late night. This was also the first time Huan had been outdoors during this time period in the few days since she entered the dark world. Standing in the yard, Huan could feel the difference from the indoors. She could hear the creepy sounds in the night more clearly. Looking up, Huan could even see unknown things floating in the night sky. They might be ghosts or other things. After they found someone walking out of the shelter, they all became crazy and excited. They all frantically tried to pounce on Huan standing in the yard from midair. However, without exception, none of them succeeded. There seemed to be a transparent protective cover as large as the yard above the shelter. When these things that were rampant in the silent night pounced on Huan, they all hit the protective cover. Then, they were either bounced directly out by the cover or disappeared completely. After confirming the protective function of the second-level stone house yard, Huan finally focused on the yard itself. The yard of the second-level stone house is more than twice as large as that of the first-level stone house, and the specially upgraded wall is also higher and thicker, and of course more materials are consumed. Just to upgrade the wall, Huan used 300 second-level stones. The biggest change after the wall upgrade is that there are arrow towers on its 4 corners, and various defense facilities can be placed in the arrow towers. Of course, the initial configuration is the lowest level crossbow arrows, which have a relatively slow attack speed and a limited attack range, but there is one advantage, that is, it does not require additional personnel to control, and can be used automatically as long as it is set there. The defensive artillery formula that Huan just came up with actually creates artillery to replace the crossbows in this position. Primary artillery also does not require personnel to control, but when the level of artillery becomes higher, personnel are needed. As for where these personnel come from, Huan thinks they should be like her servants, and need to be hired in special places, but she doesn't know where to hire them now. Huan took out her magic anti-aircraft cannon, and found that this thing can only be installed in the arrow tower, because her arrow tower is now the highest place in her shelter. Huan placed the magic anti-aircraft gun on the arrow tower in the north. When the prop in the light ball became a real object, Huan finally discovered the difference between it and the magic gun in the secret realm. In addition to being taller and larger, it has a thicker and longer gun hole, and the barrel of this anti-aircraft gun can rotate 360 degrees. That is, no matter where the invader is, this anti-aircraft gun can aim and attack. There is a problem. This thing needs to be driven by magic crystal. But this magic crystal thing, Huan only has 4. And they are primary magic crystals. All of them dropped when killing goblin generals. Even the rare elites, who killed 2 secret realms in a row, did not drop this thing. Therefore, Huan reasonably speculated that this thing should only be dropped by monsters rated as boss level 1. She had used one of the 4 magic crystals in her hand when upgrading the warehouse, so there were only 3 left. Huan tried to add a primary magic crystal to the magic anti-aircraft cannon to replenish energy, and was horrified to find that a primary magic crystal can only replenish energy once, and each energy can only fire 1 shell. In summary, the primary magic crystal in her hand can only be used 3 times, and each charging can reach 1 minute. Suddenly, Huan felt that this anti-aircraft cannon was not so good. After trying it, Huan wanted to put away the anti-aircraft cannon and the primary magic crystal. Who would have thought that at this time, she got a system prompt. Once the artillery defense props are placed, there is no way to collect them. At most, they can only be placed in another place. The magic crystals that have been prepared cannot be taken back, which is equivalent to consumption. Huan seemed to be hit by a hammer, and could only give up the idea of recycling. She just returned to the house, and received a private message from Li Chongping. Boss have you booked the torches today? Ever since Huan made this long-lasting torch, Li Chongping has been a loyal supporter of this thing, but in the past 2 days, Huan pushed all these personal orders in order to get the order of 300 torches for the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. But today, Huan was not very interested in this business, because he had too many things in his hands, but he agreed to make 50 for Li Chongping because of his good relationship with him. Li Chongping gossiped with Huan while waiting for her to make torches, and of course, he was still talking about the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Huan remembered that he said he had a friend in the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, but it was obvious that his friend was just an ordinary guild member, so the destruction had nothing to do with him. My friend is really lucky. He usually comes back to the camp on time, but today he ran out of torches, so he had to come back early. Hey, you may not believe it, but when he came back, he found something big. What? He found that the fountain of their guild was gone, and he also found that the guild leader's legacy was gone. The most incredible thing was that he saw a person flying away from the guild camp. Do you believe it? Someone went to rob the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Oh my god, that was the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Someone dared to rob it. The most important thing is that the person's robbery process was very smooth. What does it mean? It means that the person has the passes of these people. That is to say, what was said in the regional chat, that Zhou Yuanshan and his people were most likely to have encountered some irreversible situation in the secret realm and were picked up by someone, is true. And this person also took Zhou Yuanshan and his people's passes to the camp to pick up the leaks. This is so explosive. I don't think you can write a novel like this. Huan recalled that when she left the Taishan Mutual Aid Association camp, she seemed to hear screams. Could it be that Li Chongping's friends were there? She pulled her lips. Why? Your friends are going to seek revenge? Li Chongping. Boss you have read too many martial arts novels. This is a survival world. It's not easy to survive. It's not the right way to seek revenge and make things more difficult for yourself. I mean, my friend is lucky. He grabbed 2 inheritances at the first opportunity, quit the Taishan Mutual Aid Association before the chaos, and now he has joined a new guild, and his life is very good. Moreover, he saw a piece of news in this guild. What news? Something big will happen tonight. Huan, what big thing will happen? Have you forgotten? Tomorrow is the 7th day. Before Li Chongping finished speaking, Huan suddenly heard a burst of rapid war drum sounds coming from outside. War drums? How could there be war drum sounds? E7 district is not very large, but in the past few days since entering the Dark Night world, Huan has basically been hanging out in the secret realm, or fighting wits and courage with the precious Taishan Mutual Aid Association, and she has no chance to explore the outside world. So when she heard the sound of the war drum, Huan thought about it seriously, but still couldn't remember where the war drum existed in E7 district. Li Chongping, who had been chatting with her, suddenly became very nervous. Did you hear that? It's the sound of war drums. Huan, Which area are you in? I'm in fog area number 5. Li Chongping understood what Huan meant, and answered her honestly without hiding anything. Huan didn't know how big area E7 was, but she knew how big fog area number 3 was. It was a large shrub forest. Residents basically live on the edge of the bush, and there are no residents in the depths of the forest. However, after dawn, residents living around this forest will basically enter this forest to explore. But the magical thing is that the chance of encountering each other in the forest is not very high, which indirectly shows how big a residential area is. So even if each residential area is the same size, how big will the 5 areas be? You don't need to know the exact number, just a rough idea is enough. Li Chongping was in fog zone number 5, and Huan was in fog zone number 3. There was a great distance between them. The sound of the war drum could be heard not only by Li Chongping, but also by Huan. So it is reasonable to infer that all residents of zone E7 could hear the sound of the war drum. Although he did not know where the war drum was struck, Huan, who had been ingrained with fighting in his bones, instinctively felt a great danger when he heard the sound of the war drum. She put down the unfinished torch in her hand, stood up, and walked quickly to the window to look outside. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that the dark night sky seemed to have a little bit of red. Huan stared at the faint red for a few seconds, and she was sure that she was not mistaken, so she walked directly to the yard and looked up at the red. It was a very faint red. If Huan hadn't had a sharp eye, she wouldn't have noticed the red that almost blended into the night. While continuing to capture the red, Huan also noticed one thing. That is, when she was outdoors just now, she saw many ghosts in the night constantly rushing towards her yard, but there was a protective shield above her yard, so they failed. But now, these ghosts have disappeared. It's as if they had never appeared. Although Huan had never been outside the shelter in the dead of night before today, she still knew that every time it was quiet and late at night, it was not peaceful outside, and unknown things kept crashing into the shelter, but they just couldn't succeed. It has never been so quiet. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The sound of the war drums rang again and again, clear, and as if coming from a faraway place. It started snowing again in the night sky, and the snowflakes were bigger and denser than those seen in the morning. What was even more abnormal was that the system prompt sound that would always chirp in my ears no matter what happened, big or small, was as quiet as a chicken at this time. As the sound of the war drum sounded again and again, the sound became louder and louder, and even the faint red color on the horizon began to become more and more obvious. At this moment, a prompt slowly appeared in Huan's vision. A powerful enemy is approaching you quickly. Please pay attention to defense. Danger level. Extremely dangerous. This prompt is very simple, but it has been floating in Huan's vision since it appeared, and has never disappeared. The bright color shows its importance. In less than a minute, the sound of the war drum has become more and more urgent, and you can hear the anxious mentality of the person beating the drum. Even though Huan had faced life and death countless times, she did not dare to relax her vigilance at this moment. She stared closely at the red in the distance. Suddenly, a clear red line appeared in the faint red. No, it was not a line. Because the distance was too far, it looked like a red line, but it was not. Huan keenly saw that there were some unclear and disordered edges on the edge of the red line. It was a line of fire. Just after Huan confirmed the fire line, she saw something rushing out from under the fire line, rushing straight into the dark night sky against the fire line. In an instant, the name of this thing popped into Huan's mind. As if to confirm Huan's guess, the prompt information in front of her was updated. A red baby dragon appeared in the sky and is approaching you quickly. Please try to defend yourself. Danger level. Extremely dangerous. Huan's scalp was numb. Dragon. This creature appears in both Eastern and Western mythology. No matter how people around the world define this mysterious creature, auspicious or calamity, there is one thing in common, that is, this creature is a representative of strong strength. It belongs to the top of the pyramid of all creatures. Although the fire-breathing dragon approaching her mentioned in the special prompt is still a young dragon, Huan did not dare to take it lightly. From Huan's perspective, the young dragon seemed to be some distance away from her, but she still did not dare to relax. She quickly climbed up the tower, and sat in front of the magic anti-aircraft gun. There was a sighting hole on the control panel of the magic anti-aircraft gun. Huan went straight over, and adjusted the direction while trying to see the young dragon clearly. But when she saw it clearly, Huan couldn't control her body, and even her hands began to tremble. Huan always knew that this dark night world was different from the world she was originally in. The rules of this world and even everything she encountered were completely different from the world she originally lived in. Even though she had just dealt with a large group of green-skinned goblins a few hours ago, she couldn't help but gasp when she saw the full picture of the red dragon through the scope. It was like an airplane, the size of a civilian airplane. Its wings were probably wider than an airplane, and its body was covered with huge, thick red scales, which reflected a psychedelic luster under the fire it spewed out. There were 2 small protrusions on its huge head. If I guessed correctly, these should be the dragon's horns, but because this red dragon was only a young dragon, its horns had not grown out yet. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. As it roared, a breath of fire spewed out from its air and landed on the ground. The originally dense and lush bushes suddenly caught fire. Is this really a creature that should exist in the world? Huan clearly felt that her body was trembling slightly because of nervousness, but she was not afraid. On the contrary, she felt unprecedented excitement because of this unknown danger. Huan didn't know how other people would react when they encountered such danger, but she had only one thought, that is to kill it. Taking a deep breath, Huan gradually calmed down her body that was trembling slightly due to nervousness. She reached out and gently stroked the magic anti-aircraft gun in front of her. To kill this red dragon, the only weapon she could take out was this, and it could only be this. Huan recalled the power of the goblin's magic cannon in the secret realm, and the shape of her own one was larger than the magic cannon, so it was reasonable to infer that her magic anti-aircraft gun was more powerful than the magic cannon. Probably has the strength to fight this red dragon. Huan looked up from the scope and looked in the direction of the red dragon. The red dragon chirped happily while flying. It kept flying and circling, as if it was enjoying the disaster it caused. And Huan soon found the flying pattern of this red dragon. After spreading its wings, it would dive down first. When diving, its flying speed would be very fast. When it was about to touch the ground, it would spit out fire dragon breath. Then, the red dragon will immediately increase its altitude and climb up. When climbing, its speed will unconsciously decrease, and at this stage, it will not spit out dragon breath. In addition, it will maintain parallel sliding for a period of time. When sliding, it will also not be able to spit out dragon breath, and its speed will also slow down. Therefore, if you want to attack it, the best time is actually when it is climbing, when its speed is the slowest, and it will not spit out dragon breath. However, at this time, because the red dragon was in the ascending stage, the magic anti-aircraft gun could not hit its vital points. More importantly, Huan only had 3 magic crystals, which meant that the magic anti-aircraft gun had only 3 shells. She had no chance to miss, let alone test fire, so firing when the red dragon was climbing was ruled out. And between the 2 options of diving and parallel flight, Huan hesitated for a moment and chose the former. Although it will spit dragon breath when it dives, it is extremely dangerous, but no matter in any world, there is an eternal rule. The greater the risk, the greater the crisis, the higher the relative benefit. Huan looked at the sea of fire where the red dragon flew over. She felt her blood was also hot. She wanted to take a gamble. Undoubtedly, today is the most lively day for the people of Blue Star since they entered this dark night world. This is especially true in the regional chat. At this time, no one was trying to trick the Taishan Mutual Aid Association. Everyone heard the sound of the war drums and discovered the existence of the crisis. The chats that were scrolling wildly in the area chat were roughly divided into several types. Is there something outside? I heard a sound. I think it's so scary. Is there a huge monster that has appeared? Is the arrival of the 7th day of the novice period a huge monster that will change the world? Wrapping myself tightly in my little quilt, I am now hiding under the bed. I just hope my shelter can withstand this disaster. My shelter is a 2nd level wooden house, so it should be able to survive, right? Mine is only a 1st level one. No matter what, I will survive if I can, but I hope God will take me away soon. I really can't stay in this shitty place for a day. These are the ones who plan to stay and lie down. It's a dragon! It's coming! Oh my God! It's still breathing fire. I haven't done anything bad in my life. Please don't die here. I won't die. It's terrible. My shelter is a level 2 cabin. Should I be able to survive? Mine is only level 1. Never mind. I survive if I can, but I hope God will take me away soon. I really can't stay in this shitty place for a day. These are the ones who have discovered the existence of the red dragon, but they seem to be more negative. In addition to these 2 types, there is also a positive counterpart, and there are a lot of residents in this part. I found out. We can go outside. There are no monsters outside the shelter that should be there in the dead of night. We only have that dragon outside. I'm already outside. I'm ready to attack. The one upstairs, how to attack, take me with you. Higher places can be attacked with long-range weapons. It turns out that the indomitable race of humans will unite when faced with a crisis. It's like now in the regional chat, some people are sharing their own experiences, and some people are constantly reporting the location of the red baby dragon. Of course, during this process, Huan also found that the number of residents, which originally had more than 6,000, was constantly decreasing. Huan quietly looked at the information in the regional chat. When she saw that the crossbow machine and some long-range spells could deal damage when the red dragon approached, Huan was full of confidence in her anti-aircraft gun. However, because she was on the ground, her judgment of the red dragon's position was actually limited, so she needed to judge the timing of her attack based on the residential areas reported in the regional chat where the red dragon flew over. Finally, she heard the residents of the number 3 fog area start to report the location of the red dragon. She took a deep breath and began to aim at the red dragon. The red dragon was actually not feeling well. It originally thought that these ant-like humans would die quickly and silently under its attack, but it never expected that these ant-like humans would actually start to fight back. What made the red dragon even more angry was that the human attack actually caused him harm. Although the harm was not much, it was enough to completely anger it. So the young red dragon no longer had a long interval between 2 dragon breaths like before. This time, it began to spit dragon breath crazily, starting from the moment it dived. Fierce flames fell from the sky and landed in the forest, immediately setting off a raging fire. The residents living near the forest died in the flames almost at the same time. In an instant, the regional chat was filled with miserable requests for help and various wails. The number of surviving residents disappeared by hundreds within a few seconds. Huan stood on the arrow tower, and she could hear the crackling sound of burning trees. The already cold temperature was rising rapidly under such burning. The red dragon opened its mouth and let the dragon breath of fire continue to spit out in Area 3. Huan just quietly observed the red dragon's route of action. The hot air around her seemed to have no effect on her at all. Closer, closer. The red dragon was spewing flames and quickly ran towards Huan's shelter. At the same time, a special reminder appeared in Huan's vision. The red dragon is still 245 meters away from you. Your weakness has been marked. Danger level. Extremely dangerous. The red dragon is still 215 meters away from you. Your weakness has been marked. Danger level. Extremely dangerous. The red dragon is still 190 meters away from you. Your weakness has been marked. Danger level. Extremely dangerous. The attack range of Huan's magic anti-aircraft gun is about 200 meters, which is exactly the distance at which the red dragon raised its head again and then dived down rapidly to start breathing. When Huan was a mercenary, she was very familiar with both cold and hot weapons. Although she had never operated this magic anti-aircraft gun, it was not difficult for Huan to use it. At a distance of 200 meters, even though the red dragon was huge and the special prompt had marked several very eye-catching green spots on its body as its weaknesses, it was still not very clear. However, Huan pressed the launch button without hesitation. Then, a purple light wave was seen shooting out from the gun hole of the magic anti-aircraft gun at the speed of light. The next second, Huan lowered his head, took out the second primary magic crystal, and put it into the magic anti-aircraft gun, and began to charge it. As for the result of the first shot, there will be no deviation, because it was fired by her, Huan. When the anti-aircraft gun was charging, Huan had once again put the sight close. In the field of view of the sight, Huan saw that purple magic bullet flew towards the red dragon at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and the red dragon was just spitting fire crazily, and did not notice the magic bullet at all. The next second, the purple magic shell hit its body, and it was in the chest and abdomen. The magic shell was so powerful that even a dragon with thick skin and flesh that was diving rapidly was suddenly stopped in the air by the magic shell. The purple magic shell directly made a huge wound in its chest and abdomen. The red dragon was stunned and lingered in the air for a few seconds before letting out a shrill scream. At this time, Huan's magic shell had been fully charged, and she once again fired the second magic shell. The young red dragon was suspended in midair, breathing heavily, and thick black smoke with tiny flames spewed out of its mouth. The wound on its abdomen made it whine, but it did not reduce its fighting power. Instead, it made the huge young red dragon look around carefully, trying to find out who had hurt it and where. However, you can't stop casually in a battle, otherwise you will become a natural target. It is obvious that although this young red dragon is very fierce, it has no combat experience, and it was hit by another bullet alive. This shot hit the part of the red dragon near its wings, almost causing it to fall from midair, and it screamed again. However, it was also this shot that allowed the red dragon to successfully lock on to Huan's position. Although it flew crookedly, and was even in danger of falling from midair, it still rushed to Huan's shelter at its fastest speed. The flying speed of the Dragon Clan is extremely fast. Even though the red dragon is now seriously injured, it is still very easy for it to rush to Huan from a distance of 200 meters, which is only a dozen seconds. It roared and spewed out a strong dragon breath as it flew towards him. Huan's vision was full of flames. Even though her shelter was a second-level stone house, it was at risk of burning and collapsing under such a high-intensity dragon breath. Even the arrow tower she was standing on was completely on fire, and the scorching flame seemed to burn her whole body, but Huan seemed to feel no pain at all. She fired the last bullet at the center of the dragon breath. The next second, she dropped the magic anti-aircraft gun that she was pointing at and quickly jumped off the arrow tower, then jumped off the wall, rolled a few times in the yard, and hit at the base of the shelter. Whether he would live or not depended on this one shot. If it hit, it would die. If it didn't, Huan would die. When the flame dragon breath was about to burn over Huan's shelter, she heard a tearing whimper, and then the flame seemed to weaken a little. Huan raised his head from his arms, and looked up at the sky. Then, she only saw a flame gradually dissipating, and a huge black shadow fell heavily from midair. Then, Huan felt the ground shaking violently, as if the earth was about to be torn apart. Dead? Is the red dragon dead? Huan looked at the empty sky. Nothing, except large pieces of black dust falling down. The wooden structure of the shelter made a crackling sound, and there was no trace of the red dragon. However, Huan felt that she didn't dare to do this because she didn't see the red dragon's body. She struggled to get up and walked out of the yard. There was a choking smell in the air, which made her cough uncontrollably. In Huan's vision, the special prompt was flashing red crazily, indicating that her health was too low, and she needed to replenish her life potion as soon as possible. She looked at her character panel, and found that she only had 5 points of blood left. If a straw fell, it would kill her. And her chest was in extreme pain. Even breathing seemed to tear her lungs apart. Huan had already taken out the blood replenishing potion, but in the end, she didn't use it, and chose the healing scroll instead. Because this thing can not only replenish blood, but also repair external injuries. Even if Huan didn't look in the mirror, she knew that she looked terrible now. As she walked, Huan put on the healing scroll, and used 3 in a row to restore her health to 80%. Then, she pushed open the shaky courtyard door. Chapter 44. A heavy and loud panting sound came from not far away. In Huan's field of vision, he could easily see a figure that looked like a small mountain crawling on the ground. Although it was dark at night, it was still possible to see its appearance clearly because of the flames winding on its skin, and the unique red light flashing. The red young dragon also noticed that someone was approaching it, and it opened its golden eyes, and looked at Huan. Although it was still weak, its dragon-like arrogance and fierce temperament were fully displayed. "Were you attacking me just now?" it asked. Huan didn't expect that this dragon could speak human language. In all the Western stories she had read, dragons generally had their own language system. But even so, Huan didn't intend to pay attention to it. She walked out of the yard in the dead of night, not to chat with this dragon. She only saw Huan walking to the red dragon, and quickly climbed onto its body, and then walked along its undulating body towards its head, for a distance, before finally reaching her destination. The red dragon's neck. The red dragon seemed to have noticed something. It was breathing heavily, and thick smoke and dust kept coming out of its nostrils, falling down like volcanic ash. It growled threateningly, "Despicable ant, what do you want to do? Do you actually want to deal with a noble and great dragon? I advise you to give up the weapon in your hand, otherwise, you will regret your behavior." "You will." The red dragon hadn't finished its threats yet, and Huan had already thrust the dagger in his hand into its aorta without changing his expression. However, how could a mere black iron dagger easily damage the hard shell of the red dragon? Sure enough, the black iron dagger was cut open the moment it hit the red scales, and a special prompt appeared in front of her eyes. The scales are too strong to break through the defense, and the scales need to be removed to cause damage. The red dragon did feel a little nervous because of Huan's actions, but when it saw the result, it sneered disdainfully, and the threats on its mouth became more fierce. "Do you know how terrible the revenge of the Dragon Clan is? If you leave here today, I will pretend that I have never seen you, an ant. If you insist on doing it, I believe you will soon fall into despair and regret." However, Huan was not listening at all. He just quietly observed the scales of the red dragon for a few seconds, and immediately found the turning point of this matter. Don't look at the scales of the dragon clan tightly attached to its skin, but when it breathes, these scales will shrink and expand slightly with its breathing. Huan, who discovered this pattern, immediately switched the black iron dagger to her left hand, and took advantage of the moment when the scales expanded to insert 4 fingers of her right hand into the gaps between the scales. She didn't even give the red dragon any time to react, and the next moment she had already grabbed the edge of the scale and lifted it up. Under the scales, you can see the red dragon's slightly blue skin and flesh, as well as the thick blood vessels under the skin and flesh. At this time, the red dragon had already discovered Huan's intention, and the heart that had just been put down was once again lifted up, and its voice continued to rise a few degrees. Human, don't you know your situation? You are trying to make an enemy of the greatest dragon race in the world. If you make a wrong decision today, you will regret it every day in the future. As long as you don't do this today, I can pretend that nothing happened today. Huan pulled the corner of his mouth slightly. What noble and great dragon race, they are still afraid of death. With such complaints in her heart, Huan acted faster. She immediately inserted the black iron dagger with her left hand into the aorta under the skin. Most people in the world are skilled with their right hands, and Huan usually uses her right hand, but no one knows that her real skilled hand is actually her left hand. Because everyone who knows this is dead. Even if it is a dragon, after losing the protection of its thick and hard scales, its flesh is not much tougher than that of a human. At least the black iron dagger in Huan's hand can easily penetrate it. The red dragon felt that the life in its body, which was not much, was constantly draining away with Huan's action. It raised its head, and tried to spit dragon breath at Huan. Unfortunately, Huan was so skilled in dodging the opponent's attacks, catching the opponent's weaknesses, and avoiding the opponent's attack range that it was amazing. She was now in the position where the red dragon's neck artery was located. In addition to the prone position of the red dragon, it became a blind spot for its attack. Therefore, the red dragon's breath could only accelerate the loss of its health value, except for its inability to rage, and had no effect on Huan. She didn't even change the place where she squatted, and was still stabbing the red dragon's artery with her dagger again and again. Blood with a faint golden hue gushed out of the wound, staining Huan's hands. Huan didn't know if it was an illusion, but he even felt that the power in his body was stronger, so he attacked harder. The young red dragon saw that he couldn't stop Huan's actions, nor could he stop the arrival of the god of death, so he simply gave up resistance and lay on the ground, twisting weakly, but it still kept threatening in its mouth. But its voice was getting weaker and weaker. Until this time, Huan spoke as if he was chatting with an old friend. Xiaolong, do you know that there is an iron law among us humans? The red dragon just moved its golden eyes, and did not respond. Only the winner is qualified to sit at the table and negotiate terms. As for the loser, the corners of Huan's mouth casually pulled up a beautiful arc. No one cares about the life and death of the loser. Huan didn't know what effect his words had on the red dragon. Anyway, it stopped roaring. Of course, it might have been dying anyway. After Huan used the dagger a few more times, the red dragon was completely silent, and finally even its golden pupils began to gradually dilate. Huan straightened up, looked at the dying red dragon and said calmly, "Okay, go complain to your master. I'm waiting for your dragon clan's revenge." The last light in the red dragon's eyes flashed, and finally the light and its breath dissipated in this embarrassing night. However, Huan soon found something different. She had only been in the dark world for 3 days, but she had killed quite a few monsters and humans. But no matter which kind they were, they all had a unified ending after death. That is, after they die, their bodies will disappear quickly, leaving behind a small bag or treasure chest, which is the loot. But the red dragon in front of him is obviously different. After Huan confirmed its death, its body has not disappeared. If you ask why Huan confirmed that the red dragon is dead, it is actually very simple. That is, her level has directly increased from the level 7 gate to the level 8. A special scrolling prompt appeared in Huan's vision. A precious dragon corpse, you can decompose it, but you need to learn the decomposition technique first. Unfortunately, you don't know the decomposition technique yet. A dragon corpse, you can pick it up and wait for the right time to decompose it. Can such a big thing be picked up? Huan put her hand on the red dragon with some doubts and disbelief, and sure enough, a prompt immediately appeared in front of her. Do you want to pick up this dragon corpse? When Huan chose to pick it up, she immediately saw that the huge red dragon corpse that was just under her feet, which was as big as an airplane, disappeared in an instant. It turned into a small ball of light. If you look carefully, you can clearly see a red figure inside the ball of light. As long as you reach out your hand, Huan will put the ball of light into his backpack. When you open the backpack, you will find a special item called Collected Red Dragon Corpse. Collected Red Dragon Corpse. A dragon corpse, waiting to be released again. During the collection, time is in a static state, and the corpse will not decay. Huan didn't pay much attention to this thing, because now she was completely attracted by something where the red dragon's body disappeared. A golden treasure chest. It looked like a gold treasure chest, but it was not an ordinary gold treasure chest. Although Huan herself had never seen a gold treasure chest, it was not difficult to judge from the silver and black iron treasure chests. She got that the color of the gold treasure chest was actually different from that of other treasure chests. But the treasure chest in front of her was different. Not only was the golden color more dazzling, but the shape on the treasure chest was also unusually exaggerated. There was a dragon shape directly perched on it. After Huan picked up the treasure chest, she heard the prompt sound. Get a small dragon gold treasure chest X1. Unfortunately, before Huan could study the treasure chest carefully with excitement, the system prompt sound rang in her ears again. But this time the system prompt message was like a basin of cold water, pouring down on her head, making Huan's excitement just because of getting a dragon gold treasure chest disappear without a trace in an instant. The red dragon guardian of the E7 area has been killed. The E7 area has lost its shelter, and will end the novice stage. Please protect yourself, residents. You are about to enter the real dark night world. Good luck. Almost at the moment this prompt sounded, Huan rushed into her shelter. Her speed was very fast, even faster than when she escaped from death several times in the past. But even so, she could still feel the cold wind rushing from behind her. The wind seemed to have claws, which could tear everything apart easily, including Huan's body. Fortunately, the place where the red dragon died was just outside Huan's yard, and the straight line distance was no more than 10 meters. She rushed into the yard with all her might, and quickly closed the door. The thing chasing her suddenly hit the gate of the yard, and the huge force directly knocked the gate up and down, making a creaking sound. And Huan had already run into the shelter. The moment she closed the door, she even heard the thing roaring wildly outside. Safe for now. He let out a sigh of relief, and she almost collapsed on the ground the next second. When she was running just now, even though she had used the highest speed of this body, she was still touched by that thing. There were 3 wounds on her shoulder. The middle one was deep and long, and the 2 on the sides were much lighter, as if the skin was scratched. However, all 3 wounds were filled with an indescribable chill, and Huan also felt that her health was constantly draining away with the chill. She glanced at her character panel, and sure enough, she was still losing blood. Huan directly took out a few bottles of blood and poured them into her mouth. What was she fighting for in the secret realm? Wasn't it just to save her life at this moment? After several bottles of blood were emptied, Huan's health was quickly filled up, but the wound on her shoulder did not show any signs of recovery as her health was filled up. Huan could only take out the healing scroll. She had 2 scrolls left. She kept one scroll to copy and used the other scroll. What surprised Huan was that the healing scroll had no effect on the 3 wounds. Huan wanted to wait and see if there were any special prompts, but the special prompts that usually appeared for the smallest things seemed to be dead at this time, with no movement at all. When he realized this, Huan suddenly realized that his current state was not right. Special reminders are good, but she has become too dependent on them without realizing it. This is not a good thing. Instead, it will gradually make her lose the ability to deal with all crises. Not giving a reminder this time is not a bad thing. It is a reminder for her. Special reminders in the future can be used as a supplement, but not as a reliance. While thinking about this, Huan used her hand to pick at the wound on her shoulder and tried to turn her head to take a look. However, when her hand touched the shallow wound, she suddenly found that the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The chill also eased a little. She raised her hand suspiciously. Was there something incredible in her hand? It was not until this moment that she realized that her hands were stained with light golden blood when she just slaughtered the young red dragon. It was this blood that healed the shallow wound on her shoulder. So dragon blood has such benefits. Huan did not hesitate at all, and directly smeared all the dragon blood left on her palm on her shoulder. Fortunately, she was very flexible, otherwise she would not be able to do such a thing. Soon, the cold pain on her shoulders and back was greatly relieved. Only a point in the deepest wound in the middle was still painful, and could not be healed. Huan collected a little more dragon blood from her arms and clothes and applied it again, but the effect was average. She knew that this was probably the best effect. If she wanted to heal all of it, she would need other methods. However, the current level was also very good. Her activities were not restricted, and pain was as common as eating and sleeping for her, a mercenary who had struggled on the line between life and death for 15 years. After confirming that this little pain would not cause any impact, Huan got up and went to the kitchen. She remembered something when she was applying the dragon blood. She took out a few bottles of drinking water and used them to carefully clean the places on her hands and clothes where the dragon blood had splashed. Then she collected all the liquid mixed with dragon blood and divided it into small medicine bottles. When she got closer to the light, the potion was transparent and clear, and showed a mysterious golden light. You have discovered a new potion. Would you choose to name it yourself or let the Dark World name it? Huan pondered for a while. According to the setting of this world, if the Dark Night World chooses to name it, it will most likely be named something like XX Level Dragon Blood Potion. Huan didn't dislike the name, but she was afraid of trouble. Although the Red Dragon said so many harsh words before dying, they were all ignored by Huan. But there was one thing it was right about. She killed a dragon. If the Dragon Clan held a grudge, then she would most likely stir up a hornet's nest. At this time, it was named this potion with dragon blood. If she did, wouldn't it be like telling everyone that she was related to the Dragon Slayer? What's more, this world seemed to be more troublesome than she imagined. Huan was the one who hated trouble the most, so she couldn't let the source appear, and it would be best to strangle it in the cradle. I want to name it myself, Huan said. Please name it. Huan stared at the potion that emitted a golden warm light under the light, and a name suddenly popped up in his mind. Sunwater. Are you sure it's this name? Yes. The name was given successfully. According to the potion's efficacy, the potion you hold is assigned as primary and named Primary Sunwater. Since you created a new potion, you will be awarded 10 survival points. When the system sounded, Huan saw 11 bottles of potions appear in his backpack, flashing a faint golden light. Primary Sunwater, a special mysterious potion that can help you get rid of negative states and instantly restore your body to its best condition. Suitable for residents of level 10 to 20. Huh? Huan let out a sigh of relief, feeling that life was full of surprises. She didn't expect that her sudden idea could actually come up with a new formula and gain 10 survival points. It was not until this time that Huan finally had the strength and time to sort out all the resources she had obtained. She first repaired her shelter. Just now, under the burning of dragon blood, the house had suffered considerable damage. Now the protection of the second-level stone house was directly downgraded to the first-level stone house. As for the protection of the yard, it was even more fragile, and it was almost as if there was nothing. Repairing a house damaged by dragon breath actually consumed more materials than building a house. Even though Huan was a big resource consumer, he couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw the materials needed for construction. However, no matter how distressed he was, he still had to repair it. The second thing was the supplies. The most valuable things in Huan's hand were of course the body of the red baby dragon and the 11 bottles of sun water. He put them all in his warehouse, and only left one bottle for himself in case of emergency. After all, this thing can only be used by residents above level 10, and it cannot be sold now, and she does not plan to sell it. The remaining things are the treasure chests obtained from the secret realm, and the dragon gold treasure chest just obtained. Finally, Huan opened the regional chat, wanting to check the situation in the area while opening all the treasure chests. It is now around 3 o'clock in the morning. Usually at this time, the regional chat is basically quiet. After all, in the Dark Night world, everyone is a real ox and horse moving bricks for their own survival. Where do they have time to stay up late to chat? But today is different. Today's regional channel is still very lively even now. However, the content of the chat is no longer as relaxed and funny as before, but full of various fears, wailing, and complaints. I'm back. I still have one life left. Damn it. Who said it was safe outside? I went out for a while. Luckily it was close to home, otherwise I would not be able to come back. It was indeed safe just now, but it's not okay after the guardian red dragon died. That's right, I was planning to go out, but when I heard that the guardian was dead, I was so scared that I put a piece of wood on my door. How did the guardian die? Those who said they were going out to fight the dragon, get out of here, tell me your name, I will kill you tomorrow. Those who shouted to kill the dragon, why don't you shout now? Is he dead? Do you know that without the guardian red dragon, our area can't be protected? That's right, next to my house is a level 2 wooden house, which has been knocked down by something outside. Fortunately my shelter is a level 3 wooden house, which can withstand the outside things, otherwise I would be dead now. Yes, when there are guardians, the level 2 wooden house will be fine. Now it is you who are shouting to kill the dragon that have caused serious casualties in our area. The guy upstairs who said he wanted to find those dragon killers, count me in. I go tomorrow too. Count me in too. I'm going to kill these bastards tomorrow. And me. The area chat was almost one-sided with people venting their grievances, as if this was the only way to prove their grievances and innocence. However, when they kept complaining that they had lost their protection because of the lack of guardians, did they forget that not long ago, these people were also constantly cursing at the red dragon in the area chat? If it weren't for the first person who proposed killing the dragon, it's hard to say what the E7 area would be like now. A sea of fire and scorched earth. Therefore, Huan would not have any sympathy for those who never had any sense of responsibility, and would only blame others, and take the moral high ground when encountering things, even if they died in front of her eyes. Of course, Huan would not participate in this meaningless chat. She just observed these jumping clowns with cold eyes, and found useful information from their conversations. While watching them chatting, Huan glanced at the number of people left in the area. 3,825. There were less than 4,000 people left, which was more than half of the number when Huan just entered the dark night world, and the number was still decreasing. Despair filled everyone's heart. They probably never expected dawn so much. And tomorrow seemed to be a long way off. Chapter 45. The chat was still noisy, but Huan found a lot of useful information from the conversations of these people. The most important point was that the creatures in the dark were not the ghosts that Huan guessed, but a mysterious creature called Void. No one could tell where these things came from. When Huan opened all the boxes in his hand, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The scale of the secret realm this time is much larger than that of the wilderness oasis, so there are many boxes this time, and the quality of the boxes is also higher than that of the boxes in the wilderness oasis. In these boxes, Huan opened a lot of equipment, because her character stats are the highest in agility, followed by strength, so Huan focused on these two types of equipment. She picked the one that suits her and changed herself into a set, which is much stronger than before. In addition to the equipment, there are also many ordinary supplies, and there are also 40 or 50 blood bottles and energy bottles, but there are not many usable props. There are only 4 of them, and 2 of them are from the Dragon Clan's golden treasure chest. Transformation ring, rare item, purple. You can randomly change your identity, race, appearance, and gender once, which lasts for 1 hour and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Heroic war drum, rare item, purple. Beat it before the battle, which will greatly improve the morale of you and your teammates and increase the attack strength during the battle, which lasts for 30 seconds. When the heroic time ends, the beneficiary will feel tired and cannot use the same type of effect again within 10 minutes. Little Imp's Pass, excellent item, blue. A pass belonging to a little imp, you will need it one day. One more time, excellent item, blue. A beautiful accessory that can be worn and needs to occupy an accessory slot. It allows you to use any skill again in a short period of time, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Although the number of props this time is small, each one is very useful, especially the heroic war drum and one more time. Huan didn't think about it at all and directly wore one more time on his own accessory slot. In the Dark Knight world, everyone can have 2 jewelry slots and 2 ring slots. These slots are key to improving character familiarity. Generally, they are not worn casually. However, for Huan, who is only level 7, there is no such worry at all, because the lowest level to wear jewelry is level 15 or above. And now the one more time in her hand does not require any level restrictions at all, and can be worn directly, which is really great. The heroic war drum is not an equipment, but a prop. It is a small drum that is only the size of a palm. Its shape, well, it can only be said to be very Dark World style. Huan can hang it on his waist as a decoration. Don't tell me, it's hard to comment. But think about it, in this era, everyone is dressed in a mess, so it's not strange to hang this thing. As for the remaining 2 pieces, Huan put them in his backpack. The properties of the transformation ring are very good, and the duration is also very long. As long as the timing is right, it can actually produce a brilliant effect. As for the pass of the little ghost, the attribute description was too vague. Huan could not figure it out for the time being, so he could only put it aside. After opening so many treasure chests, in addition to these things, Huan also got something that had never been there before. Currency. Every treasure chest she opened would drop some money bags, which could contain at least 7 or 8 copper coins, and some could contain dozens of copper coins. The one with the most copper coins was the one opened from the golden treasure chest of the Red Dragon. There are more than 40 gold coins. Although Huan doesn't know the purchasing power of the currency in this world, But considering the dragon race's love of making money, Huan still thinks that these 40 gold coins are not enough. Fortunately, she has enough boxes. After opening so many boxes, Huan's gold coin reserves have exceeded the 60 mark. Huan is holding a purse, which is filled with the gold coins she just saved. She shakes it in her hand, and the gold coins make a rustling sound. This sound really sounds wonderful. If Huan had no choice in this dark world, then every time she went out and had a conflict, she was just pushed forward by things. In her heart, the wound of not getting the pension she had saved for 15 years has never healed. But now, until now, after hearing the sound of the gold coins hitting each other, the wound in her heart has miraculously healed. Oh, she really loves this voice. Huan even planned to sleep with this bag of gold coins tonight. Yes, although it was almost 5 o'clock in the morning, Huan still had to sleep well. When she had no money before, she could still hold on. Now that she has money, she needs to take good care of herself. After all, the saddest thing in the world is that the person is gone, but the money has not been spent. Just like her in the original world. She doesn't intend to fall on the same stone twice. Huan's house repairs were also completed at this time. She had just laid down on the bed, ready to fall asleep, when she suddenly received another private message. Boss are you still alive? Oh, since Chiokiki died, she had forgotten to turn off the private messages. It seemed that she would have to stick to this matter in the future. She took a look and saw that the person was Li Chomping. The chat between the two of them was still before the red dragon launched an attack. Huan remembered that she had promised to make him 100 lasting torches. Alive? You are alive too. Congratulations. Huan exchanged a few words with Li Chomping, and then he knew that this guy's luck was extraordinary. When the red dragon breathed, his neighbors on both sides died. He ran out in danger to pick up a few inheritances, and then came back to upgrade his shelter to a stone house. Just after the upgrade, before he could go out to see if he could find any more, the voids crawled out again because of the death of the red dragon. He simply hid in his shelter, unscathed, and made a fortune for nothing. This is exactly who says good luck is not a kind of strength. Faced with this kind of person, Huan, who has always lived on the side of the non-Africans, wanted to end the conversation expressionlessly. After all, talking to this kind of person, not saying a word more would hurt himself. I give you your anger tomorrow. I'm going to sleep now. Li Chomping on the opposite side seemed very shocked by Huan's answer. You actually sleep. You can actually sleep at this age. Huan, Yes, I can sleep. If nothing else, I sleep. Huan continued to answer the call with a blank expression. Li Chomping on the other side screamed, No, boss I came to you not for the torch, but for other things, to leave District E7. Leave District E7? This proposal exceeded Huan's expectations. She was stunned, and then she suddenly became very interested. Although she had only been in this world for 3 or 4 days, Huan was born adventurous. If possible, she would definitely want to leave District E7 and go outside to have a look. Since there are dragons in this world, then the trolls should also exist. How to leave? Li Chomping probably didn't expect Huan to respond so readily. He let out a long breath, but spoke in a stammering and messy way, which made Huan frown. Obviously, what Li Chomping said about leaving the E7 area was not personal information, but a complete plan, but this plan should be a bit hasty, or Li Chomping didn't understand it very well, so it was not very clear. After patiently listening to Li Chomping for a while, he asked weakly, Well, do you understand? Huan, is there anyone else who can explain it? Yes. Li Chomping seemed to have been waiting for Huan to ask this question, and he immediately recommended someone to Huan. This person was Li Chomping's friend who ran away from the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, and the president of another guild he joined. It was a complicated relationship. This person was called Humingshuan. After the two introduced themselves to each other, the first sentence he said to Huan was, Are you the red name wanted by Zhou Yuanshan? The second sentence was, The destruction of Taishan Mutual Aid Association should also be related to you, right? The third sentence was, And the 2 secret realms that were just cleared, the first person to pass through was you, right? Huan's eyebrows suddenly raised, she narrowed her eyes, and said nothing. As long as people pass through this world, they will definitely leave traces. Huan never thought that what he had done could be hidden forever, but he also never thought that what he had done would be guessed so quickly. This speed is too fast, just a few hours, even if I left some clues in Taishan Mutual Aid Association, even if Li Chomping's friend is also a member of Taishan Mutual Aid Association, but all the people who participated in the secret realm at that time have been wiped out by her. How could they find the real culprit so quickly? It must be said that Hu Mingxuan is a person with excellent coordination and reasoning ability. Hu Mingxuan probably realized that what he said was ambiguous, and immediately explained, "Don't misunderstand. I don't mean to find out your details, and I don't mean to control you with this matter." Really? Huan really didn't feel it. Hu Mingxuan smiled bitterly. "Even if I have this idea, I probably don't have the courage. We are all people who survive in this strange world. I just want to make my life less difficult." Cowardly? Huan doesn't think so. Can he be said to be timid for someone who can guess himself in such a short time and find the real owner? On the contrary, this person is very bold and very radical. At least much bolder than what he said. "Why did you come to me?" Huan neither admitted nor denied what Hu Mingxuan said, but just skipped the topic. "Ms. He, do you want to join our guild?" Hu Mingxuan suddenly said, "Although our guild does not have as many people as the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, everyone in our guild has good character, everyone is very loving, and will not cheat each other." Huan interrupted Hu Mingxuan lightly without waiting for him to finish his introduction. "I have no plans to join any organization for the time being." Hu Mingxuan made a sound of him, but he was not disappointed. He was just testing Huan. Whether Huan had done those things with the Taishan Mutual Aid Association was not important to Hu Mingxuan. He said so much just to confirm one thing, that is, this woman named Huan was very strong. A strong person would not lie dormant under anyone's command casually. Hu Mingxuan knew this clearly, and he knew that even if Huan planned to join any guild, it might not be them. Moreover, even if such a strong man agreed to join their guild, it would not be a good thing for them. Simply put, he could not control a person who was too strong. Then the best choice was to maintain a friendly and close cooperative relationship with this strong man. "Then can I hire Ms. Huan?" Hu Mingxuan asked. When hearing this, Huan actually felt a trance. This is obviously not the old world anymore, and everything has started anew, so why did he go back to his old business? Hu Mingxuan couldn't help but get a little anxious because his expectations were like being thrown into the water and couldn't bubble. He waited for a few seconds, but still didn't get a response from Huan, so he had to remind her again. "Ms. Huan, are you still listening?" Huan blinked and pulled back her thoughts. "What do you want to hire me for?" "A response is good." After hearing Huan's response, Hu Mingxuan's heart finally settled down, and there was an unconcealable ease in his tone. "Our guild is leaving E7, but the route might be a little dangerous. We can't do it by relying on our guild members alone. So, I want to hire you to escort our guild out of E7 and go to a safer place." The words sounded flawless, but it didn't stand up to any scrutiny. Huan's fingers were rubbing a coin through her purse. This was her habit when she was thinking. She had to hold something in her hand. "Why do we have to leave Area E7? Didn't the system prompt just say that the guardian of Area E7, the Red Dragon, has died, so I don't think it's safe to stay in Area E7, so tomorrow our guild has decided to leave. Because, starting tomorrow, it's no longer safe here." The statement seems to be correct, but it's full of problems. How do you know there's a safe place somewhere else? Huan paused for a moment, and then asked another question, which was also the one she cared about the most. "What exactly is a zone? Is there a border?" Hu Mingxuan was obviously prepared for this question. As soon as Huan asked, he had already come up with a set of explanations that he had prepared long ago and were very convincing. "Ms. Huan must not live in Zone 1 or Zone 5. Hu Mingxuan said so. Huan didn't say anything. It seems that she really doesn't. The border of Zone E7 is between Zone 1 and Zone 5. There is a high mountain there. Judging from the terrain, it can be bypassed. On the other side of the mountain should be another zone. Our guild is in Zone 1, and near one of the mountains, so we are very familiar with the terrain. Before today, we have been trying to climb the mountain to see what is on the other side, but the answer we got was that we could not cross the barrier. But today is different." Huan asked, "What's different?" "Today the Red Dragon flew over from this mountain. No, it should be said that it crashed into it. So it crashed into this mountain and created a very large gap. Now through the gap, we can see that there are different places on the other side, so we decided to take a look." Hu Mingxuan's statement seemed to be completely sound, but Huan still felt that something was wrong. She was not in a hurry to find out what was wrong, but asked, "What do you want me to do?" "The pass, the one created by the Red Dragon, is dangerous for us to pass through, so we would like you to escort us through the pass." "That's right. That's it." Huan suddenly found the part of Hu Mingxuan's words that made her feel wrong. "You are not telling the truth, President Hu. If you are really here to see me, I hope you can show your sincerity." "Ms. Huan, I am not lying." "Okay, let's assume you are not lying. Then tell me, how do you know that the danger will only come tomorrow? If you lose your guardian, you will lose your safety. Then the red dragon has died today. Then the danger has already arrived today, right? Isn't it a little absurd that you will start running away tomorrow? Hu Mingxuan did not answer Huan's question immediately. He pondered for a while before saying, Ms. Huan, do you really have to know the answer? Whether I want to hear the real answer depends on whether President Hu really wants to hire me. Huan threw the question to Hu Mingxuan again. In fact, for Huan, if there is a way to go to E7 area immediately, she will try it even if she is herself. But now it is different. Now someone is hiring her, and the meaning of hiring actually means that during this period of time, her life is not her own. However, for the sake of her own life, she still had to know the truth. In the old days, Huan would not accept orders from such dishonest customers, but here, she had no choice but to step back. I have a tool that can predict the luck of the next day every day. It is quite accurate. It tells me that it will be very dangerous to stay in E7 area tomorrow, so we decided to leave. Compared with the reasons given by Hu Mingxuan before, this explanation seems outrageous. However, Huan intuitively felt that this was the real answer. After all, she also had many strange things on her, such as the special hint, which could be said to be a means of foreknowledge. There was no reason not to allow other people to have similar props. Okay, let's talk about what you want to pay me now. Huan smiled. Hu Mingxuan was stunned for a few seconds by Huan's straightforwardness. He looked at the crystal ball he had placed beside him. Did he agree so easily? A sentence floated out of the crystal ball. The prophet told you that telling the truth is easier to get the approval of the strong than lying. It's you who don't believe it, stupid human. Hu Mingxuan was not angry after being scolded. Instead, he reached out and touched the crystal ball, and said sincerely, Yes, I am stupid, prophet, please forgive me. However, Hu Mingxuan still had some doubts afterwards. Prophet, how do you know that the other woman is a strong person? You haven't seen her either. What if you are wrong? A scornful laugh came from the crystal ball. I am a prophet, I naturally know. Hu Mingxuan responded to Huan. I have a very good weapon here, which can be used as a reward. He then sent the properties of the weapon he prepared to Huan for her to inspect. But he did not expect that Huan immediately rejected the weapon. This weapon is not suitable for me, please change it. This really stumped Hu Mingxuan. This weapon was a long-handled weapon, the best thing he could find. If he was not satisfied with this thing, it would be really difficult for him to come up with other things. After thinking for a few seconds, Hu Mingxuan said in embarrassment, I really don't have anything better than this. How about this, Ms. Huan? What kind of reward do you need? I see if I can satisfy you. What I want is not that difficult. Huan didn't beat around the bush with Hu Mingxuan. After I leave the pass, I want to see your fortune-telling prop and have it read. Huan replied. Hu Mingxuan was still hesitating, and the crystal ball beside him couldn't wait to respond. Promise her. As long as she can take us out of E7, I can see her. Hu Mingxuan heard the unbridled impatience in the answer from the crystal ball. He looked sideways slightly. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he still did not disobey the order of the crystal ball. Yes, Ms. Huan, as long as you can successfully lead us through the pass, leave the E7 area, and reach a safe area, I will let you see this prop and let you do the calculation. However, when Hu Mingxuan responded to Huan, he still made his request as clear as possible, so as to avoid any wrangling when the employment ended. Deal. Deal. As soon as the words fell, a dark night contract appeared in the hands of the two people, ready for the other party to sign, with the same effect as the order. Huan quickly browsed the contents above, and after confirming that there was no discrepancy with the agreement between the two people, he signed his name in the lower right corner of the contract. Chapter 46. The shelter has a function, which is to move the entire house. Just turn on this function, and the huge house can be turned into a small box in an instant, which can be conveniently placed in the resident's backpack and taken anywhere. Therefore, Huan can see so many houses in the camp of Taishan Mutual Aid Association. After all, when entering this world, everyone's shelters are actually quite separate. Only after becoming a guild will there be a camp function, to facilitate the guild members to move their shelters here and turn them into a real camp. Of course, this overall move is not a free function. On the contrary, this function is quite expensive. Each overall move requires a payment of 10% of the house value. Of course, when there was no currency before, this function was basically deducted directly from the house's supplies. However, Huan now has money in his pocket, so he needs to pay the currency directly. Unfortunately, Huan didn't expect that this function would be so expensive, and it actually required 10 gold coins. You know, she almost risked her life to get more than 40 gold coins from the red dragon, and the remaining 10 gold coins were also the result of her hard work in the jungle camp for a whole day. Now, moving a house requires 10 gold coins at the first opening. Isn't this robbery? But even if it is robbery, you have to pay. Huan also wants to leave the E7 area, not only because the world is so big, I want to see it, but more importantly, she is a coward who knows the times. Although she was so calm and strong-willed when she threatened the red dragon yesterday, in fact, she was restless whenever she thought that the dragons might come to seek revenge on her. A red dragon is so hard to kill. What if its mother is invited? An adult dragon must be even more powerful, right? What if it is not just its mother who comes? What if there is also its father, and its brothers and sisters? So, Huan immediately became timid and slid down on her knees. Now that Hu Mingxuan has such an opportunity, she has no psychological burden at all, and started to pack up her shelter and flee with the refugees. No, she is going to replace her living environment. Hu Mingxuan's camp was in Area 1, and the agreed time was to gather at 9 o'clock at dawn, which disrupted Huan's original plan to sleep until 12 o'clock before going out. However, this kind of life of day and night reversal was originally common for Huan, and it was nothing big. But when she was washing up in the morning, she could still feel something cold and painful in the healed wound on her shoulder. It's a pity that this kind of pain is not worth talking about for Huan, and she quickly let it go. After breakfast, seeing that it was 8 o'clock in the morning, officially entering the dawn, Huan opened the door of the shelter and walked into the yard. After yesterday's battle, her originally tidy yard was in a mess. Almost all the walls collapsed. In particular, the arrow tower where the magic anti-aircraft gun was originally placed was completely destroyed, and her magic anti-aircraft gun that had only been used 3 times was broken into pieces, and could not be seen in its original appearance. Huan looked at the fragments on the ground with a bit of heartache, and secretly made up her mind that she would still get another magic anti-aircraft gun, which was really useful. As for the 2 pieces of black soil placed at the entrance of the shelter, small sprouts have already grown out, but looking at the prompts above, I still don't know what they are. It seems that I have to wait patiently for a day or 2 to know the result. Huan let out a sigh of relief and began to pack her shelter. It must be said that some things in this dark night world are very convenient, just like moving. In just a blink of an eye, Huan's shelter, which was of a decent size, had turned into a square box and entered her backpack. With the blessing of the random scroll, it was not difficult for Huan to reach Area 1 from her own area. Or maybe she came too quickly, so when she arrived at the designated location, Hu Mingxuan did not react. He just saw a tall woman walking towards him from a distance. It was hard to tell what kind of equipment she was wearing, but she was wearing a long black down jacket. It looked very warm. Today is the 7th day that Hu Mingxuan and his team have entered the dark night world. From today on, those people from the old world have completely left the novice stage. And the first critical hit they can feel from this world is this terrible weather. Although everyone knows that it will be extremely cold in 7 days when entering the dark night world, everyone tries to keep warm when storing supplies. But when facing such coldness, everyone feels unbearable. There are large flakes of snow in the sky, and the biting cold wind is like a knife that cuts everyone's skin deeply, making it unbearable. And this is not the most painful thing. The most painful thing is that since the death of the guardian red dragon yesterday, a kind of gray snowflakes began to float in the sky. Everyone who knows it knows that this is the ashes of the fire when it erupts. Whenever this appears in the air, there is a high probability that a volcano is about to erupt. Extreme cold, plus volcanic eruption. This is still a visible predicament. Hu Mingxuan has no idea how many invisible ones there are. If Hu Mingxuan felt a little embarrassed yesterday when the prophet in the crystal ball asked him to leave the E7 area, then looking at this situation today, he wanted to leave immediately. Hu Mingxuan gave Huan the meeting time of 9 o'clock at dawn, which was also the time given to him by the prophet. If Huan could not arrive at this time, Hu Mingxuan would not wait for her. But fortunately, Huan came. And she came so quickly. Hu Mingxuan looked at the bracelet. The current time was only 10 minutes after 8. It was not until this time that he had a sense of reality. The woman in front of him should be very strong. Although he had not seen this woman take action, judging from her speed, this was definitely not something that an ordinary resident could do. She must have some special props in her hand, and such props usually require very difficult conditions to achieve. This is why some people can only be ordinary residents, while others are very strong. Strength is sometimes a natural gap. Inexplicably, Hu Mingxuan's heart, which had been hanging, was put down at this time. There was a more sincere smile on his face. Is it Huan? Huan stood in front of him and looked at the man in front of him, who was about 30 years old, and nodded. I am. While chatting with Huan, Huan noticed the crowd that had gathered behind him. Not many, about 30 people. One of them was a very young man waving at him. If I guess correctly, that should be Li Chongping. Huan traded the lasting torch he made to him, and he rubbed his hands and smiled. Boss I have heard a lot about you. The few people chatted briefly for a few words, and soon got to the most important thing. I only saw Huan took out a map from his backpack and spread it in front of Huan. When Huan saw the map, her pupil shrank uncontrollably. Map. It was actually a map. There was no map in the Dark Night world. Even the map in the secret realm was generated by the cheating tool on Huan's body, which was specially prompted to open a small stove. So, in the Dark Night world, you can only measure where you want to go. Due to her original profession, Huan already had a good sense of direction. Since she entered this Dark Night world, all the places she had been to had automatically generated a map in her mind, but there was no map for places she had not been to. Even so, in the 3 or 4 days since entering this world, Huan had only been to a limited number of places, so she was still unfamiliar with most of the E7 area. Now when she saw the map in Huan's hand, how could she not be surprised? Especially when Huan's map slowly unfolded in front of her, Huan found that this map was a panoramic map of the E7 area, and she immediately compared the map generated in her mind with this map one by one. It turned out that everything matched, which meant that the map in Huan's hand was the correct one. Where did the map come from? Before Huan spoke, Huan asked his own question. Our guild defeated a wild elite, and it dropped it. Huan nodded, as if he understood, and did not continue to ask, but waited for Huan to speak. Huan looked at Huan seriously, and found that she had no doubts about his answer, and did not mention anything, but just lowered her head and pointed to a mountain on the border of the map. This location. Huan looked at the map, then looked up and identified the direction according to the instructions on the map, and looked over. Although it was still dark, Huan had a passive skill, Dark Creature. This skill was probably the greatest wealth left to Huan by the original body. It was really a very practical skill. It not only improved her various attributes in the dark, but also had no restrictions on her movements in the dark. This gave Huan a pair of eyes that could see through the night. Although the night was thick now, Huan's night vision allowed her to see every place clearly like an owl, including the place Huan pointed out. Sure enough, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from them, there was a winding mountain ridge, but Huan soon found that the mountain ridge was different from the one on the map. On the map, it was clearly a fairly straight mountain, but what Huan saw was a large area of collapse and depression. After comparing them, Huan immediately understood that this place should be the big pass that the Red Dragon broke through yesterday, and it was also the place they needed to cross today. Is it the collapse there? Huan pointed towards the pass. Huan subconsciously looked in the direction Huan pointed, but he did not have the night vision ability that Huan had, so naturally there was only darkness in his eyes. He only knew that it was in that direction. After all, after the Red Dragon flew over yesterday, several elite members of their guild went to investigate in person. However, Huan had never been there. Under such circumstances, Huan was able to find the location in the dark night in an instant, which made Huan think more highly of Huan's ability. He did not say that he could not see it, but just knew that there was no problem with this direction, so he nodded in the direction pointed by Huan. Yes, we will pass through there in a while. It is said that it is very dangerous. Miss Huan, if you regret it now, our contract will be invalid. Huan blinked, revealing an honest and somewhat straightforward look under his single eyelids. Huan waved her hand. She had been in the industry for 15 years, and had seen all kinds of clients. There were many people who pretended to be pigs and ate tigers, and retreated to advance. She didn't take it to heart at all. After all, it was her first business in this world. In order to establish a good reputation, Huan's attitude towards Huan was gentle and patient. So, President Hu, when do we leave? Now. Although Huan spoke to Huan sincerely, and cared about her, he did not give Huan any time to think. Almost at the same time as Huan asked, he had already asked the people in the guild to set off. There were not many people, but they were moving fast. It can be seen that the people in this guild came to check the place in advance for today's migration. Huan followed in the middle of their team, walking leisurely. The team was not particularly long, and Huan's position was neither in the front nor in the back. No matter which side had problems, she could take care of them easily. I don't know if it's because the Guardian Red Dragon is really gone, or if it's because they have officially entered the non-novice stage. In short, in this less than 3 or 4 kilometers, the team encountered many monster attacks. However, most of these monsters are wild beasts, and there is no void that only appears in the dead of night. Hu Mingxuan's guild is also quite powerful. When they encounter these wild beasts, they can solve them by themselves without Huan's help. It was only when they encountered a pack of wolves, and were surrounded by more than a dozen wolves, that Huan took action. It was also at this time that Hu Mingxuan realized what the difference in strength was. After the novice period ended, every resident discovered a problem, that is, the strength of every monster they encountered increased greatly. Like these wolves, in fact, they are a very easy to see monster in the number 1 fog area. The members of Hu Mingxuan's guild would encounter them almost every day when they went out to collect supplies. However, before today, these wolves were not difficult to deal with. At least one person could deal with them easily. But today was different. Every wolf they met, every one, became extremely ferocious, not only with thicker skin and rougher flesh, but also with more pain when hitting people. If you are not careful, you can be bitten to death. In this situation, everyone had to give up the normal process of one person dealing with one wolf, and change to 2 or even 3 people dealing with one wolf. So, when the golden-haired wolf appeared with more than 10 wolves, Hu Mingxuan's scalp suddenly went numb. Not only his scalp was numb, but the scalps of everyone in the team were numb. Just when Hu Mingxuan turned around to ask Huan for help, he saw a black shadow, which continued to swiftly rush out of his peripheral vision. The black shadow seemed to be a gust of wind in the night, coming from the night and blending into the night, making it almost unrecognizable. But in the blink of an eye, this figure had already appeared in the middle of the wolf pack, and before the golden-haired wolf king could even react, a long sword had already been deeply inserted into its neck. This change happened too quickly. Not to mention Hu Mingxuan's guild, even the wolf king and the wolves surrounding him did not react. It was not until the long sword in Huan's hand was pulled out from the wolf king's neck that the wolves surrounding the wolf king howled and pounced on her. However, Huan did not give the wolves any chance. She grabbed the hair on the wolf king's back and neck and sat on the huge golden wolf. The next second, the long sword in Huan's hand disappeared and turned into a dagger, which was inserted into the wolf king's thigh without mercy. In extreme pain, the wolf king did not even notice that the wound on his neck was ruthlessly taking his life. He rushed out like a whirlwind and ran straight towards the crowd. The other wolves, without even thinking, followed the wolf king and started running. The whole process was too fast. It seemed to be completed in the blink of an eye, as if it didn't even take a blink of an eye. Hu Mingxuan's voice gurgled in his throat for several times, and finally howled, "Hurry up and kill the monsters!" Although most of the guild members were stunned by this scene, there were still a few people who had already started before Hu Mingxuan issued a warning. Under their leadership, although there were many wolves rushing over, it was not difficult to deal with them if everyone shared the responsibility. The only trouble was the golden wolf king that Huan rode. It was so big that it rushed over like a truck that had lost control. Just being hit by it would kill him. Especially when the golden wolf king seemed to be aiming at Hu Mingxuan, he felt even more oppressive. Hu Mingxuan retreated quickly, but after a few steps, he found that he had nowhere to retreat. Behind him was a rolling rock, and there was no place to hide, so he drew out his weapon, which was also a sharp sword, and he held the sword across his chest. The golden-haired wolf king wanted to turn around and throw Huan off his back while running, but Huan was much more difficult than he thought. Huan clamped his legs tightly around the wolf king's belly to fix his body, and stabbed his neck with the dagger in both hands. Huan's stabbing speed was very fast. She was fierce in the first place, and after using dragon blood yesterday, she found that her strength had permanently increased by several points. It might not be obvious at ordinary times, but it can be felt at this time. Huan could clearly feel the resistance of her dagger stabbing directly into the bones of the wolf king, and could also feel its flesh becoming as soft as tofu under her dagger. And most importantly, with each stab, Huan could see the bloodline of the wolf king constantly dropping. As long as she stabbed a few more times, the wolf king would only fall to the ground. Facing the huge wolf king rushing towards him and the situation that he had no way to avoid, it was impossible for Hu Mingxuan to say that he was not afraid, but he still took a deep breath and tried to hold up the long sword, hoping to hit the wolf king when it hit him. Closer. The wolf king ran closer. With the dark night wind, Hu Mingxuan seemed to be able to hear the hoarse breathing of the wolf king and smell the strong smell of blood coming from the wolf king. However, even if he had done countless psychological preparations, Hu Mingxuan couldn't help but close his eyes the moment the wolf king hit him. He was just an ordinary person. Before entering this fucking dark world, he was just a young man who was just 30 years old, had some hobbies, participated in fitness, was sunny and simple, and had never seen killing. Until he arrived in a world, within 7 days, he found that he had changed, becoming a cold monster-killing machine. However, now, Hu Mingxuan found that he had not changed. He was still that ordinary young man. He was scared. He was really scared. If God was really kind, let him be killed in this crash. Hu Mingxuan prayed silently in his heart. He really couldn't stay in this shitty world for a moment. Puff. The death that Hu Mingxuan imagined did not come. He was indeed hit, but he was not killed, and there was not even a single scratch on his skin. He was just pushed once, and then his whole body was pressed down by something. It was like a mountain was pressing down on him. The next second, hot, sticky blood spurted out from the top of the mountain, pouring directly on his head and face. Hu Mingxuan felt that he could not breathe. He tried hard to push away the heavy object pressing on him, but he could not do it at all, and the liquid also gave off a fishy smell, which almost made him vomit. Just when Hu Mingxuan felt that he was about to be crushed to death, the things on his body suddenly became lighter, as if all his worries disappeared at this moment. Hu Mingxuan raised his hands and waved them randomly. His body instinctively turned over and crawled on the ground. It seemed that at this moment, his internal organs returned to their original positions, and the weightlessness of returning to reality from a distance almost made him vomit. He lay on the ground, coughing and retching awkwardly. "How is it? Are you okay?" At this time, Hu Mingxuan heard a voice. In a daze, he subconsciously raised his head and looked towards the voice, only to see a plain face. In her hand, she was holding a bunch of messy golden hair, and blood was dripping from the bottom of the hair. This was the golden-haired Wolf King. There was no doubt that it was this thing that had just pressed him down. At this moment, countless thoughts surged through Hu Mingxuan's mind, but in the end, only one remained. He stared at the woman in front of him with wide eyes, and felt a trembling feeling of being crushed all over his body. Strong. Too strong. This woman is too strong. Chapter 47. As the best mercenary in the old world, Huan's clients lined up to find her, no matter how famous or powerful she was. She never had to wait for business. But now it was different. In this strange world, if Huan wanted to continue doing this business, she felt that she had to do a good job in her first order. So, she pulled Hu Mingxuan up from the ground very considerately, and even reluctantly showed a common smile in the service industry to show her good temper. However, when Hu Mingxuan saw this smile, he felt that this woman was even more powerful and terrifying, and even that smile was full of murderous intent. Unconsciously, Hu Mingxuan began to recall whether he had offended this woman. Probably not. Definitely not. Hu Mingxuan unconsciously thought of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association, the #1 guild in the E7 area. Wasn't it also disbanded under the influence of this woman? Thinking of this, Hu Mingxuan shuddered. As long as he holds on to his thigh and listens, there will be no problem. Hu Mingxuan stood firm and thanked Huan repeatedly, but Huan did not stay for long and soon threw himself into killing other wolves in the wolf pack. Hu Mingxuan also followed behind to kill the wolf. However, some things are harmless without comparison, and the difference is unknown without comparison. Hu Mingxuan's eyes were fixed on Huan. Her figure was very sharp, and her speed was extremely fast. Facing each wolf, no matter what form it was in, as long as she was by her side, she seemed to be able to kill the other party with a hand. There was no hesitation at all. And those wolves that gave the members of Hu Mingxuan Guild a headache were like dough figures that were randomly molded in front of Huan. If they were allowed to die horizontally, they would not die vertically. But after a few minutes, the wolves that had just fought fiercely with all the residents turned into wolf corpses on the ground, without a sound. The night wind blew, sweeping away the thick blood, and also made the residents, who had just experienced a fierce battle, feel a little relaxed. When people are in an extremely tense state, once they relax their minds, they will feel very tired. Although they are only one step away from the pass, they are going to pass. Hu Mingxuan still decided to let everyone rest on the spot. As the president, there must be many other things to do, such as counting how many people were injured, whether there were any deaths, whether they needed treatment, what supplies they had obtained, etc. These things seemed very messy, but the managers of several guilds helped together, and they didn't have many people, so they were done quickly. 0 seriously injured, 0 dead, 14 slightly injured, and the rest were uninjured. This number surprised Hu Mingxuan and several managers. They had encountered a similar situation before, but the result was much worse than now, so that before that, all of them thought they would die here today. But now, just with the addition of Huan, the whole situation has changed so much. People are instinctively envious of the strong. Regardless of whether anyone in the guild had any objections to Huan's joining at the beginning, now they have no objections, and their eyes looking at Huan have changed from questioning to admiration. I wish I could be tied to this strong woman all the time. Hu Mingxuan raised his head and looked at Huan. At this moment, she was standing on a relatively high stone, and seemed to be enjoying the scenery very easily. In fact, she should be taking a walk. Behind her was the golden-haired wolf king that she had just killed with a few blows. Its huge body was crawling in the night, becoming the best background for Huan. The wind was light, and the clouds were light, and it was relaxed and leisurely. The more Huan was like this, the more an invisible strength spread in her body in the night, and anyone who touched her seemed unable to control themselves and lower their heads. Hu Mingxuan habitually reached into his backpack and wanted to touch the crystal ball, but halfway through, he remembered the reminder from the crystal ball this morning and stopped his hand halfway. At this moment, Huan's eyes just turned over and met Hu Mingxuan's. For some reason, Hu Mingxuan's nerves suddenly became tense, and he quickly smiled at Huan. And Huan waved to him. Hu Mingxuan walked forward without any hesitation, and Huan pointed to the wolf's body on the ground and asked, "President Hu, is there anyone in your guild who can deal with the body?" It was not until Huan said this that Hu Mingxuan and his guild members seemed to realize something. Since this morning, the bodies of all the monsters they killed will not disappear immediately. They seem to completely obey the law of energy conservation. As long as you don't deal with them, these bodies will remain in place. The people in Hu Mingxuan's guild looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. Huan looked at this group of people, and saw the stupidity and clarity unique to urban young people on their faces, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. This is Partier's father, this is Partier's father, this is Partier's father. After organizing his words for a while, Huan spoke again in a gentle tone and a good attitude, reminding them, wolf meat can be eaten, and wolf skin can be made into equipment. This immediately made several managers react, and they immediately asked in the guild if there was anyone who could handle animal corpses. After all, before entering this dark night world, everyone here was an ordinary person in the old world. They lived, worked and studied step by step, and some people had never even killed a chicken. As for dealing with the wolf corpses, that was simply a fantasy. Huan certainly didn't care how Hu Mingxuan's guild would deal with the wolf corpses. She reminded them only because she had her own plans. After all, there was a complete red dragon corpse in Huan's backpack. The blood of the red dragon could be made into sun water for her, and could also heal her wounds. You can imagine how many good things there are in the red dragon corpse. But Huan didn't know how to decompose. If no one taught her, it would not be easy to learn it quickly. What's more, she only had a dragon corpse, and didn't plan to use it casually for practice. So the best way is to find someone who can decompose animal corpses, and learn from him. It should be much easier. Of course, Huan couldn't ask on the street, nor in the regional chat. After all, there are too many smart people in this world, and just some clues can be used to infer many hidden secrets. Otherwise, how did she reveal the truth in front of Hu Mingxuan? And now is a good opportunity. There are so many wolf corpses. Huan seemed to have just asked this question casually. In fact, she had been observing. If there was such a person, it would be the best. If not, it would not be a loss for Huan. However, Huan felt that such a small guild would not have such a person, so she did not pay much attention to them when they were discussing. She just looked up at the collapse on the mountain not far away. She was thinking about how to get through. At this time, she suddenly heard someone in the crowd slowly raise his hand and say, "I think I should be able to." Everyone looked over. Then, they saw a young woman, about 27 or 28 years old, but she was very tall, about 1.8 meters tall, and her body was also very strong. Her appearance was not outstanding, and her skin was a bit dark. She was the kind of character that would not be noticed if thrown into a crowd. And her height and figure probably had a lot of influence on her in the old world. She was not confident when she spoke, and even shrank with inferiority. Especially when she found that everyone was looking at her, her originally slightly bent waist curled up even more, and even her voice became lower. "What can you do?" Hu Mingxuan asked the tall woman. "My hometown is a pig farm. I can kill pigs." As the woman spoke, she rubbed her hands, and her voice became smaller and smaller, just like the buzzing of a mosquito. Sure enough, after she said this, several young people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh softly. With the laughter, the young woman's face, which was originally slightly dark, suddenly became red. She lowered her head, and her head almost pierced her chest. Hu Mingxuan subconsciously glanced at Huan and found that Huan's attention was also on this tall woman, and when she heard others laughing, Her eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. At this time, Hu Mingxuan felt that he might have a talent for being a lackey. It was at this moment that he actually understood the mood of this big boss, as if he had suddenly realized something. She didn't like those laughs. She was looking forward to the tall woman decomposing the wolf's body. Almost instinctively, Hu Mingxuan shouted at the people who laughed. "What are you laughing at? If you have the ability, come, eating is always a big deal. If you can handle the wolf's body, we can eat so much wolf meat for many days. You are so capable of laughing, come and do it." Hu Mingxuan's statement was indeed agreed by the management and other members of the guild, and they immediately showed displeasure to the people who laughed. It was at this time that Huan suddenly asked the tall woman, "Can you handle the wolf's corpse?" The woman was a little surprised. She couldn't believe that it was Huan who was talking to her. Like the other people in the guild, she was also impressed by Huan's fierce killing just now. She even had a small dream in her heart, if only she could be like Huan. She always knew that she was ordinary, and could only exist as a joke at any time. Therefore, even though she admired Huan's strength in her heart, she only dared to look at her quietly. And now, Huan actually took the initiative to talk to her, which simply shocked her. She raised her head and looked at Huan in disbelief, and spoke haltingly, "No, I haven't dealt with it, but I have killed many pigs, and there should be no difference between wolves and pigs." "That's right. They are all mammals, so there should be no difference." Huan didn't listen to her, her eyebrows curved, and she felt that she had done a good job today in doing one good deed a day and mentioning it casually. "Isn't this, I found someone who might know the decomposition technique?" She was in a good mood, and her expression became softer. "What's your name?" Cheng Huanchuan's heart almost jumped out of her chest at this moment. She could keenly feel Huan's attention on her, and could even feel her gentle mood. Is it all because of her? Cheng Huanchun couldn't believe it. She was so nervous that her nose was sweating, and her hands were clenched tighter. She stammered and answered, "Cheng Huanchun, Cheng of Fancheng, Huang of Huachao, Chun of Chuntian." Huan raised his eyebrows. "Cheng Huanchun? I remember it." Cheng Huanchun was stunned for a moment. She looked at Huan's smile, and the fear and tension in her heart seemed to disappear all of a sudden, and she became happy. Her name was remembered by Huan, remembered by the strongest person she had ever seen. Cheng Huanchun lowered her head and walked to the body of a wolf, pulled out her dagger, and planned to start decomposing the wolf's body. She looked up and the people standing around whispered, Then I start." Hu Mingxuan was keenly aware of Huan's expectations for this matter, and immediately turned into a lackey again, catering to the boss's ideas, and said to Cheng Huanchun with a smile, "There are a lot of wolf corpses here, you can practice more, it's okay." As he said, Hu Mingxuan turned to look at other members and asked, "Do you want to learn anything?" A few people were tempted, but the few people who just laughed at him said, "Isn't there Cheng Huanchun in the guild? What else can we learn? She is not good at fighting. If she doesn't do other work, then what is she doing in the guild?" This successfully discouraged several people who wanted to learn, and they simply left or went to rest. Cheng Huanchun was left alone squatting in front of a wolf's corpse. She lowered her head and said nothing, as if she had long been familiar with such comments. She calmly drew out a dagger and prepared to start decomposing. Before she started, she found a pair of feet standing in front of her, wearing exquisite animal leather boots. Cheng Huanchun was stunned and immediately raised his head to look. It was indeed Huan. Cheng Huanchun was stunned again. There was still some distance between them, but now Huan was standing in front of her, which made her feel more nervous. Huan. She couldn't call out Huan's name, but Huan had already squatted down and handed her a dagger with a smile. This dagger was much better than the one in Cheng Huanchuan's hand. Even without looking at the attributes, just looking at the appearance and the thin blade, as well as the cold light shining in the night, you can know that it is a good thing. "Use this one to disassemble it faster." Huan spoke again. Cheng Huanchun became even more nervous, her hands began to tremble, and she looked at Huan for a long time without saying a word. Huan also realized Cheng Huanchuan's nervousness, and she immediately reflected, "Is she so scary? Was her emotion not gentle enough? Did she scare the other party? Are you afraid of me?" Cheng Huanchuan's face suddenly turned red, and this time even her ears turned red. She immediately lowered her head, took the dagger, and began to disassemble the wolf's body. He said sullenly, "Stay away, it's very dirty." Huan didn't want to. She just wanted to learn the decomposition technique, otherwise who would be willing to take care of Hu Mingxuan and his wolf corpses? Now that she finally met someone who knew the decomposition technique, she naturally had to take a good look. "I want to learn." Huan said so. Chung Huan-chun was shocked again. She emphasized, "This thing is very dirty. There is no such thing as dirty or not in the world, only whether you are strong enough." Huan didn't care about this reason at all, she said casually. But Chung Huan-chun's hand, which was originally cutting the wolf's skin, suddenly stopped. "There is no such thing as dirty or dirty in the world, only whether you are strong enough." Such an ordinary sentence, but it was like a sharp knife that cut through the fog and made Chung Huan-chun's eyes clear. Yes, as long as you are strong enough. Just like Huan didn't know that because of her very casual words, a seed was planted in Chung Huan-chun's heart and a small bud sprouted. She only knew that after Chung Huan-chun was stunned for a few seconds, her movements of decomposing the wolf corpse began to become smooth and fast, just like a calligrapher writing a masterpiece with flowing water. At first, Huan thought that Chung Huan-chun would waste a lot of wolf corpses before decomposing them, but he never expected that he would succeed in one go. Next to the wolf corpse, there appeared more than a dozen pieces of wolf meat, a complete wolf skin and a pile of wolf bones, with almost no waste. Even the several managers who were watching could not help but be shocked. "Huan-chun, you are too amazing. You know, when you can't decompose the wolf corpse, but just pick up the dropped items after the corpse disappears, a wolf can only provide a piece of wolf meat, which is only about 1 kilogram. And now they have almost got more than 10 times the supplies, which is simply amazing." Chung Huan-chun's skills not only impressed the management of the guild, but also made Huan jealous. She was already imagining that after learning this technology, she could decompose her dragon corpse into a lot of treasures. So she couldn't wait to ask Chung Huan-chun that she also wanted to learn the decomposition technique. Chung Huan-chun certainly couldn't refuse Huan's request. She explained and taught carefully, and she wanted to write a tens of thousands of words of thesis to feed Huan. Unfortunately, Huan is not this type of person. When she took the third wolf corpse, she heard the system prompt again. "Comprehension failed. You failed to comprehend this technique. Please study carefully and try again." And the special reminder in front of her eyes was also flashing nakedly. "You don't have this talent. You can try to open this talent after encountering a special event. You don't have this talent." Not only these invisible reminders, but even the new lackey Hu Mingxuan couldn't help but remind Huan after watching him waste the third wolf corpse and get only a pile of garbage. "Boss, we can look at other things that interest us. It's not necessary to learn how to decompose corpses, right?" He felt distressed. "This is all meat. This is all skin. This is all bones. This is all supplies. What time is it now? Who dares to waste so much?" Huan, Okay. Huan gave up. Instead of making things difficult for himself, it's better to build good relationships with people who know how to do it. Without Huan's interference, Chung Huan-chun's movements were obviously faster, and the corpses of dozens of wolves were completely decomposed in just over 10 minutes. Huan had been closely watching Chung Huan-chun's movements, and even found that when she decomposed the last few corpses, her movements were faster and smoother, and she obtained more materials. Based on his understanding of the production profession, Huan quickly came to a conclusion. Decomposition techniques should also be divided into levels. The higher the level, the faster the speed, and the more materials that can be obtained, and perhaps the quality is also better. Judging from Chung Huan-chun's movements, she should be an advanced decomposition technique, or even more advanced, to achieve such an effect. I wonder if I can decompose a dragon's body at this level. With this thought in mind, when Chung Huan-chun came to return the dagger, Huan asked in a low voice, "Have you learned the decomposition technique?" Huan did not ask for the dagger returned by Chung Huan-chun, as it was not a rare item for her. Moreover, the shape of this dagger was very suitable for decomposition, so it would be better to give it to Chung Huan-chun, which would be considered a good friend. Chung Huan-chun declined several times, but finally accepted the dagger with great gratitude. She noticed that Huan didn't speak loudly to her, so she knew that Huan didn't want others to know about this, so she also lowered her voice so that only the two of them could hear it. "I didn't know how to do it before. I only knew how to kill pigs in the old world, but when I was decomposing the wolf corpse just now, I got a hint that I had mastered the advanced decomposition technique. Especially when I was explaining and demonstrating to you, I found that my proficiency in decomposition increased rapidly. By the time I decomposed the last few wolves, I had reached the master level of decomposition." Huan was so envious when she heard this. This was the difference in talent. She could never comprehend it, but he was already at a high level after enlightenment, and he had risen to the master level in just a few days. This result also made Huan more ready to build a good relationship with Chung Huan-chun. After all, she felt that she might need to cooperate with her in many places in the future. Huan was just introverted, not stupid. Huan had always shown a strong interest in decomposition, which made her very excited. She felt that she seemed to be able to help her at last. So Huan asked in a low voice, "Do you need to decompose something? Is there anything I can help you with?" Huan laughed. She liked dealing with smart and easy-to-talk people. However, before Huan could make her request, a whistling sound came from a distance, rushing towards the E7 area. It was as if a huge wave rolled over and was about to submerge everything in an instant. Chapter 48. Humingshuan's guild is not big, and its name is ordinary, full of their beautiful expectations for themselves. Survivors. When they heard this voice, no matter what the people in the Survivors Guild were doing just now, they all stood up immediately and entered a defensive state nervously. Even Huan straightened his waist and looked in the direction of the sound that was like the roar of the waves. Unlike others, Huan's night vision ability is comparable to that of an owl. Others could only hear the sound and see a faint flame in the distance, but they couldn't see clearly what was happening. But Huan could see it, and he could see it very clearly. There was no forest near the number 1 fog area, but a wilderness, so the vision was wider, allowing Huan to see what was happening at a glance. There were many people. Or rather, many humanoid creatures. They were running towards the E7 area, and they were not running aimlessly. Huan observed the direction they were running, and recalled the distribution of residents from Humingshuan's map, and almost immediately determined the destination of these humanoid creatures. They were coming for the residents who stayed in District E7. It was also at this time that Huan's mind kept recalling the conversation with Humingshuan last night. He said that he had a prop that could tell fortunes once a day, and yesterday, his prop told him to leave District E7. If he didn't leave, he would encounter a very bad thing. So, is that the bad thing? Are these humanoid creatures human? Huan couldn't be sure. Because they were all wearing clothes, their true appearance could not be seen. Huan could only temporarily judge from their running posture that they should not be human. But no matter whether these humanoid creatures are human or not, it is not difficult to know that their target is human, the human of the old world. These humanoid creatures all held torches in their hands. Countless torches were lit in the night, looking like stars, forming a long line of defense. As they moved, the densely packed creatures like fishing nets were pulled over, just like locusts passing through. Wherever they passed, they left a mess. No matter how strong an individual's ability is, when encountering such a collective movement like the waves, one's ability seems insignificant. At this moment, Huan was extremely glad that she decided to follow Humingshuan today, and she was also extremely glad that she accepted Humingshuan's order today. If she hadn't left today and met these humanoid creatures, she would probably not die, but it seemed unlikely that she could get away unscathed. So what would be the ending? She didn't know. At this moment, Huan had a clear but vague concept of this world. This is a wilderness, a huge wilderness without rules. And they, the humans of the old times, are probably just the most insignificant existence in this huge wilderness. Huan turned around and found that there were still a few people in the guild lighting torches. "Put out the torches," she said. The words of the strong are more useful than the golden rules at any time. Although it is safer to have torches in the dark and can also increase the speed of travel, at this time, no one raised any objection. The Survivors Guild members immediately extinguished the torches, and everyone instinctively stood closer together. Huan said, "Next, follow me. Don't fall behind." In the darkness, the Survivors Guild members could not see the expression on Huan's face, but they could clearly hear Huan's voice, and clearly feel the change in her voice. From the ease when they just killed the wolf pack, they became solemn and serious. Such solemnity undoubtedly brought strong psychological pressure to the people in the darkness, and they were full of anxiety and fear about the unknown. Humingshuan asked, "Bossy, what's that over there? Is it a torch, or a monster?" They didn't have Huan's night vision ability, so they could only hope that the answer from Huan's mouth would not scare them too much. "I don't know what it is exactly. I can only see a group of humanoid creatures, holding torches in their hands, and they rushed towards." Huan paused here, and then talked about a scene he had just seen. It was a scene of these humanoid creatures working together to knock down a shelter, and a scene of them dragging a resident out of the shelter. In the end, Huan did not describe the scene he saw, but simply said a few words. However, sometimes, the simpler the description, the more it can make people feel an irresistible panic. In the darkness, no one spoke. They seemed to be able to hear each other's heartbeats that became faster due to fear, the blood that flowed faster due to tension, and the suppressed breathing. Huan turned around and left. No one raised any more questions. At this moment, they were like puppets and newborn chicks, following behind Huan, step by step, and dared not relax. He dared not fall behind even half a step. Hu Mingxuan took a few quick steps and followed behind Huan. He asked in a low voice, "Boss He, what kind of humanoid creature is it? Are there other humanoid creatures in this world? I have seen goblins in the secret realm of the jungle camp." Since Hu Mingxu knew that he was the first pass of the jungle camp, Huan did not hide anything in front of him and directly told him what he had seen and heard. Goblin? Hu Mingxuan seemed a little surprised when he heard the name. The secret place of the dense forest camp had been firmly controlled by the Taishan Mutual Aid Association before yesterday. No other guilds, organizations, or individuals had the opportunity to enter this secret place. Moreover, the people who could enter the secret place of the Taishan Mutual Aid Association were screened, and they were basically the backbones. They had to keep it secret and could not tell others, so that other people had no idea what was in the dense forest camp. Naturally, they did not know the existence of goblins. Hu Mingxuan was also very accepting of this world, and he quickly recovered from his shock. After all, before this, the monsters he had seen in the wild were only wild beasts, and at most some moving stone monsters. "So you mean, those humanoid creatures you just saw were goblins?" Huan, "I didn't say that, but judging from their height, they are not." "What is that?" Huan, How did she know what it was? Forget it. This is Partier's father. This is Partier's father. This is Partier's father. After Huan silently repeated it 3 times, he changed the subject directly. "Apart from the people in District E7, are there other people in this world?" Hu Mingxuan, After hearing this question, it was Hu Mingxuan's turn to be speechless. He looked at Huan with a complicated look. "This is the boss of Party B. This is the boss of Party B. This is the boss of Party B." Bosses have their own reasons for doing things, and their affairs cannot be judged by convention. Hu Mingxuan said, "It turns out that everyone in that world was sent to this dark night world at the same time. So that world is called the Old World, and we are all humans in the Old World. Humans in the Old World are divided into countless areas, with a population of about 10,000 people in each area. And the areas can be broken. As long as the humans survive, they can break through the areas to find other people. So, in the Dark World, there is not only the E7 area, but also many, many areas. So many that we can't imagine." Speaking of this, Hu Mingxuan paused, looked at Huan and hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "These are the basic information that the system has notified me on the first day I entered the Dark World." "Boss He, don't you know?" Well, she didn't know. She came on the 3rd day, and her original body's memory about these things was not very clear. Didn't she have the chance to find someone to ask before, so she asked Hu Mingxuan now. However, Huan didn't say these. She nodded very calmly. "I was sleeping at that time. I didn't hear it." Hu Mingxuan, Okay. Then how to break through the area to find other people? Huan asked a point that she was very concerned about in Hu Mingxuan's introduction just now. Hu Mingxuan shook his head on this question. "I don't know." The system prompt at that time didn't say it. It just asked everyone to live as long as possible after the novice period. Hu Mingxuan stopped again and didn't continue, but Huan understood what he meant. The way that the E7 area was attacked by the unknown humanoid creatures was probably the way to break through the area. The 2 people fell silent and hurried on their way. After walking for about 3 or 5 minutes, Hu Mingxuan suddenly spoke again. This time, his voice was obviously trembling and couldn't be concealed. "Boss He, where will we go after we pass through the pass? Is it safe there? Or another E7 area? Didn't your prop tell you?" "No." Hu Mingxuan was a little confused, and he shook his head. "It just said that E7 area will be unsafe today, and we have to leave. It didn't say what will happen after we leave." As he spoke, Hu Mingxuan had already stopped, and he was in an uncontrollable panic. The uncertainty of the past 7 days, and the fear of the strange world almost crushed Hu Mingxuan's nerves, and what he just heard from Huan about the experience of E7 area was even more difficult for him to accept. He didn't know how to persist in this dark world, as if both the front and the back were cut off. "Do we still need to move forward? Is there also death over there? Speaking of animals, I like fish more. Do you know why?" Huan suddenly said something inexplicable, which confused Hu Mingxuan. He looked at Huan in confusion. "Fish, especially the freshwater fish that we Chinese like to eat, actually have a characteristic, that is, they will jump twice when they are about to die. Even if their stomachs are broken and they are put into the pot, they can jump out. When they are cooked and put on the table, their mouths can still move. If fish are like this, are humans worse than fish?" When Huan said this, she kept walking forward, so that her voice began to sound vague in Hu Mingxuan's ears. However, Hu Mingxuan seemed to have been hit by a wake-up call, and he suddenly understood. He took a deep breath and was about to chase Huan. However, he had only run 2 steps when he suddenly heard a member behind him exclaiming nervously and panically, President, President, there are torches chasing us. Hu Mingxuan turned around in fear. Huan also heard this and turned around to look. Sure enough, in the dark night, the direction of the torches was clearly visible. The torches that had just been spreading towards the residential areas in the number 1 fog area had now separated a small group from them, and they rushed directly in the opposite direction of the Survivors Guild. They came very quickly. These humanoid creatures are not only very familiar with the terrain here, but also very accustomed to walking in this bumpy wasteland. Humans can't compare to this alone. Obviously, the torches of the Survivors Guild were extinguished too late, and they had already discovered their existence, so they chased after them. There were no soldiers, or specially trained people in the Survivors Guild. They were just ordinary people in the old world. At this time, everyone was in a mess, including the president Hu Mingxuan. They all looked at Huan. This mercenary who had just cleanly dealt with the wolf pack had become the backbone of everyone's mind at this time. Hu Mingxuan swallowed his saliva and asked, Boss what should I do now? Huan looked at the distance from the pass, then looked at the distance from the torches to them, then lowered his head to estimate the time based on the speed of both parties, and finally made a calm judgment. Hurry up. According to my calculations, we will probably encounter the humanoid monsters behind us at the entrance of the pass, and what we need to do now is to move faster. When encountering this kind of situation, we must find a shelter in the area, otherwise, we will be very passive. Huan said, and he started to jog. At this time, no one in the Survivors Guild dared to raise any objections. They all followed Huan's footsteps and ran. Even if they were tired or fell, they would never dare to say a word of no. Just as Huan calculated, when the group rushed to the pass, the torches following behind were already in sight. The pass opened by the Red Dragon was about 30 meters wide, and the length inside was not clear because it was too dark. Standing at the edge of the pass, you can feel the whistling wind blowing out from the pass, making a very sharp sound, similar to the soundtrack in a horror movie. Because a whole mountain was knocked open in an instant, there are rocks of all sizes everywhere in this pass. The big ones are as high as several floors of houses, and even the small ones are as big as trucks. They are not stable when piled together, and there is a crisis of being shaky. Standing in front of the pass, Huan picked up a few stones, and threw them in different directions inside, and finally pointed in a direction. Everyone scatter and hide in that direction. Under Huan's instruction, everyone climbed up the big rocks while hiding, preferably the ones with a lot of gravel. Finally, she selected a few people with flexible hands and feet, and good physical fitness to follow her, and climb up a huge rock that was 7 or 8 meters high. Chung Huanchun also took the initiative to join the team, and followed Huan very closely. He was the first person in the Survivors Guild to climb up the boulder. This made Huan look at her physical strength with admiration. You know, she is an all-rounder, so she can climb up so easily, and she can actually keep up with the speed of an ordinary person. This woman is not simple. She is not only good at decomposition. Huan and Chung Huanchun had just climbed up the boulder, and the torches following them had already reached the outside of the pass. The location Huan chose was very good. It was close to the entrance of the pass, but there was another boulder behind that had not fallen, so the wind in the pass could not blow directly on them, but their movements could be hidden by the sound of the wind. As long as you stand on the edge of the boulder and look down, you can see clearly what is happening outside the pass. It is an excellent strategic location. In the quiet darkness, Huan could hear a faint sound, as if someone was talking, but due to the wind and the distance, she couldn't hear it clearly. She had no choice but to take a step forward, stand on the edge of the boulder, and look down. Sure enough, she could see more clearly. This was a team of about a dozen people, all holding torches in their hands, rushing towards the pass quickly. What surprised Huan the most was the race of this team. Huan didn't know how many races there were in this dark world, nor did she know what they looked like, but when she saw this pair of humanoid creatures, she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Rather than saying that these were humanoid creatures, it would be better to say that they were a group of moles walking upright. That's right, they were the kind of moles that often dug holes in the yard and had extremely bad eyesight. But the group of mole people that Huan saw now were much taller than the moles that dug holes in the yard. They were about the same height as goblins, but their equipment was obviously much neater than goblins, and they were all wearing complete clothes. And the most striking thing was that they all wore glasses. It seemed that even the eyesight of the moles in this world was not very good, which was a consistent setting. Although these mole people were only about 1 meter tall, They were very fast, and their lower limbs were very strong and powerful. In just a short while, Huan had seen several mole people kick several water tank-sized stones into powder with their legs. Not easy to deal with. As the mole people got closer and closer to the pass, the people in the Survivors Guild had basically seen what they looked like, and as expected, everyone became even more silent. Even a few people who liked to pick on others were abnormally afraid to speak. Indeed, there is nothing more terrifying than opening your eyes and finding that your entire worldview has been overturned. If Huan was alone, she would probably not stand here in ambush, but would go directly up to fight these dozen mole people. After all, they don't look much different from goblins. However, if there are so many people, and they are all ordinary people, this method obviously won't work. It's not that Huan is afraid that he can't beat these mole men, but he is afraid that someone will drag him down when he fights them, so it's better to let everyone participate. Moreover, the method of participation is also outrageously simple, that is, occupy the commanding heights, and then attack them from top to bottom. Absolute suppression from a high altitude can guarantee the safety of the Survivors Guild members to the greatest extent. Is there anyone in the guild who uses long-range weapons? Huan had been added to a command channel by Huan, where everyone in the Survivors Guild could hear her and respond to her in this channel. However, after Huan asked this question, the people in the Survivors Guild were basically silent, and only a few people said that although they had this long-range weapon. But the problem with the accuracy was really bad. The probability of shooting the mole man below from this stone was basically lower than winning the lottery. Huan was not disappointed. She nodded and continued, "There should be a lot of gravel on the rocks where you are." Everyone said yes. When the mole people enter the pass, all you need to do is throw stones at them from where you are standing. Huan lowered his head and watched the small group of mole people enter the pass. They also seemed very cautious. They talked while walking and kept sniffing something with their long noses. However, the wind in the pass was very strong, and the mole people could not smell anything. Huan quietly waited for the team of mole people to enter the pass. For them, this passage that was just hit by the red dragon last night was unfamiliar and dangerous, and they also needed to be very careful. However, even so, they entered the attack range of the survivors. Huan calculated that the last mole man also walked in, and she suddenly put down her raised hand. Then, the mole men of this team watched countless stones falling from the sky. Several mole men were hit by the stones when they failed to dodge, and were either killed or seriously injured. "Dodge! Dodge! Hurry up and dodge! The enemy is above!" A mole man who looked like a team leader issued a sharp alarm, and the other mole men, who had not been injured, immediately followed his order and began to dodge and look for gaps to hide. Unfortunately, they didn't even run a few steps before they saw another black shadow falling from the sky and landing directly on the route they wanted to dodge. The mole man captain looked up and saw a human woman standing not far from him. In the darkness, his poor eyesight was very bright. He twitched his long nose and laughed happily. "Haha, look what I found. A free little slave." The other mole men also laughed sharply. The next second, puff! A long sword pierced straight into the chest of the mole man captain. Chapter 49. The mole people probably didn't expect that the human woman in front of them would take action, and so quickly, and more importantly, she killed their team leader directly. For a moment, they were all in a daze. It was this 1 or 2 seconds of daze that allowed Huan to stab 2 more to death with his long sword. When Huan stabbed the 2 mole people to death, he deliberately poked their legs and found something different. The bodies of the mole people were soft, so they wore very thick armor, and Huan could only poke directly through the gaps in the armor. But the muscles of their legs were unusually hard, and even ossified. No wonder these mole people could break the hard rock with one kick. After a brief understanding of the mole people's bodies, and with the existence of special tips, Huan was able to make a specific plan for the remaining mole people. The mole people who lost 2 companions finally came back to their senses from the shock and stagnation. They roared angrily and began to pounce on Huan. It was not until this time that Huan realized how fast they were moving. When the mole people were moving, Huan already felt that they were walking very fast, but only now did she realize that that speed was just walking for the mole people. The mole people now can really be described as lightning fast. They quickly formed a special battle formation. 2 of them stood still, like the base of a slingshot, and 2 others made their bodies into the bowstring of the slingshot to facilitate other mole people to climb on their bodies, and then they really slingshot out. At the moment of flying out, they curled up their bodies, and the hard armor became a bomb covered with thorns. Although it would not explode, if it hit them, they would not only bleed, but also break bones. The mole man obviously practiced this team frequently. They had built such a slingshot in just a few seconds and had fired it at Huan. Seeing a black shadow bigger than a bottle of water shooting towards her, Huan dodged immediately. The black shadow brushed past her ear, and she could hear the sharp sound of it being lifted up by the wind. Subconsciously looking back in the direction where the shadow had shot out, Huan saw it crashing directly into a stone wall not far behind him. Bang! A sound that had a sense of presence exploded directly on the stone wall. In the darkness, Huan saw a hole appear on the stone wall that had been hit, and the edge of the hole was covered with dense spider web-like traces. Looking at the hole that was smashed on the stone wall, Huan could almost imagine what would happen if this thing had hit him just now. Her pupils trembled a few times almost uncontrollably. It seemed that she had underestimated the attack power of the mole man. The bucket in the middle of the pit was still twisting, as if it wanted to launch a second attack. At this moment, another mole man's cannonball was shot towards her, directly destroying Huan's original plan of cooperating with the survivors to throw stones above, and she would make up for it below. Mole men flew over one after another, and their speed was not much slower than the bullets fired by real guns. Huan could only give up the final blow, and began to dodge and run. This kind of exercise is very physically demanding. You can stick to it for a short time, but not for a long time. So, she said in the command channel, "Above, aim at the base of the mole man, and keep throwing stones at that position. It's best if you hit it. If you can't hit it, interfere with them, and prevent them from building the base." Ordinary people have the advantages of ordinary people. They are very obedient, especially at this moment. Everyone is on edge, and dare not let down the chain at all. They absolutely obey Huan's orders. As soon as Huan finished speaking, he saw that the stones that were chasing the mole men flying everywhere all smashed towards the mole men on the base. Although the mole men formed this formation very quickly, it was not without its shortcomings. That is, once they formed a slingshot, the mole men on the base and the bowstrings could no longer move. Fortunately, there was this shortcoming. Even if the accuracy of the Survivors Guild was not very good, it still played a significant role once the number increased. Almost immediately, the flying mole men were disconnected. Huan only needed to dodge the flying mole men. When they hit the stone wall, she only needed to rush over and kill them one by one. This was Huan's first day meeting the members of the Survivor Guild, and it was also her first time to cooperate with the members of the Survivor Guild in battle, so everyone was a little flustered at the beginning. Especially the Survivor Guild was afraid that they could not complete Huan's instructions, and almost everyone was sweating. When the first mole man was successfully killed, no one knew who took the lead, and cheers rang out in the command channel. Of course, it was also with the success of this first one that the subsequent battles became smoother and smoother. Even though there were many of these mole men, and their combat effectiveness was extraordinary, they were soon defeated by the cooperation of Huan and the Survivor Guild. When the last mole man fell to the ground, the cheers of all the survivors of the guild echoed on the boulders at the pass, and they shouted excitedly, "We won! We won!" This kind of excitement from human beings for success also infected Huan, but unfortunately, before she had time to celebrate such joy, she saw that the last mole man who fell did something, and a very dazzling golden light rose above his body. The light was like an arrow shot out quickly, passing through the pass with a sharp sound. Huan subconsciously reached out to grab it, but the light only left a wound on her palm, and went straight out of the pass. The light seemed to have eyes of its own. It flew along the way it came, and went straight to the army of mole people. "This is the signal for reporting. Go!" Huan shouted and rushed to the depths of the pass. They killed a group of mole people, and it seemed that the large army behind them would catch up soon after receiving the signal of the light. It is impossible to retreat and hide in Area E7 now, so there is only one way: keep going forward and see what is behind the pass. The people of the Survivor Guild can no longer care about excitement at this moment. They quickly climbed down from the rocks and ran into the pass behind Huan. The pass is extremely rugged, and there is no place to walk in some places, so you need to climb through. There is a dragon scale on your upper left, which can be collected. Collection difficulty, difficult. A special prompt suddenly appeared in Huan's vision, and she immediately raised her head and looked to the upper left. In the darkness, only the jagged mountain walls could be seen, but Huan moved slightly and adjusted the angle, and saw a little fire shining in the gap of a mountain wall. The light in the pass was so dark that it almost drowned out the light. And at this time, everyone was running for their lives, and no one noticed its existence. Huan thought for a while, and said to Humingshuan, "You take people to continue running along the pass." When Humingshu heard that Huan meant to separate from them, his face turned pale, and his voice unconsciously rose a few notes. What about you, boss? No way. If Huan left them at this time, they really couldn't get out. Even if they signed the contract, once he died here, the contract would also become invalid. After all, the debt is extinguished when the person dies. I go at the end. If there are advanced troops, I block them. Huan's words were so natural and sincere that Hu Mingxuan immediately reflected on whether he had just judged others by his own standards. Then we should leave a few people here. Before Hu Mingxuan finished speaking, Huan interrupted him directly. No need, just keep moving forward. If I am alone, I can get away anyway. If you stay, I will have to take care of you. If something happens, no one can escape. Huan refused directly. Hu Mingxuan also knew this, and did not insist. He just told Huan to be careful, and ran forward with the others. Facts have proved that when people are extremely nervous, they often burst out with unexpectedly strong power. Huan only saw that the people from the Survivors Guild ran away in a few seconds. Their legs and feet were much faster than when they were in the number 1 fog area. Rock climbing was not difficult for Huan. The difficulty was that the wind in this pass was particularly strong, especially the place where the dragon scale was located was at a very steep corner. When Huan climbed there, he felt that his skin was almost broken by the strong wind and frozen. Each step was difficult, but Huan's eyes were fixed on the dragon scale without flinching. Closer, closer. Huan stretched out her arm, and her fingertips had touched the dragon scale. She immediately felt the heat spread through her skin, greatly soothing her frozen body. Just as Huan tried to stretch her arm a little longer and tried to hold the dragon scale in her hand, she heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice exploded under her feet. There is an intruder. Following the sound, Huan saw the mole people, and a large group of them, swarming along the passage of the pass. Huan had a very clear understanding of the movements of the mole people. Although she had not seen the movements and speed of these mole people climbing mountains, she had seen the speed of the mole people when they ran, which was completely different from the weak and slow animals in the old world. If they climbed the mountain, Huan did not continue to think about it, but once again focused his attention on the dragon scale. She stretched out her limbs, trying to make her body more flexible. She held the hand that was holding her body against the rock wall and moved the anchor point forward a few centimeters, so that she could not only touch the scale, but also hold it with her index and middle fingers. Knock it down for me. Just as Huan was trying hard to remove the dragon scale stuck in the crack of the mountain wall, the mole people below were not idle either. They had already set up several turrets. The base of the dragon was already there, and several mole men were already standing on it, ready to fire at Huan. This was supposed to be an extremely tense moment, but Huan's mentality was unusually stable. She didn't even glance at the mole men, but focused all her attention on the dragon scales. The dragon scales were unusually smooth, a smoothness that could not be accurately described in words. Like metal, but without the coldness of metal, it was hot and had its own life. When Huan's fingers touched the scale, she seemed to be able to feel the excitement in the scale. The more she felt the power in the scale, the more Huan wanted to take it into her pocket. Closer, closer. As she continued to stretch her body, the scale seemed to be within her reach, but unfortunately, the mole people below were not vegetarians. Their wave of cannonballs had been successfully launched. The 7 or 8 mole people turned into hard and fierce cannonballs, crashing against the mountain wall, and even a few of them hit Huan's side. The rock wall that was originally relatively solid was blown into several deep cracks, and she almost fell off the rock wall. Fortunately, she was very experienced in rock climbing, so she let go and changed her position directly, which was closer to the dragon scale than before. This time, she could get the dragon scale smoothly. Huan thought so in her heart, but the bad thing of reality likes to do the most is to jump up and slap you. Before Huan's hand touched the dragon scale, another mole man's bomb had already hit it again, and this time, it hit the gap where the dragon scale was stuck. The rock was smashed to pieces, and the dragon scale fell down because of this accident. Huan's heart was almost raised to her chest by fear, and she subconsciously grabbed a handful. Fortunately, the dragon scale fell steadily into her hand, and she didn't have time to check whether the dragon scale was damaged, and it was directly stuffed into her backpack. The fat mole man who broke the rock was still stuck in the rock, kicking with a pair of fat and powerful legs, hoping to pull himself out. After getting the dragon scale, Huan also pulled herself out of her state of concentration. She squinted her eyes, and looked at the mole man who was less than 50 centimeters away from her, and snorted coldly. The next second, the sharp sword appeared in her hand, and chopped straight at the mole man. With a scream, the mole man's body was split in half by Huan and fell downwards. Huan's action had obviously greatly stimulated the mole men below. Huan heard the angry roar of the leading mole man echoing in the pass. Come again! Come again! Put up more artillery for me! I will tear it apart today! Following the leader's roar, the mole men began to put up more artillery. Huan looked down at their actions. She was in a very high position, so she could see the positions and movements of the mole people more clearly. Very good, although the attack power of these mole people was very fierce. Because the space in the pass was really limited, they placed the turrets as densely as possible. The mole people who did not need to build turrets lined up behind the built turrets. This arrangement made the mole people almost stacked in a very narrow space. This was the head that God had sent them. If she didn't take it, she would be sorry for God's efforts. Huan first looked back at the direction she would run in. In just a few seconds, she had already constructed a very complete escape route in her mind. Then she turned her attention to these mole people again. Huan didn't hesitate at all, and took out a thermobaric grenade from her package. She only had 3 of these things left, and she could only use them when it mattered most. And now was the most critical moment. Huan pulled the grenade, and threw it quickly at the mole men. As soon as the grenade came out of her hand, Huan had no intention of waiting for the result, and her people had already quickly fled along the route they had planned. Just a few seconds later, Huan heard a huge explosion, and because it was in a narrow pass, the explosion sounded even more exaggerated. It was like a thunder in the summer. It suddenly exploded, and the sound waves brought by the huge explosion rushed through the narrow pass, and within a few seconds, the mountain wall that had just stood tall and majestic was directly knocked down. Crash! Countless large and small rubble rolled down from the mountain wall, and hit the gathering place of the mole people just now. The noise of the mole people just now turned into their screams. No, it should be said that these screams were much smaller, and there was no time to worry about it, and the rubble had already filled the bottom of the valley. The impact of the huge sound wave was not limited to this. It also surged rapidly along the passage of the narrow pass. Even Huan, who had already escaped in advance, was directly knocked down from midair by the huge air wave. If Huan had not been quick-witted and inserted the long sword in her hand into the gap on the mountain wall to fix herself, she would have been smashed to pieces by the huge air wave. After waiting for a few seconds, when the strongest air wave passed, Huan simply jumped down from the mountain wall and ran straight along the road at the bottom of the valley. As she ran, she looked back and saw that the passage behind her was completely blocked by the collapsed rubble. As for the mole people, Huan didn't know and didn't bother to know. All her attention was now completely focused on the escape route. It was unknown how long this pass was. Huan raised her head and looked at the sky above her head. She could only see a thin strip of sky, and there was already a faint light in the sky. Daytime was coming. All crisis should be over. This thought just came to her mind, and Huan hadn't relaxed for a few minutes when she heard a rumbling sound behind her. Sounds are amplified in narrow places, and this rumbling sound is even louder than before, like an armored vehicle moving. Huan looked back, and even her pupils shrank in fear. She didn't care about anything else, and could only think of running forward as fast as she could. The power of the thermobaric grenade should not be underestimated. In addition, after the explosion in such a narrow place, it also caused a landslide on the mountain, and was smashed down and buried by so many rocks. Under such a harsh situation, Huan felt that even if these mole people were not all killed, there must be not many left. However, when she looked back just now, she felt her scalp numb. All these mole people actually came out. They have formed something like a tank, which is half buried in the soil, and keeps chasing Huan along the bottom of the passage. If these were not enough, what made Huan feel most disgusted was that the bodies of the mole men who had died in the explosion and landslide were not discarded by the surviving mole men, but were picked up by them, and used as human shields in front of the tank. This was what Huan saw when he turned around. The body parts and corpses were hung in front of the tank, emitting a strong smell of blood, mixed with the unique stench of the mole men, which was simply disgusting. Huan ran faster. Catch her! I break her bones! I make soup out of her meat! Everyone can have a big bowl of it! The leading mole man giant hadn't hissed yet. He stood on the tank and roared loudly, showing his white teeth in the dark passage. Ha! The other mole people responded immediately, like shouting slogans. The sound was so loud that the originally unstable mountain walls began to drop rocks because of these roars. There were several times when Huan would have been hit if she hadn't predicted accurately. The mole man behind her was chasing very fast, and Huan also ran very fast. She felt that her shoes were about to be worn out by sparks. I won't die here today, will I? Why is this passage so long? Where did Hu Mingxuan and the others go? Did I waste so much time? Now I can't see their shadows? The more tense the time was, the more messy thoughts popped up in Huan's mind. We catch you soon, intruder. I give you the highest honor. Come into my belly. Ha ha ha. The mole man's grim laughter almost exploded in Huan's ears, and her scalp was numb. It was also at this time that Huan suddenly found that the exit of the pass was already in front of her. Did she run out? Is she finally running out? At this time, she found that a black figure suddenly appeared in front of the pass. Before Huan fully understood the purpose of the figure, she found that the man actually stretched out his hand towards her. Chapter 50. Behind him was the mole man chasing him. If he was caught, he would surely die. And judging from the tone of the mole man, his death would not be a good one. Huan was not interested in being eaten by the mole man. But the exit in front of him was blocked by someone. Who was the other person? Or was he a human, or just a humanoid creature? What was his purpose in blocking him? Is he hostile to me? These questions were all unknown at this moment, but he released a signal. The black figure actually stretched out a hand to Huan. Huan didn't know what stretching out a hand meant in the dark world, but if it was in the old times, this action at least represented assistance and hope. Regardless of whether he understood it correctly or not, at least compared to the mole man behind him, who was about to catch up with him, Huan felt that this unknown hand was worth a try. What if it was a way to survive? Therefore, Huan didn't hesitate at all. The moment he saw the black figure stretching out his hand, Huan had already stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the other's hand. Cold. Although it was not freezing cold, the temperature of this hand was cold, lower than human body temperature. The second feeling was that the other party had long nails. Although it was not intentional, when the other party held her palm, Huan felt that the other party's nails had dug into her skin and it hurt. Huan had no time to react at all. A huge force was transmitted from that hand, and she was suddenly dragged out of the passage of the pass. Then the hand was released, and Huan rolled on the ground quickly with the force in the hand, and then stood up. At this time, Huan heard the person behind her who pulled her in loudly. You have crossed the line. The mole man who had just been chasing Huan stopped, and the rumbling sound they made also disappeared. The leading mole man stood high on the tank, staring with a pair of small eyes that were not too big, and sneered, Leave the invader to me, I will leave immediately. You are now beyond the boundary mountain. You have crossed the border. If we follow the agreement, I can attack you now. While I am still willing to talk to you, you'd better retreat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I didn't say I won't retreat, but you have to hand over the intruder to me. Do you think you are qualified to talk to me about the conditions now? When the two men began to confront each other, Huan finally had the opportunity to take a good look at the person who had just saved him. Very thin. And very tall. More importantly, there was thick hair on his back, and he actually had a long thick tail. Like a mouse. This was the first thought that came to Huan's mind. The sky was getting brighter and brighter, and when the warm light finally broke free from the darkness and projected onto the earth, the mole man finally fell. He stood on the tank, his face became very ferocious, and his small eyes hidden behind the glasses became red, and he stared at Huan intently. Finally, he raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Huan. Intruder, you'd better hide for the rest of your life, otherwise, if you fall into my hands, I will definitely eat you. After saying that, he turned around and left without delay. The tank that was just half exposed on the ground was now completely buried under the ground, leaving only a small bulge that kept moving on the ground. The bodies of the mole people were also taken underground by them, and disappeared. If it weren't for the special smell of the mole man still lingering in the air, it would be almost impossible to find any trace of their existence. Until this moment, the man standing with his back to Huan finally let out a long breath and turned around. As expected, it was a rat. No, it's not quite accurate to say so. Just like the mole man, this is a rat that looks like a human, or rather, a rat man. The rat man is much taller than the mole man, about 1.5 meters tall, with sparse hair all over his body and face, a long nose and beard, and his round nose keeps twitching when he speaks. However, what Huan found most striking about this face was his eyes. His eyes were purple. If you look closely, you can see mist rolling in the purple pupils, which looks very mysterious. He smiled at Huan and said, Welcome, stranger. This attitude can be said to be gentle and kind, but Huan suddenly became infinitely vigilant about this kind of kindness and gentleness. Since she entered the dark night world, she has never felt the emotion of kindness in everything, everyone, and every race she faced, but now it suddenly appeared, and anyone would feel vigilant. However, this kind of vigilance was not shown on Huan's face at all. She even showed a grateful smile. "Thank you so much, you are such a good person. If you hadn't just lent a helping hand, I would have died here today." The rat man was very pleased with Huan's praise. His purple eyes narrowed. Any person with a conscience cannot watch a poor person being oppressed by the mole man. Huan did not continue to talk about this topic. Instead, he looked around and asked again, "I don't know how I should call you." "They all call me Bill. You can call me that too," Bill said. Huan noticed that when Bill was talking, his hands were rubbing something in his wide sleeves, making a slight sound. She pretended not to see it, and asked about the whereabouts of Humingshuan and the others. Bill really knew about this, and he nodded with a smile. "Your companions?" "That's right. I am here to wait for you on their behalf, and now I will take you to find them." After that, Bill motioned Huan to follow him and walk together. This process seemed to have no problems, but Huan felt a strong sense of game mission. Would reality be as rigid as doing missions in games? Impossible. The most difficult thing to measure in this world is the human heart, and reality is not absolutely like playing games where 1 + 1 = 2. Huan has always been wary of Bill, and this wariness has reached a new level at this moment, but she diverted the topic to other places. After all, Bill was the first native she met in this dark world and could talk to. For some things, asking him would be much faster than guessing. Huan was full of curiosity about this world, and Bill was also very good at explaining this curiosity. During the walk, Huan had already gained a very preliminary understanding of this world from Bill's mouth. The Dark World was actually the name given to this world by these outsiders, and in the mouths of these natives, this world was actually called the Desolate World. Of course, although this world is called a desolate world, it is not really desolate. They also have very fertile land. And on this land, there are various races, such as the goblins that Huan has dealt with, the mole people, and the rat people like Bill, and there are many more. However, among these races, the elves and trolls are in a dominant position. They used to have the same ancestors, but in the end they were divided into 2 races for unknown reasons. They manage this world separately, and the various rules of this world are also jointly formulated by the 2 races. As for other races, although they will also be divided into different levels, they all exist to serve these 2 races. Hearing this, Huan couldn't help but ask a question that had been lingering in her heart. "What about humans? Are there humans in this world?" Bill turned half of his face and looked at Huan. His expression was calm, but Huan seemed to see a few hesitations in his eyes. Finally he said, "Yes, of course there are." As he said this, Bill, he laughed a few times. "Aren't you humans?" This was obviously not the question he asked. Bill directly changed the concept, but Huan did not correct him. The first reason is that Bill obviously did not lie about this question. Even if Huan asked it again, the answer he got would be just another lie. The second reason, because they have walked to a magnificent gate. But this gate is very strange. Huan said that this gate is magnificent, from its architectural form and its specifications, but this gate is not high, only less than 3 meters. What's strange is that behind this gate is an endless mountain with no buildings. Unlike the impression that such a grand gate is basically the gate of the city, its appearance seems abrupt and harmonious. Bill took Huan to the side of the gate, and Huan finally understood why this gate looked so strange. Because it is a gate leading to the underground. Bill probably saw Huan's suspicion standing by the gate, and explained, "We and the mole people are actually distant relatives, and there are many similarities between our 2 races. Rather than settling down in a sunny and easily discovered place, we prefer the safety of the underground," Bill said as he walked down the stairs, and Huan followed him, looking at the underground town and memorizing the map carefully. This is a town built underground. It's not too big. Because it's not too big, the functional division of the entire town area is not particularly obvious, and it can only be roughly divided into a trade area on one side and a living area on the other. Huan followed Bill all the way from the surface to the underground. He met many people on the way, but most of them were ratmen like Bill, and of course there were some people who looked like caravans. But they all wrapped themselves up very tightly, and it was hard to tell what race they were. But when their caravan passed by, a string of bells could be heard in the streets of the town. In addition to these 2 types of ordinary residents and merchants, Huan also noticed another type of people on the way. They all wore long purple robes and big hoods, covering their heads tightly, looking mysterious. "Who are they?" Huan asked. "Oh, they are our priests. We are a race living underground, and we believe in earth spirits." Bill gave Huan a brief explanation. The distance from the ground to the center of the town was not far, and Huan also learned about the situation of the town from Bill. They are now in the southwest of the desolate continent, far from the jurisdiction of the trolls and elves, and belong to the vacuum of their rights. There are many races in this place, each with its own jurisdiction, and of course there will be some friction, but everyone found that in addition to consuming the strength of each race, there is only one consequence left. That is poorer. So in order to meet the basic survival of this race in this area, many years ago, the various races here made a non-aggression agreement. It is because of this agreement that the mole people will leave today. Of course, it is also because of this agreement that in the southwest corner of the desolate continent, these caravans traveling between different races have also prospered. They travel between towns in various regions, exchanging things needed by each race, and earning a high price difference. Broken Rock Town, the town where Huan and his friends are now, is a must-pass on the trade route, so it has always been very prosperous. Although there are not too many indigenous people here, there are many merchants traveling from south to north, so they also bring various different beliefs. However, the original inhabitants of Broken Rock Town are rat men, so the official belief here is earth spirits. As Bill kept talking, Huan suddenly asked a question. Is 8 o'clock in the evening the quiet time here? Of course, your life is no different from my life. Then you also need to return to your own. Huan thought about it, and chose a more appropriate word, home, or inside the house. Bill looked at Huan strangely and laughed a few times. If there is someone waiting for you at home, of course you need it. Don't you? Bill paused for a moment, probably thinking about how to describe Huan. After a few seconds, he said, Humans. Do you humans need to return to your house in the dead of night? Huan did not answer this question directly, and smiled and looked around. It's too dark at night, it's dangerous, and it's not safe to walk outside. Bill agreed with this statement. He nodded and continued to walk with Huan on the street. This is true. But what? Huan asked Bill. Bill turned back half of his face, and showed Huan an unfathomable mysterious expression. But some treasures can only be found in the quiet night. Huan's heart sank slightly, but his face did not change his expression, and even showed a little regret. That's a pity. I never go out at night. I'm a timid person. Bill just laughed a few times, and didn't continue talking about this topic. Huan still followed him, but at this moment, Huan already felt that this world was different. She listened to Bill's introduction to this world, and the Broken Rock Town where they were now, and she had a very strong sense of separation. On the one hand, this world seemed to have its own set of operating rules, and the natives of this world had always lived well in this world. On the other hand, as invaders from the old world, they seemed to be naturally rejected by this world, and they had no place to stand. Even going out and coming back required strict rules, which made them, humans, even more incompatible with this world. So how long would she stay in this world? Bill didn't give Huan much time to think about this question, because after turning the busiest street, she arrived at today's destination. North City Inn. This inn is located in the north of Broken Rock Town, so its name is North City Inn. The owner of this inn is Bill, who led Huan all the way here. It can be seen that his business is good. Just a short time after entering the store, Huan has seen 2 or 3 caravans staying here. Huan and his group are sitting in the corner of this inn at this moment, seemingly doing nothing, but Huan noticed that every caravan passing by would keep their eyes on Huan for a long time. Although they would all withdraw their gazes in the end, Huan was very familiar with such a gaze. This was the gaze of a hunter looking at his prey, a greedy and determined gaze. It had been nearly an hour since Huan and his group arrived at the North City Hotel, but Huan had not arrived yet. There were people coming and going in the hotel, and these people would look at them with an undisguised gaze, which made the entire Survivors Guild feel like a thorn in their backs. If the waiter in the hotel hadn't insisted that they wait until Bill came back before they could leave, they would have probably rushed out now. So, when they saw Huan appear in the hotel, everyone's face showed excitement. Bill spread his hands and said to Huan, Go, your friends are waiting for you. I think you should have something to say. If you need anything else, you can come to me again. Bill was very generous. In such a prosperous hotel, he actually gave Huan and his friends a room for free. So more than 30 people filled the room. For a moment, everyone was talking. They were talking about what they had seen along the way, and about other races. They were worried about their current situation, and they were curious about the outside world. In short, when so many people talk together, it's not like 1,000 ducks can compare. In the end, it was Huan who made them quiet down, and then he looked at Huan. Boss, what should we do now? Huan lowered his eyes, and said nothing. After a few seconds, he raised his head and said, President Hu, I have fulfilled the contract between us. When will you fulfill it? Huan was stunned. To be honest, it was probably because Huan was too strong that Hu Mingxuan almost forgot about the contract. Although they only spent a few hours together, Hu Mingxuan had already regarded Huan as a member of his guild. So when Huan mentioned the contract, he was stunned for a few seconds before he came back to his senses. In fact, he knew at this moment that Huan mentioned the contract at this time, which meant that he was going to part ways with him. They were originally a simple contractual transaction relationship, but because the other party was too strong, he had some thoughts that he shouldn't have, which made him feel a little disappointed at this time. However, Hu Mingxuan also clearly knew another point, that knowing such a strong person of the same kind was already a very lucky thing in this world full of weirdness. If you want to keep in touch with such a person for a long time, the most direct and simple way is not to offend the other party, especially to do something stupid in the contract. So, Hu Mingxuan nodded generously. Okay, as long as you need, I can fulfill it now. Hu Mingxuan has a prop that can tell fortunes. This is not a secret in the Survivors Guild, so at this time, he did not hide it, and took out a crystal ball from his backpack and placed it on the table. That's it. It's called a precognitive crystal. You can ask it any questions you have, but you only have one chance every day. Huan looked at the crystal ball that Hu Mingxuan had placed on the table. Its appearance was no different from the crystal balls that gypsies use for divination in some movies and TV shows. A round sphere, under the dim light, exuded a hint of coldness, and inside the sphere there was purple smoke rolling constantly, as if something was about to come out of it. Huan glanced at Hu Mingxuan, who then said, "Just put your hand on the crystal ball and interact with the sound inside." Huan's eyes fell on other people, and found that everyone was not surprised by this, which showed that many people had used this prop. So, Huan was relieved and tried to put the palm of her hand on the crystal ball. But what she didn't expect was that the moment her hand just touched the crystal ball, she immediately felt the cold pain on her shoulder jump out, and it declared its existence in an unusually arrogant way. Huan was startled and immediately withdrew her hand, but she still heard someone whispering in her ear, "You shouldn't be here, you should have received more glory." Huan didn't even have time to figure out where the whisper came from. The wooden door of the room suddenly banged.